All of the strongest martial artists are strong and respected because they have traveled a long and arduous path from the beginning of their practices to the pinnacle of mastery. Few mortals are capable of surpassing them in the skill with which they master martial techniques and practices. Ancient legends say that they have such knowledge that they can break through the void to the other side and conquer the heavens and all kingdoms. They rely on the ancient knowledge contained in ancient secret scrolls and study cultivation techniques with a persistence that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Through these techniques, they can break all the limitations of the physical world, overcome all barriers, and enter another unknown world. Yi Xuan, like most cultivators, walks this difficult path step by step in hard work, sparing no effort and time. The terrible story that resulted in Ye Xuan's physical mutilation was ordered by an elder of his family. Good luck smiles on. The magic technique of the Sword of Bessert's sword that every cultivator dreams of, contained in an ancient scroll, is not available to every cultivator. But it is undoubtedly the dream of every practicing cultivator to obtain it, as it gives unimaginable strength and skill in battle. Luck is that Ye Xuan has a sister who is not only beautiful with mesmerizing beauty, but also smart and has some power. She can help her brother in mastering various cultivation techniques in order to gain immortality because she has something else besides beauty. First of all, she loves her brother more than anyone else in the family and considers him the best in the world, and it is always ready to help him in everything. In the second place, despite her youth, she has wisdom and such a breadth and kindness of soul that in these troubled times is a great asset. Ye Xuan coincidentally receives a magic scroll containing the most powerful sword technique, so that he can use it to protect his life. The place where Ye Xuan's family lives is like a paradise on earth. The beautiful house is under the shade of wild bushes, and not far away is a waterfall and birds singing. The sisters' help is needed after the events that occur in their family due to the fault of Ye Xuan's brother, a vicious and jealous man with a thirst for power. The head of the family and the ruler of the town is the father of Ye Xuan and his sister and brother. He is a very respected man in the town, and his word is law. Residents respect him and come to the square at short notice to hear what the ruler has to say. On that unblessed day, he gathers the citizens of the city and the town square to announce to them his decision to appoint his heir. Ye Xuan's brother named Ye Lang steps in as heir, and it is no secret to anyone in the family that this is due to his intelligence and nobility. He is a mean and wicked man, and his intrigues know no bounds or limits, which his sister informs the public about, as she does not agree with the decision of the father. She says that Ye Xuan is dedicating his life to winning the mining rights of his hometown on the battlefield. She resents her brother, whom her father considers a weak and useless man for the family, and she argues with her father, but the residents are not happy with her behavior. It suggests that Ye Xuan risked his life for many years for the well-being of his family, while Ye Lang holed up in the palace in warmth and safety. According to the laws of the family, it is not proper for a girl to express her opinion, especially in public to argue with her father, who is the elder of the family. He has to take action. He orders the guards to calm the violent girl, and one of them, who knows neither honor nor mercy, raises his hand to strike. The terrible pain of the blow is no match for the pain of resentment and humiliation as the guard carried out the orders of his master, who is a close person. Immediately, the crowd fell silent, and in this sepulchral silence there is a cautionary speech from Ye Lang, who tells his sister that you can't be so impertinent. If you publicly defy an elder, be prepared even for a jail sentence or public reprisal. And the scary thing is that the father agrees with him. He orders the guards to take the girl into custody immediately to get her out of his way of power and to teach the people to keep quiet. A ruthless guard grabs a girl by the hair to drag her to the prison for confinement, and it's horrible because she's being punished unjustly. Unexpectedly, especially for Ye Lang, Ye Xuan comes to his sister's rescue. He appears in the square and fights with the guard. He promises a quick death to the guard because he dared to touch his sister, and even more so to drag her to prison as she is a girl and a princess. The guard is instantly defeated, and the sister is freed, but some are unhappy that the bastard will not be punished, and the will of the elder is not fulfilled. Ye Lang is outraged that her brother has freed her from imprisonment, and he is very unhappy that his guard has been killed. He can't understand how his brother ended up on the square, because by all accounts he shouldn't be here, because he tried and did everything for it. Ye Xuan is interrupted by Ye Xuan, who says that he doesn't care whose man it is, but if he attacks his sister, he won't have long to live. If the guard was not trained in good manners, it is too late to teach now, so he lies on the ground and let everyone know that the girl has protection. Hell will break loose if anyone has even the thought of hurting his sister, and he's more serious now than ever. The Lord is furious at what is happening as he supports Ye Lang, and on the contrary, dislikes Ye Xuan and doesn't care about his daughter and her opinion. He will personally destroy this insolent scoundrel who tries to argue with his elders and kill the guards of his court, and does not care that he is his son. Father and son stand across from each other ready for an immediate and fierce fight to the death. The elder has the power of the seventh realm, but the residents watching the fight are surprised that Ye Xuan is much younger, and possessing only fifth realm magic is not inferior to his father in strength. They conclude that the ruler is so old that he can't even use his power advantage and needs to retire. Ye Xuan's father is most impressed by his strength, not expecting him to fight back like this, and he doesn't believe it because he thinks it can't be true. The former prince, as his brother recently called him, sees his father's confusion and says with a chuckle that he sees that the elder seems increasingly old and confused. But the latter replies that the lousy man should keep his head down and honor his decision to appoint his brother Ye Lang as crown prince, and he should respect the young ruler. Despite the pain, the girl can't help but think that Ye Xuan is the chosen favorite of heaven and earth, and he has received the approval of the strongest people of the kingdom. He defends the independence of the Jiang kingdom with arms in his hands, and therefore only he is worthy of the title of crown prince. But his father has treated him unfair. Ye Xuan also disagrees with his father's decision and says that there is a law to the letter of which a person who disagrees with an elder's decision can defend his right in battle. Let Ye Lang prove to all the people in a duel that he is worthy of the title of crown prince, and that he is strong enough in battle to rule the country. The fight will take place in the arena of life and death. In it all, fateful fights of the kingdom take place, and here there is a dispute about inheritance between two princes. Once the rivals enter this arena, they have only two ways to survive: by winning the fight, or by losing to leave not only the arena, but also the world forever. The brothers decide to go to the arena right now, and without delay, to settle the dispute about who is more worthy of the title of crown prince. Ye Lang is surprised by his brother's behavior, because he does not expect that he is ready to take the fight and is not afraid to lose his life right now in the ring, and he accepts Ye Xuan's challenge, but with the proviso that the fight will not take place now, but exactly a month later, and will be held under the supervision of the elders of the kingdom of Jiang. Ye Xuan accepts the condition and warns her brother and father not to do anything evil. Gently lifting her sister in his arms, he carries her into the house to help her quickly. The crowd dispersed, and the father and son were left alone in the square. The elder doesn't believe in the fight because Ye Xuan is stronger and more experienced than his brother. Ye Lang objects to his father and says that his power has recently awakened and his soul has not merged with it, and that he needs this month to become the strongest. The girl is not badly hurt and only needs time to recover and get back on her feet. Brutus Ye Xuan takes care of her and looks after her at the same time. She is worried about her brother and fears that he will die during the fight, and asks him for what purpose he agreed to this dangerous for his life fight. Her loving brother reassures her by telling her that she shouldn't worry about him, especially when so unwell, and promises that he can protect her from her enemies. She sighs and grieves that she can only be a burden to her brother and that she is of no use to him. Lin closes her eyes and falls asleep. The brother whispers goodnight to the girl and quietly tiptoes out of the room to be alone with himself and his pain. After closing the door behind him, Ye Xuan slid down the wall to the floor because the pain was too much to bear. He tugged open his clothes, exposing the terrible wound. The treacherous brother had sent thugs to him the day before to send Ye Xuan to the other world, and they mobbed him in a sneaky and unexpected attack. He had to save his life to take the fight and destroy the bastards who had attacked him quietly, but he himself was wounded and had not treated the wound until then. From one of the bandits who attacked him, he learns that they were sent to kill Ye Lang's own brother and told to destroy him so that it would appear to be a robbery. Ye Xuan defeated the bandits and saved his life, but unfortunately, he couldn't save his Tian Tian, and now there is a possibility that he will be crippled forever. He laments that for a long time he has risked his life for the well-being of his family, and they want to get rid of him and get him out of their way for good. Ye Xuan sadly remembers his mother, whom Lin is very similar to. He takes out a ring that once belonged to his mother from his inner pocket. In the unequal fight with the bandits, he didn't die thanks to this ring. The blade rested on it and was unable to dig into Ye Xuan's body. He mentally thanked his mother. Closing his eyes, he promises that he will do his best to make sure his sister can get well and move on with her life, and he will continue to take care of her as before. Precious gift of a mother to her son is not just a piece of jewelry, but a magical object that now, in a difficult moment for him, came to life and shone with a soft light. It leads the young man to a high tower, the top of which rests against the sky, and standing at the foot of it, it is impossible to see the top. So high is it. 3 magic swords crown the tower. They are held upright by magic as if stuck into the roof of the building. Ye Xuan needs help to protect his sister, and his mind is searching for her, so he leads to this magical tower which has the name Boundless. Huge-sized doors painted with hieroglyphics are closed, but his determination to get into the tower that no door is an obstacle, and he will pass through them by all means. He opens the doors and enters the tower room where he is greeted by a skeleton sitting on the floor holding a sword of incredible beauty in his bony hand. But when his eyes get used to the darkness and it becomes better to see, it is possible to realize that it is not a skeleton, but a living person only very old, probably even ancient. The young warrior gets down on one knee out of respect for the old man and bows his head to greet the old man and asks his name and why he is here. The sword the old man is guarding keeps him busy. He lost Danton in a fight with bandits, and now he needs the sword to make up for it. The old man says he is a heavenly master swordsman and has been locked in this tower for 1,200 years. But today, it is his time to die and leave this world. A quiet, disembodied voice that is unclear to whom it belongs greets Ye Xuan and says that unfortunately, he will not be able to inherit this sword. The young man is frightened as he does not understand who is talking to him and insistently asks to show himself to the master, or rather, mistress of the voice. A beautiful dark-haired girl appears in front of him and says she is pleased to welcome the tower's chosen warrior and new guardian. To his mute question of whom it is about, she replies that he possesses a Taoist body and 2 spiritual roots, and he is talented, but the Dantan is lost. Without it, he cannot wield certain techniques, so she offers him a technique by which he can use the sword as a substitute for the tribute tan. The power of the entire energy reservoir called Dantan has been spent on recovering from the injury, so let him take the sword. If his sword technique is flawless, he will be able to bring half the world to its knees, but Ye Xuan is doubtful and asks her why she is helping him. She politely calls him by his first name and informs him that, as of this moment, he is the new master of the Boundless Tower, to which she congratulates him. But to establish himself in this role, he must gather together the 9 principles of the Tao of the Boundless Tower of Hell scattered throughout the heavenly realm. As each principle is found, its power will increase many times over, and it will be able to control and subjugate the creatures of the tower to its will. But if the magical seal is broken, the creatures will break free, and in the same second he will lose his power and weaken so much that he will only die. Ye Xuan realizes that this is both a blessing and a curse at the same time. He remembers the swords at the top of the tower and wonders if he can use them. The tower spirit answers him that these swords contain great power, and if he is not afraid of death, he can use any of them. But she advises him to first inherit the sword that guards the ancient skeleton swordsman. During his imprisonment of 1,200 years, it has almost lost its power. The guardian is happy to put the sword in good hands and go to his death in peace. But when placing the energy component of the sword in the tribute tan, one must be careful. Even a weakened sword for an untrained person can be too strong and dangerous, and one can say goodbye to life. The skeleton will take offense as it wants to retire. It's up to him to make the decision, and there's a lot to think about, because if he dies here, no one will lift a finger to protect his sister. There's no choice, so the decision comes quickly. His sister is in danger, and he'll do it even if it's the last thing he ever does in this life. The girl is happy about this decision and assures him that she will help him in case of danger, and he will probably not die. He'll just be a little crippled. After saying that, his confidence grew even stronger, and he was already anxious to start practicing taking the spiritual power of the sword and merging with it. A magical spell in the form of a light lilac light flew from the spirit's fingertips, spilling around and turning into a red light enveloped Ye Xuan. The spell, called Invincible Sword Body, illuminates the entire space and flows into his head as if by itself. The words of the spell pop into his brain, and he hears an inner voice that whispers that the way of the sword is for the sword to become alive and the man a sword. He must exchange essences with the sword and then become one. The man acquires the abilities of the sword. That is, he becomes invincible like steel. At this time in the palace, the elder and Yelang are having tea on the veranda in the garden. From the outside, their conversation should be about beauty. But if you listen to the conversation, there's nothing beautiful about it. These two devious types are plotting to destroy Ye Xuan, and the elder is in charge. He says that one of Ye Xuan's attackers survived, and he reported that his Danton is destroyed and he can no longer fight. Ye Lang enters the conversation. He tells the elder not to worry as he possesses the 6th realm skill and is stronger under any circumstances and will kill Ye Xuan. The wounded Ye Xuan wakes up in his home, and his awakening is unsettling because he realizes that the Infinity Tower is all just a dream. But he brings his palm up to his face and sees the glowing magic with the image of a sword on it. So he has succeeded and has the power of the 6th realm. His little sister Lin comes to visit him, and he sees that she has marks on her face from the beating, and he demands from her an honest answer as to who did it. She says he slept for 3 days, and there was no one to protect her, and it was done by the cook preparing food for the court. and she was sent there to work as punishment. The chief feeds the workers rotten food and treats them rudely, and she could not bear this injustice and told him what she thought, and he punished her. The brother listens carefully to his sister's complaints and decides to take revenge on the cook for beating his sister, because no one has the right to beat people for nothing. Despite being wounded, he doesn't want to put it off. He gets out of bed, takes his sister's hand, and asks her to show him where the kitchen and the chef are. She submits to her brother's will, although she realizes that the consequences for her and her brother will be unpredictable, as they are disliked at court and are in disgrace. The cook meets in the courtyard of the palace, and with an evil grin pretends to be pleased to see what he says is the former heir to the kingdom. Yelang is with him, and Yeshuan has obviously interrupted some conversation. They must be up to no good, because these people are no good. The truth comes out when the cook informs him that the elder has just promised him Lin Er as his wife, and it's a done deal. This news made Yeshuan very angry. He says there won't be a wedding because he'll kill the cook right here and now for hurting his sister, and she'll have no one to marry. The thought of his sister becoming the wife of this rude and heartless man enraged him so much that he carries out the threat immediately. Yelang does not like his brother's behavior that he protects his sister, whom Yelang hates with all his heart and wanted to marry the chef to make fun of her. He demands an apology for ruining his plan, but Yeshuan thinks Yelang should beg his sister for forgiveness for wanting to marry her off to a bastard. It smells like a fight. It'll be a duel between two of the strongest men. There'll be no mercy from either of them because they both believe the other is breaking the law. Yeshuan is the first to attack. He stretches his arm forward and sends a powerful energy punch towards Yelang. After being wounded, he tries the punch for the first time. He turns out to be so strong that after the first attack, the enemy is on the ground and is unable to resist, and only wondered where Yeshuan has such strength. He explains to Yelang that it's not about Yeshuan's strength, but about his brother's weakness, as only the weak in spirit embraces children and women who won't take offense. They can't stand up for themselves, and so people like Yelang are always ready to show their supposed strength on them, but he forgets that evil will always be punished. Having finished his speech, he wants to finish what he started and send the villain to the other world, but he is interrupted by unexpected guests in the form of the elders of the Zhang Kingdom who are coming here. There are several of them, and the oldest of them tells Yeshuan that he has no right to raise his hand against Yelang, who is also an elder. But Yeshuan doesn't agree with him and says that his sister is being treated unfairly and he is ready to fight with anyone, but he won't let his sister get hurt. Lin Er sees this parade of elders and realizes that if they attack her brother at once, they will surely kill him, so she asks him to leave her here and run away. He calms his sister and says that he will never leave her, especially in such a difficult situation that threatens their lives and if they are to die together. But that won't happen because he's here and everything will be okay now. He will be able to protect her from an unequal marriage and give her a peaceful life. He is calm and not afraid of the elders and is willing to fight for his sister with anyone, so he feels he is right, and it gives him confidence and extra strength. Yeshuan, as if protecting her sister, hugging her as she turned to the elders offering to fight any of them and end this matter once and for all. Lin Er feels safe, and her brother's hand on her shoulder makes her feel calm and confident that she is protected by her brother who is willing to do anything for her. One of the elders, the one who is younger than all the others, agrees to the duel, but puts forward a number of conditions without which the fight is impossible. Yelang is the one who insists that the fight should be between the two opponents and no one should interfere. It's his hatred for Yeshuan that drives him. The chief elder discourages him from the duel, believing that he is not ready for a serious test because his power has awakened recently and is not strengthened. But the other younger elders want a spectacle and are encouraging Yelang to fight, saying that he is young, strong, and talented and can easily handle Yeshuan. Yelang is a very vain man, and he enjoys compliments from the elders, but he pretends to be embarrassed when the elders praise his abilities. Yeshuan gets tired of listening to all these pleasantries and turns to leave and says that if no one is going to fight him, he will leave the place. The arrogant and vain Yelang, still euphoric from the compliments from the elders, does not stop his brother who, together with his sister, is already on his way. But the head elder won't let him leave and loudly calls out his name and orders him to come back to fight, but Yelang is not ready to fight right now. He asks the elder to let his brother go because he is scheduled to be in the death arena in a month, and by then, Yelang will have reached the imperial level of magic. The elder listens attentively to Yelang and wonders how such a young man has such a savvy mind and does not throw himself into adventures and senseless fights. Yelang reasoned that if Yeshuan is eliminated today, people will say that he is afraid of his brother and deliberately reduced everything to a meaningless fight and he will lose face. The young people are allowed to leave, and they leave the courtyard holding hands and not looking back. But Yelang mentally wished nothing good while looking at them. On the way, they talk about the events that happen, and Lin tells her brother that she heard a conversation about Yelang reaching the 6th realm of magic. But her brother tells her not to doubt him. Yelang is a strong opponent, but he can defeat him, and so he will protect his beloved sister. With tears, Lin says that she is confident in her brother, and in her thoughts and her soul he is the strongest and noblest, but the enemy is strong and cunning and should be feared. She is sorry that she is a burden to her brother, and because of her he has lost his place as the heir to the family, but he calms her down and says that Lin is not a burden, but his family. He teases his sister and says he'll find a way to cure her, and she can marry a nice guy and live happily ever after and have a bunch of kids. But she takes the joke seriously and says she will never marry because she will never find a man as noble and kind as her brother. Time is running out, and Yexuan realizes that Yelang is a strong opponent and does not waste time and prepares for the fight. So he goes to the Infinity Tower to address the spirit of the tower and ask what he can do to become even stronger and defeat his brother in a duel. She talks to Yexuan about how he is not using all of the sword's capabilities and should just use the sword magic flowing through his entire body. She doesn't say how it will work, but Yexuan decides to try it at her own risk, especially since she says it's easy. The tower is filled with beautiful light. It penetrates everywhere and fills the entire space. It cannot be kept inside, and if you look at the tower from the outside, this light is visible, and it seems that the tower is illuminated by thousands of lamps. The tower spirit tells Yexuan that he has a Taoist body, and it is undoubtedly an advantage, but he must work on cultivating a golden body. The golden body allows him to understand the essence of earth and heaven and what happens in between, but he must be ready for it, and it is not yet time for transformation. At this time, there is a Thanksgiving prayer in the palace. All the elders of the family, both young and old, kneeled down and thanked heaven for supporting Yelang. In his palace, he also tirelessly prepares for the competition and does not stop practicing to increase his physical and spiritual strength because he knows how strong Yexuan is. In the Endless Tower, after much persuasion, Yexuan was able to convince the tower spirit that he needed the golden body right now since he couldn't wait. Giving in to his entreaties, she tells him about this practice, and he, despite all the worries, everything works out, and now he is the owner of a golden body. A mighty fast and powerful body is a great advantage, but the tower spirit cautions Yexuan and says that only the body cannot be relied on. It is necessary to improve the spirit. Yexuan is grateful for the practice and decides to make one more request and asks for his sister who needs treatment after being beaten. She doesn't refuse him, but she says the girl must be taken to the tower. Only he can enter the tower because the tower has chosen him as the future guardian. With heavy thoughts, he returns home, and the thought that until he will not be able to deal with Yelang, he will not be able to live peacefully and help his sister does not leave him. The girl tells her brother that she heard in town that the elders are celebrating Yelang's entrance to the highest 7th level of magic. Putting aside the fatigue and heavy thoughts not to upset his sister, Yexuan smiles and cheerfully says that his sister should believe in him and he will definitely win. He invites Lin for a walk. After being beaten, the girl cannot walk, and her brother carries her on his back all the way. The spirit of the tower is watching. They are walking leisurely through the city and reach the city gates, which are crowded with people going about their business. A strange horseman appears among them, or rather, a rider, and she sits on a beautiful white unicorn with a proud posture. Behind her back is a long, graceful spear, and she looks like a warrior girl. She sees a cheerful couple as Yexuan, who is carrying his little sister on his back. They are joking and laughing merrily. She asks him to put her on the ground, and he jokes back. Suddenly, the crowd begins to buzz excitedly, and people talk loudly to each other and point to the gate through which the girl warrior enters. Her name is Lan Hui, and she is from Yangon City, and she is very famous. But why did she come to this city, and for what purpose is she now entering the gate on her horse? Linner asks his brother to stop and look at the legendary girl because everyone knows that she is a genius and the first of the youth to reach the 7th level of magic. She was the first student invited by the academy headmaster, and she had reached the highest rank, and at this moment she was invincible and no one could stand against her. The rumor of her arrival spreads throughout the city, and the square is full of people, which is very surprising to Yeshuan, and he does not understand what is so interesting. The townspeople explain to him that she is the only one who has surpassed the heaven and earth stage from such a young age, and this fact has made her famous. Her reason for coming to the city is quickly discovered. She has learned that a prince named Ye Lang has reached the highest level of magic and has come to fight him. She sees Yeshuan and mistakes him for Ye Lang as he is dressed in the clothes of a prince, calls him Ye Lang, and challenges him to a duel. She wandered in the forest for 3 days until she finally got out of the thicket and found the city she wanted. But she doesn't know Ye Lang by sight, so she confused the brothers. Lin says with childlike directness that she is mistaken, but they are from the very estate where Ye Lang lives and are happy to see her off. Yeshan is silently worried that they will get into some trouble due to her sister's talkativeness and wants to quickly take her sister out of here. The warrior girl won't let him do it. She says she doesn't care who he is because she sees his strength, and it is equal to her strength, and invites him to a duel. She hasn't practiced with a peer in a long time, and he has never fought a peer, so the offer is very tempting and something to think about. The young man says that he actually agrees to the fight, but only in 2 days, and if she waits, he will be at her service and fight her. The sister is scared to watch her brother because she doesn't really believe in his strength and is afraid that Lan Hu will cripple her brother, and 2 cripples for one family would be too much. The girl looks at him with a smile and pretends to resent his words since her equal power does not give him the right to make her wait 2 days. Yishuan warns her that he might surprise her, but she doesn't believe it, and is ready to laugh at the guy in front of all those people in the square. In the town square, in addition to people coming in and out of the city and walking around the square, there is also trade as in a marketplace. A poor peasant woman brought cucumbers to sell today and sat quietly, peacefully trading them. Yeshuan politely asked her for 1 cucumber. He swings and throws the cucumber towards Lan Hu, and it boomerangs back to him, making a circle, and in the hands of the young man, there is a cucumber and something else. The horsewoman didn't realize at first what it was at all, and with disappointment she lowered her gaze and was going to go to look for Ye Lang since she hadn't found a rival here. But looking at the young man again, she sees in his hand not only an unfortunate cucumber, but also a lock of her hair. She doesn't understand how he got it. Yishuan laughingly returns the vegetable to the peasant woman, thanking her and wishing her a successful trade, and gives the trophy in the form of a lock of hair to her sister to make her proud of her brother. Lan Hui stops her unicorn and decides not to look for Ye Lang anymore. There's a much more interesting story unfolding here and she won't miss it. And her surprise is not that how she will now walk without part of her hair, but how he was able to do it, and she did not even realize how it happened. Linner is thrilled with such a gift from his brother, and this lock of hair, it is an incredibly beautiful color and smells amazingly of flowers and meadow. Lan Hu decides to accept the girl's offer and follow her and her brother to their estate, and wait there for 2 days and fight this interesting fellow. All the way to the manor, she and Lin chat like girlfriends, and Lan Hu says that their family is very lucky as they have 2 people who have reached the highest level of magic. Yishen is very pleased with the compliments of a girl who is not only a skillful warrior, but also very beautiful and pleasant to talk to. All the elders who had already been notified of her arrival came out to greet Lan Hu. They say that the palace shone like the light of the sun at her arrival. But immediately, the elders also see Yeshuan and his sister, and the chief among them becomes enraged by their presence in the palace grounds. He calls them fools and tells them to leave the palace immediately before the guards throw them out by force. An ugly scene unfolds in front of the guest. Yeshuan rudely replies to the elder that the reason he is here is none of his business. The girl doesn't understand why Yeshuan and his sister are treated like this, because she sees that Ye Lang and Yeshuan are brothers, but one is honored and the other is chased out of the yard. Ye Lang explains to her that his brother is very insolent and ill-mannered and has no talent, so he is stripped of the title of heir and banished from the palace. But the girl has her own opinion on this matter, and she recently saw with her own eyes what Yeshuan is capable of, and she believes her own eyes and not the words of someone unknown. And by the way, she wondered who he was, that arrogant young man who scolded Yeshuan so much, but had never once demonstrated what he was capable. The chief elder introduces Ye Lang to her and tells her that this is the man she came all the way to their town to meet. Ye Lang likes the girl. He smiles at her and thinks that when she finds out that he has moved to the 7th realm, she will not resist his strength and charm. The girl is angered by everything that happens here because she doesn't see Ye Lang's strength and thinks she is being tricked, and demands an honest answer from the man in charge. She thinks that they are mocking or taunting her by making Ye Lang look like a top-tier master. But for what purpose are they doing this? From such a pressure, the chief elder first blushes, then turns pale, and then he breaks out in a cold sweat because he doesn't understand the reason for such an outburst. Ye Lang also enters the conversation. He makes an indignant look and asks what the girl means by calling them liars, who elevate a weakling to the highest rank. The girl, saddened by her disappointment, says in a calm tone that she sees that Yelang is not strong enough to be a worthy opponent for her. Outraged by her words, Yelang attacks her without warning with the words, "If she thinks unworthy, then let her try to repel his blow." The elder tries to stop him, as he realizes that the girl is a talent and the strongest warrior of her country, but sees that it is too late to do anything about it. The fight is on, and there's no stopping it. The girl is ready to attack and can fight back. She takes a fighting stance and pulls out her beautiful spear from behind her back, a strong, confident girl warrior ready to repel any attacks from anyone. The spiritual appearance of her spear looks like a huge blue-colored dragon. This spell is called a Spear of Intent, and it is the spell of the strongest mages. Even at a mature age, not all cultivators have the strength to master this technique, and the young girl is already successfully using it in battle. Yelang is a coward and a weakling and can't fend off the spear's intentions, so all he can do is cower to hide from the blow and not even try to defend himself. His inaction disappoints the girl, and she shamelessly tells him so. And why did she come all the way out here to see the prince on the floor? She calls the elders with words that should not be spoken by a young girl and is about to leave, but stops to talk to Ye Xuan. One of the brothers turned out to be a liar and a cowardly weakling. She expects a fight with the second brother to take place by agreement in 2 days. Ye Xuan and Lin standing on the steps of the palace, from the doors of which Ye Lang's angry shouts and the concerned conversation of the elders could be heard escorting the guest out. The warrior sadly leaves the palace, thinking that it was a waste to come to this city and wander in the forest for 3 days. And she is also sad that she has not found an equal opponent. Later in the training session at the Infinity Tower, Ye Xuan asks the tower spirit how Lan Hui seemed to her, since she also watched the fight with Ye Lang. The spirit tells him that he and his sister are about the same strength as Lan Hui, but that he must develop the ability to use this power and not stop training. The fact that his sister has a power equal to Lan Hui's becomes news to him when he learns that he is perplexed and frozen in place for a long time and cannot move. The tower spirit tries to rouse him and tells him that it is too early for him to know all the details and that it would be bad for him to have knowledge for which he is not spiritually ready. Increasing strength is the most important task to fulfill now and in the near future. And what he has to learn, he will surely learn when the deadline comes. The spirit's admonitions are starting to bore the guy, but he obeys and listens attentively because there is no other way to gain power, and he realizes it. Sword technique is a type of martial art, and the level of the Yi family to which Ye Xuan belongs is only mastered at the human level, so he must work hard. If one were to take the level of mastery of the life and death sword, Ye Xuan has rank 0, and his training in comprehending the technique is all ahead of him. The power of the sword depends on the technique of wielding it, and therefore on the confidence with which he wields the knowledge and skills that are built up through long exercises. The young man is happy that everything is so simple. Train as much as possible, and you will be invincible. But the spirit does not share his optimism and says that you should train wisely. She advises him to focus on practicing right now and practicing until he feels confident in wielding the sword. He is willing to study day and night to learn the technique and not to let his master down in the duel with Lan Huyu, and not to embarrass the whole city. In 2 days, on the day of the announced fight, shines bright sunshine and the weather is wonderful, so most likely to watch the spectacle will gather the whole city. In the center of the square there is an arena, and people from different parts of the city flock to it. And if you look from above, the human streams look like thin streams. Entire families come to see the spectacle and bring their children to instill in them from a young age a taste for the military arts, as they are revered in the kingdom. Lin pulled his brother's hand to quickly get to the square and see the beautiful dueling arena that was built by the order of the elders. The brother convinces that this luxury is not for the people, but to convince the whole world of his power and wealth. Simply put, it's to show off. And of course they want to show off Crown Prince Yelang to the world and elevate him in the face of other kingdoms. So there is no sincerity in this. Lin is outraged and says that it is disgusting to do something not with the soul but in a showy and unworthy of respect, but many people do not even think about it. There is a voice in the crowd that the ruler of the city and his family are arriving, but no one expected to see them here, and people are worried and whispering. The brother and sister also want to see the high nobles and come closer to the arena as Lin is short and can't see anything from afar. The brother adores his sister and wants to provide her with the best of everything, even if it's a place by the arena where she can see everything in great detail. The river of people fell silent, and everyone bowed their heads, showing respect to the family of the city's ruler. They are very respectable people and have been ruling the city for many years. The head of the city is a tall and stately middle-aged man. He behaves calmly and dignified to his rank, so when he appears, people are silent with awe. The oldest woman in Li Yu's family smiles kindly at people and has no shadow of arrogance that a woman of her position might have. An elder named Zhang Li doesn't look like an elder, as he is young and energetic, but he is also smiling and kindly communicates with ordinary people. People stand bowed their heads, and no one dares to raise even a glance at a high-ranking family so as not to be punished by the elders. They went out to meet the important guests and greet them with a respectful bow, and the chief says he thanks them for the great honor of receiving them. They take their seats, and the people once again murmur in anticipation of the fight, and the noise can be heard far away from the arena. Ilang can hear it, and it's bothering him, and he's afraid to come out. Among the crowd is Ye Xuan, who is waiting to be challenged to a fight. He was not invited to the palace to wait, so it was made clear that there was no place for him there. He is not bothered by this and smilingly meets the one who will be his rival, his favorite brother Yelang, who is usually angry and arrogant. His brother is not happy to see him and is throwing himself into a fight right now, so he dislikes Ye Xuan with his snide smile and his sister, who is undoubtedly somewhere nearby. The chief elder stops him from taking this step and puts his hand on his shoulder and tells him that he must not lose face in front of the high guests and people. Yelang agrees to behave within the bounds of decency, but he is still angry and has poor control over his emotions, but says he will give a few more minutes of life to Ye Xuan. The chief elder ascends to the high podium to announce the start of the fight. The important guests are seated here on high throne-like chairs. The whole town is gathered in the square, but now there is such silence that it seems that there is not a single person here, and if a fly flies by, it will be heard. The elder amplified the volume of his voice with magic and began his opening speech. He thanked everyone for coming to watch the battle. Everyone listens attentively to the speech except for the distinguished guests. They are chatting merrily and discussing not Ye Lang, the crown prince, but just a simple guy named Ye Xuan. He's gotten in their way before and caused a lot of trouble because he's brave and strong, and it would be better if he was born into their family. In the course of the conversation, they come to the conclusion that the family from which Ye Xuan is banished is very narrow-minded, since they can't see him as a pillar of the family and a talented warrior. The chief speaks a parting word to the contestants. He emphasizes that from the moment they enter the arena, they are subject to the rule of life or death. The beginning of the battle is announced, and rivals stand opposite each other, each with the determination to win and respectively survive, because the rules are that the price of victory is life. Yelang starts the fight with verbal threats and tells his opponent that his life right here and now will be over, and everyone will laugh at the former prince's body. And Ye Xuan does not know how to say beautiful words, but knows how to hit beautiful. So he starts the fight, not with words, but with a blow, and Yelang does not have time to finish his speech. After receiving a tangible blow to the jaw, he flies off. And this send-up is no less beautiful than the speech he gave a moment ago. A simple physical blow to the jaw without any magic. This is how men fight when defending their sister's honor. For it was for the wrongs done to their sister that he was made. Two guards are watching the fight, and one of them asks the other to pinch him to realize that the tone is awake, and he's not dreaming that the fight ended with one punch. The chief does not agree with the defeat of the favorite, and shouts to Ye Xuan that he is an unworthy idiot, and he dare not hit sneakily and the punch will not count. Ye Xuan cheerfully reminds the elder that the signal to start the fight has been given, and he doesn't have to stand by and listen while Ye Lang speaks out all his clever thoughts. Double standards are evident, and the elder is ready to fight to protect his favorite son, forgetting that he himself recently forbade anyone to interfere. The head of the city says that he also heard the signal to start the fight, and therefore there can be no question of a quiet strike, and the rules are not violated. His companions fully support him, but smirk because they see the confirmation of the words of the head of the city that the family is pursuing an unwise policy. The chief elder genuinely doesn't understand why the guests take the stance of this untalented and insolent boy and openly support him. Meanwhile, Yelang is awake and ready to continue the fight. He was inattentive last time, but this time he will show his strength, and they will see his power. Inside the crowd, a whisper runs through that Yelang has imperial-level magic, because the entire Ye family has been talking about it for a long time, and Ye Xuan will most likely lose. Everyone likes Ye Xuan because even when he was still a prince, He always behaved politely and respectfully to people, so they sincerely sympathize with him. Standing in the crowd of spectators, Lin shouts, supporting her brother, that she believes in him and that he can handle his opponent, but deep down, she is afraid for him. This time, Lang doesn't waste time talking and starts the round first. He casts a spell and flies towards Xuan faster than an arrow. Xuan is in a defensive stance, ready to deflect the blow, and hopes that he has enough strength not to fly out of the ring after the first attack. And so the shot reaches the target, but meets a defense of such strength that no one, including Lang himself, expects. It's true what they say about underestimating your opponent. He ricocheted like a ball off the wall and flew away from Xuan with such speed that the audience did not have time to realize what happened and where he went. Lang can't believe what has happened because he is the chosen prince and can't be defeated, especially not by the insolent Xuan. The guests were also surprised that they couldn't discern what kind of power lurked behind Xuan's plain appearance, and that he easily defeated a king-level mage. The main man enters the arena to help his favorite son and gently lifts him in his arms while calling for medics and servants to assist. The guests from the stands are watching the action that is unfolding in the arena and do not sympathize with him in any way and are rather happy for Xuan. His grief-stricken father orders the guards to capture and destroy Xuan because he fought dishonestly and cheated so he could win. Linner's sister stands up for her brother and shouts at the foreman that he has no right to give such orders because the fight was fair and evenly won. The people support her and shout that the family can't lose, so they shouldn't go out to fight. The elder rudely shouts for the lowly peasants to shut up. The patriarch, who is incognito at the competition, enters the conversation. He turns to Xuan and says that from now on, the chief has been demoted. He is now an ordinary elder, and the punishment is enough to forget everything and consider the conflict exhausted. Xuan will be reinstated as crown prince. The young man reminds him that the patriarch himself has a hand in everything that happens on the estate, and without his instructions, not even flies fly. He is playing a double game, turning the elder against Xuan and causing discord in the family. The patriarch is angry at Xuan's words. He thinks he has no right to vote. The young man does not like the patriarch's words and replies that he does not need titles to remain a protector of his family and loved ones, so he renounces the title of prince. The patriarch is angry and believes that Xuan has no place in the family and on Earth, so he will destroy him personally as a lesson to all the citizens not to think of hiding. Whether it's a fight or just an execution, the patriarch has a level of magical power beyond comprehension, and Xuan is just an ordinary young man. The call to a duel in the form of a spear thrust into the ground is a distinctive sign of the patriarch, and no one has the right to refuse the call. The guests are perplexed as they watch the event unfold and become increasingly aware of the unhealthy situation in the Yi family and how they might have to intervene in the action. The girl who had been forgotten about in the rapidly developing events appears in the square, and the crowd cheers and turns away from the patriarch. Lanhu rudely tells the patriarch to get out of her way because she has a fight scheduled with Xuan and intends to face him in a duel. She sees that the guy has a full house and warriors lined up to finish him off, but she took the line 2 days ago and has been patiently waiting all this time. They meet as friends and are happy to see each other, both young, handsome, and have the same strength they can match in a contest. The former great asks her why she wants to fight this lowlife, but Lan Hu replies that if he doesn't shut up, he'll lie down next to his son. She is not going to explain anything to him because he himself is such a lowlife that he is not worthy of her attention, much less any explanation. Xuan smiles, calls her Miss An, and says that he is happy to invite her to the duel if she has already finished her negotiations with the elders. The young men prepared their weapons. Lan Hui has her wonderful spear, and Xuan has his new sword at the ready. The guests laugh at the rulers of the Ye family. It is foolish to excommunicate a warrior with strength beyond the dreams of many magicians. One of them approaches Xuan's sister and says that he didn't know her brother was a cultivator. Linner doesn't even pay attention to his words and watches carefully what is happening in the arena. She is afraid for her brother, but she likes the warrior girl too. An argument is unfolding in the arena. The patriarch reprimands the elder for kicking out a sword cultivator from the family and thus exsanguinating the family. The elder excuses himself and tries to blame it on the patriarch and says he acted on his orders. They look like two market women. Yelang is carried out of the ring on a stretcher, and now the fight could have started. In a quieter tone, the elder suggests to the patriarch that he grab Xuan's sister. Depriving Xuan of his sister will solve the problem, because losing his sister, he will lose all support in life, because she is his light in the window, and everything is for her. The Lord says that the elder must be crazy to suggest that he capture the girl taken under his protection by the Li family. The elder turns toward the crowd and sees that behind the girl's back, the head of the Jiannian clan is indeed standing behind her and chatting sweetly with her. Meanwhile, the long-awaited duel begins, and now the the rivals are opposite each other and the atmosphere around is heated with magic so that the glow can be seen far around. The Spear of Intent, which Lan Hu has masterfully used in battle more than once, and now it should not let the girl down. A spiritual force in the form of a dragon overtakes Ye Xuan, and he seems to succumb. But that's not really the case. He wants to let his opponent get closer and win in close combat. He lets the sword out of his hands to free his hands and use a move that no one expected him to use, especially Lan Hui, who was busy attacking. Ye Xuan dodges the blow, and the spear point whistles near his ear. Good reaction and speed saves his ear at the very least, and his life at the most. He grasps the spear with a deadly grip and stops it from flying. The owner of the spear, Lan Hui herself, falls into his arms. It happens unexpectedly for both young people, and the fight is not like a fight. But if you look from the outside, it is more like a hug of a couple in love. The young man apologizes to her, but he can't stop his inertia, and they are already flying together and land with a crash. Ye Xuan's sister shouts out her brother's name as she is worried about him, and the magic clubs can't see what is happening in the arena, but the Lord calms her down. Ye Xuan didn't have to use the sword cultivation technique. He was already able to subdue the girl who was rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of the battle. She loses not only the power of speech, but also the ability to act. But the young man is even more shocked to be so close to her, and the big question is whether he or she is hit. When she gains the ability to move, she sends the guy away from her with a not at all feminine kick, but admits defeat. The guy respectfully bows to her and sincerely apologizes as he didn't mean to be himself, and put her in such a delicate situation. Lan Hu pretends nothing out of the ordinary happened and tells him what a worthy opponent he is, and she had to use her advantage in the kingdom. Lin Er climbs into the arena and throws herself on her brother's neck. She is glad that he is okay and alive. He replies that she was worried for nothing and everything is fine. His rival is watching them, and she likes the guy more and more, but she won't admit it even to herself. She tells him he can go to school. He answers that he cannot enter the academy because he is not authorized to do so. His family is not interested in his education, so there is no agreement with the academy. Lan Er offers him a jade keychain as a gift, which will be a pass to the academy so he can enter to study and learn many different techniques. But Ye Xuan has other plans and gratefully accepts the keychain but decides to send his sister to the academy to keep her safe. The treacherous elder hears this conversation and genuinely grieves that if the girl will study in the academy, he will not be there to get her and harm her. The patriarch is sick of listening to this bile-obsessed man and orders the guards to destroy Dan Tan and throw him into the dungeon. The defeated and even more angry Ye Lang is in the palace courtyard. Medics have treated him, and his life is not in danger. All his invented power turned out to be a flop, and he curses Ye Xuan in terrible terms and promises him mentally and aloud a swift death. Ye Xuan happens to be on his way home and hears the curses. He tells Ye Lang to learn to stop problems before they happen. On the roof of the house in the courtyard where Ye Lang is sitting, there are two people, Lan Hu, a female warrior, and someone unknown, talking about Ye Xuan. The unknown man says that Ye Xuan is not good enough for her, but she replies that there is nothing to worry about. The man who will win her heart has not been born yet. A few days later, Ye Xuan and her sister hire a carriage and travel to the capital to get Lin Er into the Magic Academy where she will be safe. Their road runs through picturesque places, but they do not notice it. The girl is already so tired from the journey that every half an hour she asks her brother how long it will be. She is in poor health, and every bump brings her suffering, so she can't wait until they finally arrive at their destination. Her brother calms her down as best he can and tells her that the wagon will take them to the city of Changshan, and from there they can take a cloud boat to the capital. There are no bumps in the sky, and the road won't seem so hard to her. He suggests that she move inside the wagon so she won't get winded and sick. There's a voice nearby that scares him so much he cries out. Who could be talking to him when he was alone with his sister and the woods were all around? It's the spirit of the tower, and her he least expected to see her here. And she's amused by his consternation and says she's been watching them for a long time and he's spoiling his sister. She laughs at him and wonders why he's so frightened because she's a spirit and an illusion and can appear whenever and wherever she wishes. It hadn't occurred to him, and he tries to touch her hand and see if she's a disembodied ghost. She says if he touches her, he won't live. The threats of the militant tower spirit are not idle words, so he pulls back his hand and makes no further attempts, for he has much to learn from her. He asks him to apologize for his insolence, and he promises he'll never do it again. The tower spirit forgives him and says she came here to remind him of his duty to protect the tower. Someone has broken the magic seal, and the tower is in danger. Ye Xuan, as soon as he gets his sister into the academy, has to search for the principles of the Tao to protect the tower, and he's ready. But where to find them? The tower spirit leaves him, and Ye Xuan and his sister arrive in the city of Changshan, where they must board a boat and travel to the capital. It is a small town full of large and small markets with shops with various goods that opened early in the morning and closed at midnight. Ye Xuan pays the owner for the cart, and they have a little time before the boat leaves. So Ye Xuan and his sister decide to take a walk around the market. Lin was very happy to be able to walk around the stores and thus take a break from the road and buy some jewelry or clothes. They have had lunch and leisurely stroll through the narrow streets and look at the various goods laid out where on small stalls and sometimes directly on the ground. They carry heavy shopping bags, and at the end of the day, they reach the jewelry counter. There are so many of them that Lin can't take her eyes off them. The tower spirit appears again. She doesn't seem to let the apprentice out of her sight for a second. She orders him to buy a ring. The poor merchant greets the young men and asks what they would like to buy, and Ye Xuan chooses the ring that the tower spirit pointed out to him. He wonders about the price and is ready to buy it, but he can't take his eyes off it, so beautiful it seems to him, and vaguely reminds him of something. The merchant notes that the young man has very good taste since he has chosen a rare purple jade stone. He is willing to part with it for 10 gold pieces. They strike hands, and Ye Xuan settles for the ring that passes to him as owner, and he can't get away from the thought that this ring is unusual. A very beautiful girl enters the conversation, and she too wants this ring and offers 20 gold pieces. Lin objected with childlike directness. Outraged, she asks the hallway why she is haggling when she sees that her brother has already bought the ring and even paid for it. That's not fair. The girl comes to be puzzled at such a little girl and raises her voice to her elders to defend her right. This is the first time this has happened to her, but she is not angry, and she even likes this girl for her courage and sincerity. And seeing that she and her brother are not from this town, she asks who they are and where they are from. Smiling affectionately, she asks Lin her name and the purpose of their visit to the city. But she does not give her name. The girl is friendly, young, and beautiful. Ye Xuan strongly objects to his little sister being approached by an outsider, suddenly terminates the discussion, and swiftly pulls Lin into his embrace, effectively ending the interaction. The girl is not offended by his actions, but says she sees that this girl is not well, so she gives her a fire jade. This stone looks like the sun. It can warm a person from the inside if you hold it in your hands. And the girl mentally promises to take Lin with her, but she just needs to take care of things. And in words, she ends this unexpected encounter peacefully, telling Ye Xuan that she will not bargain for the ring as she sees that Lin needs it more. Ye Xuan is grateful to her that everything ended peacefully and did not have to fight, but there is still an unpleasant residue from the meeting. There's something wrong with that girl. The girl disappears as suddenly as she appears, as if she had never been there, surprising little Lin. Miracles happen in this town. Ye Xuan thinks about who this girl is and what kind of abilities one must have to be able to disappear in the blink of an eye. But a voice above his ear brings him back from his musings to reality. It was the spirit of the tower hovering beside him. And as always, she had another lecture at the ready. She says, "Don't let Ye Xuan think of messing with this young lady, as he is not her equal in strength, and he can't afford to lose his strength or even his life." When asked that maybe he shouldn't accept any gifts from such individuals, the tower spirit replies that it was given without malice and will be useful to his sister. Ye Xuan calmly exhales that his sister is in no danger. He strokes the girl's head and says that the stone will help cure her inner cold. A strange girl is waiting for her servant. It is evident from his demeanor. He stands before her on one knee and speaks to her without raising his eyes or his head. The haughty beauty in rich clothes is undoubtedly a representative of some noble family, and not in the last place in the hierarchy of the family. Her Holiness so addresses her. The servant says that she likes this girl and sees potential power in her, but unfortunately cannot take her away. The servant wonders if the mistress needs her brother too, but she replies that her brother has no power, unlike her sister, and therefore she doesn't need him as long as he doesn't get in the way. Ye Xuan continues to master the technique of sword cultivation. When he can't practice in the tower, he practices in meditation without anyone seeing. He mentally practices strikes and spells at every opportunity, because he must be able to use them at any time. There's a lot of injustice out there. This time, it was possible to practice the technique of one deadly blow, and it is a great advancement in working on the art of sword wielding. The tower spirit, who always watches his training and corrects him if he does something wrong, so tells him that technique is physical, is certainly a good thing. It takes a lot of spiritual practice to understand the heart and reach the imperial level of magic. True mastery is the intertwining of the spiritual and physical. Ye Xuan takes her words a little lightly. He thinks that knowing how to use a sword is enough, and he doesn't need all these spiritual complexities. On the physical level, the sword has a huge power, but if you connect the spiritual part, it increases many times over, and it must be understood. Finish the speech. The tower spirit gives Ye Xuan the ring he recently bought from a market vendor at her insistence. She unsealed its magical essence. This ring will help him 5 times. Ye Xuan said he was glad that the tower spirit had good eyesight and was able to see the magic ring among the different jewelry. The tower spirit takes offense at his jokes and leaves him. Ye Xuan is upset and apologizes, but he doesn't know if she can hear him since she's not around. He puts the ring on his finger and scrutinizes it. The tower spirit left without telling him what magic the ring contained or how it could help him. Ye Xuan decides to hide it away and not tell anyone about it. When the time comes, he will find out exactly how to use the power of the ring. My thoughts are interrupted by a loud conversation coming from the hallway. A man's voice speaks rudely to someone, inviting them to have fun. He quickly leaves the bed and runs out into the hallway with the doors thundering open and sees the ugly scene unfolding there. His sister with frightened eyes is standing with her eyes pressed into the wall, and an unknown man is leaning over her, rudely offering her a date. Ye Xuan instantly assesses the situation and realizes that his sister is in danger and that talking is useless. So he pushes the man away with his foot and frees his sister. The one not expecting a blow from such a young man flies to the opposite wall and moans with pain because the blow was quite strong. Ye Xuan hides his sister behind his back, shielding her from danger, and asks if she's all right. Her answer will determine what he will do to the bastard next. The bastard doesn't realize that he's in a very bad story, so he doesn't see the young man's strength and thinks he's a weakling and tries to threaten Ye Xuan. Being on his knees himself, he shouts, forcing Ye Xuan to kneel down and apologize to him for the attack, or he will destroy him without asking his name. What he doesn't know is that when it comes to his sister's safety, Ye Xuan doesn't care about rank and propriety and will blow the head off anyone who hurts his sister, and the young man is already ready to do it, to bare his sword and strike a blow at the impudent man who dared to make indecent proposals to his sister and frightened. The rude man realizes that the matter smells like kerosene and starts shouting at the top of his voice and calling for help, calling Ye Xuan a ruthless killer. The guards see Ye Xuan ready to strike, and without understanding the circumstances surround them to attack and protect the unfortunate man who is screaming throughout the ship. The ship's guards are young men with Heaven Realm levels 3 to 6, and perhaps Ye Xuan's full strength wouldn't be enough if they attacked together. You can't just swing a sword at these guys, you'd be better off smoothing things over. That would have been possible if it weren't for one thing. The Blessed One yells as if he's about to be killed or at least maimed, and the guards believe him because he's wearing expensive, rich clothes. The noise of the fight was heard by the ship's captain, and she rushed to the scene to put an end to the conflict without disturbing the other passengers of the ship. She sees the sword in Ye Xuan's hands and realizes that she is a sword cultivator, and without going into details, she orders the guards to throw the screamer overboard. Turning to Ye Xuan, she introduces herself, and her name is Xian Meng. She is the captain of this celestial ship, and reminds the orders on the ship are the same for everyone. No one is allowed to use weapon, and as soon as the guards return, he'll go overboard whether he wants to or not, just like the screamer. But Ye Xuan objects to her. He says being an outstanding swordsman has an advantage over other passengers and may have an indulgence in some of the rules. The captain replies to him that she knows that there are only 300 outstanding swordsmen in Zhang, and there are no such young ones among them, and he is probably padding his price. Ye Xuan explains a bit slyly that he has been training with his master for a long time in distant lands, and arrived recently, and if necessary, he will show his strength. The captain says there is no such need. She believes him, and instead of jumping overboard, offers him and his sister the best cabin on the ship with all the comforts. Lin when she enters the cabin and sees its luxury, starts spinning and dancing with happiness, as if she has never seen anything better in her life. Her brother smilingly watches her and realizes how much he loves her, and makes a decision in the future when she grows up to give her a big, beautiful house that is worthy of her. She plops down on the luxurious sofa and enjoys the softness of the upholstery. It's as if she's in a cloud, and it's heavenly bliss. Ye Xuan is infected by her fun and laughs and shouts at her to move, but there is a knock on the door. A ship captain and a servant appear on the doorstep, holding a huge tray of food, and the food is so varied and so many that Ye Xuan was confused. She apologizes for what happened in the hallway and invites you to taste these dishes that the chef has prepared especially for the high guest and his sister. It was only now that Ye Xuan realized how hungry he was and pounced on the food as if he hadn't eaten in ages, and continued the conversation with his mouth full. He forgot that the captain has already introduced herself and asks her name, and she politely calls him. The young man wonders how such a young girl became a captain. She is very uncomfortable with a young man with absolutely no manners, but she has plans for him, and smiles politely as she continues the conversation. She was very pleased by the compliments from such an outstanding swordsman like Ye Xuan, and admired that he had achieved such strength at such a young age. From the compliments, he loses the remnants of good manners, loudly calls Lin to the table, and without inviting the hostess to join, sends her out of the room like a servant. She wants to find out from him who his master is, but realizes that this guy is very strange, and she won't get anything more from him and leaves the room. She's bound to find a way to turn the situation to her advantage. By putting him and his sister in better quarters, she had broken the rule book by moving the more noble people. An old servant is present, and he tells her that Elder Gu will make a fuss if he finds out that she has given the best quarters to the beardless man and his sister. The answer shows that she has thought of everything, and it is part of the plan to overthrow Elder Gu as he has bored her with his lectures and lectures. Laughing, the servant calls her a born manipulator. He has known her since childhood, and her tenacious mind and scheming ability have always fascinated him. The ship is sailing, or rather flying, in a clear sky. The bright sun accompanies it all the way, and one does not want to sit in a room, even such a luxurious one. Ye Shen and her sister go out on deck to get some fresh air and take a break from the confined space inside the ship. Lin is standing near the side of the ship. A very fat girl in rich clothes comes up to her and talks to her, but notes that she sees Lin tattered dress. She replies that she doesn't think it's necessary to spend money on clothes as long as they can be worn. But there is something more important than new clothes. For example, she has an older brother. The fat girl shows her expensive stone jewelry and asks if Lin has any, but Lin says she doesn't need jewelry. She has a brother. The girl turns out to be not only fat, but also loud, and she yells in Lin face that her daddy is the head of the city of Changshan, and he is respected by everyone. Lin replies that her favorite brother always says that in order not to get into trouble, you must be quiet and not shout at the whole ship. And the father also says that the girl is not fat but strong, the one who is not fat and the strongest. Lin laughs and says that the girl's father is very kind and loves her. At this moment, Ye Xuan walks over to them and hears the conversation. He asked his sister who the girl was that they had befriended so quickly. The three of them are having fun talking. The girl's father came out on deck for a walk, and she immediately ran to him, screaming that she urgently needs a brother. Ye Xuan and Lin remain standing aside, and while passing the time on the road, continue their conversation discussing the shape of the clouds passing by the ship. The fact that the captain has put ordinary commoners in the best quarters does not go unnoticed. The elder finds out and comes to see Han Xianmeng. He wants to ask her personally why she did, as he does not understand her motives for doing it. She meets him in her cabin during a vacation. In front of her is a platter of grapes, and she is half lying on a beautiful couch eating them one berry at a time. When asked by the elder, she explains that the boy is a great swordsman. The elder doesn't believe it because he hasn't met any great swordsman under the age of 18, and the guy is probably lying. Smiling, Han Xianmeng says that she hasn't checked whether it's true or not, as no fights are allowed on the ship, and takes the guy's word for it. The girl captain and the elder hate each other, and there are conflicts between them. And now, the girl insinuates to him that he is behaving inappropriately. The elder realizes that the captain is scheming against him again, and tells her that he sees it and will not let her down if she acts out. An old servant who is present at the conversation says that she should not be angry with the elder, as she is the one who started the conflict and is only defending herself. She wants to join the elder's older brother, and she thinks she'll feel safer that way, so she tells the servant. The elder goes on deck with the ship's guard to look for Ye Xuan. He wants to find out for himself on what grounds he got the best cabin on the ship. He's rude to the guy, calls him a pauper, and says he can't afford a room like that and shouldn't have gotten it. Instead of Ye Xuan, Lin replies, and she boldly tells the elder that the ship captain let them live in the luxurious room, and they didn't arbitrarily occupy it. There is the question of paying for this luxury and whether they even have a ticket. There are already two guards standing behind the elder's back, and one would not want to argue with them. The fat girl's father is present on deck, and she pulls her father's sleeve and demands that the couple be punished, as they are bullies and rude and have hurt her. But my father decides not to interfere and watch the events unfold. He is used to not making hasty conclusions based only on people's appearance. Ye Xuan doesn't understand the claim and says they don't care about the rank of the room. They were invited and accepted the invitation, but are ready to leave the room. The guards realize that Ye Xuan and his sister don't even have tickets and rush to grab them and throw them overboard. But that won't work on Ye Xuan. Although Ye Xuan is a passenger who has no rights to fight on the ship, but he must protect his life and his sister's life because it is his duty. The guards pick Lin first to fly overboard, and Ye Xuan can't stand it. He sees his sister's frightened face and just loses his head in anger. His eyes are filled with rage, and it doesn't matter what's going on around him, and he acts instinctively without thinking of the consequences. First, an image of a sword appeared in a beautiful bright light behind Ye Xuan's back, and his energy awakened in him powerful and light. In a split second, Ye Xuan is ready to fight. His strength is instantly awakened because he can't delay. His sister is in danger and must be protected. The tower spirit that follows Ye Xuan everywhere whispers that he hasn't learned the heart of the sword yet and isn't ready to fight an elder with emperor-level magic. The deck's full of spectators. It's not bad entertainment. A fight between an elder and an arrogant passenger, all watching and waiting to see how it ends. A fat girl asks her father what the heart of the sword is that the crowd is talking about. He replies that at her age, she needs to read more to know it. Meanwhile, the image of the sword turns into a physical embodiment of the weapon, and Ye Xuan is ready to fight the whole world at once just to protect his sister's life. The elder is blinded by anger and still doesn't realize that Ye Xuan actually possesses sword strength and technique and attacks him with the expectation of destroying him. The fat lady's father sees Ye Xuan's strength and realizes that he can't be killed, so it's unwise to lose such a talent. But he also sees the elder's strength. The guy probably doesn't stand a chance of surviving. One of the guards loyal to the captain decides to report to her about what is happening on deck, and he breaks into her cabin. After listening to the guard's report, she is surprised that the guy didn't lie and is indeed a great swordsman. And now Elder Gu will be finished. She decides to intervene and stop the fight. It is not worth it to fight with a great swordsman who may still be useful for the fulfillment of her plan. She and the old servant rush to the deck and see that Elder Gu is in a bad way. He is defeated, and the crowd demands Ye Xuan to finish him off. Ye Xuan is not ready to make the final blow because he is not a killer and realizes that the elder was doing his duty when he asked him about the ticket. On the other hand, he threatened his sister and he can't take it anymore. The elder begs for mercy and says that if he dies, the order will turn on the guy. Ye Xuan says it will be his problem, but everyone here will know not to humiliate and threaten to kill his sister. In time, the ship's captain arrives and asks Ye Xuan to stop and not strike the final blow and let Elder Gu live. She promises that she will punish the elder for disrespecting Ye Xuan and his sister and report to him about the punishment in detail soon. But Ye Xuan no longer believes her and her generosity. He tells her that she came on deck just in time for the roast. He thinks that the two of them have a lot in common, and the captain and the elder are in it together. But it's not clear why Ye Xuan and his sister are in their way. The guards that abound on the ship are afraid to interfere lest they get on deck next to Elder Gu and simply ask Ye Xuan to let the captain go. Elder Gu says that thanks to Captain Ye Xuan's ingenious scheming, he's now up to his ears in family squabbles. The captain seriously fears for his life and asks Ye Xuan not to listen to Elder Gu as he is deceiving him to save his life. No one can be trusted. While listening to these speeches, Ye Xuan is still holding the elder at gunpoint and trying to decide what to do with this couple. The decision is made, and he strikes the final blow, and the breathless body of Elder Gu remains on the deck, and now it must be decided what to do with the captain. The audience is horrified that such a young boy could destroy a mage of Imperial-level magic. The children are not supposed to see this, and their fathers cover their eyes. Ye Xuan releases the captain from his death grip and tells him that he is used to being grateful and will repay him with better food and luxurious quarters. He will give her life, but warns her to never appear in his sight and always stay as far away from him and his sister as possible. The spectators on deck also decide that they better stay away from this young but arrogant guy and scatter in different directions. In a series of events, no one notices that all this time over, the ship circles a beautiful big stork with a man in a black cape on his back. After landing on the deck and throwing off her cape, a beautiful young girl appears and says that until now, she did not know that their kingdom had such talent. She asks Ye Xuan which family is behind him and who gave the order to destroy the members of the Cloud Immortal Order. Ye Xuan doesn't understand the question since he didn't receive orders from anyone, but just wanted to get to the academy to get a job to study. But the girl demands answers, as she doesn't believe the guy is acting on his own behalf, and she wants to know who sent him to finish him off soon. The ruler of the town and part-time father of the fat girl respectfully addresses the girl on the stork and asks her to forget the incident. She is surprised to see Lord Lu here on the ship and tells him not to interfere in the affairs of the Cloud Immortal Order. But Lord Ndu says there's an injustice going on here. The captain and the elder abused the children and they had to defend themselves, and they are being made to look like monsters. Miss Han, as the Lord called her, does not heed the reasonable voice and tells him for the last time to interfere in the Order's affairs, or he will get it too. Ye Xuan enters the conversation. He turns to the princess and says that he is responsible for the disturbance on the ship and asks her to speak to him. The princess draws his attention to him and says she must resolve the situation or else everyone will attack members of the Order. If no one is behind him, then he will be responsible for what happened here. A high-ranking member of the Order was murdered and he will be held accountable. Ye Xuan respects the Order, but the danger threatened not only him but his sister, and he was forced to fight. The brave Linnair throws herself into her brother's arms and tells the princess that everything happened because of her, so let her not touch her brother and punish her. Even the captain of the ship, despite the offense, enters the defense of Ye Xuan and sister. But the princess is not precocious and rudely gags the girl captain. Since this insolent does not want to name his master who will be responsible for his actions, he himself will be responsible, and it is not discussed. The princess orders the guards to hang the two of them at the front of the ship to be eaten by birds of prey so that no one else will get hurt. Someone's voice with a chuckle says that the princess said well said with feeling, and if she wants to see Master Ye Xuan, then here she is. It's the spirit of the tower. She calms down Ye Xuan and the girl, and says that everything will be fine, and she will teach the princess a lesson that she thinks too much of herself. Ye Xuan knew, of course, that the tower spirit was not always in residence, but the fact that she might appear to people he did not know, but he was very happy to see her. The tower spirit stretches its arm forward quietly and calmly recites the sword intent spell. But the calm tone does not cancel out the storm that is sweeping the heavens. This storm raises water from the sea that stretched beneath the ship and turns the water into a sword, a formidable weapon in the hands of a formidable master. There is no more water in the sea, and this fact is both surprising and shocking and frightening when you begin to realize the scale of what is happening. People look over the side of the ship and see that the sea is drained, and only then do they realize what is happening here. Panic sets in and fear drives them off the deck. The strongest remained and watched the events, but they also realized that even the best master of the Jin dynasty could not materialize a sword from the sea. The princess regrets the order given a few minutes ago to hang Ye Xuan and his sister. She has a look of fear on her face and politely asks the master to introduce himself. The tower spirit's unkind gaze penetrates the heart into the mind's head and sears to the very tips of every nerve ending. The princess recognizes the master's name. Just when she hears which clan the master belongs to, she immediately regrets everything that happened here. The imperial seal of the 10,000 Mountains. The princess bows her head to the master, and all she can do now is apologize for her behavior and the words she said in the heat of the moment. If the masters have been disturbed, they will have to take it seriously. The sword finishes its deadly blow, and the princess is on the deck next to the elder. She does not have the strength to resist the master, and the realization that it is not worth hurting the defenseless, because behind everyone can stand a great master, comes too late. The bodies of clan members Elder Gu and Princess Miss Han on the deck were a sad sight. They paid the price for their arrogance and arrogance. The tower spirit asks Ye Xuan if he now understands what it means to understand the principle of the sword that determines life and death, and what kind of power is gained by mastering it. He tries to joke about his shock and says he hasn't had time to go over all the nuances of the technique. Could she please say that again? She's angry, but fake, and says he's just using her power to solve his problems. Then she turns to Princess Han. The princess is badly bruised but alive, and almost well. The tower spirit asks her how long she intends to lie on the deck pretending to be a dead princess. The tower spirit realizes that just as she is behind Ye Xuan, the princess is also behind someone more powerful, and she is just following his instructions. Miss Han gets on her knees and tearfully begs for mercy, and the tower spirit replies that there is a choice. If she points to her boss, she lives. She will be in no danger if she brings the man who directs her actions and instructs her to do mayhem on the ship. A voice comes from the sky. He asks those below who is the daredevil who dared to disturb him. All present raise their heads in search of the owner of the voice and see another huge bird in the sky and a rider on its back. The bird lands on a ship. The tower spirit comes forward and says that she invited him to see for himself what kind of mayhem is going on the clan ship. Princess Han, who has already learned the power of the tower spirit, sympathizes with the one who has arrived on the ship, mentally calls him an idiot, and says goodbye to him. She recognizes him. He's a Stage 3 Master of the Order of the Cloud Immortal. He has come to the ship to deal with the situation and intends to find out who summoned him. When he sees who is in front of him, he humbly falls to his knees and asks the tower spirit to calm down and not complicate the situation, as he doesn't want trouble. The tower spirit is outraged by his words because not she but Princess Han, who is the master of the 9th stage of the order, wanted to hang two, essentially, children on a rope. The arriving master only now realizes what has happened and looks at the princess with indignation, realizing that her arrogance has played a bad joke. With her ill-considered orders, she almost quarreled the order with the Grand Master, and if that had happened, the order would have been destroyed forever. He apologizes to Ye Xuan and his sister and asks them not to hold a grudge against the foolish Princess Han. Ye Xuan replies that Master is wiser and more experienced than him, so she will decide what to do with the unwise members of the order. Before invoking the spirit of the tower, the master of the order gives orders to capture Princess Han and hang her as she ordered the young men to be hanged. Evil that you let out into the world will always come back to you boomerang, and it should be remembered always when you do your deeds. So teach children from childhood. The master then turns to the spirit of the tower and asks her if she is satisfied with the punishment the princess will receive, and if the incident can be considered to be over. But she lastly wants to teach the master another lesson, and shows what the heart of the sword can do. She raises her hand up and summons the sword. The sword materializes again from the water, and the master sees the power of the tower spirit himself. She does this so that the master has no illusions that he can deceive her. He will fulfill everything he promised, but let it be called as her name, because such power of sword use he had not seen even from a legendary immortal swordsman. The tower spirit spares the master generously and says, let him know himself, and tell the whole order that if they do anything, let them be prepared for the consequences. She is invulnerable, and even if he gathers all the strongest of the order, they will never defeat her. And let them know that Ye Xuan and his sister are under her protection. The master of the celestial order is glad that everything ended more or less calmly without hostilities, and before leaving the ship admonishes the captain. For the sake of her older relatives who hold leadership positions in the order, she is obliged to behave sensibly and not get involved in bad stories. The captain is upset that she's now excommunicated from the order, so says the master. But an old servant tells her she should be happy with the outcome. She's alive, and that's the most important thing, and the rest can be fixed. The master walked towards Ye Xuan and his sister, who were standing modestly aside. Master apologizes that his clan members have caused so much inconvenience to Ye Xuan and his sister, and offers to accept a small gift as an apology. This is a special guest card at the Cloud Immortal Pavilion. It gives you many advantages on the ship as well as in all places with this name. Ye Xuan warmly thanked the master, and he and Lin were about to leave to rest, but they were stopped by the tower spirit and had a difficult conversation with her. He tries to joke with the tower spirit, but she doesn't seem to be laughing. She stops his jokes and starts saying very serious things to him. She's only here to save him and his sister from mortal danger, but don't let him delude himself that this will happen every time. She left the tower in a physical body and paid a dear price for it, and hopefully he has learned a lesson from this story, and that's just in the first place. Secondly, the seal of the tower will open in 4 months, and if he doesn't find the principles of Tao and seal it, the tower will end and only die. After a while, the ship arrives in the capital of the empire, and from a bird's eye view, the city looks very big, bright, and beautiful. It turns out that there are many ships like the one they arrived on, and they scurry above and below in the sky, barely avoiding collisions. The pier for each ship is different, and the port to receive airships looks like a huge structure with many entrances, exits, and windows. A gangway is brought to the landed ship, and all passengers tired of the trip hurry to get out on solid ground and go about their business. Ye Xuan and her sister also join the other passengers and go to the plaza adjacent to the ship exits. There are many people here, and it's scary to get lost. A childish voice calls out to her brother and asks him to wait for her to catch up with him in this crowd. Ye Xuan doesn't realize that the call is for him, but the call is repeated, and he turns around. This turns out to be a girl whose father is the ruler of the city and who has impressive size, but he is not her brother, why she calls him that. Donut Girl explains that as soon as she saw how strong and invincible Ye Xuan is, she decided that he would be her big brother, and that is non-negotiable. Linner looks at the potential sibling with doubt that he and his brother will be able to feed her, and his brother will have to work for food all his life. Yishan is also surprised by the addition to the family and thinks the same as his sister. We have to explain to the little girl that brothers don't get brothers like that. Linner wishes to clarify one thing: if Yishan is the elder brother, then who in this scheme is she? Or maybe she should have been off the ship and overboard. When asked about it, she gets that everything has been thought out, and she will be the big sister. Linner is satisfied with this situation and calms down. Lord Liu, the girl's father, comes over and joins the conversation. He says he is delighted that Ye Xuan and his sister have found common ground with his daughter. Ye Xuan thanks the Lord for his kind words and for standing up for him on the ship when he tried to prevent unjust punishment. The Lord replies that Ye Xuan handled it himself, so he did nothing, and he hospitably invites him and his sister to visit him at his residence. The young man politely refuses, explaining that they are in a hurry to get a job at the Tsangmu Academy. The Lord explains to him that it is evening and late to go to the academy, so they will spend the night in the palace, and in the morning they will travel to the academy. In the evening, the four of them dine at the family table, which is full of dishes that neither Ye Xuan nor his sister has ever seen or tasted. The girl demands her father to make Ye Xuan teach her how to sword fight as well as him, as she has long dreamed of becoming a great swordswoman. Her father tells her to become a swordswoman, she needs to eat less and train more to be strong physically and especially spiritually. The young man supports the Lord and also says that there is nothing wrong with wanting to become a great swordswoman, but the extra weight will have to be dropped. It is difficult to lose weight, but the girl makes the decision to do it and courageously lets go of the chicken legs so delicious, but the dream comes first. Everyone but her continues the meal, and she even hides her hands under the table so she doesn't grab a nice piece from the table and break her decision. Having satiated themselves, they have a nice conversation sitting at the table, and the Lord is keenly interested in the life of the young man and his sister, and constantly asks to tell about their family. A palace servant enters and reports that the chief prince is having a banquet today, and invites the Lord and his family and guests to attend. The Lord passes the invitation to Ye Xuan and says that Lin Er would be interested in attending the social event and meeting the other children there. The young man sees how his sister's eyes light up, and she wants to attend the banquet but is still hesitant to let her go there. First of all, it is awkward to ask for a dinner party because no one knows that they are here and will appear at the banquet and there will be dignitaries. But Lord calms his doubts and tells him that the banquet is actually organized by the Tsangmu Academy and is an annual event. All the brilliant young people from all over the country are coming to the dinner, and he is certainly one of them, so you have to put aside your doubts and go boldly. Connections in the capital are also important, and he needs to meet all sorts of important people. Ye Xuan thinks the Lord is right and decides to attend the dinner party. And if all the geniuses of the country gather there, then maybe someone can help Lin Er and cure her because in his city, no one could do it. He heartily thanks the Lord, but he only guffaws and says it's nothing and doesn't cost him anything. Lin Er's health is poor, and she is no longer interested in banquets. She only wants to go to bed and instantly fall asleep and sleep until the wee hours of the morning. Her brother feels sorry for her and says, let her rest, and he will go to dinner with Lord and try to talk to someone about her health. The palace of the chief prince is a multi-story building that goes high into the sky, and trying to count the floors is useless as you can't see them all. The courtyard is beautifully decorated with lanterns and expensive decorations for the event. Guests invited to the banquet come from all directions. Many families come with their children, as the event is organized by the school, and children should be taught from a young age how important learning is. The three of them walk into a rich hall and are greeted by a beautiful lady. She invites the young people to attend an event for those who are visiting the palace for the first time. All the guests are beautifully dressed and looking at each other with interest. Famous ancient families and their offspring walk around the hall. The Lord refuses the events and asks to be taken to the first prince, since they have only come here to meet him. A beautiful lady agrees to take him to the prince's chambers. Ye Xuan wonders what activities the lady was talking about, but the Lord interrupts him. He tells Ye Xuan that he hasn't heard of any events, hinting to the young man not to ask too many questions. Tables are set up in the hall and everyone is waiting for refreshments. They are led through the corridors and rooms where guests are crowded and girls with trays of drinks and food are passing by. The atmosphere is lively and festive. The prince's quarters are on an unknown floor. If Ye Xuan is left here now and asked to return on his own, he won't be able to do so. The Lord suggests that Ye Xuan and his daughter wait for him in the hallway, but not to go anywhere so they won't get lost. They reluctantly agree but will be uncomfortable. Puffy tells Ye Xuan that this corridor can only be accessed by appointment and for a lot of money, which not everyone has. You have to be either very rich or very important to be here to talk to the first prince, and there must be a good reason for it. The Lord hides behind the door of the prince's room, and the young men wait for him, looking at the guests. A young man who introduces himself as Yubuji approaches them. He is a representative of the Xuan family, and judging by the fact that he is walking around this hallway, he is from a very wealthy family. Ye Xuan introduces himself in return. He is glad that the people in this castle are sociable and friendly and politely strike up conversations with strangers, but it is deceiving as Yubuji changes in his face. As soon as he hears that Ye Xuan is from Jin City and is here on his own, he loses all interest in him and arrogantly sticks his chin out. The Lord's daughter gives him a and says that the vast majority of the guests here are from rich and famous families and are very arrogant. In the meantime, Yubuji approaches a girl who is also walking here and starts a conversation with her, and it turns out that she is also from a rich family. The girl makes a face at them, shows her tongue, and asks Ye Xuan to get out of here to avoid looking at these important geese, which they do. Ye Xuan tells the girl that rich people often look down on people and think you are a second-class person if you don't have a famous name and rich clothes. If Big Brother, which is just what she calls Ye Xuan, says so, she will immediately deal with this arrogant brat. But the young man stops her. Such behavior of rich and famous people is normal, so it happens everywhere, and it is certainly unfair. That's life. The girl agrees with him. They do not even notice how they reach the prince's room. the door of which suddenly opens and the prince himself appears on the threshold. He wants to see with his own eyes this talent that Lord Lu is persuading him to take this young man out of the competition to the academy for training. The guests crowded to see the prince, and all look at Ye Xuan, not understanding why a simple poor man had such an honor to be presented to the prince. The lord points to Ye Shuyang and calls the chief prince his name, and the young man the opposite of the prince's name. His name is First Prince Jiang Nansheng, and he is happy to see Ye Xuan. The young man bowed politely to the first prince. The exchange of courtesies took place, and the prince was left wondering what was so special about this young man. He concludes that it is Lord Lu's intrigue. Only Lord Lu's daughter is genuinely happy with the situation, as she is proud that her brother has been presented to the prince. The first prince's musings on the reason why Ye Xuan was here and why he should patronize him were interrupted by the appearance of a servant. He reports that Mo Suiqing has arrived at the palace, the first beauty of the clan, and that all the high-ranking nobles of the court are vying for her hand. Hearing of the arrival of the beauty, the prince was about to leave, and with a sly wink at Ye Xuan and politely apologized to the lord citing business, he hurriedly left. The lord is upset that the prince never spoke to Ye Xuan and tries to stop him for a conversation. But what can stop a man in love who is in a hurry to meet the girl he has been dreaming about for a long time, and not only him alone? All things, even the most important, can wait, but only a beautiful but very unusual woman will not wait even an important person like a prince. The lord is angry at the first prince, but it is more expensive to argue with those in power, so he only frowns silently at the prince's words about his imminent return. The young man asks the lord who the girl is and gets the answer that she is rumored to be the first beauty, but the lord himself does not share this opinion. Perhaps it's not even her beauty, but the fact that she belongs to the Mo Suiqing family, which has been feuding with the imperial family for centuries. But if the families forget about their feud and intermarry, they will have a path to the empire's crown. That's why the princes are trying so hard to win the hand of Princess Mo Suiqing. Listening to this story, Ye Xuan realizes that in this court, it's very important what kind of background you are, and it might be better if he says he's a prince. The lord knows about the young man's high status, but didn't voice it to the first prince because he thought Ye Xuan wouldn't like it. But Prince Ye Xuan is not interested in principle neither as a prince nor as a commoner as the carriage with the long-awaited guest entered the courtyard. This rumored unearthly beauty coming out of the carriage does not step on the ground and reaches the gates of the palace on the backs of servants who fall down at her appearance. The blonde girl is really very beautiful. She is dressed in beautiful, expensive clothes that are selected with great taste and very adorn her. All the guests admire her unearthly beauty and do not take off the admiring glances from her, and some aloud admire the pretty girl. The chief prince personally meets her at the entrance, and looking at her rapturously, says that the heavens themselves envy him, as she has accepted his invitation. The girl replies that let him not be so tense as she came not to him, and therefore let him keep his speeches to himself. Her sister Meng, the captain of the Cloud Celestial ship, comes up to her and laughingly says that now the prince will hate her. Cheerfully chatting, they hide in the castle, and the prince remains on the doorstep as an unaccustomed and even offended by the beauty cannot so much he is charmed by her. All his importance suddenly disappeared somewhere, and left a lover who stands on the doorstep abandoned by his beloved, and does not know what to do now. Meanwhile, in the room, the sisters meet for the first time in a long time and talk casually, sharing news and plans. The conversation turns to young people. Miss Man notices to her sister that the prince was giving her a look that could burn a hole in her dress, but the girl laughs and says she doesn't care. He is not worthy of her and let him not think to get her hand, and she also noticed that her sister keeps staring at the boy who was introduced to the prince. He's handsome, despite being a commoner, and certainly no match for the two princesses. He's not worthy of the clan's princesses to even think about him. Meng says she doesn't even think about that guy. She has more important things to do. Her sister laughs back. But the thing is, she likes the guy too. She realizes that in her position she should not pay attention to the guy, but to spoil her sister wants to, and she decides to seduce a young man. She tells her sister that men are only servants who live to fulfill their whims, and there's nothing wrong with making a little eye contact. Most likely he is a genius, since he is in the palace, and trying to get the favor of the chief prince, and a little flirting with him will not be a big sin. Meng disagrees with her sister. She has seen on the ship how strong Ye Xuan is, and says that provoking him is a bad idea and will backfire. Sui Xin wants to teach her sister and show that men are just as cunning as women, and that flirting should be taken lightly and cheerfully, and thrown away as soon as you feel like it. She'll charm Ye Xuan and dump him as soon as he loses his head over her. Meng doesn't like that idea. She doesn't want her sister to hurt the guy, and she is also worried that her sister will get her way and the guy will fall in love with her, and Meng is just jealous because she herself is not indifferent to the young man. As Sui Qin walks towards the place where Ye Yixuan is talking to her newly named sister, Meng runs after her and asks her to be careful with him. The sisters approach Ye Xuan and the fat lady and her father talking and ask if they are mistaken, and he is really Ye Xuan from Jian City. They are looking to meet a man with no family and no tribe to find out how he ended up in a place where only the powerful, rich, and famous can go. Yixin doesn't understand anything about insignia, and he doesn't know that the princess is in front of him. He asks the sisters who they are to ask him questions. But Sui Qin pretends not to hear the question and continues to interrogate the guy about his background, but Ye Xuan, instead of being fascinated, starts to get angry. The Lord wants to lighten the mood by introducing Ye Xuan to the girl and calls her name, but the guy doesn't know the girl's name and is even more puzzled. The beauty is surprised by the guy's impudence or his simplicity that he does not realize who is standing in front of him and tries to make conversation. But she smiles charmingly and says there's no need to think badly of her, and she just wants to start a conversation and befriend him because she's interested in him. She invites him to go for a walk, and such an offer is dreamed of by all the male guests who are present in the palace, and he should not refuse. Yixun apologizes but refuses to go out because his friends are here, and he doesn't want to leave them, and he thinks it's better to stay away from her. All those who are here and hear the conversation are shocked that he dares to refuse the princess and ignores a person of such beauty and high position. The sister asks the arrogant princess to just leave and not embarrass herself further, but she doesn't accept defeat and harbors a grudge against the insolent man. She lets out a feigned but very believable tear and says that she regrets not being good enough to be Yixuan's friend. The young men who are here and dreaming of such a proposal of the beauty have turned against the young man, and Chorus promises him a soon terrible death. The conniving hottie mentally chuckles and waits to see how the guy will get out of such a situation when he is pressured by death threats from guys and her manufactured tears. And Yixuan, as if not noticing all these circumstances, asks the princess really very politely to step back and not to interfere with his conversation with his friends. He sent her away. She is shocked because no one has ever dared to treat her like that, and all the men are at her feet. This arrogant brat, who is basically a nobody and his name is Nothing, allows himself to send an obsessive princess out for a walk. You can see it in her pretty face. In defense of the humiliated princess comes one of the guests who stands out from the crowd with his huge stature and loud voice. He calls Ye Xuan an impudent man and says he will teach him a lesson. Those present recognize him. This is Qian Qi, and he is a genius from the Qian family. The brave girl daughter of the Lord and named sister of Yixuan stands up for her brother and yells at the bully not to dare to speak rudely to her brother. The giant is a little stunned by this pressure and for 1 minute is speechless and does not know what to say to the little girl. So not knowing what to answer, he decides to solve the case by force, and he will smash this upstart on the wall so that there will not be a wet spot from it. He threatens to grind all her little bones into a fine powder and scatter it to the wind, and there won't be a trace of her left. These threats together with a threatening look act on the girl, and she is not jokingly frightened and begins to cry so that the mountains can shake with pity for her. The father can't stay away and rushes to his daughter's rescue. He screams at the bully, trying to stop him from doing something terrible. But his voice is overtaken by Yixuan's fist, which reaches the giant's face faster than the Lord's words, since it was impossible to delay. And Yixuan decides to strike instead of persuading. However, for this, he has to jump quite high, because the difference in height is great, and you need to have a lot of agility to make such a jump. The offender is unconscious on the floor and won't be able to hurt the girl anymore, but Yixuan covers the little girl and is ready to repel the attack if the giant wakes up. And the little girl, who is not a little girl by her size but is still a frightened girl, hides behind her brother and feels safe. Yixuan turns to the princess and tells her that he used to choose his friends not because of their status and wealth, but because of how he felt. He looks at the deeds and character of people, not how they can weave intrigues and threaten the weaker, which in his opinion is generally unworthy of people's behavior. The girl captain stands up for her sister, trying to justify her and most likely justify herself because she wants to make a good impression on the guy. She is very embarrassed by her sister's behavior and tries to convince that they have nothing in common, and attacking the girl was his decision. A loud voice that belongs to the chief prince interrupts the fiery speech of the girl captain, and he demands to explain to him what is going on here. The guests bow to greet the prince and wish him good health, but the prince does not notice the honors he is receiving because they are all small people. He is waiting for an explanation of why the soiree turned into a bazaar and he wants to see the culprit who violated the protocol of such events. The beautiful Sui Xin is angry with the prince and tells him not to dare call her socializing with her friends a bazaar and let him choose his expressions in her presence. The Lord wants to get Ye Xuan and his daughter out of here as soon as possible, and he hurries to ask the prince for Ye Xuan's protection. But the prince has no concern for the Lord, and he doesn't care about Ye Xuan. He hurries to make amends to the princess and tries to assure her that she misunderstood him in a subservient manner. But she doesn't pay attention to his apology or himself, but tries to resume the conversation with Ye Xuan. She says she's sorry for what happened. She just wanted to make a friendship and didn't expect it to work out that way. The guests don't understand her behavior and are a bit judgmental that she humiliates herself in front of an ignorant man. Others say that Ye Xuan should be kicked out of the party immediately before this arrogant brat makes the beautiful girl cry again. At that moment, the chief prince sees the giant lying on the floor and asks how it happened and who was able to defeat such a strong warrior. The warrior's in a bad way. He's unconscious and his face looks like a chopstick. The prince orders a medical team to come immediately to help him. Now no one talks anymore. All are silent for fear of causing anger and disfavor of the prince, and the arrival of the medics passes in complete silence. Only now, after seeing the defeated giant, does the prince remember Ye Xuan and once again inquire about his name since he didn't bother to memorize it the first time. The servants give him the name of the young man, and it is evident that the prince is already thinking of something in connection with him and how he can use this young man for his own purposes. He realizes what happened. Ye Xuan hurt Sui Qin and beat up Qianxi, and it's obvious that he didn't apologize to the girl. To show off to the girl, he promises her that he will find a way to make the guy apologize to her and regret his behavior. The Lord speaks quietly to Ye Xuan and says that he is sorry for bringing Ye Xuan to this banquet and dragging him into this ugly story. Ye Xuan tells the Lord that he has nothing to apologize for, but he thinks it would be a good idea to become the prince's man because the prince has impressed him. But the latter, still flaunting himself in front of the young lady, tells Ye Xuan that he will pardon him if he kneels down and apologizes to the princess. The young man does not realize his guilt, neither before the girl nor before the giant, who thanks to him is now unconscious on the floor. The prince turns to threats and says the guy won't get out of here alive if he doesn't do his bidding and apologize to the beautiful Sui Qin. Lord Lu sees that the prince's bluster goes very far and doesn't want to humiliate the guy in front of all the guests, so he respectfully addresses the princess. He asks her for her opinion on the situation and a verdict on how to handle the awkwardness. She has her own view, and let it be as she says. Lord Lu hopes for the princess's loyalty as he sees her attitude towards Ye Xuan, but that hope is extinguished as soon as she begins to speak. In her opinion, the young man insulted not only her, but also everyone here, so it was pointless to ask for forgiveness from her alone. Lord Lu has run out of arguments, and a heavy silence hangs over the room, which does not bode well. But this silence is interrupted by a merry laugh. This is Ye Xuan laughing so merrily that he can't stop himself from explaining the reason for such seemingly gratuitous laughter. Trying to stop the laughter, he says he laughs at girls like the princess. Her arrogance knows no bounds. Such girls' beauty is given by nature and noble lineage by descent, and such as she never do anything good or necessary causes only laughter. All they know how to do is to boast of their beauty and position, yes, weave various devious intrigues playing on the feelings of guys struck by their beauty. Let her not try to convince Ye Xuan that she wants to be friends with him. She wants to break his heart like so many others. He doesn't believe her for 1 second. People like her don't know how to be friends and don't pay attention to people if they don't want anything from them. He is not looking for friendship and does not accept it from such people. People who watch this scene and hear the whole conversation are shocked by the audacity and self-confidence of a young, unknown man. The haughty beauty realizes that she has been rejected completely, and trying to get a guy to marry her is like making a fool of herself even more. But she can't leave without saying the last word, so she collects a ball of energy in a beautiful pen that looks like fire and sends it to Ye Xuan. He expects and is ready for such a prank, so he easily deflects the blow, but does not do any damage to the girl. He just knocks the ball away. But even a light reflection of the blow gives such an energy recoil that the girl could not stay on her feet and swayed. So his power is very strong. For the beauty, unlike her sister, this fact is a complete surprise, and she is interested in the young man even more. Deciding to test him on strength and see the limit of his strength, and hopes that it will happen very quickly as the guy looks like nothing special. Her sister intervenes in the conversation and folds her hands in a respectful gesture, apologizing to Ye Xuan and asking him to forget everything that happened here. Her friend and sister in one person does not understand Meng's behavior and indignantly asks her whose side she is on and why she is now opposing her. Meng asks Sui Qin, in the name of all the saints, to stop all this so as not to get herself into a whole sea of trouble. But her sister doesn't want to understand her. She is blinded by resentment and won't forgive the cocky guy for his words about her, and insists on her own meaning she will fight him. The chief prince, still wanting to make a good impression on the beauty, takes her side and promises her that he will make the guy pay for what he has done. The guests present here know that the prince is very powerful and have no doubt that he is able to fulfill his promise and punish the young man. Watching the unfolding quarrel from the upper chambers is Miss Lan, who was beaten by the tower spirit and knows who this Yexuan is and who is behind him. She knows better than anyone what kind of trouble you can get into if you mess with Yexuan and provoke him into a fight, and he is very strong and dangerous. From the window of her room, she orders the prince to finish threatening Yexuan right now, and while she goes downstairs from the room so he won't be there anymore. All the way to the hall where the whole story takes place, Miss Lan apologizes to Yexuan and tells him that the head prince is wrong and will also apologize now. The prince argues that Yexuan is just a common, humorless upstart looking for trouble and that he insulted Miss Mo and beat up Chen Qi. But Miss Lan resents the fact that the prince thinks she's shallow and thinks her decisions are stupid, which she tells him, and that he's taking on too much. If he doesn't shut up, he'll be in trouble. But the prince can't stop and continues to stand his ground. Miss Lan has him stripped of his position for 5 years. Anger has clouded the prince's common sense, and he does not realize the seriousness of his situation. He continues his outrage and receives another 5 years of excommunication. The pointless dialogue continues. The prince says Yexian is a fraud, and Miss Lan gives him 5 years suspension for each sentence. It was only after the term reached 20 that the seriousness of what was happening began to dawn on the prince, and he begs for mercy from Miss Lan. He remembers his father, for whose sake he asks the princess to forgive him. But she is adamant and is not going to change her mind to please the prince. When the prince finally realized who was in charge, Miss Lan turned her attention to the girls who had started the whole conflict. She orders Miss Meng to provide a written explanation for her childish behavior that nearly caused a major conflict. The girl captain asks her sister to say something in her own defense, but she keeps silent because she has nothing to say and cannot justify herself. Miss Lan is outraged that this foolish girl's thoughtlessness almost led to disaster, and she decides to punish her and sends a choking spell in her direction. The beauty in 1 second loses her arrogance and her beauty, and her matte skin takes on a livid hue, and her face is contorted with pain. Her sister stands up for her and begs Miss Lan not to kill her sister. So she realizes everything and promises not to act rashly again and to think about what she says from now on. Her pleas reach Miss Lan, and she graciously stops the torture, but says to let the sisters tell their families that Yexuan is her friend and under her protection. From now on, if anyone wants to cause trouble for Yexuan, they'll deal with her directly. Let Suiking put that on his pretty little nose. Suiking is unconscious, but the main thing is that she is alive, and her future life and place at court depend on her behavior and lessons learned from today's events. Miss Lan immediately forgets about her sisters, turns her back to them, and walks towards the guests wanting to greet Ye Shuyang. They say hello, and Ye Zhuan says he admires her bossiness, but doubts Sui Qin will get the lesson right, and her behavior will change for the better. And Brother Ye Xuan can tell everyone from now on that Sui Qin was so smitten by his charm that she just fainted breathlessly. She grabs Ye Xuan by the scruff of the neck and laughingly drags him out of the hall and into the palace garden in front of everyone. The panicky attitude between the princess and Ye Xuan is not hidden from the guests. A girl, the daughter of the Lord, shouts at him to get Miss Lan's autograph for her. Those present are discussing the fact that the princess calls the unknown young man her brother, and no one knows where this guy came from. The prince finally comes to his senses from the shock of losing his position and decides to seek the help of Lord Lu to influence Miss Lan to plead for him. If the prince once again says anything displeasing to the princess, he will lose his position forever, and along with his position and the right to inherit the throne of the family. It is dark in the garden, as the light from the numerous lanterns around the palace does not reach here. The garden is illuminated only by the round moon. The princess is beautiful in the moonlight, but Ye Xuan doesn't seem to notice her beauty. He talks to her easily, like a good acquaintance. He tells her that Miss Lan almost strangled him, and a moment more, and he wouldn't be alive. He still can't catch his breath. She asks him what he called her, thinking about something. He replies that it is Miss Lan, and is told that from now on he should just call her Hugh. As a sign of her good disposition, she gives the young man a handkerchief, much to his surprise, and he is now completely confused and does not know how to behave with her. He didn't understand all these palace ceremonies before, and now he's losing his bearings and doesn't know what it all means. They are not close enough for her to give him a gift that hints at a closer relationship, but the young man accepts it. The girl takes a little offense at him for suspecting her of insincerity and compares her to Sun Qin and thinks she is also unfriendly to him. He of course doesn't think so and asks the princess not to call him officially Ye Xuan, and she agrees. Now they will socialize as friends. She laughingly agrees and jokingly says that she will call him Little Xuan from now on. They laugh and the tension between them disappears. But apparently the princess has a soft bed and sleeps hard. She smiles and asks Ye Xuan how he came to know the heart of the sword. The guy is surprised that this is known to the princess, and he does it offhandedly as always and asks her how she knows this. Miss Lan replies that she has unusual eyesight and sees through people as they say, and she knows a lot of things that others have no idea about. And she knows what he's thinking now and asks him to stop doing that. Ye Xuan is more embarrassed than ever because he's really under her spell. But the guy very quickly pulls himself together and laughing jokes and says, "Let the princess is not offended," but nothing like that he is not thinking about. And about the sword, she is wrong, and in fact, he still hasn't approached the realm of Imperial Qi by even an inch, and he still needs to train and learn. Miss Lan puts her hand on the young man's shoulder in a friendly manner and says that it doesn't matter what kingdom he's in. What matters is how capable he is, and he has no competition. Tomorrow is student registration at the academy, and if he gets in, they can meet in a duel more than once. Time flies fast, and soon it will be morning. But this night is not as nice and fast for everyone. Lin is up in her room awake. She is in heat and delirium as she is feeling very ill. She calls out in the dark to her brother, who naturally does not hear her as he is busy having a pleasant conversation with the princess and is not going to return yet. The poor girl clutches in her weakening hand a stone given to her in the market by an unknown girl, and the stone cracks. Lord Lu and his daughter return to their palace without waiting for Ye Xuan. It's well past midnight, and it's time for the girl to rest, so they leave Ye Xuan at the reception. They are met by a scared-to-death servant and yells at him to Lord Lu to immediately go to Lin Er's room, which has turned into an ice cave. Lord does not understand what is happening, but hurries to see everything with his own eyes and heads to the room where Lin should be sleeping peacefully. His daughter runs with him, and there they are in front of the door of the room and see Frost and Frost clubs on it leaving the room. It's scary to imagine what's inside. A girl asks her father frightenedly what is going on. She sees this for the first time and is very scared, but she is brave and goes into the room with her father. My father explains that it's an icy air spell. If a normal person inhales it or touches a person who has been subjected to this spell, they will die. The symbol of this spell is a beautiful bird that freezes the heart and soul of the victim, who does not understand what is happening to her quietly, falls asleep, and dies in her sleep. Lord tries to wake up the girl, but he fails because the spell is very strong and he cannot cope with it. He touches the girl's forehead and pulls his hand away, realizing that if he delays even 1 second, his hand will turn to ice. The daughter worries about him and asks if he can handle the spell and if touching the girl's forehead will hurt him, but her father reassures her. He barely touched the icy forehead and instantly pulled his hand away. So everything was fine and nothing terrible would happen, but the girl urgently needed help. The Lord orders the servants to go immediately to the palace to find Ye Xuan and tell him to return to his sister immediately. A frightened servant girl hears the order and runs to the palace. She has never been there and has no idea where to find the young man. The Lord turns to his daughter and tells her to bring her hot water and warm blankets to try to restore Lin Er's body temperature. The daughter also hurries to carry out her father's order in the hope that it should work, and the body temperature will rise, and Lin will revive. The night is coming to an end, and the palace is already quiet as many guests have gone home, and only the servants are bustling about tidying up the hall. Ye Xuan, slightly intoxicated from a romantic walk with a beautiful girl, wanders around the garden forgetting everything about his sister, the Lord, and the prince. The tower spirit appears and starts reprimanding him for trading important things like his sister and his search for Tao principles for a frivolous stroll. Ye Xuan tries to make a joke as usual and says that master is late and the feast is over and all the delicious food has already been eaten by the other guests. A squeaky voice enters their conversation and tells them that he's glad he finally sees the one who will replace him when he dies, but he didn't think it would be a boy. Both Ye Xuan and the tower spirit turned around at the voice and saw an elder who would probably be 1,000 years old tomorrow. How could he come up without them seeing him? What's he doing in the palace garden at night and harassing passersby? He's probably a homeless lunatic looking for a place to stay. But the old man did not ask for alms. He came to warn that Ye Xuan should not underestimate the tower spirit and take its requests so lightly. His life will become worthless or end if he does not find the principles of the Tao, and the tower will be destroyed, and disaster will come for all. He must remember his destiny, for fate has chosen him to be the guardian of the tower, and he has little time to search for the principles of the Tao. The tower spirit takes risks to help him out of difficult situations, and he so quickly forgets about it and goes out to have fun instead of searching for the Tao. Yishuan's head is clouded with thoughts of the beauty, and the old man's speech doesn't reach him. But it's annoying that the old man who has gone mad is telling him how to act. The tower spirit wonders what he's done again and caused a whole bunch of problem. But Yeshuan shrugs it off and says she's asking him for nothing because he's clean as a sheet. The spirit is watching him always and everywhere, even if he is in the shower and knows everything about him. So she knows that he has not done anything that he should be scolded for now. But the spirit Basha is no joke, and she tells him to talk nonsense who in his right mind needs to watch him when he is in the shower. She'd rather pull out her sword now and blow his head off and not have to deal with that stupid, arrogant, self-righteous idiot anymore. Jokes aside, and Yeshuan realizes that spirit is very serious, and the best solution now would be to apologize to her 100 times and not make her angry again. A timid tap on Yeshuan's shoulder brings him out of his daze. A girl in a simple dress tries to attract Yeshuan's attention. Spirits, old men, strange girls. What kind of night is it that they all want from him? And he wants to ask the girl who she is, but the question hangs in the air. He recognizes her as he has seen her many times in Lord Lu's palace when they dined at his place. This girl brought food and drinks and cleared the table. But how she got to the prince's palace and what she is doing here at night, and the frightened look of the girl suggests that something very important, if not terrible, has happened. Yishuan's good mood after the date dissipates in a minute. If his maid came here to look for him, it means there's trouble. He tells the girl to calm down and tell him what happened. The maid says that Lord Lu sent her to fetch Yeshuan to tell him that Lin is in danger. There was no one else to tell, as when Yeshuan heard his sister's name, he rushed to the palace, leaving the tower spirit with the idea that he was quick to act, but only when it comes to his sister. He's just an ordinary man with human feeling, but he makes her laugh every time. Yeshuan rushes like the wind into the room where Lin is lying to see with his own eyes what happened to his sister, but does not understand, and turns to the Lord with a question now. The maids scurry in and out of the room, carrying piles of blankets and plaids, with the Lord's daughter in charge. She has a knack for managing the process. The young man sees an icy room with frosty air and his sister lying on the bed, and it is impossible to tell if she is still alive. He mentally appeals to the Basha spirit for help and asks her if her sister can still be helped, or if the situation is hopeless. She replies that the ice poison has destroyed the jade of heavenly fire, and now she can be helped by being transported to the spirit realm, but she is powerless in the human world. Yishuan sits beside her sister's bed holding her hand in his and thinks about what to do now and how to help the poor girl. He decides that he will enter the academy where the entrance exam starts tomorrow and will ask the school's medics to help his sister if necessary on their knees. But to do that, you need to get your sister to the morning and also to get to the school, which is high in the mountains, and the way to it is not a long way. In order not to miss the time of departure to the academy, Yeshuan does not go to bed, but at first light with Lord Lu and his daughter go to school. Liner also decided to take him along so as not to waste time and to seek help from the school medics as soon as possible. And now, they are standing in front of the school. The school building is a huge size, probably with a whole mountain, but that's what the Academy of Magic is, and there are a lot of people who want to enter the academy. Lord Lu tells the history of the school. Qinzhou has two strongest dynasties, Kanmu Academy and Cloud Immortal Pavilion. The girls listen to the Lord breathlessly, so as not to miss a single word. These dynasties are so old that they have outlived many others that have vanished into time. This school in Qingzhou is an offshoot of the academy that is in Shenzhou, and it is very far from here, but it is the main school. The Lord convinces Yishuan that with his talents and abilities, he will enter the main academy where only the most talented young people have access. For the goals Yishuan has set for himself, this academy is enough, and he has no claim to the main body. He has promises to fulfill. The Lord's daughter says that if suddenly her brother wants to enter the main academy, she too will go with him and apply and get in and study. The guy smilingly says he agreed, and if he makes that decision, he'll be sure to let her know, so she has time to pack her things. Lord Lu is not so playful and tells his daughter to get into the academy to pass various tests that are beyond the power of a girl who sits in the palace. The girl is upset and cries, but Liner calms her down and tells her that she will enter the academy, but later, when she grows up a bit and becomes strong, then all roads to any school will be open to her. It's good to have a sister who can calm her down and help her believe in her own strength. A gong sounds announcing the beginning of the entrance exams, and it is so loud that the birds are frightened to leave their nests in the trees. It's an exciting, long-awaited moment. For some, it is a chance to change their lives and become a skillful warrior. And some need the help of the school's magicians. And some are worried about close friends and relatives who are trying to become students. Everyone here has been looking forward to this moment. On the top step of the building, A figure appears in the sunlight and announces the beginning of the exams. It is the headmaster, and his name is Qianzhong. This year, the academy is recruiting only 20 new students, so the competition will be very high. The exams are very difficult and will be held in 3 stages. The square is so crowded that there's no room to fall. If after 3 trials there are more than 20 contenders, there will be a duel, and the strongest will win. To pass the first level, it is necessary to climb the mountain on which there are 9 ledges and all 9 contestants must overcome. Yeshuan is surprised at the ease of the task and asks Lord Lu about it since there is nothing difficult about climbing the mountain. But the Lord cools the young man's ardor and says that the mountain is surrounded by a formation, and each step will be given with great difficulty. Even experienced mages do not all pass the mountain. Liner really wants to get better, and she looks at her brother anxiously and asks if he can promise her that everything will be fine and he will pass the test. And the young man has nothing to do but to give his sister this promise. After all, he loves her very much and will do everything to make her healthy again. Don't let Liner worry. He will definitely complete all the tasks and enter the academy. Besides, he has an assistant in the form of a jade pendant. Lanhui once gave it to Ye Xuan as a token of goodwill as an entrance ticket to this academy, but the guy wants to try his hand at it. Lord Lu sees that the school gates have opened and the crowd has rushed to the task, and he tells Ye Xuan that it's time to go, and wishes him good luck in completing his exam tasks. The Lord's daughter wants to support her brother and runs outside to watch the competition and cheer on Ye Xuan, who is happy to have a family. Lord with Liner and Ye Xuan smiling, looking at her as she is a very kind girl and everyone loves her. The contestants leave the square in front of the school and go to conquer the mountain, and the spectators stay waiting for them with excitement counting the minutes. The first obstacle in the way are hundreds and hundreds of swords stuck into the ground in a perambulation, and it is very difficult to pass by them. He who looks up at the mountain from below does not see the swords. He thinks that it is an ordinary mountain with ordinary vegetation growing on it. The shrubs, trees, and grass that can be seen from the foot of the mountain are not and are dangerous weapons against whoever ventures past them. 9 spans must be overcome to climb the mountain, and I wonder on each span will there be a new formation or school mages limited to swords. The tower spirit that is undoubtedly here says that she didn't expect the school's teachers to go to such lengths to create such a nasty formation. These swords are not actually weapons and have no offensive or defensive power, but there are a lot of them, and something will have to be done about it. Ye Xuan asked the master what it meant to be a nasty formation, a term he had never heard from the tower spirit before, and was in doubt as to how to understand it. The essence of the formation is to seal the past of the owners of these swords. It is used to humiliate the opponent's dignity. Ye Xuan says that he heard that the school uses this formation to protect itself from ghosts, but the spirit replies that this is ridiculous since ghosts can simply bypass the formation. Applicants for admission to the academy are running in droves up the stairs to the top of the mountain because the condition is that the first of them will get to the second stage. Ye Xuan starts a little later than the others. He delays to ask Lord Lu to look after his sister while he takes the test. He hugs his sister, and she cuddles up to his brother and says that she believes in him and that he will do well and win all the tests and get into the academy. The young man promises his sister to return as soon as possible and sets off to conquer the summit, for he must hurry as he has been delayed and the crowd is far away. But as soon as he leaves his sister, she has an attack of illness, and an icy breath seizes her and makes it hard to breathe. The Lord is very frightened. He asks Lin to urgently return to the castle, but the girl says that everything will be fine since the warming soffit is with her and he should help her. She wants to see her brother win because he deserves to win more than anyone else and has suffered a lot to get here and to get participation in the exam. Not everyone was able to climb to the top of the mountain, and many of the participants are still at the foot of the mountain trying to recover. But Ye Xuan succeeded. He has climbed the mountain and is among the few applicants who were able to do so and are worthy of moving on to the second test. Only 42 people are admitted to the second round, and the director who meets them at the top of the mountain is ready to tell them the terms of the second contest. But as soon as he starts speaking, he stops and looks at Ye Xuan and tells him to get out of here as he is not allowed to take the exam. The young man does not react to the director's words as he does not realize that they are addressed to him because he has passed the first test and believes that he is worthy of the second one. But the principal sternly shifts his eyebrows and says not to glare at him, and the trial will not begin until Ye Xuan leaves the academy. It finally reaches Ye Xuan that the director turns to him and asks him what is going on, and wants to find out the reason why he is not allowed to enter the second round. The headmaster explains for those who don't know that starting this year, only those with an imperial level of magic can attend the academy. But there was no such restriction when he registered, which Ye Xuan very politely reminds the teacher of, and especially since he had already passed the first one. The headmaster, smiling unkindly, replies that the rules of the academy are made up by him, that is, the headmaster, and he now decides who will or will not do what. The principal didn't like Ye Xuan so much that he's making up reasons to keep Ye Xuan out of the academy. I guess he must have caught his eye for nothing. And then he remembers that the director's name is Qian Zhang, and he is most likely the family representative of the young man who was beaten by Ye Xuan yesterday. It turns out that San Qi is the grandson of the school principal, and now the road to the academy Ye Xuan closed, because the director does not need students stronger than his grandson. Without even looking at Ye Xuan in detail and without even looking at him once, the principal already hates him for being stronger than others. It's called a personal grudge. Such behavior is unworthy of a teacher, and even more so of an academy elder who should be guided by quite different principles when admitting students. Using one's influence and high position for personal purposes is wrong and should not be done by a teacher, to which the principal replies that this is nonsense. Others, and especially those who are afraid of competition, give in to the teacher and say that he is right about everything and that there is no need to talk to this cheeky guy. He should just be punished and continue to take exams from more deserving young people who know how to respect the rules. Everyone wants to stand out from the crowd so that the principal will pay attention to him and maybe give him a break at admission, and then during the study. The director thanks the upstart for the tip and tells Ye Xuan that he's just following the rules, so let Ye Xuan get the hell out of here. Apparently, there's no good way to stay, and he'll have to show the principal the trump card up his sleeve, that jade amulet he got as a pass to the school. Ye Xuan wanted to honestly pass the entrance test on a common basis and enter the academy. The principal wouldn't let him do so, and he now has to present the amulet that Lan Hu gave him as a recognition of his power, and that doesn't please those present. No one wants to recognize their weakness in front of a stronger one, and it is desirable to get this stronger one out of their way in other ways. The crowd is indignantly buzzing that it's a fake or Ye Xuan stole the amulet, especially the upstart who was fawning over the principal. Ye Chen can't stand such an insult. He won't let anyone call him a thief and a liar and can stand up for himself. One right punch and the offender is on the ground. Fighting was forbidden on the school grounds, and now Ye Xuan would definitely be punished, much less accepted into the academy under any condition. But no one doubts the authenticity of the amulet anymore, as no one wants to lie down next to someone who has expressed his doubts without thinking about the consequences. The director is even happy about Ye Xuan's intemperance, because now, according to the rules, he has the right not only to punish the young man, but even to execute him. He summons 2 guards with the power of the highest level of magic and orders them to seize the young man and take him to the basement and there execute him as a violator of the academy's rules. But the young man is ready to attack and ready to defend himself, so a brutal but short fight ensues between the guards and him. Linner is afraid that she will lose her brother and will be left alone, and will definitely disappear because no one needs Ye Xuan except Ye Xuan. The Lord is also scared, but he tries to calm the girl down and says that Ye Xuan will be fine and that he will be able to stand up to anyone and protect himself. Linner cries and says that smart people should be working at the academy, and these, instead of accepting her genius brother into the school, are trying to destroy him. He can do a lot of good for the kingdom by destroying enemies, and they want to destroy him to give way to weakling. The fight ends quickly and the guards are defeated lying next to the upstart, and the headmaster is even more angry as he begins to realize Ye Xuan's strength. He realizes that in front of him is a genius of pure genius, so was able to defeat 2 guards with the power of the highest level, but makes a paradoxical decision. If a young man has such strength with barely budding qi, then it is an ironclad reason not to take him to school, and therefore he should be gotten rid of as soon as possible. And he suddenly attacks Ye Xuan, and the lunge was so unexpected that it took the young man by surprise, as he did not expect such a meanness from an adult teacher. For 1 second he loses his composure, and with it his balance, but he tries to recover as quickly as possible and start defending himself. He sees the principal's look full of hatred for him, and it sobered him up and made him gather himself for defense. The young man reflects the blow and stays on his feet despite the titanic effort, as his vis-a-vis is still the headmaster of the School of Magic and has immense power. His youth and physical strength allow him to endure, but it can't last long, and you have to be ready for any trick from the director. The one admits that the guy is really very strong, but still he is far away from the headmaster who teaches youngsters like him to be strong. Ye Xuan realizes that he won't be able to withstand the onslaught for long and will die a death of bravery, so he decides to stay alive and just run away to take a break. But in order to stay alive, it is necessary to overcome the formation that the director has created, and this has not succeeded yet anyone in the entire time of her presence. The evil director looks at Ye Xuan and mentally says goodbye to him as he is confident in his formation and the fact that the guy will not get out of it is an undeniable fact. You need a magic key that only the creator of the formation knows, and without the key, it is insurmountable, especially for someone so young and inexperienced in magic. The principal and teachers of the academy and the other 41 people remain in the square in front of the school and look after Ye Xuan, who is walking away. The headmaster shouts that Ye Xuan, being inside the formation, would not be able to do anything to harm the teacher, and it was foolish to be so confident in his victory. Lin quietly asks the Lord what this formation is that he can't escape from, and also says that he is even more worried about his brother now. The Lord tries to calm the girl, though it's time for him to calm himself. It's a formation of 9 palaces, and legend has it that it was created to protect the academy. Legend has it that if a young man under the age of 20 can break the formation, the head of the school must take him on as an apprentice and pass on all his knowledge. For the past 50 years, all who have tried to pass through the formation have disappeared inside it forever, and none have returned. That's the legend, and there's no reason not to believe it. In the square in front of the school, the one Ye Xuan hit comes to his senses and wants revenge. But since Ye Xuan has left the square, he asks the principal for a favor. Forcefully drag that insolent man's sister here, and let her watch her brother die just because he won't obey the academy's rules. There is no limit to human guile, and the director agrees to the proposal and tells them to bring Ye Xuan's sister to watch her brother disappear forever. Beat agrees to do it himself and goes down to the square where the spectators are to find Lin there and drag her to the square. The path inside the formation is full of fog and danger. You never know what awaits you on the next step, and Ye Xuan mentally prepares for everything. The keeper of the formation senses the intrusion and thinks that this year there is also a daredevil who wants to go this way and destroy the formation. But he doesn't know that the intruder Ye Xuan is not here of his own free will, but is just trying to save his and his sister's lives. It's as simple as that. Following the path inside the formation, Ye Xuan comes across a place that looks like a disaster site. There are parts of some mechanism lying around, and there was an explosion. He's trying to understand what this place is and what happened here, and when it happened here, and whether it's dangerous for him to be here, and what he can expect from the reality around him. It is necessary to pass this test to stay alive, and maybe other elders will pay attention to him, because not only one director lives the academy. The silence is broken by a metallic scraping sound that grows stronger by the second. It's coming from the very pieces of machinery scattered around. They turn into iron warriors armed with iron swords. Ye Xuan was not prepared for this turn of events and does not know what to do about it. He doesn't know what these inanimate objects are, much less how to deal with them, and the tower spirit would be a great help. She could tell him what to do. With a lightning-fast lunge, one of the ironclads attacked Ye Xuan. Despite their seemingly sluggishness, these Kashche have the speed of a bullet. Ye Xuan does not have time to blink as a sword point in his chest, and now will pierce him, and all forgive him goodbye and remember the name of Ye Xuan genius from the city of Tsan. All the numerous iron troops repeat this maneuver with swords, and now not 1 but 100 swords are ready to pierce Ye Xuyang. He's already mentally saying goodbye to his sister and his life, but nothing terrible happens. As soon as they touch him, the swords disappear. The young man realizes that the spirit of the tower did not abandon him after all, and came to his rescue. But what she did to keep him safe from those swords he never realized. She calls him an idiot, and reminds him if he has forgotten that he is practicing the invulnerable sword technique and absorbs any sword that is weaker than his own. One could not even dodge the swords directed at him, but could calmly wait out the attack and even become stronger since the power of those swords now belonged to him. With a sigh of relief, the young man gets to his feet and shouts to the warriors, calling them rusty iron, that if they want, they can continue to attack. Iron is iron that does not understand neither jokes nor warnings, and jumped on Ye Xuan like a bull on a red rag. While Ye Xuan is fighting with the formation in the school, there are also events that are not very pleasant, and Ye Xuan should hurry to his sister. Those who went at the behest of the headmaster for Lin find her and the Lord in the schoolyard and try to take her away, but the Lord stands up for the girl. The sly ones are sneaky and lie to the Lord that Ye Xuan went into the formation and died there, and they want to take the sister to her beloved brother to say goodbye to him. The Lord suspects a lie in the words of these treacherous men and indignantly tells them not to dare lie to the eyes of the Lord himself. But Lin says not to worry Lord Lu. She believes them and will go with them willingly and see everything with her own eyes. Lord doesn't want to let her go, but the girl's confidence and strength has awakened, and she calmly says that she knows her brother is okay, but she's going upstairs. He will come out of the formation victorious, and she is his sister who will meet him at the gate. The Lord suggests that he should go with her so he can greet Ye Xuan as well. The girl accepts the Lord's offer, and they walk upstairs together to the place where Yeshuan entered the formation. Their escorts laugh. The principal also meets them with a sneer that they are going to see the death of a young man. But Lin is sure that his brother is alive, and he will be fine and will win. The teacher remarks that Lin is a very naive girl if she believes this, because for 50 years no one has come out of the formation alive, and he knows it. Behind his back, he hears a voice saying that he should not have tried to enter this academy since it is so easy to pass the formation created by the director himself. Such a teacher can't teach anything to a young man who easily surpassed the teacher himself. The principal is shocked that Yeshuan came out of the formation unharmed. He refuses to believe that Yeshuan even entered the formation and thinks that he just sat there too long and now says that he won. But Yeshuan saw this coming. He brought the severed arm of one of the iron soldiers as proof and threw it right in front of the principal, but he still refuses to believe it. He was convinced that only a mage of the highest category could pass the formation, and Yeshuan had clearly found a way to bypass the formation and get the proof dishonestly. The pointless conversation is interrupted by the keeper of the formation, the deputy dean, who has seen everything with his own eyes. He accuses the director of abuse of power. The principal bows low to the deputy dean and says that the young man is lying and not worthy to attend the academy. The deputy dean is angry with the principal and says that he should not use his high position to achieve his personal goals. He sends the principal to the academy and decides that he will conduct the entrance exam himself. The headmaster, holding a grudge, obeys and leaves. The vice dean walks over to Yeshuan and puts his hand on his shoulder and says that he saw him go through the formation, and Yeshuan is definitely worthy of being his student. He looked at the young man with interest and saw that Yeshuan was missing Danton and could not believe his eyes as to how Yeshuan could not only live but also win. The deputy thinks about something and, as if through his thoughts, thoughtfully says that Yeshuan is definitely worthy of being a student at the academy. Just like the other day in the palace, everyone began to look around and whisper, discussing who the strange guy the dean was talking to was. Yeshuan has the courage to ask the dean why he came to the academy. He asks if the academy's physicians can cure his sister. Liner is afraid that Yeshuan's hard-won requests to enter the academy will anger the leadership, so she rushes to him and tells him not to ask for her. But Yeshuan asks the dean for help and promises that if his sister recovers, he will make every effort to become a martial artist. The dean agrees to help Linor, but Yeshuan has to offer something in return because there are only 3 medics at the academy, and they are very busy. Lin becomes quite ill, and she literally falls into her brother's arms and asks him not to persuade the dean as it is too late, and nothing will help her. They hugged each other, and Yeshuan apologized to his beloved sister for not being able to help her, even though he made every effort to win the competition. Of course, she forgives her brother and says that she has been happy all her life since she had such a wonderful brother and will be waiting for him in the other world. Lord Lu, who has become attached to the children, and he feels infinitely sorry for Lin, goes to the dean and says he is disappointed in the academy since they treat people like this. They won't lift a finger to help a girl not get killed if they don't get anything in return. It's a disgusting policy, and it doesn't usually lead to good. Yeshuan asks the Lord not to waste time on this man, and he intends to seek help elsewhere, and picking up his sister in his arms, intends to leave this place. The director shouts after him that if his sister dies, it will be Yeshuan's fault, because he hit the director's grandson, and his sister will be held responsible. Linner's heart is almost completely poisoned by the ice-cold poison, and she is currently unconscious on the edge of doom, but Yeshuan hasn't given up hope of curing her. Yeshuan's heavy thoughts are interrupted by a shout. On the stairs leading down to the school's exit, a vagrant dressed in a ragamuffin and seemingly inebriated sits on the stairs. Where did he come from? Because a few moments ago the stairs were empty and there was no one here. But the man once again calls out to the guy. He suggests that the young man enroll in the Tsanlan Academy, and then he can help his sister and cure her completely so that she can live and enjoy life. The principal rudely yells at the tramp, calling him Old Man G, and warns him not to dare to lure students to his school. Yeshuan has hope for his sister's recovery and agrees to any academy that can help her and nods his head in agreement. Of course, he'll go with this tramp and do whatever he says just to let his sister get well and learn to smile at the sun again. Rogue says that he doesn't need any sacrifices from Yeshuan, he just wants him to become a student at the Chenlan Academy and learn martial arts from him. Lord Lu, quietly so as not to be heard by the old man, tells the boy that this academy used to be famous for its strong warriors, but now everything is different and Yeshuan should think about it. There is no need to make hasty decisions and no false hopes. The drifter watches them silently and decides that enough talk is enough. It's time to act. He raises his hand and casts a spell called Heavenly Fire Spirit that should help the girl. A beautiful fire flower is the symbol of the spell. It is impossible to take your eyes off of it, and everyone is mesmerized as the flower sinks into the girl's body. The old man supports the flower with his magical powers to keep it from fading away and help the girl's heart to deal with the poison of the ice heart. The school principal does not understand why such a waste of money, because this simple, unknown girl as well as her brother are poor and useless. But the old man doesn't listen to him and continues to work his magic. He is serious and wants to help these homeless kids even if it won't do any good. Already, Linner is completely immersed in the bright flames of the fire flower that penetrates inside and warms the poor icy heart. The heat engulfs everyone and everything around, and Yeshuan feels as if he is in the vent of a volcano. The Lord shouts Yeshuan's name loudly and urges him to look at his sister. He is obviously very excited about something. Yeshuan looks at his sister. He can't believe his eyes. A few minutes ago, he couldn't bear to lose his sister forever, but now everything has changed. Linner's cheeks began to turn pink, and all of her skin from bluish to a color like normal people. Linner regained consciousness and opened her eyes. The old man puts his hand on the young man's shoulder and says that his sister will be okay for a while, but she will need more serious treatment. Yeshuan does not believe in coincidences, but is glad that the tramp who is a strong mage was at the right moment and saved his sister, even if only temporarily. Linner will live, and now his life also takes on meaning, because without her, life has no other colors but gray and black. But now everything will change. The girl opens her eyes and looks around her. She sees her favorite brother and other familiar and not so familiar people, but she doesn't understand what is happening. She cries bitterly and apologizes to her brother that he died so early and that it was entirely her fault because he tried so hard to save her but failed. Yishan doesn't understand what she's saying and thinks she's still in a fever and talking nonsense, but then realizes what's going on and why her sister is saying strange things. She was on the brink of death, but after the magician applied a spell to her, she felt so good that she thought she had died and gone to heaven. Yishan also died on a mission, and they met there. We should quickly dissuade her from this and go to the academy and consolidate the success and cure her for good. Finally, the girl realizes that they are alive and life goes on. They embrace happily, her happy laughter like the sound of jingling bells echoing through the valley. Ye Xuan hasn't heard her laugh since his sister fell ill and is now willing to give up a lot to hear it again and again. The old man says, "It's time to go." The children bow respectfully to the old man and thank him heartily for the miraculous rescue of Lin Air and say they are ready to go to the end of the world. The old man smirks and says that they can call him Dingy and have them get ready to leave quickly since it's long past time for them to leave. The Lord bids the boys a warm farewell. He likes them and is sorry to part with them, but he realizes that the young men have big tasks ahead of them and he must go. Yishuan and his sister also love the Lord as a father, because no one in their entire lives had cared for them as much as this stranger who had become almost their own. The tears in my eyes and the lump in my throat won't let go, and it's impossible to say anything. Men warriors also know how to feel, even though they are uncomfortable with their emotions. All three of them hug goodbye, and the Lord reminds them that the doors of his palace are always open to them, and he is waiting for them to visit at any time. The headmaster smirks and thinks that the Qianlan school has spent fire spirit power to cure a stray and is now completely weakened. His school is now at the pinnacle of glory and has no competitors, and he can do whatever he wants, and his power has no limits. Dingy walks away, putting his hands behind his back, not paying attention to the principal. He spared no effort to cure the girl, but will not waste a single drop on the principal. But with a glance at him, he mentally orders him to disappear and not to bother him or anyone else. But this look has such power that the director becomes not just bad, but very bad, as the energy hit he received was huge. The principal shouts after Dean G to prepare for war as he has just made an enemy for the rest of his life. He calls them losers and hurries away so he doesn't get some great spell that will make his ears bleed for a week. The four of them look after the director and wonder how one person can contain so much anger and hatred for people, and arrogance at least eat with a spoon. There is no time or desire to deal with the evil old man, and the road ahead is not easy and not close. Yeshuan should not forget the promise he made to the spirit of the tower. The road to the academy passes through beautiful places where waterfalls murmur and strange plants grow, so they reached the academy unnoticeably fast. And here they are standing in front of the gate to the academy, but the view so far, they are not happy and unpleasantly surprised, as there is devastation and desolation around. No student voices can be heard, but on the porch, a local hobo is lying on the porch hugging a bottle and singing loudly. Where the hell are they going? Yeshin asks Dean Ju if this is really an academy, and if so, where she and her sister can be accommodated, to which he replies that they have come to the right place. The dean himself has already set up right on the porch of the school, and tells them to pick any room they choose since they are all empty and there is no one here. The young man asks his sister to stay in the schoolyard while he goes inside to look around and find a room where they can stay. But Lin Er is happy to be here, and she likes it here, and is ready to consider this abandoned academy as her home because there is no one here who could offend them. Meanwhile, in the academy, Sanmu decides to visit Lan Hu to see how her protege Ye Xuan feels, and is surprised that he is not there. After learning the whole story of Ye Xuan's short stay at the academy and his departure from, she becomes furious and literally razes the school to the ground. The director is on his knees trying to beg for her forgiveness and repenting for the way he treated the teenager and his sister, but there is nothing to be done. Lan Hui resented the fact that she had found a genius like Ye Xuan, and all the principal had to do was accept him into the academy and train him. He could bring a lot of glory and a lot of use, but the director has offended him, and now he will fight not with them, but against them, and he is very strong. She'll punish the principal with death and have him pray before she sends him to the dust, so that everyone will realize that you can't cross the strongest. Lan Hu's spear spell that takes the form of a blue dragon can be seen far away in the mountains, so she is angry. She foresees great trouble. A monk and great magician living high in the mountains sees the glow from the spell, and he mentally agrees with Lan Hu that the headmaster's carelessness will lead to trouble. To smooth the situation, the dean of the school comes to Lan Hu for talks and asks her the reason for her anger. But she replies that if he doesn't understand the reason, there is nothing to explain, and he will suffer the same fate as the academy director, and she attacks the dean. He is expecting an attack, and his response is ready. A duel ensues in which two men, both strong and masterful in martial arts, fight. The heavenly spear that belongs to Lan Hu pierces through the dean's fire defense spell, but not enough to destroy it. Ice and flame meet in a duel. The dean's defense is strong but is shattered by Lan Hu, and she is stronger. Ye Xuan is right about what teachers who lose to their students can teach. The spell the dean cast against Lan Hu is broken. He falls to his knees as he put all the power he had into the spell, but the girl is stronger and faster than him, and he is defeated. On the ground is a jade amulet, the symbol of the academy that has been cherished by the graduates all these years. But Lan Hu doesn't need it now. From now on, she wants nothing to do with the academy, which teaches indifferent, arrogant weaklings who think they are God knows what. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan and his sister are trying to settle in. The young man explores the building and the surrounding area. Lin Er is waiting for him in the courtyard. Before she enters the school, her brother has to make sure that his sister will be safe here and that she is not in any danger. He surveys the grounds meter by meter and is pleased with the patio. It is beautiful and safe for his sister, and she should like it. In the yard grows a lot of flowers, and what else is needed for a young beauty who will have to live here while her brother is busy studying martial arts? He decides to go inside the house and expects to find dusty rooms where no one has lived for a long time. And apparently all that's there is dust and cobwebs. But as soon as he opens the door leading into the house, he is hit by a puff of steam that smells of flowers, fragrant soap, and something so incredibly pleasant. Under the effect of the through-wind from Ye Xuan's open door, the steam gradually dissipates, and in the fog, you can barely see but still see the girl taking a bath. An unexpected turn for everyone involved. She thinks there is no one at school and doesn't lock the door, and he thinks there is no one at school and breaks in without knocking. The girl is very beautiful, and it is impossible to take your eyes off her, but you have to because it is indecent to stand here and stare at the beauty like a fool. With a quick and confused apology, he leaves the room and closes the door. But then, his legs get weak and he falls to the ground. He needs to catch his breath. A sword is thrust into the door. He leans his back on to keep from falling to the ground from the inside out, and it is now right at the young man's throat. From behind the door, a girl's voice asks him if he's seen everything he wants to see, but he pretends he doesn't know what he's talking about and asks the girl what she's talking about. The sword, just as it appeared, suddenly disappeared, freeing the guy's throat, and now he could even breathe. Apparently, his diplomatic answer calmed the beauty. She is no longer angry with him and doesn't think he was peeping on her, and he decides to get out of here as soon as possible. But it doesn't turn out to be that simple. The door swings open, he flies off under her onslaught, and a girl appears on the threshold without steam but in a robe, although one or the other is equally provoking. Out of surprise, he doesn't know what to say and blurts out the first thing that comes into his head. He complains to her that her foam is making his clothes wet. The girl doesn't understand what's going on and why he's talking about clothes instead of lying on the ground smitten with her beauty. Or maybe he's so distraught that he's losing his mind. He's talking nonsense. What's wrong with him? We've got to bring him to his senses. He introduces himself by saying his name and wanting to compliment the girl, asks her what she smells like, but he chooses the wrong tone out of excitement. And this innocent phrase sounds like an insult, and the girl can't stand it and sends the guy to the woods to take a walk and freshen up. Let him get his few brains and thoughts together and then come back, and then maybe she can talk to him. He only has his eyes in a bunch, and so it is better to get out of the line of fire and not provoke the girl to act against his health, i.e., not to get punched in the face. Yishan had such an interesting life that he had forgotten about the Chanmu Academy, which he had recently left, but the academicians had not forgotten about him. In the meeting room at the round table are sitting representatives of the upper management of the school and decide what to do now, because the dean has angered Lan Hu. The academy has lost a genius it could have raised to benefit the clan, and the dean should be punished for it. But the dean doesn't agree. Even if Ye Xuan is really a genius like Lan Hui says he is, his leaving school is only his problem because he won't learn anything. Lan Hu is fascinated by this upstart and wants to promote him, but she is mistaken about his genius. So the loss of Lan Hu's goodwill is not great. Yishuan's life after graduating from the Qianlan school, like other former disciples, would be short-lived, and his soul would be sealed inside the swords and stored in Qianmu. The residents of Songlan are unaware of the devious plan and are quietly dining on the food that Lin Er found and was able to prepare a wonderful dinner. The smell of delicious food wafts through the school, and all the residents gather around the table. Lin Er and Ye Xuan are happy to have shelter and food. The guy praises his sister that she is smart and knows how to cook, and it's so great at her. And now they will always be fed, and they won't have to go hungry. The girl lowers her eyes modestly, but a blush covers her cheeks as her brother's words are very pleasant to her, and she is ready to cook for him for the rest of her life. While they were anticipating the start of dinner, someone, or rather the dean, got ahead of them and finished almost half of the food prepared for everyone. His cup is empty in a flash. He turns to Lin Er and asks for more and says that he has never eaten anything tastier in his life. The cup is not only held out by him alone, but also by that beautiful woman who made Ye Xuan worried today. She's also on time and wants a refill. After eating to their heart's content, they leave the table, and their full stomachs are ready for a leisurely conversation. Ye Xuan asks Dean Ju when classes will start. Since it is an academy, there should be classes, teachers, students' books, and all other attributes inherent in the educational institution. The dean, squinting with pleasure like a cat who stole the sour cream and ate it, and he had nothing to do with it, says that the essence of the teaching method is complete freedom. Yishuan doesn't understand what complete freedom means, so he asks the dean. He says that if Yishuan wants to learn, let him learn on his own. No one here is going to babysit him, and he'll be on full self-study and self-education while at the academy. Those are the rules. Let him think for himself. Lin Er was peacefully sipping her tea, but she almost choked when she heard those words. It's an interesting school, but why do you need a teacher? So thinks Yishuan, who after a hearty dinner goes up to the roof and gazes at the endless starry sky. But suddenly he comes to an interesting conclusion. After all, he doesn't need any teacher as the spirit of the tower helps him learn everything he needs to learn. Space and free time are all he needs. There's plenty of both at this school. She's here to ask him if he has any regrets about his choice. As soon as he thinks of the tower spirit, he replies that he has no regrets as everything is going well. He will improve his sword technique under the guidance of the tower spirit. She will help him, and there is nothing more to be desired, and they will continue their training right from early morning. He remembers that he promised Spirit to find the principles of the Tao and protect the tower. In the mountains, the sun rises early, and Ye Xuan thought he had just closed his eyes as someone shook his shoulder rather unceremoniously, trying to wake him up. An early guest has come to the school and wants to see Ye Xuan immediately and talk to him. She didn't come alone, but with her tutor, an old monk. He's left his highland hideaway and interrupted his seclusion to drag himself to this abandoned academy and doesn't understand why he's doing it. He was asked to do this favor by his favorite student. She wanted to visit Ye Xuan and see for herself how he had settled down at school. He was her protege at a famous academy and even got into it, but he was treated unfairly and left it, choosing to study at this old school. The dean woke up Ye Xuan and sent him to meet the guest, but Ye Xuan doesn't understand who is visiting at such an early hour, and no one visits him. A familiar voice tells him that she's sorry she interrupted his sleep, but it's not her fault that the long journey that brought her to the academy ended so early. As soon as Ye Xuan recognizes the familiar voice, his sleep fades away. He is very happy to see Lan Hu, and she has nothing to apologize for because they are friends, and friends are always welcome. Lan Hu lightly taps Ye Xuan's chest with his fist in a friendly manner and laughingly asks where and when did he learn to say such beautiful phrases. They have fun, peaking phrases. They are at ease together and there are no conventions, but their conversation is not private. and a man is watching them from behind the trees. They are watched by a young man who is practicing in the forest in the morning. He accidentally stumbles upon them and is amazed by Lan Hu's beauty. He is finally noticed by Yeshuan, but he is not happy that the guy is peeping at them, and the fact that he is staring at Lan Hu, he doesn't like it either. Word for word, and already the case is moving to conflict as none of the guys do not want to appear in front of the girl weak, and they go to the raised tones. Yishuan wonders at the alien if he wants to keep ogling the girl and get himself in a heap of trouble over his head. He says he's willing to try, but it's unlikely that Yishuan is the kind of person who can cause him any trouble. The verbal duel ends here, and a banal hand-to-hand fight with fists begins. But the most interesting part of the fight was interrupted. The dean of the academy shows up just in time to stop this outrage and break up the fighting guys. They are students of the same school and should be friends. He indoctrinates them on the subject of mutual aid friendship and all sorts of similarly boring ideas, and tells them that if they do it again, they will be punished. The fact that they were students at the same academy was news to both of them. Yeshuan had arrived only yesterday and thought that there was no one else here but him and the bathing girl. And the other guy wasn't at dinner last night, and he didn't know the new student had arrived either. They obey the dean and go their separate ways. Yishuan turns to the teacher and asks how come the number of students is unaccountable despite there being only 2 or 3 or whatever. The second boy is also interested in this question. They are also concerned about whether the 3 of them will continue to study together or whether someone else will arrive. The dean says it's really quite simple. There are 3 now, but 1 more is due to arrive and it'll be 4. It's very clear and straightforward. The guy from the forest resents this state of affairs, because when the dean recruited him to this academy, he told him that it was no worse than the Tsangmu Academy. When he saw that the school was empty, he thought that the students had not arrived yet, but it turned out that they were waiting for just 1 more student. Dean, slyly squinting his eyes, answers him that he was not deceived, and the truth is that this academy is no worse than the school Chanmu, and even better. The guy is uninspired by the dean's speech and intends to leave the academy right away, but changes his mind after 1 question from the dean. Does the young man really want to leave the academy without learning the power of the spiritual scroll of the pole? The boy immediately stops and goes back. The cunning dean knows how to lure students to the school. The scroll that the boy dreams about has long been in the teacher's hand, and the question of whether to stay or not disappears. He has a goal, and he intends to strive for it, even if it means staying in this backward academy and pretending that it's interesting. The guy gets the scroll from the dean's hands and honestly admits that he's staying at the school to learn the scroll, and then he'll bail at the first opportunity. The dean agrees because he realizes it himself, but he also realizes that in the course of time, things can still change, and the boy will stay here. A young man asks the dean if he knows a girl named Lan Hu. He sees Lan Hu right in front of him, but doesn't know who she is. Yishen wonders why he wants Lan Hu and what he wants from her. His hands are already clenched into fists, and he's ready to defend Lan Hu from the guy with the scroll. Yishuan's unkind gaze makes the young man hesitate to answer, and an awkward pause hangs. Lan Hu watches the conversation with interest, and also wants to understand the interest of the alien from the forest in her person. She doesn't know him, and he is looking for her without knowing. The young man, after a bit of thought, replies that in the area where he came from, she is legendary, that she is a martial arts genius, and there is no equal in combat. So he is a warrior named Mo Yun, is looking for her to show who is really a martial arts genius, and who is just a figment of the imagination of legend writers. The dean and Yeshuan listened to him attentively, and even seriously at first, but then they laughed so hard that tears fell from their eyes. He's a funny kid. He could dream of defeating Lan Hu all he wanted, but it wouldn't happen, and it would be better for him to give up the thought. It's better for him. There are other less violent ways to kill himself, and if he wants to kill himself so badly, he can jump off a mountain. Being killed by Lan Hu is not a merciful death. The guy is offended that they laugh at him and do not believe in his strength, but he knows that this girl is weak compared to him and will lose to him in the first fight. Before he can finish his self-praise, he is hit in the back by a powerful blow that causes him to bend in half in pain. Then another blow follows, and he flies high above the ground in the opposite direction from the academy and lands not far away in the woods neatly on a path. Lan Hu listened to the boar until he called her a weakling, and then she couldn't stand it and slapped the talker. But she didn't calculate her strength. She hopes she didn't kill the guy, but it's his own fault, because you have to watch what you say, and in front of whom you say it. A brutal fall from a height, and the young man is unconscious, or pretends to be unconscious so he doesn't get a second shot, but he doesn't yet realize why. Yeshen and the dean, afraid of getting hit, move aside so as not to interfere with the educational activities and still laugh at the guy. Lan Hui has an explosive temper and a hot hand, and this combination of character traits makes you filter your words when talking to her. It's better to stay away. She turns to the bold young man and wonders what Lan Hu wanted her to know. But he does not react to her question, and the girl seriously fears that she has killed the guy, and now there will be no one to show her who is the strongest in the world. He didn't move for so long that even Ye Xuan was worried whether the guy was alive or had given up from the fall, and the resentment that these three were making fun of him. But he's alive and well and preparing a cunning plan to strike again. But he does it so stealthily that everyone thinks he's been killed. He doesn't know who she is, but intends to avenge her for the blows and humiliated ego, or he is not Mo Yun and is serious. But the whole trio is laughing again. The dean says that this girl is the Lan Hu he's been looking for, and that she's come and he's fighting with her. This information stuns the guy as much as a punch, as he doesn't expect his wish to come true so quickly, but it's not exactly what he wanted. The dean laughs out loud and tells him not to lie there and play dead, but to run after Lan Hu and wipe her out like he wants to. Lan Hu, who is fed up with the whole show, takes Ye Xuan by the hand and invites him to go for a walk with her as they need to talk. She had come a long way not to laugh at the loser, but to talk to Ye Xuan about what he intended to do next. They talk leisurely, strolling along an inconspicuous path, and Lan Hui tells Ye Xuan that he knows what happened at the Changmu Academy and understands his departure. She was sorry that his teachers didn't recognize his talent and treated him and his sister so badly, but she never thought that he would go to the Qianlan Academy. He says that first of all, he had no other choice, since Dean Qianlan helped his sister who was already on the brink of death, and secondly, it is good here. Lan Hu is embarrassed that she promised him a place in a famous academy, and he ended up in this abandoned place from answers that everything is fine, he is not offended. As compensation, she gives him another jade pendant to replace the last one that didn't help him get into the academy. Yishan doesn't understand Lan Hui's awkwardness, as he feels that he is spot on here, and has everything he needs to continue his cultivation training. The amulet is very beautiful, and apparently just as expensive, and now he is embarrassed to accept such expensive gifts from a girl for the second time, because he will not answer her in the same way. Unable to contain his emotions, Ye Xuan tells Lan Hu that she is very beautiful. She asks what he means out of embarrassment, and the young man says it's about the pendant. They're friends, but Ye Xuan doesn't know the girl very well and doesn't know how she'll react to the compliment, and he doesn't want to be on the road like that guy. But Lan Hu gets it right and tells him that this amulet is not just a piece of jewelry, but a pass to participate in the selection process. In the north of Jian province, an ancient shrine of a sword master has been discovered, and in a month's time, a raid will be sent to this area to participate in the raid. Yishan objects and says she can't accept such a thing and Lan Hu should go there herself and participate in the selection. But Lan Hu objects and says that she cultivates if he remembers spear technique and sword technique, she has no use for him, and he is a swordsman and should go to the selection. There is another reason why he must put aside all doubts and take the amulet and set out. This area is near the volcano. The land near the volcanoes had warming property, and perhaps the local herbalists could make a medicine for Linear. Therefore, he must go there. The mention of the sister and her health instantly decides whether or not to take the amulet and whether or not to go to the area where the culling will take place. Everything is in favor of going to cultivate the sword technique and perhaps be able to cure his sister and also fulfill the promise made to the spirit. The mission to persuade Ye Xuan to go to the selection is accomplished, and Lan Hui is about to leave, much to Ye Xuan's dismay as he thought she would stay for a while. He likes the girl and would like to go on this trip with her, but apparently it's just his dreams, and it's impossible, and they are going to break up. He heartily thanks her for the talisman and for worrying about him and his sister, so this is the first time he has had friends help him. Lan Hu replies that she too has a friend for the first time and is sorry she must leave, but the circumstances are such that she will go immediately. They are both young and similar in character, easy to be friends with but hard to part with. They are warriors, and warriors rarely do what they want and always only do what they have to. It can happen that barely having found friendship, they will part forever and will never see each other again in this world, and it is very sad. But Ye Xuan does not lose optimism and says that he will train hard and will overtake her in strength and cultivation technique. She is very fast and agile, but he will learn and be faster, and they will definitely meet. Maybe it will happen very quickly, even faster than she thinks. They laugh merrily, but the sadness of parting does not diminish. It is time to say goodbye, and they shake hands in a friendly gesture. In the evening, all the residents of the school, and there are 5 of them, usually gather for dinner in the main hall of the academy. The main hall is a bit of a mouthful. It's a big room where they gather to eat and talk. They eat and chat casually, but it's no fun at the table today. The dean had warned everyone in the morning that there would be a serious conversation at dinner tonight, and everyone had already eaten and was eagerly awaiting what the dean had to say. Finally, folding his hands in front of him and tuning into his speech, he says that today he must discuss with the cadets a matter of life and death. Without waiting for the dean to finish his speech, Mo-yoon jumps up from his seat and suggests that they were attacked by the Changmu Academy and need to defend the academy. But the dean is outraged by this kind of statement since fending off Changmu Academy is not a matter of life and death, and Mo-yoon should be ashamed. The dean got so nervous that Mo-yoon actually felt ashamed that he dared to doubt the dean's strength, and he quickly apologizes and sits down in his seat. In fact, the dean is not nervous about what Mo-yoon said, but about what he has to say to the students, and he asks Lin-er to say what he was going to say. Ling-er is not a student of the academy, but is here to help the school and the dean who helped her with the treatment. She voluntarily takes on the responsibilities of running the household, and now it is on her shoulders to take care of the satiety and living conditions of the students and the dean. Lin-er informs everyone present that she has looked through all the supplies and ledgers and realized that the school is running out of food and money. An irascible Mo-yoon jumps up from his seat again and scolds the dean for stressing his students with such nonsense, but the dean doesn't consider the matter as nonsense. The issue of food is important, and we need to think about how to solve it as soon as possible, because to train you need strength, so you need to eat well. Yishun assumes that because the school is ancient, it must contain some ancient artifacts that could be sold. The girl says that there is an archive in the school, and they can look for something there. Then they will have money for food for a long time, because artifacts are expensive. But the dean says that the archive is empty and everything that could be sold has been sold long ago, and we must look for another way out. Hope fades as soon as it appears. Mo-yoon was furious that instead of cultivation training, he was forced to delve into the issue of sustenance, which shouldn't even be an issue at the academy. Yishun also can't think of anything clever since he is very impractical, and all household matters have always been handled by Lin-er. And Lin-er, who has experience in running a household, suggests that everyone should contribute small amounts of money to buy groceries and survive for a while. Yishun immediately agrees to the proposal because she trusts her sister and believes that she knows exactly what to do. If all the others do not want to contribute, they will have to live under one roof, but each on his own. That is, each will cook food for himself. And the time spent acquiring supplies and cooking will be spent by each of them, instead of taking that time to study and practice. The dean disliked this suggestion the most, as he is not at all ready to part with a bad habit in the form of alcohol consumption. But Yeshuen remembers the good, and also remembers that the dean saved his sister, and is willing to make concessions to him and not charge him a contribution for groceries. And everyone else, no matter how they liked it, would contribute their share, and Lin-er would kindly cook food for all the people in the school. The girl does not want to contribute a share as she is not used to get her own food. She is used to spending money only on pleasure jewelry and perfume. Mo-yoon isn't thrilled with the idea either, and wonders if he should leave the academy, which can't even feed its students. After thinking about it, he decides that education is more important to him, and he will contribute his share equally with everyone else in order to buy food and eat properly. But it turns out that's not all the news for today, and the dean has something else to say. What he's going to surprise his students with this time doesn't look good. In the morning in the forest, he told Yeshuan that another student was due to arrive, and he had indeed arrived, and the dean wanted to introduce him to the whole company. A half-naked dude walks in the door. He has no clothes on except his pants, but he has beads of big round red stones. You can tell he's physically strong. His eyebrows pulled down, his stern gaze and his chin upturned haughtily suggest that he is not the man to play cards with in the evening. He's also huge, and the dean standing next to him can barely reach his elbow. What kind of character can he have with his physical attributes? He's a real giant, and the dean calls his name. His name is Bai Jie, and the dean asks everyone to love and pity their classmate. Everyone rose from their seats to greet the newcomer and crowded around him. They were eager to meet the new resident of the school. Only the bather didn't get up, but remained seated with her back to the man. Maybe she knew him, but she didn't want to see him here. The giant tilts his head very politely and introduces himself by name, and says that he comes from the north of the country and lives near Mount Man. He gives the impression of a calm and balanced man, but there are all sorts of evil things in a quiet pool, as they say. Mo-yoon doesn't believe him. He tells Yeshuan that time will tell how tough this giant is because first impressions are often deceiving, so he wants to test the newcomer's strength. A duel is about to break out, and Lin-er fearfully tells Yeshuan that Baiji is so huge and will smash Mo-yoon into the wall, and there will be no one to contribute to the food. Mo Yun rolls up to a rookie and announces a school rule he just made up. It's that all rookies have to pay for protection. The newcomer says that he does not need protection and is not going to pay for it, so he will skip this point. He speaks quietly and calmly as if the wind were rustling. But the bully Mo Yun is not relenting and keeps asking for trouble, and tells the man of woe that one way or another he will have to pay or he will be beaten. But as soon as Mo Yun reached out his hand to cast a battle spell, the rookie grabbed his wrist so tightly that he cried out in pain. Baizo stares at Mo Yun uncomprehendingly and asks him why he's getting into trouble since no one has said or done anything bad to him. There's some strange people here. They attack for some reason and demand money. This is an academy, not some diner, asks the newcomer to the dean. Yi Xuan rushes to his comrade's aid and intercepts the giant's hand and asks him to loosen his grip and let go of his classmate, but he holds on very tightly. Baize was surprised that a puny fellow like Ye Xuan had such a strong arm, and he let go of Mo Yun's arm without putting a single gold in it. Ye Shen is still holding the mountain man's hand, fearing that he will still damage Mo Yun by crippling him, because the guy's strength is immense. But he does not think to attack the dead man, and thoughtfully says that he is glad to see a man surpassing him in strength, although outwardly Ye Xuan on the strong man does not look like a strong man. Yi Shen sees that the newcomer is not dangerous, smiles at him, and releases his hand and says that he is glad to meet a new classmate and hopes for friendship. They shake hands in a friendly manner and are ready to enter the school building and continue the conversation with the dean that was started before the newcomer arrived. Mo Yun, holding her hand, also limps to school, and all three of them enter the room where the girls are waiting for the men's conversation to end. They are having a nice conversation walking into the hall, and the dean wants to continue introducing the students to each other. Now everyone is gathered and no one else is expected. First, he introduces Ye Xuan and says that he is a swordsman and a very good one, but unfortunately only at the beginning of the cultivation path. Ye Xuan's strength is hidden from people's eyes, and most people until they see Ye Xuan fight don't believe in his ability, and Mo Yun is surprised that Ye Xuan is a swordsman. Mo Yun is not restrained in his words and says that he thought Ye Xuan was a weakling, which made Lin angry, and she says she won't cook for him. He realizes that he has once again said too much and folds his hands with his palms as if in prayer on his knees, begging for forgiveness from Lin. But Lin would still consider forgiving this fool or let him diet for a week and think about his behavior. Basie asks the dean what the name of the crazy guy who keeps getting in trouble and asking for trouble is. The dean replies that his name is Mo Yun. He has a beautifully trained body and refined skills. But there's one thing, he's completely out of his head. Either the roof is going or the flask is leaking, call it what you want. But the fact remains, and there is nothing you can do about it. You just have to accept it as it is. Ye Xuan agrees with the dean because in the short time he has known Mo Yun, he has already gotten into trouble 3 times and been beaten up 3 times, even by a girl. In order for the students to get to know each other better, the dean sends them to the market and tells them to buy food for everyone in the school. To the market. So, to the market, and the guys go away, leaving the girls in the care of the dean. But the big question is who will look after whom the dean will look after them, or vice versa. The old man admits that he is very tired today and wants to go rest, but they should go shopping for groceries or tomorrow will be the day and they will have nothing to eat. The weather is sunny and warm, and it will be a pleasure to walk to the market, so the guys go shopping lightly. The marketplace is full of people. Everyone is rushing about their business in a hurry to buy or sell or negotiate a deal. The usual market hustle and bustle is going on. The merchants are beckoning for customers, and Ye Xuan wishes he had Lin with him. She would have loved to buy some trinket. Beiji, on the other hand, is concentrating on looking for the pavilions that sell the products they came for, so they walk leisurely through the square. Mo Yun tells Ye Xuan that Lin is a very pretty and cheerful girl and he likes her a lot, but Ye Xuan doesn't appreciate the compliment. As soon as someone looks in his sister's direction, he's on the prowl, and woe betide anyone who says anything he doesn't like, and this one's a freak. He must have definitely decided to commit suicide, but he doesn't dare and provokes others to do it for him, talking his ass off to everyone. He's barely gotten a kick out of Ye Xuan before he's already pestering Bai Zhe. He asks him how the old dean was able to trick him into joining this academy. The giant has already realized Mo Yun's character and the fact that he is a talker but harmless and decides not to knock him on the head at once, but to keep the conversation going. He replies that the old man convinced him that he was the strongest in the kingdom, and he believed him, although now that he has met Ye Xuan, he doubts it. He also said that world peace depends on him and his power, and without him, the kingdom will simply die. The dean can be eloquent. Mo Yun laughs and says that Bai Zhe is not only the strongest, but also the most naive warrior in the kingdom, and how could one believe the dean even though he did the same thing? The giant had been convinced up to this point that he was a martial arts genius, and was seriously beginning to wonder if it was time to knock this talker on the head. He scratches his forehead, rasping his thoughts and trying to catch at least one good one. But it's not working so well so far. And while the thought process of Baijai is going on, the talker realizes that he has said something unnecessary again and is about to get hurt, and hurries to correct the situation. He says that he hasn't seen anyone stronger and hurriedly changes the subject, suggesting that they catch up with Yeshuan, who has gone far ahead, or they will lose him in the square. Yishuan found the pavilion he had been looking for and hurries inside, looking for his friends too. He calls out to them, inviting them to follow him. They enter a rich market stall and are greeted with a bow by a salesman who invites them to look at and choose the goods he is sure to have. This pavilion and the goods in it belong to the Cloud Immortal clan, and Mo Yun tells Yeshuan that he is mistaken and this is not a food market. He suggests that they get out of here as soon as possible before the guards come and shamefully kick them out of the store. But Yeshuan doesn't agree with him. He dictates to the vendor an order of a humongous amount of pig and poultry meat and what an insane amount of rice and oil, and he also needs a live cow. Now the giant also agrees with Mo Yun and thinks Yeshuan has suddenly lost his mind and needs to run away from here for good before the guards are sicked on them. The seller, who at first thought the guy was joking, now thinks he's getting into trouble and is ready to call security so that the brat doesn't mock serious people. Yishuan calms down the seller and says that this is not a joke or mockery and he really wants to buy these goods and let the seller formalize the purchase. He holds out to the vendor the magic card he received from the Cloud Immortal clan as an apology on the ship when he reached the academy. Different customers come into this pavilion, but this young man with a card that opens all the doors and gives all the benefits the seller sees for the first time. He bowed gratefully, accepts the reward from Yeshuan and promises to arrange everything in the best way and send the purchase to wherever the Lord says. Yeshuan politely says goodbye to the salesman and can return to the academy where his sister and a girl student are waiting for them, as well as the dean. The three of them leave the store and head back. Mo Yun is surprised at the change in the shopkeeper's face when he sees the map. Yishuan replies that he saw Yeshuan standing there, pretending not to know Yeshuan, and thought he was in over his head for making such an order. But he no longer resents his friend. Their conversation is interrupted by the sound of trumpets announcing that they must move apart and give way. It's the Tang Dynasty guards. Heralds mounted on huge, beautiful wolves warn all the inhabitants of the city that the Tang Dynasty is paying a visit. And whoever doesn't manage to escape will be his problem because the Tan family will not tolerate anyone in their way, no matter who it is. These bloodthirsty guards are as cruel and bloodthirsty as the wolves they ride and will spare no one they can reach with their spears. The peasant's daughter's little girl hesitates and does not have time to run away, and the punishment for this is immediate. The guard hits her and she flies off onto the tables with the goods. The guard rushes over and orders his wolf to go and bring him the head of this girl who didn't make it out of his way. The girl sees this terrible animal and its bloodthirsty eyes and grin, and already says goodbye to her life, as this wolf is several times bigger than herself. The creepy monster is ready to jump and its eyes are burning with a red scary light. It looks like a vampire or a werewolf that knows no pain or regret. And now, the clawed paw is over the girl, and all she can do is instinctively try to cover herself with her hand from the attack. But the movement of the paw stops because the wolf gets a blow on his scary muzzle which he does not expect and pulls back his paw. Yishuan, with his keen sense of justice, cannot stay away from such a rampage, and with a punch of his fist stops the wolf from attacking. The girl is no longer in danger, but she doesn't know it yet, and cries loudly, expecting a horrible death from the claws of this animal. But suddenly she realizes that nothing bad is happening, and she is no longer in danger. She opens her eyes and sees a young man blocking her. He shouts to the guards to get out of here and take their creatures with them, and don't dare to behave like this in a peaceful city anymore. His strength and his fists are always at the ready to protect the peaceful citizens of the city, and he will not allow outsiders to behave like this in his city. The guard calls to his downed wolf, but it has not woken up yet, and cannot yet follow its ill-mannered master. Mo Yun tells Yishuan that he was wrong to interfere, but Yishuan replies that he can't stand by when the weak are hurt. Baizo asks what is wrong with this dynasty, and why they think they can behave like this in a peaceful foreign city and attack citizens. Yishuan doesn't listen to them. He wants to help the injured girl and dress her wound. The wolf has managed to claw her arm, and there is a gaping laceration. His friends urge him to leave the place before the guards come back and give them trouble, but Yeshuan wants to finish what he started. He finds a clean white cloth and goes to the girl. He intends to bandage her arm and then head back to school. He sits down in front of her and tenderly soothes her while he treats the wound and tells her that it's all over now and nothing more bad will happen to her. The wolf who attacked the girl on his master's orders never woke up and seems to have given up, and his master is furious about it. He urges his friends to ride wolves and take revenge on Yexuan by killing him and his friends immediately. The friends respond to the call and plan to attack Yexuan. Bearing their spears and saddling their wolves, they rush into battle with the intention of punishing all four of them for the fact that the wolf who was a friend of one of them is dead. Yexuan asks the boys to take the girl to safety as soon as possible, and he stays behind to fight and stop the annoying rude guests. But they don't have time to escape when a fight breaks out, and debris and rocks fall to the ground around them, resulting in Yexuan having to use force. He is in a high jump to see all those who need his attention in turn bestows this attention on everyone. Everyone who underestimates Yexuan, and this is the case. Every time Yexuan is confronted by people who don't know him, gets into an unpleasant situation. If one looked at Yexuan, there was no way to tell that he possessed terrible strength, and one would think that he could simply be destroyed. But the guards don't make the right conclusion after seeing how the wolf was hurt and still decide to attack Yexuan. The wolf was the first to go because his muzzle was closest, and he falls to the ground defeated, followed by his rider. He makes the mistake of expecting an easy and quick victory over this ordinary-looking young guy, and for that mistake he pays the full price. The wolves are flying in all directions, the guards are flying, and those who are watching are numb and can't say a word, let alone fight. Trying to dodge the debris and whatever is now falling from above, they recognize that Yexuan is incredibly cool but dangerous at the same time. Baizo is the first to wake up. He asks Mo Yun to take care of the girl, but he's going to rush to Yexuan's aid. But Mo Yun is upset with the request because he himself just now wanted to say the same phrase, asking him to look after the girl while he helps Yexuan. The girl agrees to both options and doesn't care which one of them watches her, but it better be the first one that saved her from the wolf. Mo Yun offers the girl his hand and says that if she doesn't mind, he can take her home to her family, but let her hurry as he has to return. She looks hopefully at the guy and believes in his words and his promises, and the fight continues, and new participants arrive from different sides. So far, Yexuan is coping alone, but his strength is not infinite, and he could use some help, and his friend Baize seems to hear him. After making sure that Mo Yun takes the girl to safety, he rushes to the aid of his classmate, and a couple of guards are already on the ground. And it is very good because Yexuan does not have time to keep track of the numerous representatives of the Tang clan, and fears that he will miss a hit. Baiza has the opportunity to shout to Yexuan to see him, and realize that now he is not fighting alone and has a helper. He shouts to Yexuan to count on his participation and his strength, and together they will quickly cope and go home to the academy. Yechen is pleased and welcomes his friend. They are capable of many things, and now these people will tell the Tang family, if you come to Jane City, behave yourself. Trouble doesn't come alone, and the second part came barely after the guys had time to exhale after the fight. The guards, but not Tan, and others came and told the guys not to move. These are the guards guarding the city of Zan. They rushed to the square as soon as they were informed about what was happening, and they see the wolves and their masters and can't understand what happened. They can't believe that such a pogrom could be committed by two guys, students of the San Lan school, and try to find out the reason for the incident. They listen to the students' version, but one of the guards comes to his senses and tries to speak his false vision because he doesn't think he's guilty. He says he came to this city with his entourage to make a peace treaty between the Tang family and the Zan family, and they were treated badly. The guard believes the foreigner and fears punishment for showing up at the square at the wrong time to stop the massacre. He promises to deal with the offenders. One of the guards recognizes Yexuan and reports to a senior that this ragamuffin Yexuan, who was dishonorably expelled from the Academy Kanlan. Senior recalls this story and concludes that if Yexuan, after being expelled from the Qianlan Academy, entered Qianmu, he is definitely a loser and a weakling. Baizo, who has just seen Yexuan in action and can be called anything but a weakling, stands up for his friend. Yexuan doesn't want to fight. Yexuan asks the guards what they have to do with this part of town and what they have against showing outsiders how to behave. The guards reply that they are guarding the capital by order of the emperor and are rightfully here to try to restore order. The question becomes obvious as to where these valiant guards were when the foreigners were ransacking the streets and attacking civilians. The guards no longer want to find out what happened here and decide to just attack Yexuan, arrest him, and take him to the palace. Yexuan is, as always, ready every minute to repel a surprise attack, and this time, the response doesn't take long to come. He rises into the air in a fighting stance. A single blow should be enough to make the guard lose all questions about it. The guard is uncomprehending and continues his attack. His weapon is a long spear with which he tries to strike Yexuan so that he becomes helpless and obeys orders without question. The naive palace major expects Yexuan to get nervous, scared, and submit without a fight, But this story is not about Ye Xuan. As a result, the guard is nervous because Ye Xuan easily reflects the attack and is not going to obey the guards and where to follow them. He's nervous because he's heard about Ye Xuan at his academy, but what he sees now doesn't match what he's heard about this guy. When he started the fight, he was sure that he was a weakling and a loser who could not enter the academy and was dishonorably expelled from it. But in fact, he is defeated by this supposedly weakling within seconds and has no chance to recover and continue the fight. Ye Xuan asks the other warriors if any of them would like to continue asking questions to Ye Xuan and his friends. There is no desire to ask about anything, even the weather, and all they wish is to leave the place as soon as possible. But they warn Ye Xuan that the Songmu Academy will not forgive him that he so humiliated the best warriors that the academy was able to send to protect the kingdom. After packing up, the guards leave the scene as quickly as if they were never here at all. But the conflict is not over, and some still have something to say. One of the foreigners left on the battlefield shouts after them to go back and settle the situation and take this crazy man back to the palace. But the guards are so quick on their feet that they hardly even heard what the foreigner said to them, or even that he called them cowardly dogs. But he didn't notice that a mountain in the form of Bai Zhe had grown behind his back, and he was about to be in trouble again as he intended to call the stranger to account. He looms over him like a cloud, just as grim, and says it's time to learn what real justice is, not what the guards wanted to establish. They should realize that the city has defenders who will not allow anyone to create lawlessness on the streets of the city and offend its residents. News of what happened in the square reached the palace. The emperor was told how the foreigners had attacked the city and were strongly repulsed by the two students. The emperor listens to the report and is surprised at the strength of an unknown guy named Ye Xuan and the fact that he stood up for a strange girl. His musings are interrupted. A girl sitting in a wheelchair is brought into the hall. She is beautiful in rich clothes, but she is sick and cannot move independently. She is helped by a maid who follows her mistress always and everywhere, moving the chair with her mistress. She is also young, and perhaps they are friends. The girl in the wheelchair overhears the emperor's reasoning and asks him if he is talking about Ye Xuan. This young man is a very interesting person. The emperor replies that he's really thinking about Ye Xuan. He thinks the young man is too impulsive but has a heart of gold. The girl disagrees with him and says it's not about impulsiveness, but his kindness and intolerance for injustice. So he always gets into stories. There's no telling where he came from. The emperor's agents tested him and found nothing about him that could explain his power and abilities. The girl reminds the emperor of the martial artists who have been missing for several years and hopes that Ye Xuan will not become one of them. And there's another thing that makes me wonder about this young man. He's friends with Lan Hu, and the girl seems to have a special affection for him. After much deliberation, the emperor decides to use Ye Xuan in the interests of the court and asks the girl to carry out the procedure of recognizing Ye Xuan as a scholar. Perhaps it will be possible with the help of Ye Xuan to find the missing masters, if they are still alive, because the kingdom for the defense lacks strong masters. The emperor asks the girl to take care of the matter immediately, as there is a chance that Ye Xuan will be taken over by another family and the Jian kingdom needs him. At this time, the guards return to the Chenmu Academy, and on the stairs, they shout and draw attention to themselves because one of them urgently needs medical attention. The friends bring him into the infirmary room, lay him on a bed, and stand aside, waiting for the doctor to come and help their friend. He is very ill. He is unconscious and barely breathing, and the question of his continued health remains open. The others are crowded in the corner, and they are worried about their friend. The doctor examines him and concludes that although his body is alive, his spirit is dead, and he will most likely not be able to recover as a warrior. He reports this to the elder who came to look at the patient and assess his condition. The doctor says that the boy will now live a normal life. From this moment, he is destined to live the life of an ordinary mortal, but not a warrior. And for the kingdom and the academy, he is absolutely useless unit. Friends ask the dean to take revenge. They are sorry to lose a friend, and the school is sorry to lose a warrior in whom the academy has invested time, effort, and other resources that are now irretrievably lost. The dean replies that though he's their friend, he's a warrior, and they're still warriors, so don't let him act like a sissy. Warriors die every day, and the duty of friends is not to lament, but to gather in a fist of will and character, and avenge for a classmate, and then it will be the act of a man and a warrior. Chenlan Academy was also in a state of turmoil. Ye Xuan and Bai Zhe told the dean about what happened to them in the city, which made the old man angry. He reprimands the guys, calling them brainless idiots who bring a mountain of problems on the academy's head instead of quietly bringing groceries. The girls are also present here, but they take the side of the guys as they realize that Ye Xuan could not leave the girl who was attacked by the wolf in trouble. When the dean's verbal arguments are over, he removes his slipper from his foot and throws it at Ye Xuan in anger, wanting to punish him in some way. Ye Xuan catches it on the fly, and the slipper fails to reach its target of Ye Xuan's forehead, and thus reaching him, the dean also failed. The guy quietly and very calmly tells the dean that when he sees defenseless people being hurt, he can't stand by and just watch. Villains must realize that even the weak may not have a defender nearby who can step in and protect the weakest. Baizi, who also has the same character and Ye Xuan's position is close to his spirit, fervently sides with Ye Xuan and defends him in front of the dean. The faster you run away from the monster, the faster it catches up with you and will most likely destroy you. But if you are brave, the monsters will be afraid of you. But Baizhi's defensive, fiery speech does not impress the dean, and the talkative student gets a slap from which he falls to the floor unconscious. The dean won't tolerate a brat teaching him about life. He came here to learn, not to educate the teacher. He's probably forgotten, so the teacher will remind him who's who. Yishen realizes that the dean has blown off steam and is no longer dangerous. He lets out a tear and says that it's a pity they dared to teach the dean about life. Now their conscience will eat them up and they'll have to leave the school. But the dean is against it. A girl's voice that no one knows says she agrees with the dean. It was a girl in a wheelchair who arrived at the Qianlan Academy with a maid and witnessed the scene unfolding in the school hall. She greets the dean as an old friend and says she is glad to see him, and looking at his unkempt appearance remarks that she is also glad he hasn't changed a bit. The dean, who apparently has known this girl for a long time, did not expect to see her here respectfully bowing but warily greeting her. From excitement, he even forgot to invite the guest inside, but she feels free, and herself asks the maid to bring her chair inside. No one in the audience knows who this girl is, but they see how respectful the dean is to her and are alarmed to think that this is what the dean was talking about. This is the trouble that the teacher was talking about, and now Ye Xuan will be taken to the palace and punished to the fullest, and they won't see him again. The dean is trying to find out the reason for the young royalty's appearance here, to figure out who to save himself, or Ye Xuan, or the school. But the girl only laughs in response and says that in fact the reason for her appearance at the academy is a young man named Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan is surprised because he doesn't know who this girl in the wheelchair is and doesn't understand how he can be useful to such an important person. There is no doubt that she is an important person. She has a maid, and the dean treats her respectfully. A maid comes up to Ye Xuan and hands him a card. Everyone's curious to see what this card is, whether it's a bonus card to be executed out of turn or whether it entitles you to untold riches. The girl in the chair explains the situation. She says that by the king's order, Ye Xuan was given the title of Scholar of the Zan Kingdom, and this card confirms the title. Linner was very happy for her brother. Finally, the powerful have seen her brother's talents and recognize them. But not everyone is as happy for Ye Xuan as his sister. Yishin, on the other hand, holds the map and sincerely does not understand why and for what merit he was so honored that the representatives of the court came to the school. He cracks his hand down on the tabletop and says he didn't seek any titles or privileges, and he doesn't need that title, whatever it means. The girl doesn't understand what's wrong with this guy. Anyone else in his place would be happy that he was honored with such a title and would be jumping up to the ceiling with joy. He wants to know what purposes the court has in elevating him above his fellow students and even the dean. He doesn't believe the court's actions can be sincere. The young man assumes that the court wants to use him as leverage against the Changmu Academy. The maid can't stand such rudeness. In her hand, there is a cutter, which she puts to Ye Xuan's neck, and in a moment the guy's head will fly into the corner, and his body will remain standing like a fountain. The only girl student at the academy rushes to Ye Xuan's defense, takes out her sword, and is ready to fight the aggressive maid. And the student, unprepared that the students would be so actively defending herself, retreats and takes her milling machine with her. And the student says that fighting is forbidden at the academy. There are rules that everyone on the academy grounds must follow, even if you are a very important bird and come from the palace. But the girl in the chair behaves impeccably calm and tells Ye Xuan that she sees that he is not only strong physically, but also smart, so he is rewarded. The dean enters the conversation and orders Ye Xuan to move away from the girl, as he has no right to get close to her due to his low position. The maid, biting her lip in anger, stops attacking and steps aside so that she can still be close to her mistress and keep control. Everyone is on edge, and the air is like a spark that could burst into flames at any moment. Ye Xuan asks the student why she attacked the maid. She doesn't answer and pretends to calm down, but she keeps her sword in its scabbard just in case. The situation is tense, and someone has to defuse it. The girl in the chair changes the tone of the party from aggressive to more calm, and says that the emperor foresaw this behavior of Ye Xuan. But sending her to meet Ye Xuan, he asked her to tell him that it just so happened that Ye Xuan was the only Zan resident who didn't forget about it. He was the only person willing to fight for the city and its people without hesitation, unlike the guards who were obliged to do so. The girl says it so sincerely that the young man has nothing to do but to calm down and finally believe in the sincerity of the intentions of the court and the emperor. When the emotions receded and he was able to calm down and think, he decides to accept the title as he realizes it will help him in the future. The girl is glad that Ye Xuan agreed to accept the title, and that she was able to fulfill the assignment given to her by the emperor, and was able to persuade Ye Xuan. And since they had agreed on everything with Ye Xuan, she dared not interrupt the educational process that the dean was giving the students when she arrived. The dean says goodbye to her and finally calls her by name. Master Lu is the girl's name, and she is a martial artist despite her disability. She orders the maids to keep quiet about what happened here, so that the news of Ye Xuan becoming a scholar will not spread throughout the kingdom. After the guests leave, Ye Xuan turns to the dean and says that for the dean's act of crucifying them some time ago, he was given the title of scholar. That is, the emperor himself granted him that, and the dean now has nothing to scold him for, and the conflict can be considered exhausted, and we can go to our rooms. The dean replies that this particular conflict will no doubt be resolved, but Ye Xuan must realize something else that the dean will explain to him now. Ye Xuan, who was about to leave, turned around impatiently with a look of satisfaction and waited for the teacher to continue speaking. The speech ends before it begins. Something is bothering the dean, but he can't make out the feeling of danger or lack of something. It's only now that everyone remembers that there's a student named Mo Yun missing. He didn't come from the market with Ye Xuan and Baize. No one knows where he is. He is invited to dinner by the father of the girl attacked by the wolf, and despite the late hour he is there, and the grateful father spares no treats for his guest. Meanwhile, something terrible is happening in the tower guarded by the tower spirit. If Ye Xuan doesn't hurry up, the tower will come to an end. He must find the principles of the Tao, or the hearth will gradually go out, and the life of the tower will end, and the spirit of the tower will die with it. Ye Xuan wants to talk to the dean and is looking for him in the house. So as not to frighten the old man with his sudden arrival, he makes a noise by clapping his hands in advance, but the old man does not respond. The young man decides that he is not at home and the child is looking for him, and when he walks along one of the paths in the woods, he hears the voice of the dean who is talking to someone. In order to hear the conversation and see who the dean is talking to without being detected, Ye Xuan climbs up a sturdy tree branch and sits on it. The conversation is about the agreement of the academies of Qianlan and Qianmu to compete every 3 years and the fact that the old man feels guilty towards the former students of the academy. From the top of the branch, Ye Xuan can see who the dean is talking to. He recognizes one of the students named Ji Anji, and she says she's ready to fight Qianmu. The dean calls her his granddaughter and says it's dangerous, and she doesn't have to repay his debts since she wasn't born when the conflict between the academies occurred. The news that the girl is the granddaughter of the dean surprises Ye Xuan so much that he loses his guard and accidentally crunches a branch, and the girl realizes that they are being overheard. The dean, who didn't hear the crunch of the branch, doesn't understand why his granddaughter nudges her sword and sends a lightning strike towards the tree and runs in the same direction. He does not understand what is happening and remains lost sitting on the fallen log on which a minute ago they were sitting together with his granddaughter and talking peacefully. And what happens is that the girl does not miss, and the force of the sword chops the branch on which Ye Xuan was sitting bird-like, but it is good that the blow came at the beginning of the branch. Ye Xuan loses his balance, but does not fall immediately, and manages to regroup in order not to be destroyed. But the girl recognizes him, and he already regrets that he was born. The pain he feels when he falls is nothing compared to what he is about to experience right now before Jianzi reaches him. And here she is, and Ye Xuan mentally says goodbye to his life and his sister, as he has escaped and is finished. Jianzi is already here and wants an explanation. She catches him peeking at her again and decides he's insane or has some sort of agenda, which she asks him directly about. Ye Xuan tries to shift the conversation and says that she should be glad it's him, because anyone else would have been killed after falling out of the tree. The girl could be accused of murder, but this technique doesn't work, because the word peeping was heard by the dean, and everything that has happened up to this point is a flower. The beginning he listened melancholy and did not interfere in the conversation, but everything changed when the girl said the word, and then he could not stay still. Jianzi says she didn't kill him even though she wanted to do it the last time he peeped on her, but now the circumstances are different. Ye Xuan does not give up hope of turning the situation into a joke, and says that indeed last time the sun shone and it was a beautiful day. The last time I don't want to remember, so the girl is not very pleasant. Then there was a very awkward situation when Ye Xuan caught her taking a bath. This is what the old man, who had been sitting peacefully on the log and emptying his flask sip by sip, hears. And now, the real action begins. Where did that melancholy old man go who didn't care about anything until he thought some brat was peeping on his granddaughter? Ye Xuan is still trying to explain to the dean for the first 2 seconds that it was a misunderstanding, and he didn't intentionally spy on her, and it was an accident. Juanzi, knowing the tough temper of his grandfather, advises the young man to pray and accept his death with dignity or to get out of here very quickly. Ye Xuan accepts the advice, or rather the second part of it, as he doesn't want to die. He has no time to pray and only has to run away. At this time on the road, there is a student of the academy that they all cannot sleep is Bai Jie, who carries a huge bag on his shoulder and admires the full moon. He walks quietly down the path and talks to himself about how it's a clear night and the moon and stars are shining brightly, and that such a night is not good for hunting demons. Ye Xuan rushes at him and shouts at him to get out of the way, but why and where he is running to, he will explain sometime later if he survives. Ye Xuan looks like a herd of uncontrollable buffalo rushing after him, and Baize believes him and wants to give way, but doesn't have time to do so. To at least cushion the impact of the collision, he stretches his arm out in front of him, and Ye Xuan swooped down with all his might and flew backwards by inertia. The impact is so strong that everyone flies in different directions, and Ye Xuan and Baize and his bag have no way to stay upright. Tonight's not a dull night. A fall from a tree, then an escape from the dean, which is incomplete, and the outcome unknown, now a confrontation with Baijie and his bag. What this Baize brought in this bag was so hard that Ye Xuan would definitely have a bump on his head the size of a ball after colliding with it. We mustn't forget that the dean who was named Grandfather of the Year is after Ye Xuan, and if he catches up with him, he will kill him for his granddaughter and not have mercy. There's no time for Ye Xuan to escape, and so you have to hide behind that wonderful big bag and pretend you're not here or take the fight. Their screams wake up another man named Mo Yuan. He was visiting, and he and the girl's father had been drinking heavily. He didn't get to school and fell asleep right in the woods and woke up from the screams and was very unhappy about it, and it turned out that he got under the dean's hot hand. He got in the way between him and Ye Xuan and was slapped by the former and went to rest, and now no one would be able to disturb him as his sleep would be deep. Time does not stand still, and morning comes, and in the light of day everything changes its appearance and does not look like what seemed important or scary at night. The guards from the Changmu Academy can't forget the offense Ye Xuan inflicted on them, and they want to go to the Changlan Academy and attack Ye Xuan. One of them had finished cultivating the Starlight Sword technique and thought that he was invulnerable to Ye Xuan, and besides, the dean promised a reward for Ye Xuan's head. So there is a serious chance to become the strongest and richest student of the academy. So thinks self-confident Chen Yan, and he is very wrong but does not know about it. His friends support him, but none of them are going to fight Ye Xuan to support his friend, so the support is only in words. Meanwhile, at the Canlan Academy, the dean is convening the General Assembly of the school, and all 5 have gathered in a deliberative clearing. The dean is sitting on a log. The others are standing or sitting on the ground around him. Mo Yun, for example, is sitting down because he feels very bad after the party with the girl's father. Ye Xuan goes to the dean and immediately takes the bull by the horns, saying that he accidentally heard the conversation between the dean and his granddaughter and knows about the agreement between the academies. The dean frowns his eyebrows at the memory and decides that students have the right to know the truth and make an informed choice to stay in school. Once upon a time, there was a serious conflict between the 2 academies, which turned into a multi-year war between the academies of Qianmu and Qianlan. As a result of one of the battles, the Songlan Academy suffered a crushing defeat, resulting in a shameful agreement for the school. According to the treaty, the academy loses not only the honor, but all the legacy in the form of scrolls with knowledge were transferred to Changmu, and the souls of the students were imprisoned. All the souls of the dead disciples were sealed in the grave sword formation to humiliate the Qianlan Academy even more. Ye Xuan remembered something. When he passed the tests at the Changmu Academy, he had to pass the formation of many swords. Now he realizes that these were the souls of the students. Swords were stuck into the ground so often there were so many of them that it was impossible to walk past them. And now Ye Xuan, knowing that these were the souls of the students, realized the extent of the calamity. The dean is silent, and his students demand the continuation of the story, and he, noisily inhaling, continues the narration and tells the essence of the agreement between the academies. He barely begins to speak as it is difficult for him to remember these events. His granddaughter Jianju comes to the rescue. She says that the academies have made a pact. Once every 3 years there is a tournament between the academies. If the Academy of Kanlan wins, the souls of students will be released from captivity and will be able to rest. Recalling the huge number of swords on the mountain, Yeshuan assumes that the Qianlan Academy has not won even once. Jianji confirms this. Bazi asks what the dean thinks to do next, and the dean replies that this year is the year of the tournament, and all students should participate. Moyun, barely realizing the meaning of what was said, asks if they are obliged to participate in the competition as students of the Conlan Academy. But Jianzi replies that he can leave the academy, and he doesn't need to take the fight to Qianmu Academy. She is ready to take the fight alone. The dean confirms her words and says he has no right to put them all in mortal danger, so each of them can leave, and he won't mind. There is an oppressive silence, and Yeshuan is the first to speak. He says that he is already an enemy of the Qianmu Academy, but the dean helped his sister, and he remembers it. Baizu says that he is not afraid of the Tsangmu Academy, and decides to stay here and prepare for the competition. Mo Yun also stays behind as he has made friends for the first time and doesn't want to leave them in their time of need, so he will fight alongside them hand in hand. The dean lets out a relieved exhale and tells his granddaughter that he was sure everyone would stay and not abandon the academy, and she wouldn't have to fight alone. Jianzi is glad that she is not alone now, but she does not want to be blamed for the fact that the students will die again, and their souls will be imprisoned in the sword formation. She turns sharply on her heels, calls them a bunch of idiots unafraid of death and in a hurry to die untimely, and is about to leave. The guys do not understand such a reaction to their refusal to leave the academy. They expected joy, or at least gratitude, but they only see that she is angry. The dean explains everything. The dean explains that Jianji's parents died because of Qianmu Academy, and the desire to avenge their deaths moves the girl. Despite her frail physique, she has an iron character, and he is afraid of losing her because he has no one else. The students understand the dean. Yi Xun understands the old man like no one else, as she and her sister are also alone in the world and constantly face injustice. The oppressive situation is relieved by Mo Yun. He rubbed his palms together and cheerfully told the dean that if they were going to defeat the Qianmu school, they should practice. Couldn't the great guru show the students a couple of killing moves that could be used to go up against the Qianmu Academy and win? With a grin in his mustache, the dean replies that if he's so impatient, the dean will be tutoring him personally from now on, and they'll start right away. As soon as the sun rose and the first birds woke up, the dean got the students up before they could sleep and announced the start of classes. The primal silence, broken only by the sound of the waterfall, is interrupted early in the morning by a loud whistle that wakes up all the inhabitants of the school. The dean, who had not gone to bed, announces with a loud whistle that nap time is over and it is class time, and everyone should gather in the deliberation clearing. The day will start with a training session on the simulators, and the personal trainer for Mo Yun, as promised by the dean, is ready. It's a huge, ferocious wolf. Mo Yun asks in a trembling voice why this monster is here, and if the dean is endangering the students by summoning such a huge and scary demon. Everyone else wants to ask this question too, but the old man explains everything and says that Mo Yun has shown a real eagerness to learn, and he has decided to go along with it. They can calm down and not worry anymore because this coach has arrived at Mo Yun's place and will be practicing cross-country running with him. The dean puts his hand on Mo Yun's shoulder and tells him that he knows he doesn't like running, but high speed and stamina are important for a warrior to escape and survive. Someday, Mo Yun will thank the dean for this kind of training, but right now he would be angry at the teacher, but he must realize that the teacher doesn't care. If Mo Yun escapes from the demon, he'll become faster and more agile, but if he can't, the school will save on food since there will be one less person to eat. Now Mo Yun begins to realize that the teacher is not joking, and he will have to run through the forest from the demon and try to trick him to escape and stay alive. And you cannot delay because the bloodthirsty face of the monster is in the immediate vicinity and ready to bite off the head of the hapless student. Loudly accusing the dean of insanity, Mo Yun, raising clouds of dust from the road, quickly leaves the place, leaving his friends wondering what awaits them. Yishin decides that asking provocative questions to the dean is not the best idea and remains silent while looking at his friend's fast departing footsteps. Baizo, who opened his mouth to ask the dean how he would train, immediately closes it, thinking that he would be asking for trouble. The sly dean puts his hand on his shoulder and says he noticed that Bai Jie wants to ask something and answers ahead of the question. He has an assignment for the student. In the same instant, heavy iron shackles appeared on Bai Zekyu's legs, making it impossible to lift a leg to take a step. Trying to find out from the dean what it is has no success. The cunning old man says to understand everything at once, it is necessary not to ask questions to act. The intention to act is accelerated by a whip blow along the back, and everything really becomes clear. In order not to get hit again, one must run away. The student is standing on the edge of a cliff, and there is nowhere else to run but into a waterfall. So he flies straight into the water, and on the way tries to figure out how to swim with the shackles. A wise teacher shouts after him. If he can stay on the water and not drown, or better yet swim against the current of the waterfall, he will be stronger than any fighter. Ye Xuan laughingly watched as the teacher handed out assignments to the students. But now it was his turn, and there was no telling what kind of trick the dean had in store for him. He asks Ye Xuan what kind of striking technique he possesses, and gets the answer that avalanche strike and the level of martial skill is equal to that of Earth. If that's the case, Ye Xuan should go to that mountain and practice his punching power until the mountain cracks. That's what the teacher says, and he's glad he surprised the student with the task. It's a mountain. If you hit it hard enough, it'll never crack. Nature can't beat it, neither the wind nor the sun can topple it, and Ye Xuan is only human. Day after day passes. Ye Xuan beats the mountain and nothing changes. Ye Xuan beats and the mountain stands, but when you think about it, nothing changes. His hands are beaten to a bloody pulp, but the training has not yielded any results so far. He has not seen his sister or his friends since then. It seems to him that he is so fed up with the mountain that she fights back, as after another blow he flies off and falls to the ground, and is convinced that the task is impossible. He mentally scolds the crazy old man with the last words, but only mentally, because he is afraid that he will hear and give some other assignment worse than this one. Ye Xuan also looked at his tortured hands and began to realize the truth that no matter how strong the body was, it would still suffer from pain and wounds. That is, even if he reaches the king's level of skill, he will still be human. The young man decides to ask the tower spirit if this is really true. He goes into meditation for a moment and calls out to the master, but receives no response. The spirit of the tower does not come to the call, although before it appeared instantly. Ye Xuan doesn't understand why she didn't come and thinks he hurt her or something happened to her, but she is a spirit and can't suffer wounds or die. Suddenly, the ground under his feet begins to shake and vibrate so that it is hard for the young man to keep on his feet and not fall down losing his balance. He thinks that it's the spirit of the tower and she's upset with him for something and decides to piss him off without showing her face and scare him a little. He asks me not to joke with him because it's annoying, but he's actually scared and doesn't understand what's going on right now, but he wants to find out as soon as possible. The thought comes to mind that it's not the master since she's never acted like this with him and shows up at his beck and call. But then it gets even scarier. The trembling of the earth intensified, and a fiery glow appeared in the sky and lined up in a magical circle on which incomprehensible signs and inscriptions were inscribed by fire. Ye Xuan begins to realize that the second level of the tower is now on fire. He remembers that the tower spirit had told him about something similar. She said that the second level was open and that he had a little more than 2 months to find the principles of Tao or else irreparable trouble would happen. Unable to stand any longer, he sat down on one knee so that he could think about what the spirit wanted to tell him and how to proceed. The vibration becomes so strong and the earth so red hot that it seems that it is about to open up to the core of the earth and lava will spurt out. And it's really happening. The gates of fire open and something terrible is looking out from within, and it wants to get out, and then everything around it will come to an end. And then Ye Xuan starts to remember that there is a second-level guardian who keeps wanting to get out of the tower to the surface. And also the master had warned him that the keeper was not the nicest person and not the most trustworthy companion, so he had to be very careful with him. While he is thinking about what to do and what this guardian wants from him, a fiery sheet with something written on it comes from the fiery abyss. He flies to Ye Xuan and apparently carries information for Ye Xuan because the guardian cannot speak human and finds alternative ways to communicate with people. The young man catches the leaf and looks at it and sees that it has a sad face on it. He doesn't understand what it means, but he must. He starts guessing and asking the keeper what the sad face might mean. Maybe it means that the keeper is sad to be disturbed. He wants to always be on the second level in his house of fire. But the assumption turns out to be wrong as another message flies out of the vent. It flies into Ye Xuan's hands just like the first one and has the same face on it, but laughing. And the guy realizes what the second-level deity wants to say. It smiled at him when asked if it was happy to be disturbed and if it wanted to leave its level and break free. Ye Xuan was glad that he had a way to understand what the deity wanted to tell him, as well as what the deity understood when he spoke to him in ordinary language. He realizes that he cannot release the spirit of the second level, because firstly, he does not have the power to calm it down, and secondly, he does not know it. The tower spirit had told him of the deity's bad character, and he would not risk releasing him, but he could not quarrel with him. Ye Xuan politely says that he can't let him out since he doesn't have the power to subdue the deity, so he has to wait for him to gain strength. This answer did not please the deity, and he hit Ye Xuan with an energy punch so that he flew away and fell on his back, hitting him painfully. But the gate of the second level immediately closed, and Ye Xuan realizes that he made the right decision to not let the deity have a really bad temper. We need to tell the tower spirit about everything, because he didn't understand why the second-level master was rushing outside. And we also need to find the principles of Tao as soon as possible. And as soon as he is about to get up from the ground and go to the academy, dust clouds rise behind him, as if a herd of buffalo were rushing by. These guards are adepts of the Qianmu Academy, and they are asking where they can find a student named Ye Xuan, and they want to talk to him about something. Ye Xuan thinks that these are thank God people, and not another deity of some tower level, and boldly turns to them and says that Ye Xuan is him. The young man realizes that the adventure is not over, and says that he is ready to find out the reason for the visit, and he also wants to know how the dean let them onto the academy ground. He sees the swords in the hands of the aliens and realizes that they have come not only to ask questions, but apparently to pick a fight. Ye Xuan directly asks the uninvited guests about this, and receives the same direct answer. Yes, they have come to fight and expect to defeat Ye Xuan. They hold themselves very confidently, as if they feel a strength that no one in the world can overcome, much less a student like Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan listens to them carefully and realizes that the guys are serious, and asks them how they intend to fight him all together or one at a time. He receives a reply from the lucky sword wielder, who assures him that the duel will be one-on-one, and Ye Xuan has no chance of winning with his level of strength. Therefore, you can start right now to end this as soon as possible and triumphantly return to the Cangmu Academy as the winner. After finishing this fiery speech, he raises his sword high above his head and attacks Ye Xuan, but he is ready to attack, so he is also ready to defend himself. The attacker shouts that he will pay back for those Ye Xuan attacked in the town square, and the young man sees that the sword warrior has the highest stage of Qi development. Ye Xuan thinks that he has a strong opponent, and there is some truth in his words, and will have to sweat to defeat such an opponent. He had encountered adepts of the Qianmu Academy in duels, but none of them had such a high level of Qi development. Well, the easy victory apparently will not turn out, and will have to use force to send home uninvited guests as soon as possible. He stretches his arm forward and gathers all his strength and will into a fist for a defensive strike, and everything around him begins to glow with the light of power. The glowing stream of energy prevents the attacker from getting close to Ye Xuan to start a close fight, and all he has to do is attack from afar. But he also realizes that Ye Xuan's fist is powerless against his sword, and is surprised that this unfortunate man is trying to defend himself like a villager without a weapon. And Ye Xuan is happy to try out the strength he has developed while he has been torturing the mountain, because he realizes that he has reached a new level as a result of this training. He reminds the guest from a rival academy that he is not welcome here, and that he should not expect a warm welcome and blame himself for coming with a sword. But he doesn't take the warning and attacks from the back and stabs Ye Xuan's sword straight into his back with all his might, a sneaky blow that Qianmu's students are capable of. Honestly, fighting is not something that Qianmu Academy is good at. They don't do such nonsense, and Ye Xuan didn't expect this kind of attack. This will teach him a lesson. Jaws is so low to attack from the back, and the guest folds his arms across his chest and mentally celebrates the victory. Ye Xuan falls to his knees, and everything comes to an end. So thinks the bellicose guest, and grinning says that in war all means are good, including a stab in the back is no worse than others, and he is glad of an easy victory. His friends laugh and mock the loser, calling him a dumbass who believes in the existence of any conventions and rules of fighting. While laughing at Ye Xuan, they let their guard down and didn't see the transformation happening to him. Ye Xuan gets up from his knees, and the sword that was stuck in his back is gone. They don't know that Ye Xuan is the essence of an invulnerable sword body, and he absorbs any sword that is weaker, and from that becomes stronger and more invulnerable. When the guests saw this transformation but did not yet understand how it happened and where the sword they were counting on had gone, they were not jokingly frightened. The jokes are over and Ye Xuan is angry, and it looks like there will be immediate retribution for his arrogance and dishonest behavior. He grabs the loser warrior by the throat, lifts him up, and asks if this is the outcome of the fight he had hoped for when he went to the Canlan Academy and looked for Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan would not kill him to get to his school and tell everyone there so that no one would mess with Ye Xuan in the Canlan Academy. The hapless warrior would reach the Qianmu Academy much faster than coming here, since back he flies. Instead of walking with such force, Ye Xuan had thrown him away. He flew fast but not for long and hit painfully, but Ye Xuan hopes that the pilot will not lose his memory and will be able to give the Academy Qianmu what Ye Xuan asked. His friends rush to his aid, but he can't understand where his sword is and wants to get it back, because if he goes to the academy without the sword, he won't be happy. His companions explain to him that there is no way to get the sword back, because not only did the sword not do any visible damage to Ye Xuan, but it was also absorbed by him. It is Ye Xuan swordsman's innate ability to absorb all swords that are weaker than his essence, and such an ability is very rare, 1 in a million. Ye Xuan confirms their speculation that this is not just his ability, but he himself is a great swordsman, and if they want to test it, they can stay. They have this opportunity to watch a swordsman fight who has the ability to absorb other people's swords and is great with his own. He takes a swing at a blow, and those who came to kill him do not know now how and where to hide from the one they thought defeated and laughed at recently. They try to scatter in different directions, so at least one of the 3 of them can escape and not be put forever in the forest of the Canlan Academy. But Ye Xuan is not a bloodthirsty killer, and he doesn't want to kill them, and a sword strike hits the ground and a huge crevice of incredible depth appears. The impact caused such a vibration of the ground that it was unreal to stay on their feet, and the enemies fell like skittles and do not dare to even raise their heads. But as long as there is a chance to leave here, even if beaten but alive, it is necessary to use this opportunity as soon as possible, and the guests ask for mercy. But they do it in a peculiar way that surprises Ye Xuan. They say that if he kills them now, the Qianmu Academy will gather its best forces. They would come and destroy Ye Xuan along with the academy and its inhabitants, and his lifeless body would hang from a tree for the edification of others. They ask for mercy but threaten death to the one who so easily left them unarmed and laid them like logs on the ground and won't let them stand on their feet. Ye Xuan is sorry that he will not see such a colorful picture, because there will be no one to show it to him, and says to let the warriors from Sanmu forget about it. The soldiers realize that they have taken the wrong tactic and decide to change it, namely screaming and calling for help in case someone is able to stop Ye Xuan. And indeed, this tactic is much more successful. Help comes when you don't expect it, as no one expected to see the dean here. He stands between Ye Xuan and the defeated and waiting aliens for the final blow, and protects them with his body, and casts a protection spell. Ye Xuan is unable to stop the strike he started, but the dean still stops it. His defense spell works well, and everyone lives. Those who have come to kill have hope of not being killed themselves, and dare to get up from the ground so as not to continue humiliating themselves even more. Ye Xuan does not understand the dean's act, and for what reason he saves the lives of these scoundrels who would not spare anyone from the Qianlan Academy. The dean replies that Ye Xuan hasn't killed anyone up to this point, and shouldn't start now since you shouldn't become a killer unnecessarily. He says to the guests with his back turned to them, showing that he is not afraid of them, and barely turns his head and tells them to go to his academy. Let them tell about what happened here, and from now on, if they want to measure their strength, do it in the ring and not to resort to sneaky tricks. Otherwise, let them not take offense and blame only themselves, because next time he won't stop his student and won't lift a finger to save them. The guests decided not to wait for the continuation and ran into the forest like hares from a pack of dogs to save their pelts. They run so fast that no one can catch up with them. The dean looks at them thoughtfully, and for some reason he feels that it won't be long before he can expect some meanness from Qianmu. Ye Xuan is outraged that the teacher let the bastards go and tells the dean about it, because if the tiger comes back to kill, he will definitely come back to kill, because such people do not change. They won't understand good treatment and will come again. But the dean says they're not tigers but silly kittens, and Ye Xuan must build up his strength. He should be preparing to face a real tiger. Not wasting his strength on minnows, and Ye Xuan promises his teacher that one day he will defeat them. Now he must go to the mountain at the junction of the 2 worlds for the tournament and try not to be late, as on the way he is likely to be waiting for someone else's intrigue. Even after dark, Ye Xuan bade farewell on the porch of the academy to all those who wanted to see him off and wish him victory and a speedy return. Linner, as always, does not want to part with her brother. For a moment is upset, and so she cries, wiping her tears with her fist. Her brother tries to calm her down and tells her that he will be back very soon, and she won't even have time to miss him, but he will try to find a cure for her in a foreign land. He asks her not to be tired from housework, as fatigue is not good for her health, and he wants her to wait for him while he looks for medication. The girls also start to persuade Lin and ask her not to cry, as tears can make her lose all her beauty. Lin smiles at the joke and calms down. She promises to wait for her brother and will try to behave well to take care of herself, not to cry and not to get sick, so that everything will be fine by the time he returns. Ye Xuan asks the dean's granddaughter to watch over his sister and not to let her be harmed in case of the slightest danger, to stand up for her while he is at the competition. He also asks the dean to do the same, as he has seen his strength and realizes that he can be a support to his sister if he doesn't drink every day, and he hopes for the best. Baizo is also here, and also makes a promise to Ye Xuan to take care of his sister and not let her be harmed by anyone who is. After all, that's what friends are for, to help each other, and in the academy for the first time in his life, Ye Xuan had friends ready to help. The dean of the smallest stature, smaller than his own students, makes the promise Ye Xuan expects of him and tells him that he can safely depart. Ye Xuan folds her hands in a gesture of gratitude and bows and pays lip service to the dean and her friends for looking after her sister. Happy is the one who has a lot of friends, because not for nothing they say not to have 100 rubles, but have 100 friends. It gives support and hope that the world is not so cruel and bad. But injustice is still enough, and Ye Xuan must be ready for any fallout of fate, and he does not have time to sympathize, gathers his will in a fist. To get to the mountain on the division of the two worlds will be on a flying ship, and the last trip did not do without a fight, as he had to protect his sister. The journey takes place high in the sky, and the ship is accompanied by a flock of beautiful white birds that, as if playing, fly around the ship, entertaining the passengers. Yishen is also watching the birds standing on the deck of the ship, deep in his thoughts that do not give him peace. His thoughts are disturbed by a familiar voice that he would not want to hear now or 100 years from now, but the fact remains that he has been noticed and wants to communicate. An arrogant beauty named Mo Suiking, of which he had a whole bunch of trouble during his visit to the Crown Prince's palace. She flirted with him, provoking feelings and getting him to fall in love. But Ye Xuan rejected her in front of a crowd of guests that mortally offended the beauty. Because she was rejected by Ye Xuan, and also because she was punished for her unworthy princess behavior, she holds a grudge against Ye Xuan and wants revenge. She can see that Ye Xuan doesn't want to talk to her, but nevertheless unceremoniously grabs his sleeve and starts an unwanted conversation for everyone. She calls him a beggar and says he should be proud that such a rich and noble person like her appeals to him, and he should turn his back on her. Ye Xuan starts to lose his temper and says that since he is a poor man, she is a rich, arrogant, and shameless person who can only bully and humiliate people. The truth doesn't like people who aren't used to hearing it, and the girl gets furious at these words and promises Ye Xuan that she won't let him down for being rude. But Ye Xuan calmly listens to this tirade, and no less calmly tolerates the fact that the beauty pokes at him with her finger, at every word reinforcing the meaning of what was said. Ye Xuan warns her that she's being unworthy and provoking him into doing unsavory things again, and that it ended badly last time. If she insists, nothing good will happen this time either. So he, as a man, will just walk away from the hysterical girl and not react. She can't stop screaming at him that she hates him and wishes him the worst death she can think of, but the conflict is extinguished. The ship lands at the wharf, and then the journey is by boat on the water. The water canals on which the boats travel run through the city. Passengers are invited to take their seats to continue their journey, and are asked not to forget their belongings on the ship so they don't have to come back for them. Ye Xuan likes the city because it is large, clean, and the people are prosperous, as they are all smiling and very friendly to visitors. The young man decides to bring Lin Er here and show her the city. He has a guidebook in his hand and thinks about how to get to the mountain. It turns out that the mountain is quite far from the town, so he decides to first go into town to buy a horse and go to the mountain on horseback. You can also go to the market and buy some trinkets for Lin Er. She likes them very much, and she'll probably like a gift from her brother. Ye Xuan's shoulder has someone's hand on it, and it's quite unexpected since he has no acquaintances in this city, and his familiar beauty has left. He saw it. An unfamiliar voice asks him if he is really Ye Xuan, and he has no choice but to reply that yes, Ye Xuan is really him. He turns around and sees a girl holding a portrait of him drawn on a piece of paper. The portrait is not very good, but it is recognizable. Therefore, Ye Xuan immediately honestly admitted that he and the one in the portrait are the same person, but wants to know who the girl in his portrait is. She says she's here at Lan Hu's request. She asked to meet a portrait-like man at the marina, but she thought he was a teenager. But Ye Xuan didn't look like a teenager, and she was slightly confused. The resemblance between the portrait and a living person was minimal, and it confused her. Her goal is to escort him to the qualifiers, but Ye Xuan did not immediately understand what the qualifiers are, but then he realizes that the competition begins with the qualifying fights. He takes out a jade amulet from his pocket and shows it to the girl, and wonders if they are talking about the same or different competitions. The girl confirms that they are the same and asks him to hurry up, as there are a lot of people who want to compete. If he is late for the start, he will not be able to participate, as there are many contenders from all over the world and all as one respected and talented. Yixuan asks the girl if any of the applicants are from the Qianmu Academy. He doesn't want to meet them. She answers that there are, and all of them are not new to martial arts and have the strength and power of not the last level, so strong opponents are provided for. Realizing that he will not be bored in the coming days, he follows the girl, and she leads him to the foot of the mountain where the competition should be held. They stand in front of the entrance on the steps leading up to the huge gate, and behind it is most likely a square, or maybe a hall where all the participants will gather. Yixuan looks around with interest, and the girl tells him not to catch crows but to be focused and concentrated and remember the purpose of being here. The girl's mood changes abruptly, and she frowns her eyebrows and warns him not to dare to offend her fellow countrymen in pursuit of adventure. If she suddenly sees or learns of him attacking the weak or simple civilians, she will finish him off on the spot without looking into the reasons why. He doesn't hesitate to promise her to be a goody-goody and behave respectfully towards the local, and not to touch anyone without even looking in their direction. They continue on their way, but their conversation is interrupted by a loud shout demanding that they clear the way and not block the path. With a rough sudden jolt, Yixuan and the girl flew apart, barely staying on their feet, and shrieked in surprise. The young man who so rudely disturbed their peace turns to them and tells the girl that she is a beauty and deserves a better companion than Yixuan. Yixuan recognizes him as a member of the Tang clan by his brash demeanor and uniform and gets a little upset because he is also at odds with them. After addressing Yixuan's companion with obscenities, Yixuan is turned on and warns the impudent man that he should not dream of local girls. And the local girls are also not easy and can stand up for themselves, and so she is also ready to forcefully explain how to behave properly when visiting. Now he and Yixuan are united against the rude, insolent man, and if they are not stopped, they will destroy him in one fell swoop. The girl jumps on the ignorant man's back, and there's a sword near his throat, and it's ready to plunge into his throat, and he won't be able to say one more nasty thing. Some do not understand good attitude and polite words, and they have to be taught good manners differently, not like everyone else, but by force. Yixuan admires the girl's strength and skill and tells her so directly. It was amazing and new to him. He had never seen a girl stand up for her honor like that before. She likes his words and that he respects her femininity and warrior skills. She likes Yixuan and thinks they can be friends. Suddenly, the mood of the conversation abruptly changes again. For the umpteenth time, she again grabs her sword and shouts at Yixuan to be careful. He abruptly turns around, not realizing what's going on and trying to find out, and sees another girl who is about to attack them with a naked sword. The people here are charged and a little aggressive once they attack people out of the blue, but Yixuan begins to realize that the girls are familiar. His companion asks rather loudly why the hell Bei Chen is the name of the attacked girl running around with a sword and waving it at anyone. Bei Chen replies that there are too many applicants, and it would be good to get some out of the way. As they say, less people, more oxygen. Yixuan's new friend is in no hurry to join the fight, and even takes a step back and raises her hands to show that she is unarmed. Yixuan supports her and wonders if she is all right, since this behavior is not like her. At least Yixuan thinks so. He asks if he can help, since they are friends, and friends should help each other, and gets an unexpected answer. The girl asks him to catch up with the one who attacked them and not let her get away, i.e., to fight her. He does not understand the reason, but he is ready to fulfill the girl's request. The hilt of the sword is clasped in his hand, and Yixuan is ready to fight. He doesn't ask any questions because he sees that the girl is suffering, and he wants to help her with all his heart. Bei Chen isn't going to run away. She's belligerent and willing to fight, and she doesn't seem to care who she's fighting with. The cause doesn't matter either. In Yixuan's right hand is his sword, and his left hand is held out in front of him, ready to fend off the attack of the unstable girl. And then Yixuan's friend realizes that this bimbo is just stalling for time so that the portal will close, and Yixuan will be late for the competition and won't be able to participate in. She speaks of her hunch and tells him to drop the freak and hurry up since she's not worth him being late and missing the competition. While Yixuan was looking at the mountain peak and looking at his head, he thought about what to do. The portal is closed, and all three of them are standing in front of the gate that slammed right in their faces, and all efforts to get to the competition were wasted. They realize that the portal closed a little early, but they don't understand why it happened, and even less if it's possible to fix the situation. Suddenly, the sword that Yixuan is holding in his hand as if waking up starts to glow with a gentle blue light, and an unfamiliar voice says strange words to Yixuan. He was glad that Yixuan had finally arrived and the wait was over. The hand with the sword, without Yixuan's command, rises up on its own and strikes the goal. The girls ask Yixuan what he's doing, but he doesn't know what to say and tells them the truth that he lost control of his body for a moment. They demand an explanation, but He says that as long as the passage is open, you must go in without wasting time, or they will close again, and there will be no way to get in. They have to go inside altogether, even though they don't trust each other one bit, and the girl who met Yeshuan warns Bei Chen. Even though she'll go inside and probably see some artifacts inside, she doesn't expect to be able to take anything with her. And so they go inside the mountain, and because they go into a dark room from a sunlit day, they lose their sight for a moment and see little. After a little getting used to the darkness, they begin to distinguish objects around them and find a whole army that consists not of living warriors, but of statues. The statues are so skillfully made that at first glance they are hard to distinguish from people. But who came to think of gathering them in this hall and what they are here for? The girls argue about it and immediately start fighting as Bei Chen is on Qian Mu's side, and the other one is against this academy, but Yeshuan doesn't listen to them. He sees that in the hand of one of the statues is a sword that belonged to Ling Xiao, and he can't figure out how it could have gotten here and why the statue's hand is holding it. He is taken away from his thoughts by a gentle female voice, which says that the long wait is over, and the owner of the voice is glad that he has finally come to her. Attempts to find out who she is are unsuccessful, and the woman does not turn toward them. She is on her knees, and the light falls on her in such a way that she appears transparent. The whole trio keeps their weapons at the ready just in case, because there's no telling what to expect from this mysterious woman and her clay army. As they get closer, they see the woman holding a tool that can work wood, and she is so engrossed in her work that she doesn't raise her head at the guests. When she hears the sound of approaching footsteps, she turns around with words of joy that the one she has been waiting for so long has come to see her. Yeshuan is surprised that the woman knows him because he is not familiar with her. But the transparent woman finally looking at Yeshuan realizes that he is not the one she was expecting. Having lost all interest in the guests, she returned to her occupation. But before doing so, she pointed to the door and said that if they had come for the treasure, they were there. Yeshuan does not understand what treasures we are talking about and why the woman barely looked at him and realized that she had mistaken him for someone else. He wants to figure out what's going on here, but the girls insist on taking or at least seeing what treasures are hidden here. The girl takes Yeshuan by the elbow, intending to force him to leave this room so that he can no longer see the point of being here. Bei Chen doesn't wait for these two to talk and rushes off to find the treasure hidden in the mountain, hoping that she will be the first to grab something. She says that everything here she declares to be the property of the Changmu Academy, but not everyone, or rather everyone, disagree. Yeshuan does not move to find what is hidden here as he wants to talk to the woman, and the girl getting angry at him goes alone. She mistakenly believes that Yeshuan is simply fascinated by this woman and is staying just to get to know her better. In anger, she yells at him to drop his amorous affairs and follow her before that chicken from Songmun takes all the treasure. She sees that it is useless to talk to Yeshuan and leaves alone, leaving him with a woman who sees the sword in Yeshuan's hand and shows interest in him. It's the first living emotion she's shown in a while. She takes the sword in her hands and cries, holding it to her face, tears streaming down her face non-stop. Yeshuan was beginning to realize what was happening. Apparently, this woman knew someone who once possessed it and sensed the magic of the sword from afar. It becomes clear why the sword opened the gate of the cave of its own free will without Yeshuan's participation and consent. He is the key, and the woman does not know about the swordsman's death. Sobbing, she tells that she is a master sword maker and made this sword for her lover many years ago. Going to a place where he could successfully cultivate the sword technique, he promises to return and marry her to start a family. Their love is strong, and their hands and souls don't want to let go of each other. But the circumstances are such that without a cultivation technique, the sword is useless. She promises to wait and keeps her word these years, though she thought he fell out of love with her and therefore did not return. But now she realizes that he is dead. She asks Yeshuan how her fiancé's sword came to her, whether he is an apprentice or obtained the sword in battle, as it is important for her to know. Though they had no marriage ceremony or wedding, and she had never been this man's wife but had waited for him all this time as a faithful spouse. Since Yeshuan was her fiancé's disciple and she had made this sword, he could call her master too, and she would be pleased. Yeshuan sees how important this is to the woman, and without explaining or asking anything else, respectfully bows to her and calls her master. She smiles and thanks him for the first time, and that smile is worth all the unanswered questions and innuendos Yeshuan has kept from her. The master reveals the secret of this sword to his apprentice. She tells him that it has a name and is called Lingyu, and must be combined with Lingxiao. Their combined strength will increase, and the limit increases to divine level. She feels that this sword belongs to Yeshuan by right, So she gives the sword to him with a light heart and instructs him, saying that the strength that the sword can achieve now depends only on Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, who had mentally already said goodbye to the sword, so understood that this woman was his mistress and was entitled to it, was surprised by her action. He gratefully accepts the sword and is glad that he now knows the secret to reaching the highest divine cultivation level. He is already thinking of a plan to do exactly that when suddenly a transformation happens to the woman before his eyes. She becomes even more transparent. She also smiles happily and says that her mission on Earth has been accomplished, and she has put the sword in safe hands and can now go to heaven. She will finally find her fiancé, and they will be together forever in love and joy. Ye Xuan says goodbye to her, and she disappears and becomes completely invisible. Probably for the first time in his life, a young man encounters such an earthly love between a man and a woman that they carry through life without betraying each other. His companion takes him out of this stupor and unceremoniously grabs him by the waist and pulls him towards the exit, saying that there is no time for regrets. The guy wants to say goodbye to the master, but the girl does not give him such an opportunity, literally dragging him towards the gate. She tells him that if they don't get out of here as soon as possible, he'll meet his master faster than he thinks, before he even has time to miss him. In her hand, she is holding some kind of book that looks rather old and shabby. Apparently, it is one of the artifacts that are hidden in this cave under the mountain. She is chased by her nemesis named Bei Chen and screams for her to return the book, and the name of the book is known as the Book of Skills. Ye Xuan and the girl run away with such speed that whole clouds of dust rise behind them, and the pursuer seems to lose sight of them. On the way, they try to look around and encourage Bei Chen to hurry up, since she's too slow and has no chance of catching up with them. Bei Chen says that they better run faster so she can't catch up with them, since she will tear them into small pieces and send them into the wind. Without slowing down, the fugitives leave the cave, and one by one they find themselves near the entrance to the cave, and here in the open space it is easier to hide. First, a girl with a book in her hands appears in the doorway, followed by Ye Xuan and Bei Chen, who intends to catch up with them and finish them off. The white day hit my eyes with bright sunlight, and life around the cave goes on as usual. The sun shines, the wind blows, and birds sing. So fast, the tone has never run before, but the forces have run out, and in order not to be killed, we'll have to somehow peacefully negotiate with the pursuer. Why does she pursue them so persistently from the very moment of their first meeting? She didn't just walk up to them and start a conversation and a fight. Bei Chen tells Ye Xuan that if he still hasn't understood her intentions, then he is completely stupid and has no desire to become smarter. These words puzzled Ye Xuan even more, and if he didn't understand what was going on before, he understood even less now. The girl who met Ye Xuan at the wharf strangely agrees with Bei Chen and calls him an idiot too. Now he thinks the same thing himself. A heated argument over Ye Xuan's intellectual abilities is suddenly interrupted by a powerful energy flash. The disputants scattered in different directions from the shockwave that followed the light flash before they realized what was happening. Three strangers in beautiful, expensive clothes, obviously not locals, appear in the clearing. They introduce themselves. One of them is the eldest, the prince of the Ning country. The other two are his entourage. They came on business with the 9th princess of the Jiang kingdom with peaceful intentions of not wanting war. Prince Ning admires the beauty of the 9th princess and does not want to harm such beauty, so he asks her to kindly submit to his request. No one understands what the 9th princess is talking about, but then it becomes that the 9th princess is the girl who met Ye Xuan at the war. In all this time, he never bothered to ask her name or title. Prince Ning says that if she wants to keep her life, she should give up the skill book. How the guests found out that the book has left its vault? Judging by all appearances, there will be no time to deal with it, but they will have to fight for the right to continue to possess it. The 9th princess says they'll have to destroy her, but she won't give up the book, so let them try to take it if they have the strength. The sword in her hand lights up with golden light and is activated and ready for battle. The sword has a very unusual, beautiful, rounded shape, and the princess wields it masterfully. Prince Nin is not only attracted by the beauty, but also by the strength and skill of the princess, and says he will be sorry to kill her, but he really needs the book, and there will be no pity. His weapon is a spear, and his battle color is purple, and it is clear that the prince has the highest level of magic and is much stronger than the princess. There is a battle between two weapons, and the yellow and purple waves collide and try to force each other out of space. The prince is very strong, and it takes a lot of effort for the princess to continue the fight, but she holds her ground and is not going to surrender to the mercy of Prince Ning. A fierce battle for the right to possess the artifact is going on not only on the ground, but also in the sky. Equal in strength, the opponents are not inferior to each other. Prince Ning's two attendants are not yet engaged in battle, But just in case, Ye Xuan is also ready to help the princess repel the attack. He gathers his striking power in his fist and is now fully prepared to fight whoever is attempting to infringe on the property belonging to the princess. After Ye Xuan and the ninth princess hit Ye Xuan together, Prince Ning is not feeling well, and the cocky brat drops out of the fight. Ye Xuan's deadly force fist hit him right in the center of his chest, and if he still lives, it will take a long time for him to heal. The defeated enemy falls to the ground with a sound you never want to hear in your life. But still, he is alive, and if Ning Province has decent healers, they will repair his broken bones, and he will even be able to cultivate further. And the ninth princess does not intend to let him live, as she realizes that if you spare him, you make a bitter enemy who will want revenge. He will pursue her everywhere and attack from under the covers, because no man will not forgive the girl that was defeated and humiliated in front of his subjects. But also, in case she destroys him, then war between their kingdoms will be the inevitable consequence, and she needs to make a choice. And she makes it, and swings the final blow, after which the insolent Prince Ning no longer shows signs of life. Ye Xuan asks her about maybe she rushed to provoke a war between the clans, but she replies that the Ning kingdom is small and insignificant. They have few inhabitants and almost no talents with high levels of magic, and the prince should not have been so arrogant and insolent and should have been lower than the grass. Meanwhile, there is another fight going on here. Bei Chen and Prince Ning's entourage. For the duration of the fight for the possession of the artifact, they became a unified team. The fact that Crown Prince Ning is no longer there has further angered the uninvited guests, and the battle continues and becomes more fierce. A purple aura swirls around the members of the Ning family, and it is a very strong aura and would be hard to resist. Ye Xuan and the princess watch the mobilization of power and think how they can resist it in order not to suffer too much and not to lose the book. He yells at Bei Chen to take pity on the Ning guy and finish him off while they take care of the girl with the purple aura because she's stronger than the young man. Unable to tear into 3 opponents at once, and the purple lady decides that the guy can handle himself, and if he can't, that's his problem. Bei Chen asks the young man why he is fighting with her if the princess has the book, and he is not only weak, but also stupid, and says he is following the prince's orders. He was told to fight, so he fights, but he doesn't know with whom or why. A fool is ready to give up his life, but he doesn't even know why. For a moment, the girl with purple aura was distracted from her opponents by the showdown between Bei Chen and her vis-a-vis, but turning around, she does not see her opponents. They seem to vanish into thin air, leaving behind only a puff of dust. To put it simply, they ran away, which infuriated her. Ye Xuan and the princess run for a long time through the forest and find an abandoned shack and decide to hide in it for a while until they decide what to do. The princess, despite having no external damage, has a lot of internal damage. This is what prevented them from taking the fight to the purple girl. Ye Xuan asks him to explain the reasons why she is risking her life to save an ancient book, because in his opinion, no book is worth the life of a warrior. The princess explains that this is not just a book, but an ancient artifact and has an incredible price. So as soon as she left the vault, she will be hunted. A merciless hunt that will not stop until the book is hidden in some secret place because it is impossible to legally buy it because of the high price. Ye Xuan doesn't understand the value of the book and asks the princess to explain it to him. She realizes he won't let up, and despite her pain and fatigue, she begins a detailed story about why she needs this precious book. Turning to the young man, she says that he knows what state the country of San is in, and that it needs help in the form of a strong army. There are families who have riches and care only about them, forgetting about the needs of the country. Greed overshadows everything else, and they are preoccupied only with accumulation. There are 2 large clans among them. One of them is the House of Cloud Immortal. This is a very wealthy and powerful family with all the trade in their hand. The second largest clan is the Songmu Academy, which doesn't have a large number of its own people and attracts talents from all over the country every year. Money, which is undoubtedly an unquestionable power, is concentrated in the hands of these 2 families, but they only care about their wallets and not the needs of the country. The other families have to borrow from these 2 families or in debt. The family of the 9th princess has an army of 10,000 warriors, but they have not been paid for 2 months, and the warriors have not left their posts only out of respect for their rulers. They have no reason to hope for the best. She will sell the book at an antiquities auction and be able to support an army for a few years with that money, and their family's borders will be secure, and their family will be safe. Ye Xuan recalls that he himself is an exiled prince of the same family, whose rulers do not care about the country and its people, and who live like parasites. Everyone is silent, immersed in their own thoughts, and in that silence there are voices approaching. It is the trio they left on the battlefield some time ago. They were able to agree among themselves to jointly attack the princess and Ye Xuan and take the book away from them, and now the balance of power is 3 against 2. The princess is injured and can't fight at full strength, so you can't say there's two of them. We're gonna have to figure out a way to get away with this. Yeshen decides to be cunning. He opens the door because he realizes that there is no point in hiding, and it is better to reveal himself now. Saying goodbye to the princess, he says that he will distract the enemies on himself, and she let her carefully get to the city, and there they will meet if they are still alive. The door slams shut behind him, and the princess is left alone in this abandoned cabin that has become her temporary refuge to catch her breath. She realizes that Yeshuan is taking the enemy away from her to save her, but he himself is objectively weaker than the three of them and is likely to die after drawing fire on himself. I feel sorry for the guy, and a tear comes to my eye. She liked him, and it would be a pity to lose such a reliable friend because friends are rare nowadays. The full moon illuminates the path, but it doesn't help whoever wants to hide. But Yeshuan does. He wants his enemies to see him and follow him. The voices of the pursuers are getting closer and closer, and the moment is approaching when he will have to come out of hiding and show himself to them. Raising his hand with the book up, he comes out of the ambush, pretending not to be aware of the pursuit, and shouts throughout the forest that he is happy the book is now his. His plan is to make his enemies think he got rid of the princess and took possession of the book, a precious artifact, and the plan worked. He was able to draw attention to himself, and thus distract from the princess those who are looking for them all over the forest, and do not want to do them good, but rather the opposite. Luring them to the edge of the forest, away from the cabin, and letting them get close to him, he is ready to run at all speeds to get them behind him and lost. So he can safely get to the city and meet there with the princess, who must also safely get out of his hiding place. Without any road, he runs through the woods wherever the curve leads, and it leads him to a large rock, and he decides to hide behind it. If he's found, he'll take the fight and be whatever happens. If everything goes well and he's not found, he'll consider himself lucky and get off easy. Just when he was glad that the enemies had lost him, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, and to say that Yeshuan was frightened was like saying nothing. He cautiously turns around to see who it is and thinks that if he hasn't been killed yet, maybe it's someone he owns, and it's no big deal. A complete stranger laughingly raises his hands in the air and tells Yeshuan to take it easy or he'll do something else. He was at a feast and took too much, and when he went home he got lost in the forest and saw Yeshuan and hoped to ask him for directions. When asked where he is going, the drunkard replies that he is heading towards Linjiang Cave, but he doesn't recognize the area and realizes he is lost. Yeshen looks at the fidgety boy and realizes that they are alike, and comes up with an interesting idea. He draws a plan on a sheet of paper on how to get out of the forest. He gave the plan to the young man and pointed out the direction to go. He went and was seen from behind by Yeshuan's pursuers with the plan in his hand. The plan worked. They do mistake the guy for Yeshuan, and the scroll in his hand convinces them that it's Yeshuan and they follow him. He doesn't understand the reason for the chase and increases the speed to the maximum, and the trio of losers, without realizing that it is not Yeshuan, continues the chase. Yeshen realizes that the guy is in no danger, because when they catch up with him and realize that he is the one they want to catch, they will let him go in peace. Now that he's out of the chase and out of harm's way, it's time to think about where to find the princess. He walks through the woods, humming toward the gatehouse. He relaxes and lets his guard down and makes a lot of noise walking through the woods, and very quickly regrets it as he is stopped by an unfamiliar voice. The voice tells him that he, like the cicada of the cautionary tale, got an instant benefit but didn't think about the consequences of his actions. Yeshen sees an unfamiliar person in front of him as if transparent. He immediately unsheathes his sword and only then wonders who this person is. The man replies that Yeshuan doesn't need to know his name, and it will remain a secret, but if he wants to stay alive, he must give the skill book. This noble has the title of Marquis, and his name is Wu Yunshan. He is one of the rulers of Ningbo province and is also interested in the skill book. Yeshen tells him that he has little faith that if he gives up the book, the Marquis will let him live, and the smirk on the nobleman's face suggests that Yeshuan is right. If he won't fight, the Marquis will kill him, but if he does, he will try to save his life and also try to save the folio. The decision is made. The fight will be fought. It is not in Yeshuan's character to sit idly by, and he is ready to die on the battlefield, but not in despair and fear, waiting for death. The battle is about to begin. Without expecting a blow, the young man attacked first, and Yeshuan's shock energy arrows flew towards the Marquis, but they didn't seem to harm the Marquis in any way. He only laughs at the young man's attempts to defeat his Marquis, who has the highest level of magic, and where this boy can't compete with. He has no weapon in his hands, because to defeat this sucker, no weapon would be needed, so he is weak and feeble against the great power of a maid. With a slight smile, he sends towards Yeshuan a counterspell that looks like a powerful blue-colored energy font. When the wave of impact reaches the shield that the Marquis had put up in front of him, it collides with it like a monolithic wall without being able to break through it. Water, ice, wind, all these elements intertwine, obeying the order of the wizard, and turn into an invincible force before which Yeshuan is defenseless. Yeshuan estimates his chances of survival as 0.0 tenths, but does not intend to retreat and wants to fight for his life, and not give it up without a fight. Marquis tells him to remember the most powerful techniques so that after he kills him, he will have memories of Yeshuan as a strong opponent. The young man boils with rage, which in battle is known to be a bad advisor, as it blinds the eye and clouds the mind and completely deprives of criticism. He attacks again and only makes his opponent laugh. Yeshuan is accustomed to being defeated by his physical strength. He fails here. The opponent plays with him like a cat with a mouse. He is confident in his limitless possibilities and just watches Yeshuan's inept and weak attempts. Meanwhile, the young man is rapidly losing his strength and his ability to continue the fight, which cannot even be called a fight. It's called beating a baby. Just a couple of passes with the Marquis's hands send Yeshuan into a complete shutdown for the first time since he left his province, and how much he had to fight. The fact that he thinks his strength is limitless is a big mistake, and it is also a mistake that he has neglected cultivation while practicing physical strength. The victor tells him that he respects the strength and high sword technique, but his spiritual weakness and the fact that he was born in Jiang is his weakness. The Tower Master warned him repeatedly that he was doing the wrong thing. He should be developing and searching for principles, but he has abandoned his studies. The Marquis offers him a deal. He will keep him alive, and in return he will swear allegiance to the Ningbo family and serve them faithfully. Yeshuan has lost his strength, but doesn't want to lose face, and laughingly suggests the Marquis switch to Yan's side and become a watchdog at the city gates. These words angered the Marquis even more. And now there can be no alternatives, as this arrogant young man does not deserve to continue living. In this momentary respite, Yeshuan wastes no time. He deliberately stalls for time by talking the Marquis's teeth to gather more strength for the attack. He strikes suddenly and hard to stun the opponent and buy time for the next strike or to escape as the cards fall. Marquis mentally celebrates the victory and relaxes, and does it in vain because Yeshuan's punch is a complete surprise, and he flies into the air. Yeshuan realizes that his punch doesn't have that much strength, and there is something unrealistic about the Marquis being so hurt by it. He looks around for a helper. Then he changes his mind and makes a new decision to run away from here as soon as possible to save the Book of Skills, because somewhere the princess is waiting for him and the book. Marquis, barely regaining consciousness, tries to understand who hit his strongest mage so that he loses consciousness and loses the ability not only to fight, but also to move. Putting the rest of his strength into his voice, he shouts into the void of the forest, demanding to appear to the one who made this magnificent blow. But there is silence and no response. Gathering all of his moral fiber, Yeshuan had already reached the place where he was supposed to meet the princess in the middle of the night. At the top of the stairs leading to the castle, he sees two silhouettes and recognizes them. His strength finally leaves him, and he slumps to the ground, almost unconscious. He is obviously expected, and he is happy about it, but the thought that they are waiting not for him, but for the Book of Skills, still gnaws a bit. But time will show who is a true friend and who is not. Lan Hu and the Ninth Princess, seeing him at the foot of the stairs and recognizing him, rush to him and, seeing that he is fainting, call out to him. They were very worried about him because he was their friend, and perhaps even more than a friend to Lan Hu. She likes the boy and never hides it. Yeshuan is also happy to see her and welcomes her out of last resort, although he doesn't understand how she ended up here and tries to ask her about it. He is embarrassed that he is barely on his knees in front of the ladies, and he tries to get to his feet. He is shaking and cannot keep his balance as his consciousness leaves him. Lan Hu reaches him and kneels down to support his head and tries to talk to him so he doesn't pass out. He asks where she's from. She replies that she has been informed that he is in a bad situation and is in danger of losing his health and life. The young man apologizes to her for causing a lot of trouble by getting into some bad situations, and now he has to be rescued. Lan Hu calls him a chronic idiot and asks him not to apologize to her. He was actually doing his best for her family when he was injured. The Ninth Princess offers to take him to the hospital where soldiers are treated. There are good medics there who can treat various wounds. The hospital is not far away, but you have to walk up the mountainside, overcoming multiple steps of numerous stairs. Yeshuan is unlikely to be able to walk this path on his own, and the girls picking him up from both sides and supporting him help him walk. So the three of them embrace and reach the top of the stairs, and in a minute, they will hide behind the gate and get to the hospital where the young man can be treated. The trio of losers that Ye Xuan had so cleverly tricked have only now arrived at the palace, and they can see the backs of the departing girls and Ye Xuan. They were late because they had a long time to deal with a guy who looked like Ye Xuan but wasn't, and they wouldn't risk attacking in someone else's territory. The princess looks around and sees them. She stops and draws her weapon just in case, not knowing what to expect from them. The uninvited guests try to make claims that they have been deceived all along about who is hiding the book, and also make a number of conditions. Beichin warns them not to quarrel with the Changmu Academy, and advises them to return the book to avoid big trouble. The princess turns her head slightly toward Lan He, but does not lose sight of the aliens and asks her what she thinks about it. Lan Hu brings Ye Xuan to the wall of the building and gently sits him down on the ground so that he can lean his back against the wall and remain upright. She walks up to the princess and they shoulder to shoulder meet the guests. Lan Hu says she has the book, and if they have anything against it, let them say so directly. The guests don't expect to see Lan Hui, the strongest girl in the nearby realms here, and one can clearly read fear in Bei Chen's eyes. Not wanting to be exposed to Lan Hu, she sends her companions to attack, who come from another province and do not know who Lan Hu is. And these two don't realize where they're getting into. They rush into the attack, hoping to easily get the Book of Skills as they hope for an easy victory over the two girls. At the last moment, Bei Chen feels sorry for them and tries to stop them, but it's too late to do so because Lan Hui has already struck. A deafening crack accompanies the blow and the two hapless fools fly apart with horrified screams. In order to save their lives, begging for mercy and crawling, they try to crawl to the edge of the forest and hide from the warrior's sight. But it does not work out well. Lan Hui approaches them and starts questioning them about which of them injured Ye Xuan, but doesn't get an answer because none of them did it. Honestly, she doesn't believe that any of them could do that much damage to Ye Xuan. He's strong, and they're no match for him unless the three of them piled on top of it. She realizes that she can't get anything out of these two weaklings. The spear point of Lan Hu's spear points straight at Bei Chen's throat, and the interrogation continues. Yue Chen, drenched in fear and sweat, said in a quiet voice that they had not even touched Ye Xuan, so they followed the false trail that Ye Xuan had given them. Lan Hu doubts the girl's words, but she is too frightened to lie to the strongest and is unlikely to tell the truth at the point of a spear. Bei Chen begs to believe that it wasn't her, and that she's telling the truth because she doesn't want to die, and there's no reason to deceive Lan Hu. Lan Hu is so angry that she doesn't want to believe all these excuses, and she is ready to make a decisive movement with her hand so that the spear stabs into the girl. Someone's hand is on the spear, stopping this movement. Someone wants Lan Hu to pardon that stupid Nin girl who doesn't know what she's doing. This is a special person. He has a high rank in the Qianmu Academy, being one of the vice-chairmen of the academy. He is also a strong magician. When Lan Hui had a direct relationship in the Qianmu Academy, but after they unfairly dealt with Ye Xuan and his sister, she left the academy. Now the authority of this man who is so valued in the academy means nothing to her, but out of politeness, he is willing to listen to him. He apologizes by folding his arms across his chest and bowing. He understands better than anyone that he should not quarrel with Lan Hu because he knows her power. All he begs her to do is not to complicate the situation and ask his friend Ye Xuan how it was and who dealt him a blow he can't recover from. She makes a decision to follow the advice as she too doesn't want hasty decisions and unfair ones, and she approaches Ye Xuan. Lan Hui asks Ye Xuan if the deputy is telling the truth, or if, as always, they are trying to deceive to achieve their own ends. He replies that Lan Hui overestimates the three men's abilities, and they couldn't have caused serious damage to his health. Therefore, it's true, and not their doing. Lan Hui thinks about it, and realizes that her anger has clouded her mind and robbed her of the ability to reason logically. She puts the spear away and forgives the foolish girl. Everyone is alive and free to leave this province and try not to get into trouble again with a careless word or rash action. Lan Hui, proud, strong, beautiful, but also judicious and fair, leaves the guests and goes to her palace to help Ye Xuan. The guests hastily lick their wounds and get ready to go to their estates where they can finally recover their health and then draw conclusions from what happened. Finally, Lan Hui warns Mak Sun that if she finds out that Mak Sun is in cahoots with the Changmu Academy, she will destroy her and not pardon her. The girl's words are very disturbing to the deputy, and he pauses for thought before replying. Then, folding his hands in a gesture of reverence, he bows and says that he guarantees that no one in Ningbo province will dare to plot against the Jian kingdom. That was the end of it. We parted peacefully, or almost peacefully, and everyone went to heal their wounds. Time will show how much we can trust these promises. In a tent city on the border of the two worlds, an army is stationed, and there are all the necessary people to provide it with everything it needs. Including here, there are excellent medics whose help is now needed, En Xuan and Lan Hu, called the best to cure a friend. The two girlfriends don't leave his bedside for a minute. The ninth princess says she feels responsible for his injury. Lan Hui convinces her friend that she doesn't blame her because she and Ye Xuan acted together to save the book and did as circumstances dictated. Lan Hu's father is a great physician, and he himself is treating Ye Xuan at his daughter's request, and he is confident of success. The princess has long noticed that Lan Hu has a special attitude towards Ye Xuan, and she asks the girl about the reasons why she is so nice to this guy. Lan Hu replies that he is a good, caring, sympathetic guy and a great, reliable friend, and she has never met anyone like him before. Judging from her words, he was able to surprise her, since all her experience until she met Ye Xuan was that people are deceitful, evil, and cruel. But despite all his virtues, Lan Hu considers not him, but the ninth princess his best friend, as they have been through a lot together. Lan Hu's mentor appears in the doorway and says it's time to leave, as they have things to do that have been planned long ago and are therefore urgent. Yes, she remembers, but she doesn't want to leave her closest friends, especially since one of them is in serious condition. But family matters cannot be postponed. Lan Hu looks sadly at the old man and replies to her mentor that she remembers where they are supposed to be now and will go there immediately. The ninth princess is surprised that Lan Hui is going to leave them, since she was going to wait for Ye Xuan to come to his senses and make sure he was recovering. Ye Xuan is unconscious for a long time, and Lan Hu can't wait any longer as she has a long way to go with little time left. When Ye Xuan wakes up, the princess will give him Lan Hui's wishes for his recovery and tell him that if he wants to find her, he should go to the Middle Kingdom. The princess smiles and asks for what purpose Lan Hu reveals her location to him to discuss her life ideals, or is it love after all? But Lan Hu is too serious, doesn't get the girth joke, and quite seriously replies that both options are possible. Maybe he won't want to look for her. The princess is seriously concerned that her friend is so infatuated with this guy, and Lan Hu's mentor is in solidarity with her. He sees her infatuation with this young man and thinks that this friendship brings neither him nor her anything good, which he tells her all the way. Powerful families who want an alliance with Lan Hui will try to harm Ye Xuan and make attempts on him until they get their way and kill him. She replies that no one in her presence would harm her friend, but she won't always be around, and he is an independent man who has his own things to do too. The mentor reminds her that her master is adamantly against her befriending mediocre individuals like Ye Xuan. If she has any romantic feelings for Ye Xuan, it complicates matters as he is not her equal in status and she cannot be with him. Lan Hu replies that the master and mentor don't know about him and he's not as simple as he seems, but she knows there's nothing that can stop them from being together. The mentor tries to explain, but Lan Hu interrupts him and says that he knows her character better than anyone else, so his words are useless. She wants to hear more bad things about her friend and asks her mentor not to bring it up again, as she doesn't want to fight with him. The mentor is a little offended, but promises that he will obey and will not discuss her friend again, especially in a negative way, because he does not want to argue with her. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Ye Xuan has regained consciousness and is recovering rapidly. The princess wants to thank him for saving her life and gives him her sword. She says that she has decided that in case he helps her to hide from her enemies and saves her life, to give him a sword, and now she wants to fulfill her promise. This sword is of very great value, and Ye Xuan asks the princess if she thought well before giving him her weapon. He guesses that she feels remorse because he was so badly wounded for saving her and her precious book. It's really hard for her to part with her sword and let Ye Xuan think what she wants, but she has to fulfill the promise she made to herself. He realizes that the girl will not back down and accepts the sword, but she says she has a request for him. She must get to the house of the Cloud Immortal. Tonight, there will be an auction where she can sell the book she and he worked so hard to obtain, and then she can support her army. She needs a companion to make her feel more secure among all those rich people who come to these auctions and buy artifacts for big bucks. The princess hands him clothes that have been cleaned and look as good as new. He asks how long he has been unconscious and is told 3 days. She gets dressed and continues her questioning. There will probably be many people at the auction who will want to get the book without any auction, i.e., steal it. The princess, of course, knows this, so she asks him to accompany her to the auction. But Lan Hu doesn't ask because she's too busy. She's not really involved in the kingdom's affairs because she has to help them, so it's just the two of them going to the City of Two Worlds. With barely enough time to eat lunch and take some supplies with them, they head to the City of Spirit Worlds, to the home of Cloud Immortal, where the auction will be held. The auctioneer of the trading house is a beautiful woman dressed in rich, lavishly decorated clothes named Sui Qing. She attracts the attention of the guests. Her voice distracted the guests from what they were doing while they waited for the auction to begin. Some were chatting among themselves, and some were drinking at the table. Yeishen and the princess spend time at dinner and conversation, and the young man notices that the place is full of representatives of Manhwa Academy and asks about the price of the book. The price of the book is 50 million gold coin. Yishuan cheerfully says that he only has one. A mysterious hooded figure sits at a neighboring table. The princess notices her, and she thinks that this someone is following them, and she wants to raise a ruckus to draw attention to this dark personality. She draws Yeshuan's attention to this girl as he looks closely and turns around to get a better look at her. The same pretends that she is not interested in what is going on here at all, and by her deliberate indifference, she makes me think that she is here for a reason. The princess wants to come up and directly ask her why she is following them, but Yeshuan tries to stop her as she realizes that they don't want any unnecessary noise. You don't want to draw attention to yourself when you have an artifact under your cloak priced like a whole kingdom. You should sit tight until the auction begins. At this moment, the banging of the auction gavel sounds, and Ms. Sui Chin loudly announces the official start of the bidding for anyone interested. According to the auction rules, 3 lots will be put up at the same time. Therefore, to be able to start, they must be submitted immediately. But as soon as the owners of the artifacts are ready to hand them over to the auctioneer, as tram-tararam clubs of smoke from the explosion covered the entire room of the hall for the auction, panic begins among those present, some shouting and some trying to run away, fearing the devastation of the explosion so as not to be buried under the rubble. Everyone looks up to see the source of the explosion and doesn't find it. No one can make sense of it. The lady auctioneer, also in trying to find out what's going on, looks around, and it's clear that there's no destruction, and it's just someone's joke. Broken furniture is strewn across the floor, and several people stunned by the explosion try to leave the room, but nothing serious has happened. Yishuan tries to cover up the princess just in case, thinking that the murky lady who was following them had started this fireworks display to attack the girl. But she doesn't want the girl. But as soon as the noise and panic reaches maximum, she runs up to the auctioneer's table and grabs the skill book and tries to escape. Yishuan shouts at her to stop and return the book, but the thief didn't come here to give it back as soon as she took it. The hood falls off her head, and now you can see her face. A very beautiful young face. This girl is very beautiful, but she is not familiar to Yishuan or the princess. A big hole appeared in the middle of the hall, and people, in order not to get into it in a hurry, leave it and scatter in different directions. Yishuan and the princess watch the panic, and they begin to realize what the whole masquerade was for, and it comes to them that the skill book has been stolen. Not only was it stolen, but also 2 artifacts that were to be traded along with the book. Which clan would dare commit such a crime? The caskets have been broken into and are lying carelessly on the floor. This is a serious illegal act that will be severely punished if the perpetrator is caught. Yishin remembers her face and her confident smile. She is sure that she will not be caught and no one will charge her for the theft, and she will go unpunished. The young man rushes after her in hopes of catching up with her and retrieving the stolen item, and on the way shouts to the princess to take care of herself while he is away. She looks after him thoughtfully and begins to understand Lan Hu. He really is a reliable friend who can be relied on in times of need. In the aftermath, she yells at him to be careful as the thief's cultivation level is very high, and he might not be able to deal with her and die. Yishin says he realizes this but has no intention of stopping because he understands the importance of the lost book and wants it back. He's out of sight. On the roof, the thief tries to leave the building through the hole created by the explosion, but is met by one of the elders, Tsang Mu, on the roof. He is trying to find out who she is, and she is being defiant and is not going to answer any questions but instead is going to get him out of her way. If he is Elder Qian Mu and is as strong as they say, then let him fight, and if not, then let him get out of the way, or she will kill him without ceremony. The elder is hurt by her words and calling her insolent. He strikes a blow that he hopes will kill her, or at least throw her off the roof. But things don't go according to plan. The concussion knocks him himself off the roof, and all that remains of the elder is a wet spot on the ground. Now she can escape unhindered. The last thing the mage had time to say before she died was to marvel at her power equal to the kingdom of sacred harmony. She has a good reason for stealing, but he dies and doesn't learn her secret, and with one last blow she nails him, and the matter can be considered over. She defeated the elder as easily as a child. Another representative of the Manhwa Academy rushes to the elder's aid, but she handles him even faster. She is in a great hurry and does not intend to linger. As he dies, he promises her swift revenge from the Manhwa Academy and the Cloud Immortal clan. But she doesn't care about his words, and they won't affect her actions. Numerous passers-by flee in horror as the bodies of the elders fall to the ground with a thud. It is a frightening sight. A young, strong, beautiful, fearless and confident thief believes in her immortality and impunity and creates lawlessness. Yeshan, hiding behind the wall, also sees the inglorious demise of the two elders and realizes the cultivation level of the girl and decides to stay away. He will secretly follow her and see where she hides the book and then steal it, or have to fight if the first plan doesn't work and wrestle the book away. This is where the first good thing to happen all day happens. He hears the voice of his master. The tower spirit has finally appeared and will probably be able to help, at least with advice. And the advice is that he should take his hands in his feet and quickly follow the thief, but not to take the book away, but for a very different purpose. She senses that the thief possesses or recently possessed one of the Tao principles, and now it's up to her to get that information out of her. Yexuan doubts that with her strength she will give him any information. She's more likely to kill him and be done with it, but he's not reluctant to try. The spirit of the tower tells him to hurry up or she'll be out of sight, and the Tao principle and the book of skills will be gone. After a magic pendle, a young man sets off in pursuit of a fugitive. The ends justify the means. He has a few questions for the lady and needs to catch up with her. She races through the area like a tornado, leaving behind destruction, and the bodies of those she destroyed barely suspecting they were in her way. Such reckless behavior shocked Yexuan and even the tower spirit, who must have seen all sorts of things on earth and in heaven. The young man begins to guess that the Tao principle gives the power and asks the spirit about it. The spirit says they don't have time to deal with this right now. Let him catch this crazy woman and get him to tell him where the Tao principle is. Meanwhile, the thief walks through the woods completely unconcerned or pretends not to be in a hurry, but it looks like she has achieved what she wanted and is in no hurry. The tower spirit tells Yexuan to grab her quickly, but he doesn't see anyone and thinks that it's a fog, and the master just thought she saw the girl. He says this without turning his head, but he feels something cold touching his neck, and an unfamiliar voice says that he is a foolish fool. He realizes he's not talking master, and the touch of cold metal says the same thing, and the worst thoughts come into his head. The young man carefully turns his head and sees what he has already guessed. She deceived him and hid in the forest, circled around him, and attacked him from behind. She would cut off his head jokingly, and Yexuan wouldn't get any secrets from her and would die a brave death. In his mind, he says goodbye to his sister and friends and sends a special farewell to Lan Hui. But at the same time, he calls for the tower spirit, who has disappeared again. And the fugitive continues to hold him at gunpoint and interrogates why he is following her, because she has noticed that Yexuan is following her from the city itself. The blade at Yexuan's throat forces him to be very polite and obediently answers questions, thereby prolonging his interrogation time and life. She says that there is a way to escape, and if he wants to live, he will bring or carry her to Nin province. It's only then that he notices she's wounded. Her leg is injured and she cannot walk on her own, and with the loss of blood, she is rapidly losing strength. Yexuan sees that she is in a desperate situation, and you can bargain terms with her and she will agree to a lot to get home. He tells her that he sees her injury and knows she's exhausted, and if he screams, someone will hear him, and she'll be finished, since she's been seen in town. The girl replies that although her strength is leaving her and she can't fight fully, but she can still do something, and now she will show him. She clutched at his throat so that he forgot how to breathe and wheezed for air and lifted him slightly. It wasn't high at all, but it was uncomfortable. Yexuan laughs and says that if that's the way it is, let them both die. He from suffocation and she from blood loss, and they will lie here dead and useless to everyone. While he's tongue-tied her, Yexuan's right hand pulls out a sword and activates it to fight. This is something she doesn't expect him to do. She lets him go as soon as she sees the sword in his hand and says that he pleasantly surprised her that he is not a weakling and is ready to fight to the last without dropping his hand. Let him dictate his terms. She'll agree to anything as long as he gets her to Nin province alive and almost healthy. And the first condition is life. She won't make an attempt on his life now or ever again. Secondly, she will show him where the Tao principle is. And thirdly, she will return the book. She is unhappy that he sets a lot of difficult to fulfill conditions, but she has a way out. And in order to get to Nin province, she will have to agree. Having made promises so easily, the girl is certainly not going to fulfill them and thinks that Yexuan is so naive that he will take her at her word. She will turn on all her feminine charm will charm him. He will fall in love with her and forget about all the promises made and will not require her to fulfill them. The cunning plan is that the palace of the clan is full of warriors who will twist Yexuan at once and simply destroy, and all the relics will remain in the family. After a while, they reach a boundary stone and a bridge over a small river that are the border between the forest and the Ning clan land. Yexuan has fulfilled his part of the agreement and demands from the girl to fulfill the promises that were made to her in her time of need. She is in no hurry to do so and demands that he take her directly to the palace, but Yeshuan does not believe a word she says and anticipates that he will be ambushed at the castle. The liar makes another promise to appease him. She guarantees she won't maim, kill, or imprison him, so you don't have to worry. All these words she whispers in his ear in a soft, quiet voice, and the young man for a moment loses his guard, believes her, and accepts her promises without criticism. The cheater pretends to sympathize with the guy and offers him to wipe the sweat off his face. It's hard for him to carry her and he's sweaty, so he agrees. He was indeed very tired, still weak from his last wound, and not physically ready for such a long journey with such a burden on his back. The conniving seductress senses this and has a nasty surprise in store for him. She pours sweet nothings into his ears to make him do whatever she tells him to do. The girl gives him a candy or a pill and tells him that he needs it to keep up his strength, and he realizes too late that he shouldn't take the treat. How many times had the tower spirit told him? And how many times had he convinced himself that one should not sit down to a meal with an enemy and should not accept gifts from enemies? But he remembered all this only when he had already swallowed the pill and began to feel that he was beginning to undergo some kind of transformation. He begins to be possessed by some evil force which is not peculiar to him, and he cannot control it, and cannot manage it either. He throws the cheating woman to the ground and angrily asks what she has fed him and what consequences he should expect from this pill. She answers him because she sees the sword in his hand and fears he can't handle his energy and will just kill her. This potion increases strength, but it makes him helpless to a woman's charms, and so he is now powerless before her and will do anything to get her attention. And she'll just leave him here in the woods and he'll die from that power because there's nowhere to put it. That's the evil plan of this man-hater. She didn't kill or maim or imprison him. All the promises she made to him have been kept, and he has nothing to complain about. So thanks for the ride. He kneels in front of her at a complete loss, as he has never encountered magic of this kind and has no idea how to deal with it. Last time, he asks the wily maiden to return the Book of Skills, but gets no answer as she considers it beneath her dignity to talk to him. Arrogant, conniving witch hating everyone and especially young men, and she is always ready to hurt them in any way she can, and she always has ways at the ready. She always has this kind of potion with her, so that she can use it to not only destroy, but also humiliate her opponent. She's pleased with herself and is about to leave. Even the tower spirit, who has seen a lot of things, is surprised by the cunning and treachery of this maiden and the ways in which she achieves her goals. Before leaving the place, she looks back to see the results of her labor, but she doesn't like what she sees. The tower spirit attacks her, and the force of the blow to the ghoul's chest is so sudden and powerful that she has no time to group for defense or use a counterstrike. Blow after blow rained down on her. But the tower spirit must control the force of the blow to not destroy this rogue, or else Yeshuan could not be helped. In order not to hurt the villain too much, the tower spirit nailed her to the ground with the magic power of her swords, and now she is sprawled out and immobilized. The swords are enchanted, so that the more force she exerts to free them, the faster she will lose them. She's like a butterfly pinned with needles. Yishin is overflowing with energy that has no outlet. It's cultivating, and will soon just tear Yeshuan apart and kill him. We have to save him. The tower spirit says there is a way to help Yeshuan, but moral standards may intervene, and he must remember that he has been deceived when making a decision. He was given the poison by force with no choice. He won't survive if he doesn't give the poison to the treacherous giver. If he kisses her, he will return the poison and be saved. There is no time to consider what is right and wrong as Enshuan is on the brink of death. He decides to take the spirit's advice. Kissing a girl against her will is against the rules, but poisoning a guy doesn't fit the bill either, so he dismisses all doubts. It's her own fault, and she can only blame herself. She will not suffer any harm except moral damage, as she will not poison herself with her own poison. After the kiss, Yeshuan quickly regains his senses and becomes as calm, poised, and able to reason sensibly and logically as before. He is embarrassed in front of the girl, although he understands that she provoked him to such behavior, and in addition, he poorly controlled himself under the influence of poison. Still, he feels he has no excuse, and tells the tower spirit that she should have stopped him from doing violence. But the tower spirit disagrees with him since she had a simple choice of his life versus the moral injury of this scum and deceiver, and that's why he's alive now. And she's alive, though morally crushed. And so to prevent him from making his own worst enemy, she strongly recommends that he destroy this unscrupulous girl. In fact, she didn't really understand what Yeshuan was unhappy about. He has clearly gained an advantage, and is now, figuratively speaking, on a horse. He doesn't want to kill her, even though she was such a piece of crap. It's not his policy to kill the defenseless. But the tower spirit says he shouldn't think of her as defenseless. It's a big mistake to think of her as a weak enemy, and sooner or later she will recover, and Ye Xuan will accept death by her hand. She is far superior to him in terms of spiritual strength. If Ye Xuan had made a decision under the influence of poison a while ago, he was now sane and sober, so he was not ready for such a thing. The tower spirit is angry and tells him that last time on the ship she spent a lot of energy helping him and had to stay idle for a long time to recover. She had also spent a lot today, and if they didn't learn from this damsel about the principles of Tao, she would have to go into a long sleep again to gain energy. It's a tough choice for Ye Xuan, and he's wavering between what's right and what's morally right, and his conscience is already screaming. Now, another circumstance unpleasant to his conscience came to his attention. He has been living off the power of the tower spirit all this time. He is a parasite. This will continue until he finds the principles of the Tao and gains his power. So some of the doubts are cast aside and the decision is made. The master allows him to determine the fate of the wretch himself, but asks him to remember all the circumstances and make a balanced decision. Ye Xuan thanks the master for giving him the freedom to make a decision, and turns to the maiden who is still lying on the ground. He turns to her and tells her he is ready to give her a choice. He remembers how she deceived him, and now she has to fulfill her promises or die. If she dies now, it won't do anyone any good. But if she makes concessions and stays alive, she can get revenge on that bastard. He wouldn't repeat to her everything they'd talked about with the master, because she'd already heard everything perfectly well, and so he could get right to the point. At first, she tries to pressure him morally and says that he better kill her, or she will kill him as soon as she has some strength. Ye Xuan is angry and turns to her and insists that she fulfill her promises to return the book and tell her the way to cultivate the Tao principle. Even though she is not on top of the situation, but just the opposite, wounded mentally and physically, she is still trying to impose her own rules of the game on Ye Xuan. She laughs and says it's strange that he didn't find the skill book even though he was so close to it, and now she won't let him look for it. Ye Xuan is still trying to contain his anger and talk some sense into the maiden and persuade her to return the book since this artifact is not his property. The persuasion is interrupted by the tower spirit. She grabs the boy by the arm and orders him to run away right now because she knows she doesn't have the book. She's gone through her clothes and she knows the book's gone, so there's no point in looking for it here. She hid it maybe somewhere in the woods, and she figured out something about the Tao too. They need to hurry back to where they came from, that is, to the City of Two Worlds, and then they can kill two birds with one stone and return the book and learn about the principle of Tao. The tower spirit suggests that the Tao is in the City of Two Worlds in the Swordmaster's mansion, and if they hurry, they can get it. Ye Xuan didn't understand why they were in a hurry since the city had been standing for 1,000 years, and the Swordmaster's mansion too. They can't do anything to them after a while. In the back of them fly curses from the girl who deceived him, and from whom he never got the information he was counting on, and only lost time. She promises him a horrible death. He will remember her and wet himself with tears as she destroys him, looking into his shameless eyes. After increasing their speed with magic, the fugitives arrive in the City of Two Worlds, and find the house of a master who makes swords in the hope of learning the Tao. Ye Xuan asks the tower spirit why she thinks the Tao is here, because that not very honest girl never pointed out the place where she could learn the Tao. The master replies that let him not ask unnecessary questions and just do what she says, so she has different ways of getting information. The entrance to the mansion from the outside is no different from other mansions, but as soon as they cross its threshold, everything becomes quite unusual. The entrance is like a volcano, and with each step to go, becomes unbearably hot, and Ye Xuan seems that he will just burn alive without knowing the Tao. In the center of the room gaped a funnel, similar to the mouth of a volcano, and so deep as if it reached the very center of the earth. It felt like a volcano. The master tells him to protect his physical body with sword energy so they can descend into the vortex and check if he is at the bottom of it. Ye Xuan does what his master tells him to do. He casts a defense spell, and now he is not afraid of flames or ice and is ready to enter the vortex. The master does not leave him a step and carefully observes his every action to come to his aid in case of emergency. Crouching over the vortex, together they try to peer into the soul of the volcano and discern and understand what trials the swordsman's home is preparing for them. They see a bubbling, fiery liquid similar to lava. The union of earth and fire is epitomized by this pool at the bottom of the funnel. Fire is solid and liquid at the same time. It is a sight that evokes respectful horror, but also an overwhelming desire to enter it. But Ye Xuan's mind realizes that it is deadly dangerous. The living liquid fire is immune to any spell, and will melt and turn into nothing anything it touches, and only a suicidal madman will enter it. Master says it's the Tao of the Earth. If Yeshuan is not afraid and enters the lake of fire, he will be able to recognize it and get an inexhaustible source of energy. Enter the lake is certainly scary, but the desire to subdue the Tao of the Earth is much stronger, and Yeshuan, drenched in sweat from the heat and fear, decides to do this deed. The master doesn't make it easy by saying he doesn't know how the fire pool works, but knows that by getting hold of Yeshuan's Tao, he will be able to control the first floor of the tower. Trying to make a joke, Yeshuan asks why he needs control of the first floor of the tower. Can't he do without it? Master is not in the mood for humor, and Yeshuan is already serious, saying that he is ready and let her explain what needs to be done. The tower spirit says there is one thing to do. Conquer your fear. If Tao doubts for a second that Yeshuan isn't afraid of him, it's over. Yeshuan will be burned to a crisp. If that girl can do it, he can do it. Let the master tell him what to do and in what order. He's ready. The master tells him to go into meditation and visualize and feel the tower, and then mentally invoke it. This will help him to tune in. Then he must calm down and take things further without regret or fear, or the irreparable will happen. There will be pain, but he must bear it. Indeed, everything happens just as the master said. An unbearable pain grips the body. It's so intense, it feels like your eyes are going to burst. It's better to close them. A cry of pain bursts out of his throat, but he will not give up as there is no turning back. So he will not only die himself, but also doom his sister. The memory of his sister brings strength to endure the test because she is waiting for him with victory, and he cannot deceive the only native being. The master cheers him up as best she can, but she is only allowed to do so with words and no magic. She asks him to be patient and remember his goals. She couldn't have been wrong when she saw him as the only man who could become the tower's guardian, which meant he could handle the challenge. A mere mortal would not be able to cope and would be frightened and burned, but he can, since fate itself brought him to the tower and introduced him and the spirit of the tower. The pain is already so intense that his mind is blurred, and Yeshuan is afraid that because he will not be able to think clearly, he will choose to end the pain and die immediately. The master sees this mood and tells him that he must not only endure, but resist even if his skin begins to burst and char. He has to show who's in control of the elements. He's in charge and he must conquer the fire, and only then will he stop feeling pain. Gathering his strength, Yeshuan jerked up from his knees and shouted loudly, raising his head that he was not afraid of fire, and let him know that Yeshuan was commanding him. He does this suddenly with a feverish gleam in his eyes, and the master is seriously scared for his mental health. So she thinks Yeshuan has gone crazy. But contrary to the fears of the master with Yeshuan, occurs such a transformation that it becomes clear that they have all succeeded, and the fire element has obeyed. The tower spirit sees that Yeshuan, by force of magic, has raised himself above the surface, straightened his shoulders, his face no longer distorted with pain but serious and solemn. His whole appearance has also changed. He is now clad in fire-colored armor, and the master tells him that he has acquired armor made of earth and fire energy. But unfortunately, to keep the armor on your body requires a high level of spiritual power. With the available power, they would last for half an hour and then disappear. But now Yeshuan realized that he still did not understand whether he had learned this principle of Tao or not. The words of the master had completely and utterly confused him. She replies for him to calm down, and he doesn't need to get into the fire anymore, but he must continue cultivating and absorb as many swords as possible. His mental strength is enough to defeat a mage 2 levels stronger, but his purpose is completely different, so he must cultivate without respite. Yeshuan thinks that the master is wrong to attribute such strength to him, and he can't wait to experience it in battle practice. But there's no one to fight with, but as they say, mere mortals want to play with their muscles, so he gathers energy in his hand as if to strike. The strength of his body was astonishing to him. He didn't expect it to feel like this. It felt like he could do more than just punch a crack in that mountain. He would be able to drag her to another place right now if he suddenly needed to. Yeshuan feels absolutely invincible. Yeshuan rejoices like a child and has already forgotten the pain he had to go through to obtain this immense power. But the master doesn't answer him. He looks around for the tower spirit but doesn't see her, and he wonders if the test blow might have been so strong that it threw her off. But suddenly, he hears her voice. Let him not be arrogant, because to reach her level, he needs to train for 800 years, and she goes on vacation to gain energy. Time passes behind all these events. Yeshuan has not returned to the Spirit City's tent camp, and everyone thinks that he has died and is lying somewhere in the forest. The 9th princess returns to duty, and after the loss of the book, the question of how to feed the army is particularly acute. If you don't pay the troops, they'll scatter. and they'll side with the richer enemy. Her unhappy thoughts are interrupted by a knock. A familiar voice calls out to her, but the man who owns the voice hesitates to enter. It was Ye Xuan, who many people thought was dead, who had returned. The ninth princess is very happy to see him and shouts his name loudly. They share a warm and friendly hug. The princess asks how Ye Xuan is feeling, and he tells her that he is fine, but he has not been able to return the skill book. The princess doesn't blame him. He says that the Cloud Immortal's house is responsible because the auction house failed to secure the artifact. Ye Xuan asks if the trading house will pay the compensation, but the ninth princess doesn't seem to be counting on her since Cloud Immortal has its own rules. A servant's voice outside reports to the princess that a steward from the Cloud Immortal's auction house has arrived. The princess invites her in. The steward enters and respectfully greets the princess. The visit is unexpected, and the princess thinks the auction house has managed to return the skill book. But unfortunately it is not, but the Cloud Celestial Trading House has decided to compensate the ninth princess for the lost artifact. The owners of the auction house hope that the sum of 10 million gold will compensate for the damage suffered by the princess and her family. But the princess expected 50 million gold when she put the folio up for sale. This amount is many times less than what the princess could get. Steward says that is all that the elders of the house can offer, and the care and attention of the House of Cloud Immortal during the princess's stay in their land. The ninth princess is furious as the amounts are not comparable, and she sees this as a scam by Cloud Immortal's house. Maybe the theft was staged by him. The steward replies that the princess had better agree to the amount offered as the auction house may not pay anything at all. 10 million is better than zero, but the princess doesn't like it, and refusing compensation will escalate relations with the House of Cloud Immortal. The head of the auction house won't give a hoot and can stand up for herself. As the princess voices her grievances, she prepares to strike. A hidden weapon in the form of a silver needle with an immobilization spell appears in her hand, ready to attack, and then jabs sharply into the princess's shoulder. The steward makes a suggestion to the princess that she should not quarrel with the Cloud Immortal's house and make a bitter enemy in his person. The ninth princess can't move her arm, so the poison on the end of the needle has no effect, and she can't even defend herself. She is stunned by the treachery of the Cloud Immortal's house. Steward arrives at her house with a robbery offer and attacks her mistress with a concealed weapon. The princess loses her balance, and Ye Xuan barely manages to pick her up in his arms before she falls. The unexpected attack shocks both young people. They look angrily at the guest and don't understand how to proceed as the unpredictable behavior of the steward breaks all notions of etiquette. She turns around before leaving the tent and says that they have learned a great lesson in how not to behave with House Cloud Immortal. Let them be grateful to her for staying alive. But next time, the Cloud Immortal's house would not tolerate being insulted and treated like this. This attitude is not tolerated by Ye Xuan. His keen sense of justice and sword make the steward of the Cloud Immortal house regret what he has done. She had no right to humiliate the princess, as she was inferior to her by status and birthright, and should behave respectfully and not flaunt her power. The fact that she attacked the princess using a concealed weapon without warning is an illegal act, and Ye Xuan's reaction is immediate. Every deed has consequences. Killing a member of the House of Cloud Celestial has the most serious ones. You'll have to take it seriously. Ye Xuan asks the princess if she has a reliable person who could go to Nin Province and find out the fate of the skill book there. In the meantime, he and the princess will deal with the trouble that will follow from the Cloud Immortal house, and that requires their presence here. Ye Xuan will not leave the princess in this difficult situation, especially since he was the one who struck the blow, so the responsibility is his and he is a man. He won't shift the answer to her, but the princess disagrees with him and says that if Cloud Immortal finds out he killed their man, it will be bad. The princess grabs his arm and tries to lead him out of the tent and force him to leave the tent camp and hide in the City of Two Worlds. The young man resists because he does not want to leave behind an opinion of himself as a cowardly weakling who ran away from responsibility and left his friend in trouble. He says he is not afraid of the Cloud Immortal house and is ready to fight them if necessary, but the princess insists and asks him to leave. He should be doing more important things, not sitting around waiting for Cloud Immortal to come kill him in the name of revenge. They don't have time to finish the argument. A gray-haired man appears on the doorstep and politely asks where His Highness is in such a hurry. This person holds a high position as a 9th-level master of the Cloud Immortal house. Trouble starts sooner than they thought. He arrives just in time to see the whole picture. The death of their man can't be hidden, and the responsibility is much closer than they realize. The master felt the mental amulet belonging to the steward of the trading house stop signaling, and he was aware of where she had gone. He shows up to find out what happened to her. The 9th princess takes it in stride and says she destroyed the steward of the auction house. The princess briefly explains the situation and that the trading house has lost a very expensive artifact belonging to the court and has not offered adequate compensation for. Stewart also had the audacity to attack a princess of the court and put her life in danger, and for that, she paid the price. The master listened but was unimpressed by the speech. He says that unless the princess provides more important reasons for killing the steward, the court will be permanently excommunicated from trading with Cloud Immortal. It's a serious threat because the House of the Cloud Immortal controls all trade in the country. That includes provisions and weapons and livestock and everything else. The princess is outraged by his words, as he must have forgotten that he is talking to a princess of the royal court and should show respect, not sway. And even more so, he shouldn't threaten the court with sanctions. But the House of Cloud Celestial is completely dumbfounded by its wealth and has forgotten about subordination. Mutual recriminations are so heated that it seems that if a match is struck, the whole place will burst into flames like gunpowder, so Yeshuan decides to intervene. Knowing the meanness of the House of Cloudless, he shields the princess from a possible attack and says that he killed the steward. He presents the card he received on the ship when he went to the Tsangmu Academy as an apology from the Cloud Immortal clan. This card grants the right to communicate with a third-level representative of the Cloud Immortal clan elders, while the master only possesses a 9th level. His chin quivered with fear, and he immediately changed his tone to ingratiating and asked in a husky voice if he could recognize the young man's name. Yishuan frowned and replied that he wouldn't talk to him at all. Let him call the 3rd-level master, and he will talk to him. If he doubts the authenticity of the card or the way it got to Yeshuan, that's his problem, and until a master appears here, there will be no conversation. If master doesn't want to cause himself a sea of trouble, he will immediately summon a level 3 elder here, or else he will regret not doing so. The master doubts because the young man is very young, and it is very rare for a young man to have such a card. And if he calls the master for nothing, he will not be well. Yishuan pretends to be indignant that master doesn't believe him, but he understands his doubts. He is really young and doesn't seem to have any strength at first glance. The master decides to contact the 3rd level and call a representative, as the murder of Stewart is not a trifle and must be dealt with. He clutched the amulet used to communicate with the Cloud Immortal Court in his hand, and mentally called out for the 3rd-level elder to arrive immediately. While the master is communicating with the court, explaining the reasons for the request and the coordinates of the place to arrive, a little time passes. The magic works immediately. Yeshuan mentally thanked all the saints that the master believed him, because otherwise he wouldn't know what to do not to kill the master too. Exactly a minute later, a smiling older man enters the tent uninvited. He greets the audience with a friendly greeting. Yishuan proudly straightened up and, giving his voice an adult solidity, calmly explains that he asked the 9th princess to auction an expensive artifact. But the book was lost because the trading house failed to provide safe storage and instead offered a paltry compensation, and Stewart was being rude. A short duel ensues, and Stewart is killed. The elder thinks that 50 million is a very large sum, but he still remembers the incident on the ship, so without taking the smile off his face, he promises the guy he'll pay back all 50 million, all the way down to the gold. The elder tells the 9th-level master to immediately pay up and apologize and not to allow such misconduct again. After all, the loss of the book is the fault of the house. The master cautiously tries to contradict the elder, reminding him that 50 million is a very large sum and a great loss for the trading house. He sharply interrupts him and tells him to carry out the order immediately and without talking. All talk will be later, but now let the master hand over the money, and they leave. The master hands Yeshuan a magic card equivalent to 50 million gold and say that Yeshuan will be able to exchange it at any trading house. Yeshuan accepts the card, and he is very happy that everything ended peacefully and didn't have to fight with all the elders of the Cloud Immortal house at once. The elder tells him how to handle the map and bids the young man farewell, telling him that he is, as always, a dear guest in any Cloud Immortal's home. Yishuan gratefully bade farewell to the elder, wishing the Cloud Immortal house prosperity and the elder's health for many years to come. Master and elder hurriedly leave the tent of the 9th princess, talking quietly among themselves so that no one would hear them. The master's interest in who this young man is and why he is being honored in such a way has not waned, and he asks the elder to satisfy his curiosity on the matter. The elder explains that he saw with his own eyes that the master behind this young man destroyed a level 8 master with a single sword strike. Master Yeshuan's strength is so great that it has no rivals on earth or in heaven, and if he cares about his life, he won't mess with this guy ever. And if he doesn't want to learn the power of the immortal sword spell, then let him communicate with this guy quietly, and don't give him any trouble because this spell is invincible. Yishuan is glad that everything is over and that the money for the book has been returned. And even if the book was stolen by the house itself, let them read it themselves. The princess is watching him, and she too is glad that no one else was hurt, and even the royal court did not quarrel with the Cloud Immortal's house. She asks Ye Xuan to someday introduce her to his master who possesses the power of the Sword Immortal. Ye Xuan promises her an introduction. He also gives the princess the 50 million card he just received from the master of the Cloud Immortal House. The princess doesn't believe that one can just part with such a sum of money, especially since he shook it out of the Cloud Immortal's house. But she gets a hunch that Ye Xuan is lending her the money and again refuses to take it because she can't pay him back. But Ye Xuan objects. He says she should spend the money on the army as she planned, because soldiers need to feed their families and defend the country. That's the most important thing. But if he suddenly becomes poor and is left without coins on the street without shelter, he will know who to turn to for a bowl of rice and a night's lodging. And so it was settled. They laugh merrily as everything is resolved safely and for everyone's benefit, and they can relax a bit and just be around each other. The princess says that although she didn't believe Lan Huo, she now understands why she called Ye Xuan a trustworthy and loyal friend. She safely hides the expensive card and tells Ye Xuan that she still wants to thank him for such a noble deed. They were like friends with Lan Hui, talking not only about how good and wonderful Ye Xuan is, but also about the fact that he has a sister. She also knows that Lin is seriously ill. What she is about to give to Ye Xuan should help her recover completely, and she will live a normal life. Ye Xuan doesn't understand what he's talking about yet, but as soon as his sister's name is spoken and the conversation turns to the possibility of helping her, he turns to listen. The princess gives Ye Xuan an amulet containing the spirit of fire, which can melt an icy heart, and he will definitely cure the girl. Ye Xuan didn't expect such luck. He wondered where to find the medicine for his sister in this country, but it came into his hands and was so easy to obtain. In addition, the kingdom's best healer will arrive at the Qianlan Academy to examine and treat Lin Er. This is something she can do for a friend. At last, her sister would recover and live and enjoy life like any normal girl, and Ye Xuan would finally see her happy smile and hear her laugh. Since they have become friends, the princess reveals her name to him and allows Ye Xuan to call her Jianqiu or Xiaoju. Ye Xuan was flattered that the princess allowed to address her by her first name, because this honor would not go to everyone in the kingdom, but only to those of equal status. The young man is happy about this, and cheerfully says the princess's name and says he agrees to call her that, and she has a very pretty name. The fun is interrupted by a loud explosion that shakes the tent, and they can barely stay on their feet, losing their balance as the vibration shakes the ground. Ye Xuan asks the princess if this is a regular occurrence or something out of the ordinary, and the princess says she doesn't know yet. She calls out to the warrior who is guarding her tent and asks him what's going on and what the rumbling and explosions are. It's a drill or something worse. The warrior replies that this is not a drill, but an enemy attack from the other side of the mountain at the foot of which the tent camp is located. An explosion of tremendous force like a volcanic eruption seems to reach the sky, and the earth shakes and groans and lava mixed with fire bursts out. Ye Xuan asks the princess what's going on and why there's an explosion like a gunpowder warehouse exploding. The princess knows what it is. She explains that it's a damaged spiritual vessel. It contains concentrated energy, and when it is damaged, it gives all this energy away in an explosion. It's like shaking a bottle of sparkling wine and quickly opening it. The wine also bursts out. Ye Xuan understands how it happens, but doesn't understand why. The spiritual vessel is a symbol of wholeness and peace, and if the enemy breaks it, he thus declares war on the kingdom, and now war is inevitable. The energy expires on the land, and the spirit world city becomes the land of spiritual energy, and that land on which the energy is spilled becomes a dispute between kingdoms. Representatives and warriors of the kingdoms interested in this land will soon arrive here, and a war will begin, and the one who is stronger will win and will own the territories. The winner will seize all that is on the land, including inhabitants, buildings, houses, fields and crops, livestock, and all property, and claim it all as his own. The princess says that before the enemy army arrives and hostilities begin, Ye Xuan should leave the province and go to the capital. Ye Xuan doesn't want to leave his friend in danger, but he realizes that he is of little use in a clan war. He knows nothing about war tactics. He will be of no use, and the princess will have to be distracted by him, and he will become a burden. So this time he agrees with her and decides to leave the province. He places a hand on her shoulder in a friendly manner and asks that as soon as she needs his help, that she immediately send a messenger to him for assistance. They hugged each other warmly and said goodbye, promising to help and participate when needed, and agreeing to meet when the war is over. The princess asks Ye Xuan to be careful on the road where there are a lot of surprises, and remember about the enemies who are not slumbering and just waiting for an excuse to attack. Ye Xuan leaves the tent city and the province on a flying ship that leaves the province for the capital on schedule as usual. During the whole flight, he is not looking at the clouds as usual, but meditating in his cabin. He needs practice like air to increase his spiritual power. He must become a complete warrior to maximize the physical strength and stamina given to him. which for lack of spiritual strength is dormant. The tower is the seat of his personal power and a collection of experiences and spiritual energy. In a state of meditation, he invokes its image and sword imagery. If he could combine the energies of the absorbed swords, the result would be a single sword of incredible power with which he would be invincible. The power of the swords must merge together and become one, and Ye becoming one with the sword would possess the power that would always protect his soul. He represents how the energies of the swords intertwine with each other and twist into ropes, as a strong rope is made from many threads by intertwining. This practice requires a strain of both physical and mental and spiritual strength, so Ye Xuan does in the silence of his cabin, knowing that no one will disturb him. After much effort, the practice yields results, and the swords join together and become one sword that burns with a strong golden light. The power of the sword is still unknown to Ye Xuan, and he wants to test it right now, but there is no suitable object yet, and he makes a swing just by cleaving the air. Ye Xuan put not only physical, but also spiritual energy into the sword, and the sword is now a practical animate object, and Ye Xuan gives it a name. He names the sword in honor of those closest to him. His sister's bright soul and Lan Hu's martial strength inspires him to give it this name. Lin Shujian is the name of the sword. Qianlan Academy is unusually quiet. No one is practicing or making noise, as if no one is there. Only the faithful Lin is sitting on the steps waiting for her brother. She molded a doll figure out of clay that looks like her brother and talks to her all day long and tells her how she misses him and longs for him. The dean's granddaughter, who is looking after Lin in Ye Xuan's absence, puts her hand on her shoulder and tells her not to worry, and Ye Xuan will be back soon. She invites her to leave the stairs, not to sit in the cold, and go inside the building. She promises that as soon as Ye Xuan shows up, she will be the first to be informed. In addition, she has been sitting here for a long time and is not only cold, but also hungry, since she hasn't eaten anything since Ye Xuan left. But Lin refuses to. Suddenly, they hear a conversation and see a group of strangers approaching the bottom of the stairs. What good or bad news are they bringing them? Lin is ready to run to meet them, as the stairs are very long, and the long time it takes for the guests to traverse it is agonizingly long. But the guests have not yet had time to rise, as it becomes clear that they did not come with good, as the girls see them wearing the uniform of the Academy Canmu. The one who leads the procession, dressed in the most beautiful and expensive camisole, is the best student of the Academy Canmu and calls the name of Feng Jue. The dean's granddaughter asks him why he has come here with such a large entourage. The girls are frightened. In her entire life, Lin had never seen anything good from the Chenmu Academy, and she didn't expect it now, much less from the best representative of this school. He was brought up in the best, in quotes, traditions of the academy, and therefore is capable of any meanness, and he does not care who is in front of him, warrior, old man, child, or girl. The fact that he came with a support group means he didn't come here to talk or have tea. They want to see Ye Xuan. That's the reason for their visit. Lin is afraid of the visitors, who have obviously come with some kind of showdown, and she hides behind the back of the dean's granddaughter and covers her with herself. She behaves boldly, realizing that there is no one in the academy but the two of them, and no one can protect the girl, and says that Ye Xuan is not here. The best student doesn't believe her and thinks that they are hiding Ye Xuan so that he won't get hurt at the hands of Chenmu's students. Arrogant and sneaky, he attacks the girl. The fist hit the girl in the stomach, and she did not expect such a meanness from the man, misses the blow, and from the pain folds in half. She will not be able to help the girl because she will be hurt so badly that it is doubtful whether she can survive such a blow. A cry of pain that can be heard probably even in the neighboring province bursts out of her chest, and she almost faints and can't fight with this horde. But that's not the end of it. The scoundrel is not satisfied with one blow, but goes around the girl from the back and suddenly strikes from behind from under cover. There's a reason he's the best student at the damn academy. The force of the blow is enormous and impossible to resist, especially when it is struck suddenly and from the back. There's nothing more despicable than being attacked from behind. But these people without honor and dignity have no rules of morality and honor, and such behavior is normal for them. The girl is thrown far away from the place, and Lin is left unprotected, and these bastards will take her on without a moment's doubt. The dean's granddaughter is in very bad shape, immobilized by nightmarish pain and unable to move or speak, much less protect the girl from attack. But the brave girl herself rushes to the girl's aid, wanting to support her, and on the run reprimands the insolent guests that they have no right to attack students. And the biggest and meanest of them all says that no one gave the right to attack the students of the Cangmu Academy to their student named Ye Xuan. When he arrives in the country and learns of what Ye Xuan has done, he goes to Qianlan to get even with him. The dean's granddaughter orders Lin to flee. It's becoming clear that there's no mercy from this tough bastard. The most important thing now is to hide Ling. because if he finds out she's Yeshuan's sister, he'll be in trouble. In the absence of Yeshuan, he would take out all of his poisonous anger on the girl and not once blush, so she must be removed from his sight. The girl tries to stall for time, giving Lin-Er a chance to escape, and says she won't tell him where Yeshuan is even under torture. It's hard to explain or prove anything to a man who has no heart and a soul like dry bread. He decides to destroy the girl. In that case, the first disciple of the Canmu Academy, Feng Jue, smiled and said with joy in his voice that he would fulfill the girl's wish. Yeshuan's little sister was standing to the side. Seeing that the girl was in danger, Lin-Er jumped up from her seat in an attempt to push the offender away from her. She wrapped her arms around his leg and bit the man. At the same moment, he started to throw the girl off and said that if she did not want to die, she had better get out of his sight. After that, Feng Jue was approached by his brother and told that Lin-Er was Yeshuan's sister and was most likely hiding somewhere nearby. And that made the man smile. And the girl screamed that when her brother came back, they would all be finished. Lifting Lin-Er off the ground, Feng Jue smiled and said that he would like to know what Yeshuan was capable of. At this moment, Anji indignantly asked the man if he was afraid of embarrassing himself by using the little girl as a hostage. However, Feng Jue was not at all affected by the girl's words. Turning back, he asked Anji to tell Yeshuan to come to the Canmu Academy. Otherwise, the guy was only expected to receive his sister's lifeless body. When Ji heard that, she got angry and shouted a few curses at the man. After a while, the weather turned bad and it started to rain. At that moment, our hero approached the house. He smiled and jumped up and down to tell Lin-Er that he was back. But the smile on his face quickly disappeared as he saw Anji covered in blood. In a worried voice, he asked her what had happened and where everyone else was. As soon as the young man ran up to the girl, she told him that the Canmu Academy had taken Lin-Er away. Lifting Anji in his arms and frowning his eyebrows, he asked her who exactly did. And in a weak voice, she said Feng Jue's name. The girl also added that Grandpa and everyone else would be back soon, and they could go there as a foursome. Coughing up blood, Anju asked if Yeshuan could hear her at all. She said that Feng Jue was the best student at the academy, and if the young man went there alone, he would not be killed. After that, our hero turned to leave and said that he couldn't let his sister die. Anji shouted at him not to be so impulsive. Meanwhile, outside the Canmu Academy, Yeshuan already had a group of people waiting for him, and behind them, Lin-Er was suspended by her arm. A young man approaching the academy saw this. He had a sword in his hands, and his body was surrounded by yellow energy. And at the same moment, one of the men rushed towards him. With wishes for the young man to go to the other world, he swung his sword at him. Yeshuan then decided not to waste any time and attacked his enemy back. His sword was also emitting energy. Seeing this, the men from the Canmu Academy tensed up as one of them realized that our hero was a sword cultivator. However, another man didn't understand why they should be afraid of the guy and ordered his team to destroy Yeshuan. They wanted revenge for Zuo Li's death. After that, the battle began. The people from the Canmu Academy were throwing themselves at the guy, but they were defeated. With indignation, Yeshuan asked his assailant if he had had enough of living since he had come to his academy to destroy his men. At that moment, a man in a blue robe came down the stairs and asked him who he was looking for, since they were all called that. It was a kind of joke that all the people from the Canmu Academy laughed at. However, this our hero did not appreciate. In a rage, he told his enemies to burn in hell. At the same second, Yeshuan swung his sword and directed an energy wave at his opponent. When the blue-clothed man saw this, he said that the young man's insolence exceeded all norms. Suddenly, the guy's attack was blocked by someone. Feng Jue jumped out of nowhere. Turning to the vice chairman, he said that he would deal with Yeshuan. When the young man noticed him, he asked if he was the one who had beaten his friend and kidnapped his sister. With a smile, the first student of the academy said that today he would not only destroy him, but also play with his Lin-Er in the evening. This made our hero furious and said that he would send Feng Jue to the other world. After that, the guy swung his weapon again. In response, the man smiled and said that the young man's sword was good but too slow. He then flew next to Yeshuan with incredible speed and, pointing his palms towards him, slightly injured the young man. But that didn't stop our hero. He pushed himself up from the ground and swung his sword over his head. A single blow could predetermine doom. Without wasting any time, Yeshuan struck the ground and the shockwave knocked Feng Jue off his feet. Completely bewildered by such actions, the man didn't understand how a guy could be so strong. But even now, the young man had no intention of answering his enemy's question. Roughly asking the academy's first disciple to shut up, Yeshuan once again struck the ground. Feng Jue's eyes were filled with fear as his body was then pierced by the guy's sword. Scarlet blood splashed in all directions, and our hero, still with the same sullen look, said that this will happen to anyone if they touch his little sister. Lin-Er continued to hang helplessly on the rope while the people from the Canmu Academy stood motionless and silent. Yeshuan then walked over to his sister and cut the rope. After catching the girl in his arms, the guy looked at her and apologized for being a little late. The weakened Lin said that she was very scared. In response, our hero told her not to worry and added that they would be home soon. But things did not go so smoothly. Another stranger dressed in yellow came up to them and asked if the young man wanted to leave so quickly after destroying so many of his men. The weather was getting worse at this point. Bright lightning bolts appeared in the sky. Closing his hand around Lin Yexuan asked the man what he wanted from them. In response to this, the stranger covered his eyes and, emitting then from himself a powerful energy, said that the guy would pay for what he had done. Realizing that things are not going according to plan, our hero thought that he needs to protect his sister. And while the young man was thinking about it, he didn't notice his enemy disappearing from his sight. And the yellow-clad man was already near her sister and swung around and said he would start with her. Noticing this, Ye Xuan immediately jumped down from his seat and stood in front of his sister after warning her of the danger. And while covering the girl from the blow, the guy himself was attacked. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he immediately fell to the ground. Lin shouted excitedly at what she saw. Grabbing her brother, she asked if he was all right, as blood was pouring out of him by the river. But our hero, without scaring his sister, replied that everything was fine. Lightning still thundered in the sky, and it was still raining. At that moment, a man in yellow came up to them and mockingly said that it was a touching picture. Even so, he ordered the boy to get up and fight him. Pointing his fist at Xuan, the man added that it was better to take his life now rather than later. However, this time his act failed. Another male silhouette appeared and attacked him. Then he turned to the man in the yellow suit who was lying defeated against the wall and asked if he was ashamed of bullying the weak when the students were fighting among themselves. It was the dean of our hero. When the man in the yellow suit saw him, he was confused. He thought he was at the stage of divine harmony. Xuan's teacher said that it was because he had such a way of thinking, and that was why he had lost to him. The man added that if his enemy didn't want to die, he should run away. And with a trembling voice, the man in the yellow suit ordered his men to call for the dean as soon as possible. Afterwards, the boy's teacher turned to him and asked if everything was all right. But without waiting for an answer, he added that it was time for them to go home. Then the guy stood up and asked Lin if she wanted him to carry her back in his arms. But the girl refused, and the man asked the young man to worry about himself first. Heading towards the house, Lin rubbed her hands that had just recently been tied with rope. The dean noticed this and asked if she wanted him to carry her, but Lin refused him as well. She said that it was not necessary since she was holding her brother's hand. At this moment, they suddenly heard a male voice behind their backs. He was addressing Dean Jilao and said that he hadn't even had a cup of tea before leaving. It was the dean of the Kanmu Academy named Li Xuanzang. Accompanied by a pink-clothed girl, he greeted his guests. Turning around to them, Jilao asked if the man was interested in this. Ye Xuan thought to himself that Li Xuanzang's level must be above the divine harmony stage, and looking at the lifeless bodies of his men, Dean of Sanmu Academy stated that he had always been non-confrontational. However, it was an unfinished sentence. Then the man said that now there was another case and our hero should die. When Jilao heard this, he said that as long as he was alive, he couldn't touch the guy. Tying the water flask back on his belt, Dean Yixuan asked Li Xuanzang how he wanted to fight. The man asked if the whole academy would be against his student or if the fight would be one-on-one. Li Xuanzang then said that if he lost to Jilao one-on-one, he could leave. However, if he won, he would take Ye Xuan's head. At this moment, a man appeared behind the dean of Sanmu Academy and put his hand on his shoulder and asked him why they should not fight. After all, this whole situation was for the younger generation. It was a former ruler of the Jian Kingdom named Jian Yuetian. He believed that old people shouldn't get involved. Everyone was surprised when they saw the man. Jilao asked the former ruler what he was doing here instead of fighting Tan. Ye Xuan was also dumbfounded by the king's appearance, and he realized that Jian Yuetian was Jianji's grandfather. The man asked if Jilao really wanted him to watch them destroy the empire from within. And turning to Li's brother, he said that in his opinion they were both to blame for what had happened. He also asked how about stopping, but the dean of the academy didn't like it. Then Jian Yuetian explained that they had an external problem. He complimented that Ji had nothing to lose and speculated that Li Xuanzang would become one of the main members of the Qianmu Academy as the head of the talent hall. Yijian asked if the man would have a chance at it if the academy was destroyed. Then Li Xuanqiang thought about it and decided that no one could stop him from joining it. Then Jilao approached him and asked if he would fight. The man said he didn't want to stand in the rain all day. And the dean of the academy, Sanmu, said that he could take his student and that he should teach him discipline. However, he said that if the boy destroys again, there will be no escape. These words made our hero angry, and he said that they were twisting the truth again. Pointing his sword at the man, Ye Xuan said that it was his students who needed discipline. Then Jilao grabbed the young man's hand and told Li Xuanzang that he would take care of his students, and he should do the same for him. After that, they turned back in the opposite direction. Also, the dean of our hero said that if those once again appear in their academy, he will destroy everyone. Grinning Jian Yuetian told his brother Li that Ji Lao was no longer drinking so much in the past few years and was already living more transparently than before. But Li Xuanqiang was of the opposite opinion. After a while, the boys were already at their academy. They sat at the table and told the others what had happened. Xiaomo was indignant and wondered who the enemies would be able to take away next time. The guy thought that if they didn't teach the Kanmu Academy a lesson, they would still think that they were an easy target. Xiaomo also said that if he and Bai Zi were here, they would all be exterminated. Bai turned to Ye Xuan and asked him to take them with him next time. Our hero was fine with it, but suddenly he was hit on the head by Ji Lao and reminded that if he had not come, there would be nothing left of the guy. In his defense, Xuan said that they had kidnapped his sister. Then, the man said that some issues could not be solved by force alone. This was especially true when someone stronger was standing in front of you. Angry, the young man asked the dean to speak directly and said that he would do the same next time. Ye Xuan added that he wouldn't let anyone hurt Lin Er. The girl hugged her brother that she didn't want anyone to harm him either. Xiaomo and Bai were delighted to have such an understanding little sister, and it all seemed very touching to them. Then, Ji Lao said that the Kanmu Academy had put up a huge amount of money for Ye Xuan's head. The academy has a total of 72 branches all over Qinzhou, and that meant that the boy would have to go through 72 dangers. Our hero pondered the words of the Jaken. He asked him if he was sure that he had enough strength to defeat all of them. Then the young man thumped the table loudly and declared that even without strength and confidence, he had enough courage to fight to his last breath. Soyamo and Baizi approved. The red-haired guy said that they might not have enough strength either, but they had enough courage. At this moment, slippers flew at the boys. The furious Jilao said that in the face of the rising power, their courage meant nothing. He asked the boys not to take their lives so lightly. Wiping the blood from his nose from the blow he had just received, Xiaomo wondered why the Kanmu Academy could get help from his branches, and they could not. Anju explained that the Kanlin Academy was located on the divine continent of Middle-earth and had 108 branches, but because they were the weakest, they were always ignored. Hearing this, Xiaomo Baizi and Ye Xuan couldn't believe that they were the weakest. Then, anger swept over them. Turning to Ji Lao, Xiaomo asked if he had guaranteed him a transfer to the main academy within a year. The man hesitated slightly and replied that he didn't remember such a thing. And while the boys restrained the red-haired old man, said that he and Bayu should go back to training, and the man asked our hero to come with him. Continuing to be indignant, Xiaomo asked why it was Ye Xuan who was getting special treatment. Then Ji Lao explained that if the guys also fought with everyone in the Kanmu Academy, then they would also get special treatment. After that, the red-haired guy calmed down a bit and said he didn't really feel like. Night came. At this time, Ye Xuan and Ji Lao were at the mountain, and the man asked the young man if he knew what his body was missing. And when the latter replied that most likely money, the dean spit the drink out of his mouth that he was drinking and hit the student on the head. Ji Lao said indignantly, "That does our hero think that he brought him here to talk about money?" The man continued to be angry and asked if he looked like a superficial person. Grasping the bump, Ye Xuan said in a pitiful voice that he really lacked money. Then the man said that he lacked the aura of confidence and invulnerability. Pointing to the hill, Ji Lao asked his disciple to imagine that it was trash standing in his way. He said that the hill could shake his confidence at any moment. And looking at the mountain, our hero said with dazed eyes that it didn't look like garbage. He asked if the dean was sure of what he was saying. Hearing such foolishness, Ji Lao couldn't even find the words to reply to the young man. He then said that it was like encountering enemies. The man also added that if Ye Xuan treated them as trash, it would help him quickly raise his aura. Our hero did not agree with these words. It seemed to him that when facing an enemy, one should first of all evaluate his strength. After all, it is very important to understand whether you can defeat him or not. And the young man said that it doesn't matter how confident you are, as it won't help when facing a powerful enemy. Looking at his disciple at this moment, Ji Lao noticed that he was reasonable. Since the dean was silent, Ye Xuan turned to him with a smiling face and asked if he was right. However, a magic kick was waiting for him. Committing it, the man asked why the guy then fought with the Sanmu Academy since he was so smart. Rubbing his head, the young man replied that he just wanted to protect Lin Er and was willing to fight until his last breath. After that, Ji Lao turned around to the other side and told his disciple to look for certainty here. As he did so, he also asked the young man to imagine that he was fighting in Langsu. But our hero didn't realize how much confidence he could gain standing in front of the mountain. He wondered if he would be able to gain confidence if he fought with Lanshu. Thinking about it, the guy realized that that girl was cocky and therefore was very strong. However, his strength could not compare to hers, and Langshu suddenly appeared beside him. She asked the guy not to worry, as the old man was right that he needed to gain confidence, but there was nothing more important than realizing his determination. Seeing the girl, Ye Xuan was surprised. It seemed to him that the elder was recovering his strength. But even here, and Langshu asked him not to worry as it was only her avatar. She also complimented the young man to keep his head clear. The girl thought he needed to understand why and wherefore he had retrieved the sword. She thought that would be enough. And scrolling through the words of the elder at the same moment, our hero realized what was actually the matter. The guy assumed that he got the sword to protect Lin and prove that he wasn't weak. Ye Shen then swung his sword and said that this was his determination. Bright lightning from the weapon split the hill standing in front of the young man. Dust rose everywhere. Observing this, and Langshu said that every sword guy should possess this driving force in the future. She added that this was Ye Xuan's strength. Bowing to the elder, our hero thanked her for her needed guidance. The next day, in the lower forest of the Conlin Academy Hill, Lin was sitting on the field. She thought that if she found Matsutake, she could make chicken soup for her brother. At that moment, a blue-haired girl from some portal appeared behind her back. She said that Lin brother might have died because of her. At first, Lin was startled by the unexpected voice. But when she turned around, she saw her acquaintance in front of her and asked what she was doing here. And approaching Lin the girl put her hand on her cheek and said that she was looking for. She said that she had heard about the battle between Ye Xuan and the Kanmu Academy. The girl said the guy almost died because of her, and she because of him. So it was decided to take her to the Cold North sect. Hearing this, Lin was very surprised. With round eyes, she asked the blue-haired girl what this place was. And she proudly declared that this was her homeland. She said that it was there that Lin would be able to gain strength and become the one who could protect her brother. The girl then knelt down in front of Lin and asked if she really didn't want to be a burden to her brother. Then Lin asked why she wanted her to join the sect, and the blue-haired acquaintance explained that Ye Xuan's sister had a special cold spiritual body. She said that if Lin went with her, they would teach her everything. The girl also said that she could become stronger than in Langshu. Lin words made her think even more. After a short thought, Lin agreed and said that if the girl would help her become stronger to protect her brother, she would go with her. In response, the blue-haired girl smiled and asked Lin not to worry. She really wanted to help her. But after that, Lin said that she wanted to spend some time with her brother. In response to this, the girl lowered her head and agreed to this. Lin then asked her acquaintance not to be upset and promised that she would definitely go with her. And the blue-haired girl was not upset. She hugged Lin and said that she understood and would come for her when the time was right. Meanwhile, an old man accompanied by a group of people said that the Conlin Academy was in front of them. The man thanked the man and said that they could continue on their own. Looking at the academy, they thought it didn't look good. And they thought it was no wonder that the main academy had abandoned them. They also wanted to see what kind of sword cultivator was training here. Then, aggressively spitting at the gate, one of the men asked if a sword cultivator could be trained in a place like this. At this moment, Lin appeared behind them. Turning to the men, she asked if they were looking for someone. Upon seeing the girl, the strangers immediately jumped on her, saying that she looked like their future wife. And lifting the weapon girl's chin, they asked where her brother Ye Xuan was. Then Lin shouted loudly, addressing our hero that the Kanmu Academy was here again. Then, in the air, the men noticed a silhouette above their heads. That was our hero. Landing in front of the people of the Sanmu sect, he recalled how he said he would destroy each of them. He also made sure that they had ignored this information. One of the men standing across from the boy smiled. He introduced himself as Tangguo and said he had come to take his life. Only the man wanted to ask Ye Xuan to surrender as his head flew off his shoulders. Seeing this, his allies were shocked by such a quick strike. Our hero then looked menacingly at his enemies and asked which of them would be next. The men didn't answer. They assumed that there was a sword cultivator in front of them, and each of them wanted a reward for it. And when Ye Xuan saw that the people from the Kanmu Academy had reached for their swords, he smiled. With a wave of his weapon, the young man said that those were too slow. In a matter of seconds, the men were shredded. Then the young man turned to his little sister and suggested that she go to the academy and cook dinner. Lin agreed with a smile. As they walked inside, the lifeless people from the Kanmu Academy were lying behind them. After a while in the academy itself, Li Xuanzang looked at the bodies of his men and said that all three of them were at the Heaven Realm state. However, none of them were able to withstand Ye Xuan's sword. Turning to the others, the man asked what they thought about it. Then one of the elders replied that the boy's strength was most likely surpassed only by Anshuan. He suggested that all the disciples should be warned not to rush into battle with the young man. But the dean of the academy thought it was a bad idea. He indignantly said that it was worth it to keep fighting, and the more people died at his hands, the more enemies Ye Xuan would have. Li Xuanqiang complimented that for the good of their academy, the guy should go to the other world. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Conlin Academy, Jilao was resting. Sipping from his flask, he hummed a song. At this moment, our hero approached him and said that he wanted to break through to the Heaven Realm stage. After that, Jilao turned his head in his direction. His cheeks were already pink from drinking alcohol. The man told Yeshuan that if he wanted to do it, the door was open. Rubbing his head, the young man said that he had a weak body, and so he needed spirit swords to advance to the Heaven Realm stage. The guy realized that the Conlin Academy was quite poor, but even so, he wanted to buy back a dozen spirit swords. But the man didn't answer anything as he was already asleep. In that case, Yeshuan shouted loudly, asking for the old man to wake up. But suddenly, Angie came up to the boy. She asked him not to shout and said she would help him. Surprised, our hero asked the girl if she had spirit sword. Then Anji asked Yeshuan to follow her. When she came to a building, she said that it was a sacred place. The girl complimented that these 9 sacred pillars represented the 9 paths of the main academy of the Middle Realm. She said that every year, powerful people come here to spread their teachings. Yeshuan then asked if there were any spiritual swords here, but Anju asked him not to interrupt. Then the young man replied that he didn't see any spiritual swords here. The girl looked at him menacingly and began to swing at him. When he saw this, our hero said that he would not interrupt her anymore. However, Anju still struck one of the 9 sacred pillars. Suddenly, a green gem popped out of there. When our hero noticed it, he asked what it was. After that, Anju put her sword away and said that this was a spirit jade stone. It's the foundation of the heritage pillar and also their only value. The girl offered to take the stones and sell them. She also added that with the money he received, he could buy a spiritual sword. Rubbing the back of his head, Yeshuan asked if it was possible to sell such a valuable item. Gathering the stones into a bag, Anji turned to the young man after saying that and asked him if he would refuse the offer now. Then she said that she would offer it to Mo Yun and Baize. Hearing this, our hero immediately snatched the bag of jade stones and said that he wouldn't give it to anyone. Looking at this, the girl was not even surprised. After a while, the young man was in the house of the Cloud Immortal, and offering him a mountain of jade stones, asked how much they would cost. Pondering, the man said that one such stone would be worth 50,000 gold coin. The whole mountain would be worth 5 million. Yeshan then asked how much the spiritual sword would cost in that case. The man replied that a medium-quality sword would cost 3 million. Slightly upset by this information, the guy realized he could only buy one. Then the man said he would think of something and asked the young man to wait. In response to this, Yeshuan smiled. However, he realized that even this would still not be enough. Then our hero's eye was attracted by a girl sitting on the steps and carving a figure of a bird out of wood. And at that moment, a man came back to him. In his hands were boxes containing spiritual swords. Looking at them, Yeshuan said that he probably couldn't afford to take 2. Then the man said that the guy was an honored guest in the Cloud Immortal's house, and this was a small gift. After accepting such a gift, the young man thanked the man and turned to leave, thinking that he would finally be able to cultivate. At the entrance, he once again encountered a girl carving a figure out of wood. Looking at her, Yeshuan remembered that Lin Er also liked to carve wood. So our hero approached her and asked her what she wanted to cut out. He also added that he could help her. The girl said nothing in reply and silently pointed her hand in the direction. There was a bird sitting on the roof of one of the buildings. The boy smiled back at her and offered to show her how to do it. He thought to himself at that moment that the little girl didn't seem to be talking. Without wasting time, our hero began to carve a bird out of the wood. The sawdust flew in different directions from his dexterous movements. The girl watched the whole process closely and did not distract the guy from his work. After a couple of minutes, the bird figurine was in her hands. Smiling, Yeshuan asked in a satisfied voice if he had really succeeded in making the bird like a real bird. Then, coming closer to the girl, the young man said that when carving from wood, you must be patient. He also said that if you hurry, you can make a lot of mistakes. Then the guy turned the other way and saying goodbye to the little girl said he had to go. At that moment, a black bird flew up to the girl's shoulder. The black bird flew up to her and said in its own language that the young man had no mana fluctuations. The girl was surprised that an immortal swordsman had appeared in Jian's land, and they patrons knew nothing about it. Then the bird said that our hero had insulted the master and asked if she wanted him to destroy him, but the girl said no, because the boy had a good heart and good intentions. She said they'd have to wait a little longer, and if Yeshuan remains the same, they will raise him. In that case, a new talent would join Qingzhou. Meanwhile, Ye Huan continued to move through the alleys, and suddenly he noticed some sort of movement behind his back. Then a man appeared in front of his face. He announced without ceremony that the boy would lose his head today and asked if he was ready for it. Without answering the question posed to him, Behind him, our hero noticed two more strangers with weapons. Then, putting down the boxes of spiritual swords, Yeshuan smiled and asked them what they wanted to destroy him with. Without waiting for an answer, the guy told them that it would depend on their skills. One of the men said it was true that it would be difficult to defeat him alone. That's why they decided to fight the young man together. Yeshuan asked the men if they had sent 3 people preparing to enter the Divine Harmony stage. Our hero was intrigued by how much they were afraid of him. Such audacity infuriated one of the strangers, and he immediately rushed to the attack. While he was asking if the guy had been taught that such behavior was a mere waste of time, Yeshuan had already swung at the man in response. The two energies collided, and the stranger flew backward. He was shocked at how strong the young man was. Then our hero asked if the man hadn't mentioned that they would fight together. Turning to his other allies, Yeshuan assumed that those were simply afraid to die. Such a statement raised anger in the chief among them, and he said the lad would pay in blood for his brother. The men rushed at the young man, but he wasn't going to block the blow. Our hero waited for them to approach him. A second later, an explosion sounded. As soon as the dust settled, the men noticed that Yeshuan was not between them, and they wounded each other. Our hero at this time stood at the wall and said that this is why it is better to fight him one-on-one. Otherwise, it might happen that someone would accidentally destroy his friend. It seemed that everything was fine, but suddenly an arrow flew into the guy from nowhere. So the young man realized that there was another person with them. Breaking the arrowhead that was in his chest, Yeshuan turned to the other enemy and said that it was very mean to attack in the back. There was a girl standing on one of the rooftops with a bow in her hand. She said it didn't matter. Aiming at the guy again, the stranger said she would destroy him and avenge the deaths of her brothers. Then Yeshuan grabbed his sword and replied that they wanted to send him to the other world, but something went wrong. He asked if everyone in the Manhwa Academy was so reckless. Then our hero jumped up from his seat and swinging his sword said that one blow predetermines death, directing a shockwave at the girl he complimented that she would pay for shooting him. From this attack, the stranger flew backwards. She realized that Yeshuan was too strong and was not surprised that her brothers were unable to defeat him. So getting up from her seat, the girl decided it would be best for her to back off now. Looking at the stranger's footsteps, our hero realized that now he was sent warriors almost at the stage of divine harmony. He couldn't even guess who the next one would be. At that moment, Moyun Baiza and Anju were waiting for him from below. Moyun asked the young man if he was watching the sunset from the roof with his sword in his hand. In response, Yeshuan smiled and said that there was some goodness piled up in a nearby alley. He asked if those people wanted to take a look at it. Moyun and Baize immediately ran to see what was waiting for them. The guys were excited about the quality spiritual weapons and the excellent spear. Our hero explained that this spiritual weapon was of the highest quality. In response, Moyun said that he now understood why the young man liked to fight, because it was a way to get rich. And Baize asked them to call them with him next time. Meanwhile, Anju was standing next to Yeshuan, and she asked the guy if he was all right. And only the young man wanted to answer that he was fine, as at the same moment he began to fall. After a while, the guys were at the Conlin Academy in our hero's room. All his friends were beside him, and they were asking Ji Lao how things were going with the guy. Absorbing his drink from the flask again, the old man replied that there was no poison on the arrow. He explained that Yeshuan had lost a lot of blood and was just too hungry. Upon hearing this, the boys exhaled with ease. They were glad their ally hadn't been poisoned. After that, Anji turned to Moyun and Baize. The girl strictly instructed them not to tell Lin what had happened. It was because if she knew about it, she would start crying non-stop. After a while, the disciples were already practicing in the vicinity of the Conlin Academy. Our hero was also with everyone since he had recovered slightly. However, when he was carrying heavy logs, he didn't understand why he had to do it when he was sick. Moyun also resented them doing Bazi's work. He didn't want to be a part of it. And sitting next to them was Angie. The girl asked the guys to stop talking as it was a good training to get stronger. She had been sitting on the log all this time, and suddenly a warning shout came from outside. At the same second, the log was split in half by an arrow flying into it. Dodging the blow, Angie glared menacingly in front of her, trying to figure out who did it. In the distance, that girl with purple hair that Yeshuan was fighting with was approaching them. She said that she had spared him yesterday, but he wouldn't move out today. Smiling back at her, our hero asked if she had spared him. He reminded the girl that yesterday she had run away from him with her heels blazing. This made the purple-haired stranger very angry. She grabbed her bow and said that she would deal with the boy right away. But the girl wasn't alone. A guy from her academy was standing next to her, and he said that he would deal with Ye Xuan. He introduced himself as the head of the inner court of the Kanmu Academy in the Chu Kingdom, who was ranked 19th on the list of Qinzhou martial arts warriors by the name Feng Yixiu. Then our hero also introduced himself and said that he was from the Jian Kingdom of the Conlin Academy, and he added that he was ranked first in the list of Chinjo martial arts. Watching what was happening, Mo Yun and the others were surprised by what their ally had said. They wondered when this young man became the first. And jumping up, swinging his sword at the enemies, Ye Xuan said that there was nothing good to occupy the last positions. Then Feng Yixue said that if the guy was at the end of the list, he wouldn't be here. Directing the attack at each other, our hero asked Feng Yixue if he had a very high opinion of him. With a smile on his face, the guy replied that you should never underestimate your enemy. As soon as their powers came into contact, a powerful energy wave erupted. It sent Ye Xuan's allies flying in different directions. Bouncing off each other in different directions, our hero, looking at his sword, thought that the stage of harmony is really extraordinary. And Feng Yixue was thinking at this moment that this kind of strength was what was expected from a sword cultivator. It was a staggering strength, even at the full chi state. They both realized that their opponent was going to take a bit of work to defeat. But suddenly, an old man appeared behind Feng Yixue's back. Seeing him, the guy was very surprised, and the man asked if he had decided to demolish someone else's house and asked if he had taught him restraint in his communication. It was the master, and rubbing the back of his head, Feng Yixue asked what he was doing here. But the old man smiled wryly and asked if he needed to ask the guy's permission to come here. Feng Yixue then hugged the old man's arm like a little boy and said that of course that was not the case. After that, the master turned to Ye Xuan and said that he had heard that the young man wanted to join the Kanmu Academy in the Jian Kingdom, but was refused. In response, our hero proudly replied yes. Then the man knocked his staff on the ground and said that Li Xuanqiang was a fool. He also added that all those who obeyed him were the same. That really surprised the guys. And the master invited Ye Xuan to join them, while introducing his favorite disciple Feng Shu to him. Continuing to smile, the man asked why the two boys shouldn't become friends. This made our hero feel confused. He knew that this old man had a cultivation level no less than Dean Ji. However, he couldn't understand why he wanted them to be friends. Then Master complimented that they were always sincere in wanting to make friends. In that case, Ye Xuan said that yesterday his disciples had attacked him in a group, and he asked where there was sincerity in these actions. To this, the old man simply said no. And then swords appeared in front of the boys' faces out of nowhere. When they saw the weapons, they were puzzled. The man explained that they were 3 top-quality spiritual swords. Namely, they were the Blood Spiritual Sword, the Golden Scale Flying Blade, and the Red Flame Blade. The boys looked at the old man's gift with joy in their eyes, but Batche stood behind them all and didn't understand why he didn't get anything. Ye Xuan then asked the man if he thought a pair of swords would make up for his men trying to destroy him. He said he would never forgive them. In response, the old man asked what he could do to make the young man put the offense behind him. In that case, Ye Xuan pointed his finger at the purple-haired girl and ordered her to bow at his feet 3 times. When the girl heard this, she became furious. She indignantly said not to communicate with her like that and added that they only wanted to test his cultivation level, and the guy destroyed all her brothers instead. Then our hero threw down his weapon and said that if they were not going to do it, let them go. The young man said that they did not deserve his forgiveness with a couple of spiritual swords. Feng Shou and his ally became furious. They started threatening the guy that they would destroy him. However, their master stopped the guys with an appropriate gesture. He then turned to Ye Xuan and said that yesterday his disciples had attacked him without his knowledge. Master said that it was his fault that he had failed to educate him properly. And then the old man bowed to the young man and said that he apologized on their behalf. When Feng Yixue and the girl saw this, they started to lift the master from his knees and told him not to do that. Ye Xuan approached the man and smiled and said that he could see his sincerity. The old man smiled back and said that he had a good heart. Our hero thought to himself that if this mysterious master fell at his feet, he would not live long. Ye Xuan said that Conlin and Qianmu academies were enemies. He didn't understand why the old man was willing to kneel before him to befriend him. Then the man explained that he respected any talent, regardless of group animosity. And Feng Yixue added that his master was the kind of master who valued and respected talent. He also said that he wanted to get close to the guy because he had a good cultivation and reputation. And our hero said that he actually likes making friends, and he asked what that word means to Feng Yixue. He replied that a friend is someone with whom they share common interests and support each other. In that case, Ye Xuan smiled at the boy and said that he would be a great friend. At this moment, Baize's voice suddenly sounded behind everyone, and he still didn't understand why everyone got something and he didn't. The old man then approached him and told him that he was cultivating his body. so there was no weapon suitable for him. However, he gave him a vial of elixir, which Bai was very happy about. After that, the old man turned to Ye Xuan and said that they had some business to attend to, so they had to go. He also suggested that the young man should visit their kingdom sometime. As soon as they moved away from the guys, Fin Yixue asked the master why on earth would he spend so much money to make friends. Then the man explained that he was willing to sacrifice all of Chu's wealth to befriend our hero, all because one day the young man would rise above them all like the heavens. Meanwhile, inside the border prison tower, Ye Xuan was meditating. The guy was pondering whether he could break through to the heaven realm stage with these spiritual swords. After that, his invincible body began to absorb the spirit sword. There was a loud male scream. Then a huge sword appeared behind his back. The young man was trying to break through to the heaven realm stage. A few minutes later, he was already running through the second floor of the border prison tower. At this, Ye Xuan shouted joyfully that he had just broken through to the heaven realm stage, and now his Lin Shujian had reached the highest Ming sword stage. Looking at the gate where someone's huge red eye was visible, the guy said that now he could crush this monster. Our hero added that now he would make it impossible for him to escape. But after that, Ye Xuan flew out of the place with incredible speed as he was hit by a powerful blow. Defeated, the guy didn't realize what he'd said wrong this time, that he'd punched him again. Yishen then raised his head and noticed something unusual. He was hovering above the mountains of the Conlin Academy, and he did it with that legendary flying sword. He couldn't believe he could actually fly now. Thus, our hero flew to the fountain under which Bai was sitting. When he saw Ye Xuan, he was shocked, and when Bai addressed the young man by name, the one with a smile on his face asked to be called Jian Xian from now on. After that, the guy flew in the other direction, and Bai was left sitting in the fountain, not understanding whether or not his ally was all right in the head. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the Conlin Academy, Ji Lao was sitting in the backyard and drinking a drink from his flask again. Someone called out to him and asked him to look away. When he opened his eyes, the dean of the academy was puzzled. In front of him, Ye Xuan floated in the air, with the same satisfied smile on his face. The guy introduced himself with the name Jian Xian. Then the man threw our hero a coin. The young man did not understand what it was about, and then Ji Lao said that he needed to see a doctor. Looking regretfully at the coin, Ye Xuan soared into the air again. Watching his disciple, the man thought about the fact that the guy only had a flying sword that made him so happy. After that, a shadow appeared behind the dean's back, and a male voice was heard. It was Li Xuanqing. The man said that Ji Lao had a good job. He saw his enemy and said he was not welcome here. Li Xuanzang explained that he had just seen Ye Xuan riding a sword. He shared that he didn't expect the guy to advance to the Heaven Realm stage so quickly. But Ji Lao didn't want to discuss it and said that a man shouldn't waste time on idle talk. Li Xuanzang then said that he was sure that Ji Lao knew that something mysterious had been discovered on the Ning Empire's Jade Mountain range. He added that it is believed that the master of the secret abode is the first most powerful man in Nina named Tohu. The man said that Tohu is a practitioner of the 10,000 drachmas mirror, and most likely the one who left many treasures in the secret abode. This time, Ning is open to all neighboring states, and anyone under the age of 20 can take a look and try out. Li Xuanzang asked, why doesn't the Conlin Academy take this chance? But Ji Lao said that they would not be involved. Then the dean of the academy, Sanmu, asked if he was sure of his decision, but Ji Lao stood his ground. Hearing this, Li Xuantian pointed his hand to the side and destroyed the wall that was there. And behind her, the people who were already holding Linar hostage could be seen. This made Ji Lao furious. He said that with his actions, the man had completely tarnished the name of the Kanmu Academy. The dean couldn't believe that those sent two people of the Will Realm to take a defenseless girl captive. Then Li Xuankang explained that they did not want to dishonor themselves. All they want is Ye Xuan's life. The man asked him to tell the boy that he must go to the secret abode, or his little sister will be killed. In response, Ji Lao said that if he touched Lin Air, he would destroy all of his students. The man realized that Old Man Li was not a man to throw words into the wind, so he had to be patient. Then Li Xuanzang turned to leave and said that he wanted to see our hero in the secret abode in the next 3 days. Afterwards, Ji Lao told the man that he was digging his own grave. But the man replied that it was the other way around and the man was seeking his own doom by helping Ye Xuan. Suddenly at this moment, our hero appeared from above. Pointing his sword at Li Xuanzang, the guy ordered him to let his sister go. Seeing the young man, the dean of Sanmu Academy smiled. With a flick of his finger, he sent Ye Xuan into the wall. The man's mouth immediately spurted blood from the powerful contact with the wall. Continuing to smile, Li Xuanzang told the guy to come to Ning's secret abode for 3 days if he wanted to save Linar. The boy got to his feet and shouted after the men that they should let his sister go. They were getting farther and farther away. Jilao approached his student and asked him not to act rashly. However, the young man was furious because the people from the Kanmu Academy had taken Lin Er away. Our hero could not calm down. Then the man apologized and said that he could not imagine that they would use such a dirty trick. Clenching his fists in anger, Ye Xuan said that the only person he blamed for what had happened was himself for his own weakness. Jilao looked sympathetically at his student and didn't know what to say in response. At that moment, the boys came up to him. Anji turned to the man and asked what happened to Ye Xuan. The girl said that the guy had just rushed past them with a sword in his hands towards the mountains. Without answering the question, the dean said that the young man was most likely heading to the Ning Kingdom. When Mo Yun and the others heard this, they were surprised. Then Jilao explained that Lin Er was captured by old Dog Li and added that they had taken her to Ning's secret abode. At these words, Mo Yun became furious. He said that the Kanmu Academy was disgusting. The next day, in the mountains of the Kanlin Academy, the guys stood opposite our hero. Yishuan said that it was a trap they had prepared for him alone. That was why he thought that the guys didn't need to be involved. But Mo Yun didn't even want to hear about it. He said that they were all brothers, and Lin Er was also their sister. Beze was of the same opinion and said that they wouldn't let the guy go there alone. Our hero wanted to make his arguments against it, but the guys stopped him. Angie asked them to stop talking, and Bai offered to go save their sister. Meanwhile, in the Jian Kingdom Palace, one of Jian Yuetian's subordinates reported to him that Ye Xuan had gone to the Ning Kingdom under pressure from the Kanmu Academy. Stroking the puppy on his lap, the elder was convinced that the Sanmu Academy was something like this. So he ordered his man to find out the identity of the kidnappers hired by Li Xuanzang. He also asked that our hero be accompanied by shadow guards. The man had heard that the Cloud Immortal House had also sent someone to accompany Ye Xuan, so he asked his subordinate if it was true. The masked man confirmed these words. He added that the 9th princess was also going to Ning Kingdom. This information made the old man laugh. Jian Yuetian said that he expected nothing less from his granddaughter. He added that the girl's desire to help her friends had gotten into him. After that, the man thought for a while and said that there was no need to send shadow guards to Ye Xuan. He said that he would go by himself, since the guy was Ju Er's dear friend. Meanwhile, on the Two Worlds Mountain, a man was sitting near a small house. He addressed Her Majesty and said that Lin Er had been kidnapped by the Kanmu Academy. He also added that they were now heading to the Ning Kingdom. After that, the doors of the house were blown apart. From there, Lin Er's blue-haired familiar came out. She was furious at what she heard and didn't understand what was going on. Frowning her eyebrows, she declared that if a single hair fell from Lin Er's head, she would destroy all the disciples of the Sanmu Academy. After a while, Li Xuanzang learned that the rumors of his abduction of the girl had spread everywhere. He was outraged as he realized that this would finally ruin the reputation of their academy. The vice chairman then suggested that the Cloud Immortal's house was to blame. He also added that the royal family might be involved. However, Li Xuanqiang said that those had no reason to side with the Kanlin Academy. And the vice chairman said that according to the information he had received, Ye Xuan was personally accompanied by 9 masters from the Cloud Immortal House on his way to the Ning Kingdom. He also said that the former ruler of the Jian Kingdom was secretly watching over the boy. This shocked everyone in the crowd. This convinced them even more that they were on the side of the Kanlin Academy. The elders also thought that everything was strange. They didn't understand who Ye Xuan was, since he was supported by the main Jian forces. Li Xuanqiang then turned to a vice chairman named Li Shu and asked if he had found out the guy's background. And bowing his head, the man said that the young man was from Qingcheng. When the dean of the Chanmu Academy heard this, he was furious. With anger gripping him, Li Xuanzang grabbed the cup standing next to him and threw it at Li Shu. He didn't understand how such a small town could train a great sword cultivator. The dean cried out that as soon as the guy came to the Kanlin Academy, he was weak, and now his strength had crossed all limits. He couldn't believe that Ye Xuan was an ordinary person. Li Xuanqing also reminded Li Shu that he was in charge of intelligence and asked why he saw a bunch of fools in front of him. In response, the man apologized to the dean, but the man only hummed and said that the vice chairman was of no use. Li Xuanzang then asked how things were with Mak Sun. Another of the elders replied that everything was going according to plan. He said that the ruler of Nina had approved their request and agreed to cooperate. The man also added that only the disciples of the Great Cloud Empire demanded an increase in celestial martial skills. Otherwise, they would refuse to participate in the battle against Ye Xuan. Then Li Xuanqiang said that he could give them a promise that in the future, no matter what, all academies and sects would be rewarded. He said that he wanted our hero to be everyone's enemy. When everyone in the room heard this, they were shocked by the statement. But the man dialoguing with the dean told him that everything would be done. Li Shuangqing also asked Li Shuangqing to make preparations for the Dark World. The old man wanted to see if the Conlin Academy would have the courage to stand up for Ye Xuan. Meanwhile, our hero and his friends were already in the imperial city of Ning. Mo Yun and Anji couldn't believe that the capital city of Ning was much richer than the capital city of Jian. But after that, looking around, Anji suddenly noticed something wrong. Our hero and his friends were surrounded by a group of people. They recognized Ye Xuan. Then a man with a scar on his face approached the young man and said that he had heard that there was a good bounty on his head. The guy responded by saying that his life was worth much more than his. After saying that, the man's head was off his shoulders. Seeing this, the other people on his side were startled. They realized that the sword cultivator in front of them was really a sword cultivator. With a swing of his sword, Ye Xuan said that he would destroy anyone who got in his way. After that, heads flew off other people. After a while, there were no survivors from this group. The rest of the crowd watching this was frightened and decided to run away. Looking around, our hero asked if there was anyone else willing to fight him. Mo Yun then said that they didn't look like worthy opponents and probably just wanted to make fun of them. And Ji also spoke up and added that there was no need to destroy them. However, Ye Xuan had a different opinion. The guy said that as long as they belonged to the Conlin Academy, he would send everyone to the next world. After that, the young man walked forward, and Anji looked at his back and wondered if it was still their Ye Xuan with a good heart. At this moment, a man ran out from around the corner and said that this was Ning Kingdom, not Jian Kingdom. That was why the guy couldn't do what he wanted. Then, in a menacing voice, our hero repeated that whoever stood in his way would be killed. Hearing this, the man swung his fist at the guy and said he had a long tongue and would watch him in action. In the same second, Ye Xuan disappeared from the man's sight. The man was surprised at how fast the young man was. After that, our hero took his life as well. Wiping the blood from his face, Ye Xuan said that he had come to take his sister home. He also added that whoever dared to stop him would end up dead. As soon as he said that, a purple arrow flew at him from the side. The young man easily dodged it. On one of the rooftops, there was a man holding a bow. Ye Xuan looked at him and repeated that whoever he was, he would be killed. He then launched an attack towards his new opponent. There was a huge explosion, but the stranger was able to bounce away. The people who were still in the center of these events decided that Ye Xuan had gone crazy and started running away from there. After that, Li Shuangqing appeared in the air. He said that the young man was overstepping his bounds and that their kingdom was not a place where he could cause mayhem. Radiating fire from himself, the man introduced himself to the boy and said he would teach him good behavior. And as soon as Ye Xuan saw the old dog from the Kanmu Academy, he jumped up and, swinging his sword, said that he would destroy him. Directing the energy towards Li Shuangtian, the one with his giant projection caught the same beam. However, while blocking the man's attack, he realized that even the greatest sword cultivators did not possess such strength. Therefore, the old man didn't have enough strength, and our hero's sword was able to wound him. Li Xuanzang fell to the ground. When the people around him saw this, they couldn't believe their eyes. The guy was able to take out the strongest man in the psionic stage with a single blow. People started calling him a demon. Ye Xuan then turned to them and asked who wanted to fight him now. No one answered him because they all started running away from there with their heels blazing. At that moment, Anju approached the young man and asked him to stop. She said that the most important thing now was to get to the secret abode and rescue Lin-Er. In response to that, the guy didn't say anything back to the girl. He only turned his head slightly in her direction and hummed angrily. Looking at Ye Xuan's back again, Anju thought that if something happened to his sister, he would go completely insane. In that case, the consequences would be terrible. The girl realized that they should keep an eye on Ye Xuan in the secret abode. After a while, they were already on the Nina mountain range. Anji asked our hero if he was hungry on the way, for he needed strength to fight his enemies, but he angrily replied no. At this moment, Bai Zi felt that something was wrong. Mo Yun asked what the matter was. Then Bai lay down on the steps and said that there were many fierce enemies ahead. Aggressively biting into the bun, Anji realized that Li Shuangqiang's old dog had spared no effort, and there was most likely an entire army ahead of them. But our hero asked the guys not to worry. He said he'd take care of the destruction and the funeral. After that, the guy ran up the stairs. The guys shouted after him to calm down, but Ye Xuan didn't hear them. Suddenly, purple arrows started flying out of the building above. Anji and the others were scared. They knew they had to stop the young man before he fell into the trap. While fending off the arrows flying at them, Baize noticed and warned the allies that they had been poisoned. Mo Yun was furious at this and said that he would destroy their enemies. Baize was of the same opinion, and Angie looked in the direction our hero ran and said that they should hurry up and catch up with the guy. After a while, they went upstairs. There was a terrible sight waiting for them. There were lifeless bodies everywhere, and they couldn't believe that it was all at the hands of Ye Xuan. Anzi said that all these warriors could have a great future ahead of them, and she didn't understand why they rushed into battle with a man who would do anything for his sister. And Baize replied that it was their own fault. He thought that the allies of the Kanmu Academy were only worthy of death. After that, the girl pointed at the golden-colored portal ahead. She assumed that Ye Xuan was most likely inside. Anja then asked Baize to follow the boy to protect him from the arrows, while Mo Yun was instructed to find Lin Er. She decided to contact her grandfather and ask for reinforcements. Meanwhile, there were 3 people standing on one of the mountains. They were looking at the same portal the boys were near. A woman's voice pondered whether it was foolish or noble of our hero to come here to rescue his sister, knowing that a dead end awaited him. It was Toba Yan. An old man was standing next to her, and he thought that the young man was a fool. He said that if Ye Xuan hadn't gone here, he would have been able to overthrow the Kanmu Academy in the future. But instead, the boy chose to die. There was also an elderly woman next to the girl. She was of the opposite opinion and called the old man a fool. Addressing Her Highness, the woman said that Ye Xuan was a noble man with a good heart. She also called him a real man. After hearing the opinions of both sides, Toba Yan said that in that case, the guy's death would be in vain. Then the woman added that it didn't matter what it was called. She said that if he didn't come, his sister would definitely die. So in any case, the young man would not be labeled as a coward. In response, Toba Yang smiled and said that Auntie Zhang was right. The girl said that if Ye Xuan hadn't come here, she wouldn't have been able to look at him in the future, no matter how much of a sword cultivator he was. At this moment, a man appeared behind them. It was Toba Yang's subordinate. He said that Li Xuanzang demanded an explanation as to why they broke their promise and didn't send people to fight Ye Xuan. In a menacing tone, the girl asked the man to tell the old man that they were no longer allies. From such a statement, the man was a little surprised, but still agreed to carry out the order. In the meantime, our hero was already at a body of water. He looked around and could not believe that it was the same secret abode cut off from the outside world. He was also trying to figure out where Lin Er was now. Suddenly, a man's voice was heard. A stranger flew on top of Zhuan and said that the King of Hell had sent him to destroy the guy. With his spear pointing at the young man and emitting blue energy, he landed. After that, stones flew in all directions. Attacking his enemy in response, Ye Xuan said that the man was not good enough to take his life. In a matter of seconds, the guy split the opponent in half. Then our hero declared that the peak stage of the celestial realm was no better than this. The young man then looked at his hand and noticed blood on it. He assumed that the man had not fully released his energy, and if they all fight hard, Ye Xuan will either die or be crippled. At that moment, another man with a sickle appeared behind our hero's back. As he approached the boy, he said that he had been waiting to meet him for a long time. Slightly turning his head toward the stranger, Ye Xuan realized that the more impatient could not wait to go to the other world. The man then sent a powerful energy wave towards the young man. Zhuan was able to dodge it. At that moment, however, the stranger got even closer to the guy with deft movements and managed to wound him in the stomach. Flying backwards from the attack, our hero noticed that his current opponent was too fast. Smiling, the man told Ye Xuan that according to rumors, the man knew he would hit a dead end but still came here. So he added that as a man he respected our hero, and his death would be very painful. The young man smiled in response and said that he thought so too. And then he threw his sword towards his opponent. This action again brought a smile to the man's face, as he didn't understand how he could show his skills in public. After a couple seconds, however, the smile was gone from his face. He looked forward and saw that the boy wasn't there. At this moment, Ye Xuan was already above him, and pointing his fist toward the man, hit him on the head. Our hero's bleeding opponent said he was surrendering, but the guy replied that it was too late and knocked his head off his shoulders with his foot. Looking at the lifeless body of his enemy, Ye Xuan added that the way to heaven was open, but he had turned away from him. But there was no way to hell, and the man chose that path. After that, the young man heard a female voice behind his back. He thought it was Lin Er. However, when she turned around, another girl was standing there. With tears in her eyes, she ran towards Ye Xuan and said that she would destroy him. With a look full of sympathy, the guy looked at the little girl and with a flick of his hand, pushed her energy shield away. The girl fell into the pond next to them. Then, a little weakened, she crawled over to the lifeless man, calling him brother. Looking at her, our hero indignantly asked the girl why she had come here if she was a beginner and had no knowledge of martial arts. The boy asked if she had lost her mind. Then the little girl explained that her brother had told her that if they destroyed it, they would no longer have to wander. She added that in this way they could revitalize their family. Grabbing her brother's hand, the girl tearfully said that she just wanted to go back home to Dayun with him. And here, Yeshan couldn't take it anymore. Grabbing the little girl by her clothes, he said that there were 1,000 ways to make money, but her brother chose the craziest one. In response, the girl said that her brother is always right, and the guy has no right to talk about him like that. These words made our hero calm down. Turning around and moving away from the little girl, Yeshuan said that she was a good sister. He also told her that he had a sister who looked like her. The girl listened to the boy in silence. After that, he threw her a bag of something and said that it should be enough to return to Dayun. As for reviving the girl's family, the young man said that her cultivation level was not high enough. Yishan then stated that today he had destroyed her brother, and so if one day she decided to avenge him, he would be waiting for her. At that moment, a blue portal appeared in front of our hero. He drew his sword and entered it. The portal led the guy to a rainy, dark place where he saw Lin Er suspended in front of him again. There was a man standing next to her. It was a disciple of the great cloud empire of Kanmu named Gan Shisen, and he said he'd heard about Yeshuan. The guy also added that he was glad to meet them, but our hero was not of the same opinion. The young man ordered him to shut up if he didn't want to die. Radiating fiery energy, Yeshuan headed towards his sister and was telling Gan Shisan to go away. However, he was not going to obey, and somehow the blow of our hero passed him. The Empire disciple then pointed at Lin Er and said that she was a treat for the eyes, but he was sorry that Yeshuan had ruined everything. After that, Gan Shisanwu smiled and pointed his hand while extending his index finger upward. First, the entire sky turned an eerie purple, and a little later, a huge purple finger appeared from there. Seeing this, Zhuan was horrified. Without wasting any time, the guy immediately pointed his sword upwards and channeled his energy into the sky. However, the great Cloud Empire disciple's strength was more powerful. The purple clump rushed towards the young man, and a strong impact occurred. Watching what was happening, Gansha Sanwu was puzzled, as soon as the dust settled, Yeshuan came out of it. The guy couldn't believe his eyes because before no one could stand up to his attacks. In response, our hero only wished his enemy to go to hell and ran at him with his sword. Blocking the young man's strike, Ganshisana realized that he was not just a swordsman, but a master swordsman. But Yishin didn't react to the guy's words in any way. He had one goal right now. With a sharp movement, he thrust his hand into the body of the Great Cloud Empire disciple. Ganshisan fell to the ground, and our hero at that moment cut the ropes that bound his sister and picked her up in his arms. Linner was very weak. The young man said that she had endured too much, and now it was time for them to go home. Suddenly, someone else's attack flew into his chest. As he continued to hold the girl in his arms, he felt pain. A red dot appeared on his chest, and Zhuan tried to figure out what it was. Then Angie and the others appeared in the passage. The girl said that it was an order to pursue the blood soul. She added that it was a mark of life and death used by organizations that destroy people. Angie said that if a guy is marked, he becomes an enemy of the dark world. She also said that thousands of people would come to destroy him. After that, Mo Yun and Bai Zhe cheered up Xuan and said that the Conlin Academy was not afraid of anyone. At this moment, another person joined them. A blue-haired girl appeared in the air and asked our hero to give Lin Er to her. She said she would take care of his sister. Seeing the stranger, the young man could not even answer anything and looked at her with his mouth open. As usual, Mo Yun came out ahead of everyone and asked what kind of girl she was. Without waiting for an answer, he asked her to leave. Then the blue-haired girl pointed her index finger in his direction, and he flew backwards at the same second. Watching what was happening, Ye Xuan said that he remembered her. It was this girl who gave Lin Er the fiery heavenly jade. But the stranger was not going to dialogue with the guys. She furrowed her eyebrows and asked him to give his sister to her again. Under such an onslaught, our hero still wasn't going to do it. Ye Xuan said that Lin Er should be with him for the rest of her life. In that case, the girl asked the guy in a calm voice if he could protect the girl, and the young man said he was ready to give his life for her. The blue-haired stranger smiled and asked if his life was worth anything. She said that in the Chanmu Academy, even though not everyone was at the 10,000 drachmas stage, but they would have no problem sending their men to destroy it. Especially the young man was now being hunted by the dark world. The girl reminded that Ye Xuan was now surrounded by enemies, and everyone wanted him dead. She said that if Lin Er stayed with him, he would definitely die. And if the boyfriend's sister went with her, she could protect her. At this moment, Lin Er's faint voice came out, and she said that she wanted to go with her friend. Hearing this, our hero was confused. With round eyes, he looked at his sister who was lying in his arms. Angie didn't understand what the girl was saying either. She said that her brother had risked himself to save her, and how could she leave him now? Everyone was outraged. However, Yi Xuan looked at Lin Er and asked if she really wanted to almost with the blue-haired girl. Then, taking her brother's hands, Lin Er said that she didn't want to be a burden anymore and didn't want the guy to worry about her all the time. She felt that she had to become stronger. Then Ye Xuan smiled at his sister and asked her not to cry. He noticed that the girl had matured and said that if she wanted to go with her friend, he would let her go. The young man also said that if she was in danger in the future, she should just call him. The guy added that he would definitely come to her rescue. These words brought tears to Lin Er's eyes. While the guys were discussing and deciding what to do, the blue-haired girl was watching them. Ye Xuan then bowed to the elder and said that his sister was weak and innocent. He realized that when Lin Er got into the Cold Wind sect, she would surely be bullied. So he asked his sister for a rap. In response, the blue-haired girl said that no one would dare to offend here. She asked our hero to take better care of himself. And once they had talked it over, the elder extended her hand to Lin Er and beckoned her to come along. After that, they flew upwards. Looking at this, Ye Xuan asked his sister to wait for him. He also promised the girl that he would find her. With tears in her eyes, Lin Er looked at her brother and shouted to him that she would miss him. At this moment, the young man thought that it was all because of his helplessness. That was why he and Lin Er were separated. And clenching his fists, our hero decided that he urgently needed to become an immortal sword. Mo Yun then turned to the guy and suggested that he leave. He realized that if they stayed in this place, Ye Xuan would come after him again. As soon as the young man's ally said this, everything around him began to turn cloudy. Ye Xuan didn't understand what was happening. Then Angie suggested that the secret abode was about to disappear. The girl said it was time for them to leave. As a result, the boys quickly ran to the foot of the secret mountain. There, Mo Yun noticed that the secret abode was really inscrutable, and it was still a bit difficult for them to get out alive. But after a couple of seconds, the lightness that had appeared within them disappeared. Anji noticed that Ye Xuan was not beside them. The guys were worried as Bai Zhe was sure he was holding the guy's hand. Mo Yun was horrified to think that he might be trapped inside now. Meanwhile, our hero was in a secret cave. Looking around, he didn't understand where he was and how he got here. Then the boy noticed a passage and some space ahead. A silhouette was visible there. Ye Xuan wanted to realize who it was, and then a man's voice sounded. The stranger asked the young man to relax as he didn't wish him harm. The man said that the boy was a good fighter and he was watching him. Approaching the mysterious stranger closer, our hero asked who he was and if it was he who brought him here. However, the man said in a calm voice that it didn't matter, and only their fate was important. He added that Xuan had lost the Dantian cultivated sword and arts. The man also added that the young man was able to reach the celestial realm stage, but the boy's abilities far surpassed those of the others. This really surprised the stranger, so he asked for the name of his master. However, our hero was in no hurry to answer and asked why the man was asking. The guy still did not understand who was standing in front of him. Then the man explained that the reason the young man was here was so that the boy could be the only one to cultivate the martial arts of physical body and sword. He admitted that he was weak in body and sword. However, he had knowledge of martial arts. In that case, the stranger asked Ye Xuan if he would be willing to give him the martial influence fusion skill. Our hero's eyes widened at the suggestion. He asked if the man wanted to pass on the skill. It was an incredible stroke of luck for him. And slightly calmed down, the guy said that he didn't mind in general. But Ye Xuan realized that he didn't know the person standing in front of him and asked why he needed it. The man confirmed that they did not know each other but noted that they were destined to meet. He asked the young man to help the people of Nina in the future if there were any problems there. After that, our hero furrowed his eyebrows and asked the man if the man was really an elder from Nina. Such a question surprised the stranger, and he assumed the guy didn't want anything to do with him since that's where he was from. Ye Xuan wanted to somehow explain his words, but the man pointing his hand at him said to just accept his gift. And at that moment, a powerful energy emanating from the man in front rushed into the guy. That one said that the fusion martial influence of one's heart and one's mind must be pure. After a couple minutes, Ye Xuan's eyes lit up, and he pointed his sword arm upwards. Watching this, the man realized that the young man was a genius since he was a sword master and martial arts master. After that, the flames on the guy's body began to die down. Once all the flames had evaporated, Ye Xuan turned to the stranger and said with a smile on his face that his sword seemed to have become stronger. The elder confirmed this and said that if the young man didn't become stronger, all his years of cultivation would have been wasted. Then he handed our hero a small box. It was a gift. The man asked Ye Xuan to open it and see what was inside. Accepting the gift, the boy rejoiced like a child and said that the elder was very generous. As soon as Ye Xuan opened the box, he saw a green glowing sergeant badge inside. The young man didn't understand what it meant. Then the man explained that it was a special license from the Ning Kingdom. The man then explained that it was a special identification card of the Ning Kingdom. The elder also added that this tablet contains a dragon formation that gathers dragon energy, and as long as Zhuan had enough top-quality spiritual stones, he would be able to activate it. In that case, our hero smiled at the man again and thanked him. After that, some light appeared around the elder, and closing his eyes, he said that he hoped they would meet in the future. Ye Xuan, watching then, as everything around him disappeared, said that he too would be looking forward to meeting him. A few seconds later, the young man found himself at the foot of Mount Ning. He was met there by his allies with frightened faces. They immediately started asking the boy where he had been. Rubbing the back of his head, Zhuan said that something had delayed him. Mo Yun was very indignant and said that if the young man didn't show up, Anje would have sent them to the other world. After that, the girl asked to forget everything and suggested that they go back home. She also said she couldn't get in touch with her grandfather and had a bad feeling about it, and the guys agreed to come back. Night had fallen. In the main academy of Conlin, Jilao stood with incense sticks in his hands in front of some structure with a person inside. After a few seconds, that figure person increased in size and spoke. He was summoned by the cross-border smoke. With excitement in his voice, the man asked what had happened. Then, Jilao turned to the figure that appeared and said that he was asking the main academy for help. In response, the man asked if he wasn't the one who left them with threats that he would make the chairman beg for forgiveness. He laughed as he remembered how heroic Jilao had been back then, and now he had come to ask for help from the main academy. The man asked the old man where to take his pride. He also recalled that Jilao had been expelled from the main academy. As for the Conlin Academy in Qingzhou, the man warned that he had never opened a branch in those lands. The one stated that the old man would never be recognized as the founder of the Conlin Academy in Qingzhou. And if Jilao uses their name to open a school without permission, the man said that he would not spare him. After that, the ghostly silhouette disappeared. Looking at the burnt wands in his hands, Academy Dean Xianlin regretfully said that he had been expelled. However, he didn't have to be sad for long because the wall he was standing next to sharply collapsed, and behind her, a crowd of fighters showed up, asking the old man to report to Ye Xuan to come out. In that case, Jilao realized that the guy had succeeded. Gathering fire energy in his hand, he told his opponents that he would destroy them. And as soon as the lights went out, one of his enemies said he never thought he'd meet someone so powerful in such a backwater. From these words, the dean of the Conlin Academy assumed that the people in front of him were people from the Kanmu Academy. And that was indeed the case. Suddenly, the foremost of the Qianmu disappeared into thin air. It was because he approached Jilao with incredible speed. The man assumed that in order to destroy the Conlin Academy, the old man would be the first place to start. After receiving a punch to the stomach, Jilao asked if he was hiding his cultivation level. However, his opponent did not bother to answer that question. He was thinking about the best way to destroy the old man again. In the end, the man from the Canmu Academy struck Jilao hard. Everything around him burst into flames, and this attack created a crater where the old man was lying. At this moment, the guys led by Ye Xuan ran towards the scene with all their legs. Hearing this, the man from the Kanmu Academy slightly turned his head in their direction. When he saw our hero, he asked if the young man had really destroyed his disciple Gan Shisan, and the boy had already prepared for the attack. He drew his sword, which was blazing with fire, and confirmed his enemy's guesses. Then the man said that people equal to him in strength and skill could be counted on the fingers. Turning his gaze to one of his subordinates, he ordered him to avenge his brother. The guy immediately took orders, and turning to Ye Xuan said that he would have to try his best not to lose his head immediately. At this moment, our hero realized that he couldn't determine his opponent's cultivation level and thought that he was hiding it. After that, two people from different academies threw themselves into battle with each other. In terms of strength, it seemed they were equal, as after the first attack, both guys flew back the same distance. Even so, Ye Xuan realized that his enemy's cultivation path was completely unfathomable. He assumed that he was practicing different martial arts. And the guy from the Sanmu Academy shouted in rage that our hero's thirst for destruction was weak. Hearing this, Ye Xuan was surprised and said that in that case, he would take his life right now. With incredible speed, our hero approached his opponent and with one blow took him to the ground. The young man then turned to his enemy and asked if this was the thirst he wanted to see. The guy's mouth was bleeding at this moment, and looking at Ye Xuan, he realized that he was indeed a martial artist. These words brought a smile to our hero's face. Turning to his opponent, he asked if he was afraid. After that, the fighter from the Sanmu Academy became furious. The guy said that a real man would fight to the end and asked why he should be afraid. At this moment, the master turned to his disciple and asked him not to be reckless. The man said that he was no match for Yeshuan, and studying the energy out of himself, he complimented that he now understood why the Sanmu Academy wanted to send him to the other world at any cost. The man said that our hero was too damn dangerous and needed to die, so in a rage he said he'd send the guy to hell. Above his head, Yeshuan noticed some sort of whirlwind and thought that the man was most likely even stronger than Dean Ji. And at that moment, Jilao just appeared in front of the young man. The man stood in front of the disciple and asked him to leave. Then the boy was frightened and asked why he was doing all this. The old man replied that Xuan should listen to his orders and take the others away. It seemed to our hero that his dean's decisions were wrong, but he had already run with the attack and again asked the boys to leave. While trying to contain the enemy's strength, Jilao thought that the enemy was indeed strong. However, he couldn't let his disciples fall into his hands. Then the master from the Kanmu Academy said that it was no wonder that the Kanlin Academy had not fallen over the years. The man knew that as long as Jilao was on the defensive, he should think 1,000 times before engaging in battle with him. He said that the old man was too much trouble. After that, the master from the Kanmu Academy punched Jilao in the stomach. Blood immediately spurted out of his mouth. Enraged, the man asked the old man if he really thought this strike was that easy. But Jilao couldn't reply anything intelligible. He was stunned by his opponent's attack. Seeing this, the boys immediately became very frightened and immediately shouted, addressing the dean. Without wasting any time, Yeshuan drew his sword and attacked the barrier that was in front of him. He shouted for the enemy to get out of his way. The young man's blow was strong, and a crack formed in the barrier. When our hero noticed it, he was surprised. Jilao suddenly flew out from there. Yeshuan quickly ran toward the dean to catch him. Tom was very sick. In that case, the young man said that he had a golden pill that would save him. However, Jilao said in a weak voice that he was on the verge of death. These words brought tears to the boy's eyes. He said in a pitiful voice that he would not let this happen, and the man would live. All wounded, the dean of the academy, Qianlin, said that he could no longer protect the boys. Everyone looked at their master and cried. Mo Yun said that everything would be fine, and they would find someone who could cure him. Jilao smiled back and asked the boys not to cry. He explained that the disciples of the Kanlin Academy were only allowed to shed blood, not tears. Then the man said that after his death, Yeshuan would become the dean of the academy. Jilao asked the guy to promise him that he would take care of everyone and not let them get hurt. This wish was especially true for Anji. With tears in his eyes, our hero promised to fulfill it all. The old man also said that he had 2 requests. He asked the young man to return the bodies of the dead students on the Chang Mountain Trail to the academy. After all, Yeshuan would be the dean now, and it was his duty. Continuing to cry, the boy agreed to fulfill this request of his master as well. Jilao then revealed that he had once been a member of the main Quanlin Academy in the Middle Kingdom. He was only ashamed in front of his master. Looking up at the starry sky, the man asked the young man if he had a chance to visit the main academy on his behalf and bow to the master for him. He also asked him to tell him that he would thank him for his kindness in the next life. Holding Jilao's hand, our hero promised to fulfill everything the dean asked. At this moment, the voice of the master from the Sanmu Academy rang out. He said that it was touching, but the dean should save his last words for last. And creating some kind of energy in his hand, the man declared that in the end they would all go to hell. After that, Jilao abruptly stood up and, pushing the guys away, ordered them to run away and not come back here. Under the influence of his strength, Yeshuan and the co-athletes were unable to resist and flew backward. Jilao then said that those were his best students. At this moment, the man from the Kanmu Academy was already swinging at him, and the old man asked his adversary if he wanted to destroy his boys, it would only be through his lifeless body. At the same time, Jilao's body began to burn. His opponent noticed something wrong and with frightened eyes ordered his men to flee. But it was too late. There was a powerful explosion on the mountain that struck many people. Then the man from the Sanmu Academy said that he could still foresee self-destruction at the Dharma stage. So it became clear that it was all a meaningless sacrifice. The man was approached by his disciple who fought with our hero and asked if he was all right. He also asked what they should do with Yeshuan. Then the foreman replied that it was practically unscathed and he was fine. As for the young man, the man got angry and ordered him to be chased. He decided that the boy should die today. Meanwhile, our hero and his friends were downstairs watching the explosion that had just occurred. Mo Yin tearfully said that he couldn't just leave. He wanted to take revenge and destroy the old dog. Baizi and Yishuan were of the same opinion. The guy said that they should go back and destroy all the enemies. At this moment, Angie couldn't stand it and sobbed at the top of her voice and shouted for the guys to shut up. She added that Grandpa sacrificed his life to save them, and if they went back, they would die. The girl asked the boys if they wanted Jilao to die in vain. After saying that, all the guys looked at Angie with sympathy. They couldn't even utter a word. At this moment, 2 male figures suddenly appeared in front of them, and one of them asked Yeshuan to come with him. It was the master of the 9th floor, and he said that the enemies would soon come for the young man. The man added that he would hide them in the Cloud Immortal's house for a while. Seeing the master, our hero was surprised and did not understand what he was doing here and why he was helping. Then he explained that the third-floor master knew that the Sanmu Academy had opened a hunt for the guy, and that was why he had sent him. With that, the matter was settled, but there was an elder standing next to him. Looking at him, Zhuan asked what his reasons were. Jian Yuetian replied that the young man was a good friend of Jiangju and a rare Taoist in his kingdom. The elder added that it was his duty to protect. After a while, the shouts of the enemies could be heard behind them. Mo Yun panicked and asked what they should do. At that time, the ninth-floor master once again asked Ye Xuan to go with them, since there wasn't much time left. In that case, our hero agreed and thanked the man. Then they all vanished into thin air. After a couple of seconds, Li Xuanqiang and his subordinate came running to the place. He asked indignantly if the people from the Cloud Immortal house had gone crazy. The old man was angry that those decided to oppose his academy to protect Ye Xuan. The dean said that more than a dozen strongest people at the Dharma stage wanted to destroy the guy. He didn't understand why the Cloud Immortal's house had decided to side with him. Li Xuanqing then said that those should prepare for a fierce battle. And if the Cloud Immortal's house fell, the Kanmu Academy would benefit greatly. At the top of his voice, the old man shouted that those could run away while they had the chance. At this moment, our hero was already in the Cloud Immortal's house and apologized to the ninth-floor master for dragging him into this. But the man said that if he had been afraid of being drawn into the conflict, he would not have brought him here. The master also added that the boy's enemies are now their enemies. In response, Ye Xuan smiled and said in gratitude that he would never forget the man's kindness. The master of the ninth floor remarked that the lad was very kind, and he would appreciate it if he would put in a good word about their house to his master. Ye Xuan agreed to such a request, and the man complimented that right now, his main priority was to protect himself from the dogs from the Kanmu Academy. Pointing his hand upwards, the master shouted for everyone to move away from the formation. Then a blue energy enveloped their house. It looked like a cloth covering their territory, and there were various hieroglyphics on it. At this moment, Jian Yuetian was standing behind our hero. He was surprised that the Cloud Immortal House had imposed the Nine Spirits formation to protect him. Ye Xuan's allies were also standing in this room. Mo Yun asked the elder what was the big deal about this formation. Yi Jian Yuetian explained that to open the Nine Spirits formation, one would need to spend 300,000 of the best Spirit Stone, and to apply it, one would need to use 500,000 Spirit Stone. This caused Mo Yun to be shocked as it was very expensive. This was the first time the guy had heard that the Cloud Dragon House was so lavish. The ninth floor master joined their dialogue. He said that money was fickle and not something to worry about. The man thought that if he could make friends with the immortal sword, he wouldn't care how many Spirit Stones he had to spend. Then, with a smile, he turned to Ye Xuan and asked when his master would come here. These words surprised our hero very much, but he was not alone in such a state. The guys were also puzzled, and only Ye Xuan wanted to answer the man's question as Outhouse started to attack. They immediately realized that it was Li Xuanzang. Jian Yuetian noticed that all the people from the Kanmu Academy were at the Dharma stage. Therefore, he turned to the ninth floor master and said that it was likely that their house had come to an end. At this moment, Li Xuanqing from below also turned to the ninth floor master and said that since he had also decided to become everyone's enemy, he could send them all to hell. Pointing his hand towards the house, the old dog Li attacked it with his energy. The defense that the ninth floor master had created was cracked. Noticing this, he activated the formation, and then the Cloud Immortal's house shone even brighter. In that case, Li Xuanzang turned to his subordinates and asked what they were waiting for. The old man ordered them all to attack together to destroy the formation, and after that, all the people from the Sanmu Academy channeled their strength into the Cloud Immortal's home. The attacks were so strong that the building began to collapse. Ye Xuan shouted for everyone to run. And as soon as the guy said this, one beam broke in two before their eyes. And Li Xuanzang was watching and talking about how this was what happens to those who go against their academy. He then flew up to the permitted house and landed on our hero's arm. The old man then turned to Ye Xuan and said that he wanted him to realize that refusing to join his Kanmu Academy was the guy's biggest mistake. And Li Xuanqing only blamed the young man. In response, our hero said that he would never forgive the old man. Hearing this, the dean was angered that Ye Xuan dared to insult him while on the verge of death. Directing his strength towards the boy, the man attacked him. Our hero's mouth spurted blood. When Mo Yun and the others saw this, they were afraid for their ally. After that, Li Xuanzang waved his hand and attacked the guys. The old man said that Ye Xuan had destroyed so many students from the Kanmu Academy that he would now do the same to his friends. Each one of them was hit by Dean Qianmu of the academy, and Anju was the farthest away from being hit in the stomach. Then, clenching his teeth, Ye Xuan raised himself from his knees and grabbed his sword and repeated his cherished phrase. He said that one blow predetermines life and death, and swinging his weapon at the old man, The guy added that he was fed up with him. Fighting off the young man's attack and hitting him back, Li Xuanzang asked if he didn't have any patrons. Exhausted, lying on the ground, Ye Xuan could do nothing. The old man turned to him and asked him to call for help. At this moment, a woman's voice sounded behind Li Xuantian. As soon as everyone heard it, they all had a look of incomprehension on their faces. A silhouette appeared in the sky, emanating a bright bluish light. The girl was amazed that even such people could beat up our hero. As she gradually went downstairs, she said that she was ashamed of Ye Xuan. It was the young man's master. When the ninth floor foreman saw the girl, he shouted with delight. He was glad that she had come. Jian Yuetian didn't understand who had appeared in front of them and asked the man about it. Then the master explained that it was Ye Xuan's master, and she was his idol. Saying this, a slight blush appeared on the man's face. The girl then began to emit green energy from her hand. She looked like a vine. Thus, the same green sword appeared in her hand. Watching this, Li Xuanqing asked who the stranger was. In response, the girl said that she was Ye Xuan's master. After saying that, she directed her energy at the people from the Kanmu Academy. With a single blow, they were drained of their lives. Upon seeing this, Li Xuanqing began to tremble. He realized that there was an immortal sword in front of it. Only the dean of Sanmu Academy and one of the red-haired disciples were left alive. Even the masters from their academy were killed. The old man watching this couldn't believe that the girl was able to destroy the peak Dharma stage in a second. Sweat dripped down his face, and he tried to figure out who this mysterious stranger really was. Li Xuanqing then turned to A Xuan and said that he didn't expect to be patronized by an immortal sword. The old man thought that he was a fool. He realized that he probably wouldn't survive a fight with an immortal sword, and so activating his power, the man said he would take the guy with him. However, Li Xuanqiang had no time to do anything as our hero's master separated his arm from his body in one move. The girl then turned to him and asked if he hadn't been looking for a meeting with her all this time. Then the dean of Sanmu Academy looked at her and started to say the phrase that the warrior could be destroyed. But he didn't continue as the girl interrupted him. The master said the old man should be ashamed. Then she pierced his body with her vine. But that didn't kill Li Xuanzang. It was just his soul being separated from his own body. He didn't understand how this was possible. The girl then turned to Ye Xuan and said that if he was still alive, he needed to go up and learn a new technique. Barely smiling, the guy pulled himself up and said he was alive, and his master asked him what it was like to be humiliated. And then the smile disappeared from the young man's face. The girl said that our hero would be bullied in the future. She also added that if his temper prevailed over his strength, he was a real fool. After that, the master activated her power, and pulling the vine through Li Xuanzang again, said that being willful was important since you could then engage in a fight with anyone you wanted. The dean of the Sanmu Academy screwed up his face in piercing pain. There was an explosion. After that, the girl laughed and declared that the Cloud Immortal's house had bet on the right person. At this moment, the master of the ninth floor looked at their savior with delight. He was also satisfied that he was right, and there was indeed someone behind Ye Xuan, and it would be an immortal sword. He then turned to Jian Yuetian and said that betting on our hero was the right decision. Laughing, he added that they wouldn't regret it. The girl kept talking to the boy and asked him if he was better. The guy said yes, and then she said that the new technique is called One Punch Defines the Soul. The master added that if his opponent possessed a soul body, the power of his sword would increase several times. She said that even if one had no soul, the sword would identify it, as many were strong in body but weak in spirit, and the sword she held in her hands would reveal the weaknesses. Now all spirits and demons would be invisible to the guy, so Ye Xuan didn't hesitate long and said that he would learn this technique. The red-haired disciple from the Kanmu Academy then asked the girl why she didn't kill Li Xuanzang. In response, our hero's master replied that she was waiting for him to call his grandmaster, and as soon as she said that, bright rays appeared in the sky and rushed to the ground. It was two men. One of them asked in a menacing voice who dared to destroy the people of the Kanmu Academy. In a trembling voice, the red-haired student of this academy pointed towards our hero and his master and said that it was a girl. The gray-haired man then turned to the stranger and asked if she was Ye Xuan's master. This question did not please the girl, and getting angry, she asked if she looked like a master. Then the man asked with a sly grin, how dare she call herself a master standing in front of him? So directing the attack in her direction, he said the girl would be the first to go to hell. But Master Ye Xuan was not intimidated by this. Directing a retaliatory attack towards her opponent, she called him an ignoramus. There was a huge explosion in the sky, After that, the man's face changed, and he asked who the girl was. But she didn't bother to answer that question. The girl simply pointed her vine toward the gray-haired man. He immediately spurted blood from the wound, and the second man who came with him was shocked by what he saw. Then he channeled dark energy into her. A hurricane formed and swallowed the girl and Yechuan. Despite the fact that the girl was not uncomfortable with this, our hero was screaming about how he couldn't take it anymore. In that case, the girl directed her energy towards him and enveloped him. After that, she asked the guy if he couldn't handle even such a thing. And without waiting for an answer, the girl snapped her fingers. Her energy burst out of the resulting hurricane, which threw the enemies a few meters away. At this point, the man was already begging for mercy. Then, pointing her sword at him, the girl ordered him to show her where their academy was. The man immediately pointed in the right direction with trembling hands. But after that, our hero's master did not spare him and thrust her sword into him. The girl then pointed her hand in the direction of the academy and rushed there. The green sword rushed straight into the building and hit the elder's head there. Then Master Ye Xuan turned to him and said that this weapon long be in her possession in half a year. She added that if the boy did not return the sword, she would cripple his legs. The young man was frightened by such threats and asked how he would get it back. At this moment, the guys from the Conlin Academy joined the conversation. Mo Yun asked Master if they would also need to bring a sword. However, the girl looked at them almost rolling her eyes and said that those were too weak. These words made the guys' minds fall apart. Mo Yun noticed that the elder was too cruel, and the others agreed. The girl then put her hand on Ye Xuan's shoulder and said that she was going back and asked him not to call her until the heavens begin to fall to the ground. And after these words, the elder headed upward. All the boys thanked the girl for saving them. At this moment, our hero walked over to the 9th floor master and Jian Yueqian, thanked them for saving him. However, the men said that they should be the ones to thank the guy. The master of the 9th floor added that thanks to his master's help, they would be able to rise to a new level. Jian Yueqian agreed with his partner's words. He then asked Ye Xuan what his future plans were. The man suggested the young man go to the palace to catch his breath. He added that Xiao Zhou had just returned there, and she would be happy to keep him company. In response, the guy said that he appreciated his kindness, and since his house was now destroyed, Ye Xuan declared that he must build a new one. Baize was in agreement with this, and suggested that everyone rebuild the Conlin Academy. The other guys were of the same opinion. And the 9th floor master said that if they needed anything, they should come to the Cloud Immortal's house and ask for help. He promised to help in any way he could. Jian Yueqian added that he would take care of the manpower and ask someone from the Public Works Department to help the guys. In response, the guys from the Conlin Academy bowed to the men and thanked them. Meanwhile, in the All-Cloud Empire of the Kanmu Academy, a meeting was being held in a large hall. The hall was dedicated to the deans and ancestors of Chanmu. Some people didn't understand how they could let Master Ye Xuan defile it, while others said it was because she was an immortal sword. But one of the men was outraged. He claimed that that girl had destroyed the patron of the Kanmu and hanged his lifeless body in the Great Hall. With a tear in his voice, the man asked if this wasn't an insult to their academy. Another person from the Chanmu Academy replied that they didn't have someone who could defeat the immortal sword. He said that if they struck a rash blow, they would only find doom. At that moment, the voice of the most important person in this hall sounded. He asked everyone to stop arguing and said that Elder, he was right. It was Mu Xuanqing. He believed that if they didn't destroy the girl, everyone in the Great Cloud Empire would think that they were weak and incompetent. However, there was also some truth to Bai Lao's word. Right now, they couldn't fight the immortal sword. Therefore, Mu Xuanqing didn't have a decision to make about further plans. Suddenly at that moment, a stranger appeared in the Great Hall and asked why they should not unite with the Dark World. At the sight of the man, there was talk all around. They didn't expect to see the Dark Lord here, and didn't understand what he was doing at their academy. Mu Xuanqing stood up from his throne and apologized to the Dark Lord for greeting him from afar. He then asked the guest what he was doing here. However, the Dark Lord did not ask for formality, but waited for an answer to his question. But the man said that even if they fought side by side, they could not defeat the girl. In that case, the Dark Lord smiled and said that he was underestimating himself. He said that the girl was only an immortal sword, and if they united, it would not be difficult to defeat her. Moreover, the man said that she was injured. When Mu Xuanqing heard this, he was surprised and asked the Dark Lord how he knew. Then the man explained that if the girl was well, she would have come here in person. He asked the head if they could then discuss countermeasures in peace. But the people around him were incredulous at the words of the man from the Dark World and shouted that it was just a guess. The Dark Lord said that the girl had destroyed not only the patron of Chanmu with her sword, but also the 1,000-year reputation of their academy. And if the girl is left alive, the disciples of the Kanmu Academy will never be able to raise their heads again. These words made Mu Xuanqing think. He thought that the Dark Lord was right and immediately ordered his men to send an order to the main academy to eliminate the immortal sword. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan and the rest of the guys from the Conlin Academy returned to the house that had been completely destroyed, and continuing to walk through the wreckage of the academy, our hero suddenly noticed Ding Jilao's bottle under his foot. Mo Yun said that the bottle of wine was always very important to their master, and Bai Zhe added that he wouldn't even let him touch the bottle. Then Ye Xuan assumed that Jilao was afraid that they would forget him and left the bottle here. At this moment, Anji bowed her head and tearfully thought of her grandfather. Our hero hung the wizard's bottle on his belt and said he would keep it safe. Then all the guys knelt down, and Ye Xuan, turning to the deceased Ding Jilao, said that he would take care of them. The young man stated that they would definitely bring back the bodies of the disciples from the Tsang Mountain Trail, and one day he would take them to the main academy in the Middle Realm. Mo Yun and the others listened to their ally's speech and could barely hold back their tears. Our hero said that he would definitely fulfill Ding Jilao's innermost wish. After saying that, the crow that was sitting on the rubble of the building flew up, and the guy got up from his knees and fell to the ground. When the guys saw it, they got worried and ran to him at once. After a while, Ye Xuan was lying on the bed unconscious, and his hand began to twitch. Angie was standing next to him at that time. The girl realized that our hero had regained consciousness and grabbed his hand and asked him how he felt. Without answering this question, Ye Xuan lifted up from the bed and squeezed his eyes shut and opened them abruptly, and Ji was shocked by what she saw. From this reaction, the guy himself didn't realize what was going on and asked what was wrong with his eyes. The young man was confused as he couldn't see anything, and it was dark everywhere. Then a female voice was heard from outside who explained that the Border Hell Tower had swallowed his eyes. Although Ye Xuan couldn't see anything, he heard a familiar voice and realized that his master was standing beside him. The girl complimented that every action she takes is a heavy burden for the Tower of Border Hell, and that burden is borne by a guy. With horror, Ye Xuan asked the girl whether she really meant to say that he was blind. At that time, the master said that the Border Hell Tower should have swallowed his life altogether. But since the young man had a strong enough body, the disaster was avoided. The eyes of our hero were the weakest point in his body. At that moment, Angie turned to the girl and asked if she could help him. And the master said that she really wanted to do it, but it wouldn't be that easy. She said that if she did, she would have to suppress the power of the Border Hell Tower. And if the girl forcefully suppresses it, the seal inside the tower will be broken, and Ye Xuan will die in the same second. After that, Angie looked at the young man and asked regretfully how he would live without his eyes. Ye Xuan had already decided to reply to this. The guy smiled and said that it was only blindness after all. He said he could use the cane to walk. In that case, the master said that the boy should not beat himself up and added that she could grant him a pair of eyes. This really surprised our hero. And then the girl said that he had lost his eyes, but he still had his sword. Master suggested using it to cultivate a pair of sword eyes. However, the guys didn't understand what it meant and how could an ordinary sword become eyes. Then the girl revealed that the sword was Ye Xuan's body, his blood and flesh, and it was no surprise that he could cultivate a pair of eyes. Hearing such positive information, a smile appeared on our hero's face. Then the master suggested the young man to use the heart as a sword and the sword as eyes. She said that when Ye Xuan mastered this skill, he would be able to destroy people with his eyes in the future. The prerequisite was that he would be able to cultivate a sword. After that, our hero said that he had to find his sister to fulfill the promise made by An Langsu and restore the Conlin Academy. He had a lot of things to do, so the young man turned to his master and asked him to teach him new skills. Then the girl warned Ye Xuan that the cultivation process would be painful and unaccustomed. It would be very hard for people to endure it, but in response, the guy said that he was not afraid of pain. However, after a couple of seconds, our hero added that he was only afraid that he would never be able to see the people he loved. These words really surprised Master and Anji. In response, they didn't even know what to say. Then the master smiled and said that in that case she would give him 2 sets of techniques. She added that the young man should practice them according to certain methods. In any case, it was up to Ye Xuan to decide whether he could do it or not. After that, the master touched our hero's forehead with 2 fingers, and as soon as the girl did so, they found themselves in some unusual place where 2 unrolled scrolls were circling around Ye Xuan. He asked what they were. The master explained that it was the martial arts technique Sword Healing the Soul and the sword technique Sword Serving the Eyes. Looking at the scrolls, the young man noticed that something was moving, and in a second, the words written on them were folded into swords. And even later, all those swords rushed towards our hero and stabbed into his eyes. Ye Xuan cried out from the sudden pain. Covering his eyes with his hand, the guy could feel the knife slashing at them. Then the master turned to him and said that if the young man could not bear the pain, she could stop the process. However, Ye Xuan menacingly declared that he would not give up or retreat for anything. He continued to endure the pain. And after all this process, our hero fell unconscious. The blood from his eyes kept flowing down his cheeks. After a while, Ye Xuan regained consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, they were no longer black as tar. The guy had an amber-colored pupil. The master was already standing in front of him. She asked the young man what it was like when his sight returned to him. At that moment, our hero's eyes began to take on a familiar hue. And smiling, he said that everything around him had become bright. The boy was jubilant that he could see again. This pleased the girl, and she said that now she had to regain her strength. But before that, the master decided to tell the boy something. She said that the great masters sealed in the border prison tower are slowly awakening. In order to prevent them from breaking the seal, the boy needs to find the second Tao as soon as possible. This was necessary for Ye Xuan to be able to control the border prison tower. And dissolving into thin air, the girl asked our hero to remember that enemies were waiting for him not only on the continent, but also in the border prison tower. So, he had to become stronger. After bowing to the girl, the young man asked her not to worry, and added that as soon as they finished with the reconstruction of the academy, Quanlin he would go in search of Dao. Ye Xuan also promised the master to redouble his efforts and stop relying on her for everything. The boy decided to become a strong man himself, all because the only way to survive in this world is to become very powerful. Disappearing into thin air, the girl said she'd wait for it. Meanwhile, the excited Mo Yun and Bai Chi-hei ran to the cabin where our hero was lying and asked Angie if the guy was awake. But as soon as they walked in, they saw the girl very upset. This frightened the guys, and they asked her what happened. Then Angie told them that Ye Xuan's eyes couldn't see anything. When Mo Yun and Bai Zhe heard this, they were horrified. They didn't understand how such a thing was possible. And at that moment, our hero opened his eyes and asked in a calm voice if they were discussing him. Angie was very surprised to see the young man's eyes and said that since he didn't move, she thought the worst. In response, Ye Xuan smiled and asked the guys not to worry. It was all because the master had helped him, but Mo Yun and Bai Zi still couldn't contain their emotions and started crying. Then the young man came to them and comforted them and said that he was alive and all was well. The boys said that he had frightened them, and they thought he had gone to Old Man Ji. Then Zhuan said that he couldn't do it because he hadn't fulfilled his promise to the dean yet. The guy suggested that the guys practice. Angie stood behind them and wiped the tears from her face and looked at her friends with a smile. In her mind, she turned to her grandfather and asked him to bless the academy and the boys. After a while, on the back mountain of the Conlin Academy, construction was in full swing, and there was even a building already standing. And our hero was telling his friends about the treasure he had gotten in the secret abode after destroying Li Xuantian and the others. The young man invited the boys to choose what they would like first. The rest were top-quality items, and Ye Xuan suggested that they be kept for cultivation. He also said that some of them would be auctioned off to rebuild the Conlin Academy. After that, Mo Yun decided to take the beautiful shoes, and Bai Zhe had his eye on the brightly colored wristband. After trying on the shoes, Mo Yun said that these shoes would increase his speed by at least 40%. Now no one can catch up with him. Bai Zhe tried on the handcuffs and said that they contained the power of the beast's soul. With their help, the guy could also increase his strength by 40%. Ye Xuan watched his friends and was satisfied that they liked everything. Then he looked at Angie and asked if she had chosen anything. But the girl bowed her head and said that there weren't any gloves. Then the guy promised his friend to find a good sword for her a little later. After that, Ye Xuan said that from now on, Mo Yun and Bai Zhe were responsible for recruiting people. He added that the boys would have to meet the most educated people of the empire, and the future students of their academy should be trained not only in martial arts, but also in culture. Mo Yun was very surprised that the young man wanted to teach people martial arts and culture, so he asked if their students would really study and learn words. Ye Xuan confirmed this and said that they would not only cultivate people's strength, but also improve their thinking. Our hero didn't want the future students of the academy to be profit-oriented only. Then Mo Yun supported his friend and said that they wouldn't be like others from the Conlin Academy. And Anji smiled and named the purpose of Hirsch's teachings, which sounded like, with the heart of Qin and the courage of the sword, all kinds of arts, along with martial arts. And then Ye Xuan turned to the girl and said that he had a request. Guy asked her to pick a good place to build a burial hall. Our hero added that as soon as the construction was finished, they would bring back the bodies of the dead students from the Tsang Mountain Trail, as it was time for them to return home. With tears in her eyes, which meant joy, Angie agreed with the guy's words. After a while, Ye Xuan arrived at the branch of the Cloud Immortal's house. There, he approached the 9th floor master and asked if he could help him sell the items at the auction. When the man saw a huge pile of objects in front of him, He was surprised and said that they were very valuable treasures. He asked the guy if he needed money. Then our hero said that they could no longer rely on the Cloud Immortal House and the royal family of the Jian dynasty to rebuild the Conlin Academy. He also said that in addition, they needed cultivation resources, which also cost money. In that case, the elder said that they would buy back the treasures at a tentative price, and then they'll auction it off in Qingzhou. But once the time comes, they will pay the young man for the premium. Yixuan liked this idea and thanked the master of the ninth floor. But the man said no thanks and added that he had something for the boy. He reached into the inside pocket of his clothes and pulled out a top-level VIP card. The ninth floor master said that it was a gift from the second floor master, and now Yixuan was obliged to welcome the fifth and lower floor masters with her. He will also be able to summon the strongest members of the Cloud Immortal House to fight at his side 3 times. And if he buys something here, he'll get a 40% discount. Looking at the VIP card, Yixuan was shocked and said that he had never met the second floor master before. The guy asked why he had given him such a valuable item. And the man said with a smile that the high-ranking members of the Cloud House already knew about the events that had happened recently. He was now the master of the 5th floor thanks to the young man. Our hero congratulated the elder and said that he greatly appreciated the kindness of Cloud House Immortal. 10 days later, the Conlin Academy was practically rebuilt. Anji at this moment turned to Yixuan and said that when the grandfather from heaven saw that they had rebuilt the academy, he would be very happy. The guy was in agreement with that. Then he turned to the girl and decided to say something. The young man suggested that the mountain at the foot of the Conlin Academy should be called the G-Meteor Mountain. When Anji heard this, she was very surprised, and a little later, a happy smile appeared on her face, and she said she didn't mind calling the mountain that. At this moment, Mo Yun approached the guys and turned to the guy and asked if he was ready to go. Then Ye Xuan confidently answered yes and said that their enemies should pay for Old Man Ji's death, and it was a blood debt. After a while, the guys were already in front of the steps that led to the Chanmu Academy. The guy then turned to his opponents and asked if there was anyone there who wanted to fight him. And after this question, an elder appeared on the visor that was above the steps. He said that Ye Xuan had already crossed the boundaries. The man also added that he wondered if the young man would be able to leave here alive. Looking with a smile at his opponent, our hero said he was wondering the same thing. Rushing towards the man, the boy said that today he would fall by his sword. As soon as they clashed in the scrum, after a few swings of the sword blood spurted from somewhere. After that, Ye Xuan and his enemy bounced away from each other in different directions. At first, it was unclear who was injured. But a little later, the man screamed. He was missing hands on both arms, and he realized that the young man had a powerful force. Looking at the guy with horror, the elder assumed that this was something the immortal sword had taught him. After that, the man's head flew off his shoulders. Having won the victory, our hero suggested that the guys should go forward. As they approached the Chanmu Academy itself, there were many swords stuck in the ground along the edges of the path. Anji said that underneath this formation lie the remains of the disciples of the Conlai Academy. With tears in her eyes, the girl said that all these students were all good people when they were alive, but in the end, they were trampled by the villains of the Chanmu Academy. Mo Yun was just as angered by this and shouted that their enemies would pay a huge price for this. The guy added that he would take out those swords so that they could bring the elders back home. Baize also volunteered to help his friend. But Ye Xuan suddenly waved his hand and asked the guys to stop. He said that he wanted the Conmu Academy to bring the bodies back to the Conlin Academy on their knees, and then they all rushed forward. It was a fine price for their enemies to pay for what they had done. At this moment, the people from the Conmu Academy ran towards them. Turning to them, Ye Xuan said that if they wanted to stay alive, they should body all the disciples to the Conlan Academy on their knees. Otherwise, the young man promised to bury their lifeless bodies on the Tsong Mountain Trail. When the warriors of the Conmu Academy heard this, they were very angry. Noticing this, our hero with a smile on his face asked if they wanted to fight him. And without waiting for a response from his opponents, the guy rushed in with an attack on them. The vice chairman didn't have time to do anything. He only noticed that Ye Xuan was very fast and was already swinging his weapon at him. At the last breath, the man grabbed the wound that was already bleeding and said that he could not even imagine that the Chanmu Academy would fall at the hands of a young man. After that, our hero's enemy fell. Seeing this, the other warriors were shocked. They realized that Ye Xuan had just destroyed the vice chairman. In that case, one of the men ordered the others to avenge our hero for the death of the vice chairman, and they all rushed into battle with the phrase that they needed revenge. Completely unafraid of the number of enemies, Ye Xuan said that those were asking for their own demise. With a single swing of his sword, the guy had defeated half of the people from the Sanmu Academy. And at that moment, another opponent appeared behind his back, flying at him. It was about time Angie showed up here and defeated the man with her sword. Then Mo Yun and Bai Zhe joined the battle. They reminded the enemies that Ye Xuan wasn't selling alone. After a while, the guys from the Conlin Academy stood surrounded by lifeless bodies. One of the warriors of the Sanmu Academy who was still alive said with fear in his eyes that this was the end for their academy. And then the man fell to the ground as our hero plunged his sword into his back. The young man then headed towards the other warriors who were standing in the doorway. They asked Ye Xuan in a trembling voice to stay away from him. In that case, the guy asked if those people really wanted to live. And of course, the people from the Sanmu Academy said yes. Then, pointing his weapon at the warrior standing in front of him, Ye Xuan reminded that there were 36 bodies of disciples from the academy buried here. The young man said that they should bring all the bodies home and drag them on their knees. When he heard such an order, tears came to the man's eyes, which flowed with fear, and our hero, putting away his sword, said that this was the last delivery of doom. After that, the survivors of the Sanmu Academy ran away. Looking at his opponents, Ye Xuan said that now the Kanmu Academy in the Jian Kingdom was finally destroyed. The rest of his allies smiled in response and agreed with these words. And since the Chanmu Academy was destroyed, the young man declared that everything they owned belonged to them. Therefore, Ye Xuan suggested that his friends move all the valuable items to the Quanlin Academy. Joyfully going inside, the boys joked about being outlaws. Evening came. The guys were already on the G Meteor Mountain, where the people from the Chanmu Academy who had brought the bodies of their students were kneeling beside them. Sweat was dripping down the face of one of the Academy warriors, and continuing to sit on his knees, he asked in a trembling voice if they could go now. At this point, our hero's eyes lit up purple, and he didn't answer his enemy's question, but the man already understood. In a pleading voice, he asked the boy not to destroy them. And Ye Xuan had already pulled out his flaming sword and swung it, and shouted to the people from the Kanmu Academy to get out of here. And then they ran away out of the young man's sight without wasting time. Then our hero thrust his sword into the ground and suggested that the boys bury the disciples right there. The guy thought it would be best if they lay closer to Elder Ji. In addition to this, Ye Xuan said with a smile on his face that the old man would not rest alone now either. At that moment, Mo Yun said that he would build a tombstone and engrave their names, and Bai Zhe agreed to do so, as this way the Conlin Academy would always remember their name. Angie stood silent the entire time. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She realized that after so many years, her father, brothers, and older sister could finally rest in peace. After a while, the girl sat in a hall full of candles and figures, on which were engraved the names of the dead. Suddenly, Ye Xuan entered the hall, and turning to Anja, he said that she hadn't eaten anything all day. With a smile on his face, the young man said that he had prepared a lot of goodies, and she should go and try something, but the girl said she didn't want to eat. Our hero said that she had been sitting on her knees in this room all day and it was time to rest. He added that he would be here tonight. Anju smiled in response and said that Grandpa never regretted anything after meeting Ye Xuan. The boy replied that he was grateful to Old Man Ji for his kindness and lessons. He said that if the dean had not taken him and Lin Er under his tutelage, they would be wandering aimlessly on the ground now. After that, he joyfully turned to Anji and proposed to her to fulfill Jilao's wish together. Zhuan said that they should go to the main academy in the Middle Kingdom together. Hearing this, the girl was surprised. She asked if Ye Xuan knew how much effort it would take to get there and how much it would cost. In response, the guy smiled and said he wasn't afraid of suffering and bloodshed. The only thing he said was that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to go this way with Anji. The girl was even more surprised by this statement, and that made her change her mind. Angie said with a smile on her face that they would go together and no one should be left behind. The next day in the Conlin Hall, our hero greeted the elder. But the man said with a smile on his face that there was no need for that, as he had come to give him something. The master of the 5th floor handed the young man the map. It was the proceeds from the auction where the treasures the guy brought were sold. The man asked Ye Xuan if he could guess how much money there was. However, our hero assumed that it would be hard to guess, and asked the elder to simply tell him how much was there. Then the man named the sum of 360 million gold coin. Xuan was very surprised, but the elder said that it wasn't much, and asked if the guy knew how much gold was required to advance to each new stage after reaching the Tongyu stage. Without waiting for an answer to his question, the man said he needed 2 million, and to reach the Dharma stage, you need even more money. It's likely that a small kingdom can't afford such luxury. In that case, our hero assumed that An Lanchu and his master were very rich. The elder confirmed this and said that his master definitely possessed untold riches. Then the man's tone of voice changed, which surprised Yeshuan greatly, and he turned to him. The man said that he had received a message from the Cloud Immortal House in Qingzhou. He added that the Dark World and the Kanmu Academy had teamed up to destroy his master. These words shocked the boy. He asked the master of the 5th floor if the man could suppress those. Then the elder replied that the young man was able to destroy the Kanmu Academy in the Jian realm, but in the middle realm it was almost impossible to do so. He added that the immortal sword is strong, but also defeating her is possible. So now the girl had to be careful. Then the man extended his hand to our hero and asked him not to worry, because they had instructions from above, and if the youth master needed help, just one word, and he would send the strongest person above the Dharma stage to help. After that, Yeshuan thanked the elder again and asked him to keep him informed if there was any more news. Meanwhile, the people from the Sanmu Academy looked at their lifeless ally with a green sword in his head. One of the elders noticed that although there was a powerful energy emanating from the sword, there was no sword intent. And since there was no sword intent, the one who did this couldn't be an immortal sword. The man suggested that it was more like an emperor's sword standing below the immortal sword. Mu Shunqing was very surprised to hear this. The other man complimented that he knew all the immortal swordsmen in the middle realm, and he had never heard of that girl. And since no one knew about it, the old man assumed that it wasn't an immortal sword. A smile appeared on Mu Shunqing's face at these words. He thought that if the girl wasn't an immortal sword, then they didn't need to be afraid of her and could easily deal with her. Then one of the men asked Mu Shunqing if the people from the Dark World had already arrived, but the guy replied that they were still on their way. And as soon as they talked about it, someone's male voice was heard in the sky to greet the people from the Kanmu Academy. When they saw the stranger bowing to them, they were surprised and even a little frightened. A man stood before them with a staff emitting green energy and said that they should familiarize themselves with the rules of the Dark World. He added that only the lifeless knew their names. Then an elder from the Sanmu Academy offered to get down to business, but the man from the Dark World did not want to hurry. He said they should wait for another man. The elder asked in surprise who he was talking about, and the man with a sly smile on his face said it was about the Emperor's sword. Then Mu Shunqing cheered. He liked this idea since now they would be able to destroy this fate. The man from the Dark World then asked how they would divide the spoils of war in the event of victory. He reminded them that the Sword Emperor was fighting on their side. Hearing this, one of the elders from the Sanmu Academy asked the stranger if he had any suggestions on this matter. And then the old man said that the girl's body and the golden core belonging to their academy would be enough for her. He also added that if there were other treasures with her, they could share them on the spot. Such a suggestion confused the elders of the Sanmu Academy. But Mu Shunqing said that as long as the man from the Dark World was helping to destroy their enemy, which would restore the academy's 1,000-year reputation, he would agree to anything. This pleased the old man, and he said that when the Sword Emperor arrived here, they would do away with this fake immortal sword. Meanwhile, Baize practiced striking the mountain in front of him with his powerful hands. After that, the guy was very happy since he had finally managed to reach the psionic stage. However, his smile quickly disappeared from his face as someone in front of him sped by at an incredible speed. There was Mo Yun jumping on the walls. Noticing him, Baize motioned for the boy to come down. He said that the master at the psionic stage wanted to fight him. At this moment, the smile had already disappeared from Mo Yun's face. With a surprised face, he asked who his friend was talking about, and approaching the guy, Baize started swinging his fist at him and said that by master, he meant himself. Without wasting any time, Baize attacked his ally. But thanks to Mo Yun's speed, he was able to easily dodge the guy's blows. Then, bouncing aside, Mo Yun turned to his friend and asked how dare he attack him. But Baize didn't answer this question. His attention was focused on what was happening behind the red-haired young man's back. Turning around, Mo Yun saw something appear in the air, and from there came a man's voice saying that it was time for them to run away. The guys immediately asked what the problem was. It was the 5th floor master, and he didn't answer the question. The man looked very scared and asked where Yeshuan was, and our hero was already standing behind them. The young man suddenly appeared and asked the elder what had happened, and the man said that he had received news from the Cloud Immortal's home in Qingzhou. He said that the strongest members of the Kanmu Academy and the Dark World had arrived in Qingzhou. The 5th floor master emphasized that those sent their best people from the middle realm. Then Yeshuan asked how many there were. But the man didn't know the answer to that question. However, he was sure that they would probably want to destroy the boy's master. The elder advised the boys to hide for a while. Mo Yun was angered by this. After all, the elder had risked her life to save them. He felt that they couldn't just hide and disrespect her now. Mo Yun said that if they came, they would fight them, and fight to the death. Baize was of the same opinion, and added that they were not afraid of enemies. After saying that, a red light appeared in the sky. The master of the fifth floor noticed it and said with fear in his eyes that they had already been here. 4 elders appeared from the portal formed, and the guys realized that they were all at a stage above Dharma Peak. The man from the Sanmu Academy then looked at the master from the Cloud Immortal House and addressed him. The elder tensed up slightly at this and decided to start by learning the name of the person standing before him. However, he was not going to answer that question and asked if the old man wanted to intervene. Such pressure had a negative effect on the fifth floor master. He did not know how to react to it. Then Yes Shran intervened in the conversation. He thanked the elder for his help and said that he wanted to deal with them himself. The guy said he wouldn't involve him in this and asked him to leave. The fifth floor foreman wanted to object, but our hero insisted. And before he left, the elder turned to the young man and said that if his master needed help, he would do everything in his power. Yeshan thanked the elder again, and then the elder both appeared and disappeared into thin air. The guy then turned to the Sanmu Academy and said that if they wanted to find his master, they would have to deal with him. The man noticed that the young man was at the peak stage of the celestial realm, and his body was very sturdy. It was rare to see such a thing. Xuan had also managed to cultivate both sword and martial arts, and he realized that if the guy reached the psionic stage, he could be one of the top 5 fighters. Another man also noticed that Xuan was a rare talent. Another man from the Sanmu Academy said that he was not going to fight with the child and suggested that our hero call his master. However, Yeshuan insisted and said that they could only fight his master after defeating him. In that case, the man from the Sanmu Academy said that his master liked to sacrifice people and decided to give the guy a chance. Red energy gathered in his hand, and he directed it at the guys from the Conlin Academy. It was gravity. Yishuan gritted his teeth and noticed that it was too powerful. However, the guy wasn't going to give up and asked his allies to be patient. Then the man decided to add power to his attack. After that, our hero couldn't hold on any longer. Blood spurted from his mouth. But to himself, Yeshuan thought to himself that he couldn't let his master fight for him again. And putting his feet even wider, the guy continued to endure the enemy's power directed at him. Seeing this, the man from the Sanmu Academy was shocked. He had seen the 2 stages merge, and even that was within the young man's power. In that case, the man frowned his eyebrows and continued to point his hand towards the guys from the Conlin Academy, and decided to play with Yeshuan. It was already very difficult for Mo Yun to stand. Sweat ran down his face, and he said that he couldn't take it anymore. Our hero, too, could barely hold on. He shoved his sword into the ground and turned to his enemy, and said that he would destroy him. Somehow, the young man managed to push himself off the ground and fly upward, pointing his weapon towards the man. Watching this, the one was not frightened at all. The hand of the man from the Sanmu Academy was still emitting red energy. And as soon as Yeshuan got close enough to him, the man attacked him. After that, blood spurted out of the guy's mouth. Our unconscious hero went straight into the ground and fell. There was a massive explosion. At this moment, the man from the Kanmu Academy said that Yeshuan was overestimating his strength, and the man from the Dark World said that if a disciple was so strong, his master was just as strong. After these words, a girl appeared behind their backs. Radiating a bluish light, she turned to them. When the people from the Sanmu Academy saw her, they were very surprised, and the girl asked them if they were looking for her. Then one of the men asked if she was a sword emperor, and the man from the Dark World was more amazed that a woman was standing in front of him. Hearing this, the girl smiled. She asked if they really thought that those words about the emperor's sword were worthy of her. Meanwhile, Mo Yun and Bai Zi ran up to our hero to help and told him to look up. They only now noticed the boy's master. Looking at the elder, the guys from the Conlin Academy smiled, and the girl said that it was her time to get rid of the trash. With a wave of her hand, she directed her energy towards the enemies and said that everyone here would die today. Watching this, the man from the Dark World and the people from the Sanmu Academy couldn't believe their eyes that this power belonged to a girl. Continuing to watch her emit energy from herself in the form of a vine, one of the men reminded her that the girl was only one. And in that case, he asked his teammates to prepare for the attack. None of them understood what kind of technique the girl was using. At this moment, Mo Yun turned to Ye Xuan and asked who exactly his master was. However, our hero could not answer this question either. For him, the elder was just a mysterious person. Continuing to direct her energy towards her opponents, the girl ordered them to attack. Then one of the men said that he knew something about sword emperors and immortal swords from the Middle Realm. But there was one thing, and that's when the girl cut off his thought by saying enough talking. It directed its attack at the men from the Sanmu Academy and the Dark World. One of the men noticed that the sword had powerful intention, and so he didn't stand still and drew his weapon and retaliated. Blue rays like knife blades flew from him. Watching this, Ye Xuan thought that if this sword fell on the G-Meteor Mountain, nothing would be left. Meanwhile, the two energies blue and green came into contact. They seemed to be equal in strength, but after a couple seconds, something went wrong. The man noticed that the energy on the girl's side began to grow. It made fear appear on his face, and a question sounded in his mind as to why this had happened. Eventually, the green energy broke through his attack and passed through his head. The man still didn't understand how this was possible. The other person from the Tsanmu Academy saw what happened and was shocked. In his mind, he wondered how the girl was able to destroy the Emperor's sword in a matter of seconds. After that, he expressed his opinion and said that the girl of his was not like a sword emperor, but neither was she an immortal sword. After all, the man was well aware that it couldn't be that an immortal sword could so easily destroy the sword emperor. Then, a person from the dark world decided to speak up. He called the people from the Tsanmu Academy fools because they couldn't realize that the girl's cultivation level was higher than that of the immortal sword. The old man added that even if they sent 100 sword emperors, they would be mere ants against. These words made one of the men from the Tsanmu Academy angry. He asked why he should be afraid of her if she was a woman. Gathering the energy in his hands to attack the man, said that if he was afraid to die, he would fight the girl himself. He then directed his power towards our hero's master. The red rays shot straight at the girl. Watching this, the master retaliated by pointing her green sword towards the enemy, and quite suddenly, her energy overpowered the man's strength and surged through them. When the old man saw it, he was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe how such a thing was possible. After a few seconds, his eyes flew off his shoulders. After that, green energy rushed towards the man from the dark world. The girl then asked the people from the Tsanmu Academy who wanted to die first. In that case, the men recognized that the girl was stronger than them and complimented that if she dared to destroy them, they would not resist. In response, Master Ye Xuan said that if they sent someone 2 stages stronger to destroy the guy again, she would show them what it meant to hurt the weak. Then the girl ordered them to disappear. When the men heard this, they were surprised and asked if she would not send them to the other world. Then the master inexplicably asked bluntly if the man was so eager to die. But in response, the man only bowed to her and thanked her for sparing them. As soon as the enemies left their territory, the girl turned to our hero and asked him to approach her. Looking at his master, Ye Xuan asked her if she had any instructions for him. Again, ignoring the question, the girl asked the young man if he knew why she didn't destroy the men. Then the guy assumed that his master was just afraid that those would retaliate against him in the future. With a frown, the girl asked if Ye Xuan thought that was the case. Such a reaction made the guy confused, and the master explained that every action she takes becomes a huge burden for the young man. And if it destroyed those two, the border prison tower wouldn't be able to withstand it, which would lead to terrible consequences for him. In response, Ye Xuan thanked the master, but the girl said that there was no need to do so since the path of sword cultivation was not a path where a guy would be helped by others. She said that he had to go through the journey himself. In that case, our hero asked the master not to worry and promised that he would do his best, and the girl said that she knew that the guy was trying hard. Then she said that Xuan needed to get the monster in the border tower on the 2nd floor to volunteer to go with him as soon as possible. After that, the master disappeared and our hero thanked her. At this moment, Ye Xuan thought of the big-eyed mouser and was not sure if there was any movement there. The young man then turned to his allies and waving to them suggested they go home. Holding his stomach, Mo Yun said that if it wasn't for the guy's master, they would definitely be finished. Bai Zi said that it was their fault that they were too weak. At that moment, our hero did not feel well. His eyes rounded sharply and he began to fall. When the guys noticed this, they were very frightened. However, Ye Xuan told them not to worry and said that everything was fine. Smiling to his friend's face, the young man said he just needed to sleep and he would be fine. But after saying that, our hero abruptly started to faint. This scared Mo Yun and Bai Zi even more. The next day at the Conlin Academy, the boy came to his senses. When he was in his room, he realized that he had made the guys worried and decided that he needed to get stronger as soon as possible. After all, this was the only way the guy could withstand the resonance of the border prison tower. At this moment, Anzi burst into his room. She was excited and asked if the young man was awake. Ye Xuan asked why the girl didn't knock before entering. The girl asked if he was afraid of being caught doing dirty deeds. She let him know that she didn't care. Then Angie grabbed our hero's hand and said that the people from the main academy had arrived. This greatly surprised Ye Xuan, and then the girl complimented that those wanted to see the dean. After a while, the boys were at the Conlin Hall. There, the people from the main academy said that they couldn't use the name of the Conlin Academy to open a school. One of the men said that the boys were forbidden to practice the martial arts techniques of the Conlin Academy. He also said that anyone who disobeyed the order would be eliminated. Then Ye Xuan was slightly angry and frowned his eyebrows and asked if there would be any more demands. At this moment, one of the men of the main academy of Conlin noticed the guy and asked him what he was doing here. He asked him to call old man Ji Lao into the hall. However, After that, he received a blow in the face from our hero. This really angered the man, and he asked how the young man dared to hit him. Then Ye Xuan said that the man was not worthy to pronounce Elder Ji's honorable name. After that, the man from the main academy glowed blue, and directing his attack towards the guy, indignantly asked if he had had enough of living. But he was quickly stopped by Bai Zi. He jumped up to the man and kicked him back, saying that he would deal with him. This attack sent him flying into the wall. The other people from the main academy realized that this was the power of a demonic beast and were horrified. In response, Bai Zi frowned and made it clear to the men that it was no longer any of their business. Yishan then told the guests that they were not welcome here and suggested this scenario. He said that either they would leave or they would be thrown out. The most crippled man from the main academy reminded that they were representatives from the middle realm, and again asked the guy how dare he talk to him like that. After that, a red-eyed Mo Yun jumped up to him and asked if this was the way to communicate with them. The man from the main academy was very scared and asked Mo Yun what he needed. He added in a trembling voice that if the guy did anything to him, the main academy would wipe the place clean. In response, Mo Yun smiled and, pointing his burning fist towards the man, asked, "Is he really saying this seriously?" But at this moment, he was stopped by a voice resounding behind his back. Ye Xuan asked the guy to stop and not do that. This surprised Mo Yun, and he asked what had gotten into the young man. Then our hero explained that they should be smarter. At this moment, Mo Yun thought, since when did Ye Xuan become so kind and stop rushing into battle no matter what? But still, he agreed with him and decided to show kindness. Then our hero approached the man from the main academy and asked them to return home, saying that they did not need help. Moreover, he added that they had no right to tell them what to do. With a serious tone, Ye Xuan stated that from this minute onwards, they no longer had anything to do with the main academy. Such a statement, the man was outraged, since the guys had used the name of the Conlin Academy. And our hero explained that this is what Elder Ji willed and he will not change anything. He also said that if they tried to change anything, the bravest one would come and take the sign off the board. Then the guy asked them again to get out of here. After they looked at each other with stern looks, the men turned around and headed towards the exits. The guys from the Conlin Academy followed them with their gazes. But lastly, the man from the main academy said they wouldn't get rid of them so easily next time. And at this moment, Mo Yun realized that when those returned to the main academy, they would be in trouble. But despite realizing what had just happened, Ye Xuan said, "Let those go home." Then our hero sat on the throne and said that before they could come to them, they must become stronger. The young man believed that if they were strong enough, no obstacle could frighten them. The guys were in complete agreement with it. Bai Zhe said that they would see who dared to mess with them when they were strong, and Mo Yun said that they wouldn't be intimidated by even 100 Emperor swords. In that case, Ye Xuan said that there were 10 days left until the official opening of enrollment in their academy. The guy wanted to know from the guys when they could reach the sacrament stage. At this moment, the guys looked at each other, and after thinking for a while, Mo Yun said that he would do it in 1 month. And Angie said that she would reach the sacrament stage in 1 day. When Mo Yun heard this, he turned to the girl with round eyes and said that she was too harsh. But Angie wasn't surprised by such words, since she had always been like this. But our hero frowned and said that the guys only had 8 days. He added that if they failed to do so, Bai Jie would get all the chicken legs. Bai Jie liked the idea very much. Unlike Mo Yun, the guy stood there with his mouth open and didn't know how to react. 10 days later, there was a rumbling noise underneath the G-Meteor Mountain. It was because a crowd of people had gathered there. There were 2 girls standing among them. One of them was saying that the entrance exam of Conlin Academy was very difficult. The other said that for the sake of their idol Dean Ye, they should pass them. And the guy standing next to them laughed and said that he had come for Ji's sister. Meanwhile, our hero, in the company of his friends, was watching what was happening. Mo Yun couldn't believe his eyes and asked the young man if they could support everyone. Yishan thought it was a good sign that so many people had come to see them. It meant that they were popular, and the guy told his friends not to worry about the money. He said he'd find it. Continuing to look into the crowd, Ye Xuan's gaze changed. He noticed a beautiful girl there. Judging from his reaction, he knew her and didn't understand what she was doing here. Anja asked the guy if he knew this maiden, and he said that it was Elder Yezhang's great-granddaughter named Ye Jia. The girl then asked if the young man had cut all ties with his family. She assumed that Ye Jia didn't know that Ye Xuan had become the dean of Conlin Academy. But our hero said it didn't matter. He only cared if the girl could pass the exam on her own. After that, the guy decided to begin. Addressing the people, Ye Xuan introduced himself and welcomed everyone who came to the Conlin Academy. The young man said that they were recruiting 30 students today and that everyone would have to pass 3 exams. The young man said that they were enrolling 30 students today and that everyone would have to pass 3 exams. However, if there were still people who managed to pass the exams when 30 people were recruited, Xuan said that they could join as well. This made the crowd excited. Then our hero said that their instructor Mo Yun was in charge of the next exam, and he would explain everything. At this moment, the red-haired boy was very worried. He realized that it was the first time he had been in such a situation and asked himself mentally to calm down. Then Ye Xuan approached him and advised him to communicate with people like Bai Zi. Mo Yun asked our hero if it would work, and he confidently said yes. After that, Mo Yun relaxed slightly and introduced himself and greeted the people. And apparently he didn't say it as confidently as he wanted to because the crowd started whispering and questioning. In that case, Mo Yun decided to waste no time and said that the exam was starting. Level 1 was called the Big Wave. At that moment, all the participants raised their heads up and saw a lot of swords flying very fast, and Mo Yun said that anyone struck by this falling sword would be eliminated. And then all the men drew their weapons and began to fight off the men flying at them. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan watched his acquaintance. He realized that not long ago she didn't know much about sword skills, but now Ye Jia was very good at it. After that, a male voice was heard behind our hero's back. It was the head of the Qingzhou family, Li Yu, and he said that it had been a long time since they had seen the young man. Zhang Lo was also standing next to him. Seeing them, the guy asked what brought them here. The men replied that they were accompanying the younger members of their families who had decided to participate. Zhang Lu added that Ye Xuan was now a role model. The boy thanked the elders for saying that. He said that if it wasn't for their support, he wouldn't be here. Smiling back, Li Yu said that Din Ye was a true uncut diamond. Our hero then turned to the men and asked where their sons were now. Li Yu then pointed at the 2 guys in the crowd and said that they really wanted to become disciples of the Conlin Academy. Yishan said that he would remember the guys, but it would not give them any advantage. Zhang Lei said that the guys admire the young man, and even if he opens a loophole for them, they will not take advantage of it. And Li Yu complimented that if their sons don't get into the academy, then it means they didn't fight for themselves. In response to this, our hero smiled at the elders again and said that this was how people in Qingcheng should be. After a while, the first exam was completed. Ye Xuan announced that 42 people had passed the first stage and thanked all the participants. Ye Jia was standing amongst the participants. She looked as shabby as the others. Then he said that when the guys joined the Conlin Academy, they would become one of them. The guy also said that they didn't have rules yet, but they would eventually be introduced to the students. Our hero said that they had 4 cultivation instructors at the moment. The guy suggested that the guys choose a suitable mentor based on their abilities. The students liked it very much and started to discuss who would go to whom. Then Mo Yun said that there were 4 instructor dolls to the left of the guide. He added that in order to choose a particular instructor, you should attach a tag with your name to the doll. And at that very second, all the students ran to the dolls. There was a commotion as everyone wanted to see their idol. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan turned to Bai Zhou and asked if he had invited the scholars. The guy said yes and added that they were here. Suddenly afterward, our hero's look changed. He heard the noise of wheels. Turning his head, the young man saw Mrs. Lu. His surprise made the girl think that she was not welcome here. However, Ye Xuan refuted this and said that the lady was welcome here. However, he asked Lu if she was sure she wanted to become a mentor at the academy. Before hearing the girl's answer, the guy added that their wages were small, but for the mistress, it was not a problem. At this time, there were 2 men standing next to her. Mrs. Lu introduced them by name. Both of them were famous scholars in the Jian Kingdom. One was called Feng Lan, and the other was called Mo Yuan. In response, Ye Xuan also introduced himself and greeted the elders. The men smiled at Din Ye and said that there was no need for formalities. Then our hero told the elders that they would be responsible for the academic studies of the student. He also said that the men could choose what they would teach. At this moment, Mo Yuan had a question as to why the young man decided to organize academic classes. After all, as far as the male NAL Academy was concerned, Quanmu and Conlin had abandoned them hundreds of years ago. To this, Ye Xuan bowed his head and said that he believed that a person should develop more than just his strength. Our hero realized that to survive in this world, you need to be definitely strong, but it was equally important to be a good person. After that, Feng Lan smiled and said that the guy really gave off a great impression, and Mo Yuan added that it was rare to meet someone with such looks. In response, Ye Xuan bowed to the elders again and said that those were too kind. Then he turned his gaze to Mrs. Lu and thanked her as well. The girl didn't seem to expect it, so she looked surprised. A little later, she smiled and said that if anyone should be thanked, it should be the ninth princess. That's because she was the one who persuaded Mrs. Liu to come here. Then the boy smiled and said he would be sure to thank the princess later. It was evening. The boy smiled and said that he would thank the princess later. Stopping abruptly, Ye Xuan turned to his pursuer and asked if instead of going to his room and resting, she had decided to follow him. Behind him at this moment was Ye Jia. The young man asked what the girl was up to. She was so confused that she didn't know what to say to our hero. She looked at him silently and sweat broke out on her face. In that case, without waiting for an answer, Ye Xuan turned around and Ye Jia told why she was following him around all day long. He then walked closer to the girl and asked even louder what she wanted from him. After that, Ye Jia lowered her head down and turned to call him cousin and began to speak. But Ye Xuan immediately corrected her and asked her to call him Dean. The girl listened to this and asked the guy where Lin Er was. She said she had been looking everywhere for his sister, but couldn't find her. Frowning, the young man reminded Ye Jia that she had bullied Lin Er in the past and asked why she needed his sister now. However, after that, our hero asked the girl to do the training and walked into the nearest door of the academy. At this moment, tears came out of Ye Jia's eyes, but there was a smile on her face as she thought about the fact that she and her boyfriend were still a family. Meanwhile, an ambassador from the state of Chu came to see Mr. Jian. The man asked him how their master was doing, but the latter indignantly replied that His Majesty was going through a difficult time thanks to their kingdom. The people on Jian's side were furious when they heard this. They didn't understand why they cared that their master was in trouble. The man kept telling Jian that they were in a difficult situation because of him. Then one of Jian's subordinates couldn't stand it and ordered the ambassador out of here. But the man turned around and said in a raised tone of voice that they should not dare to use force on him. At this moment, the kingdom leader himself also spoke. He asked the people to be quiet and let the ambassador of Chu State speak. Then the man said that their third prince had fallen by the hand of Ye Xuan in Ning's secret abode. So he asked the Lord to explain himself, but Jian didn't understand what he had to explain himself for. This really surprised the ambassador. And rubbing his temples, the Lord added that duels in the secret cloister always resulted in the death of one of the students. He also asked, since their prince had heard about it, why he had decided to participate. Jian said that he himself had gone to the secret abode and didn't understand why they were being blamed. This made the ambassador furious. He asked in a trembling voice if they were protecting Ye Xuan. Yi Jianguo confirmed it. He said he supported the guy's side and asked what the ambassador would do about it. The man couldn't believe what he heard and asked if the Lord was willing to make their kingdoms feud for the sake of supporting Ye Xuan. Then Jianguo stated that they did not wish to establish a bad relationship with the Chu kingdom, but the guy is the pride of their people. Then he declared that anyone who tried to do anything to the young man would undermine the prestige of their kingdom. At first, this dumbfounded the ambassador from the state of Chu, and then he stated that their kingdom could prepare for battle. Then he hummed and turned sharply toward the exit. Watching this, conversations started in the crowd. People began to think that the man was not serious about the battle, and that he didn't care about the people of Chu State. One of the old men of the Zhan Kingdom said that Chu Zhaotian was a real tyrant. They didn't believe that there were any obstacles to that. After pondering the situation, one of his subordinates addressed His Majesty. His name was Xiaoshuli Mu, and he said that the kingdom prioritized and the people its light. And Jianguo understood what the man meant. If there were no people, there would be no state. Besides, he said that Ye Xuan was a warrior of their state, and the Lord said that if he sent our hero to the Chu kingdom to make amends, it would mean a loss of power and an insult to the prestige of their kingdom. Bowing to His Majesty, Xiaoshuli Mu said that Chu and Yue were good friends, and most likely, Jian was hardly aware that these two kingdoms had long been interested in their land. The old man was afraid that this time they would unite and deal with the Jian kingdom. Suddenly, another man entered the conversation. He said that they had nothing to fear, and that if they wanted to fight, they would get the battle. It was a marshal named Ling Xiao. He said he wouldn't bow his head to them. Xiaoshuli Mu then asked what they would do if the Ning kingdom suddenly attacked them. The old man added that they could still resist the Chu and Yue kingdom. However, if they attracted the Ning kingdom, Xiaoshuli Mu didn't understand where to keep their troops. He said that Ning was only one city away from their kingdom. At this moment, another man joined the old man's opinion. He too thought that if Ning joined, their chances of winning the battle would decrease, and there wasn't even talk of a coalition. After listening to his subordinates, Jianguo hesitated and said that he would send someone to negotiate with ruler Ning. Suddenly, a voice was heard in the hall saying he would do it. Everyone immediately turned in the direction of the sound. Our hero appeared at the entrance, accompanied by Mrs. Liu. Everyone present was surprised to see them. Ye Xuan approached His Majesty and asked him to allow him to go to the Ning Kingdom. Then Jianguo said that their kingdom and the Ning Kingdom had always disliked each other. The man was afraid of what might happen if the boy went there. The young man smiled and asked His Majesty not to worry because he could defend himself. He was sure that they would be smart enough not to destroy him. And if they do, the guy said that they would be hated by a lot of people. In that case, Jianguo decided to turn to Mrs. Liu, and the girl said she didn't see anything wrong with it and advised Ye Xuan to give it a try. Then His Majesty smiled and said that he was sending our hero to the kingdom of Ning. The man told the young man to come back to him with good news, but also Jianguo said that in case of failure, our hero would have to fight alone with 1,000 warriors. In response to this, Ye Xuan didn't even become indignant. Bowing to the man, he accepted the order. After some time, the boy arrived in the kingdom of Ning in the capital harbor. The young man reached this place by ship and was told not to forget his belongings. Stepping down to the ground, Ye Xuan began to look around and wondered where the ambassador hired by Miss Liu was. And at that moment, he noticed an elderly man in the crowd approaching him. When the young man saw him, he was surprised at first. The old man ran up to him and greeted him, saying that he had prepared dinner. He wanted to invite our hero to eat, but he sharply grabbed his hand. This surprised the ambassador very much. Ye Xuan then asked the man to take him to the palace, explaining that he had come here on business. After a while, they were already there, but our hero was indignant that they had been standing near the palace for half an hour, and no one had come out to them yet. This made the elderly man nervous. He didn't know why this was happening and how to answer the boy. Then Ye Xuan said that he couldn't do anything else and rushed towards the building. He added that if he fell in, he'd lose his head, and the old man started to stop the guy, saying he couldn't go there. And at that moment, someone appeared behind them. This person came to the strange noise. Turning his head, our hero saw a beautiful girl there. It was his old acquaintance, Toba Yang. Looking at the girl, memories of her surfaced in his mind. He couldn't believe that she was standing in front of him. Then Toba Yang asked the young man how he got here. Ye Xuan said he came in through the main entrance. Then he asked her what she was doing here. Our hero assumed that Toba was following him, and the ambassador who had been standing with Ye Xuan all this time said he couldn't say that. However, the guy calmed the old man down and reminded him that he were ambassadors who had come to meet with Ning's rulers on behalf of the Jian Kingdom. The young man said that no matter how much the girl wanted to, she wouldn't do anything to them. Toba Yan started to feel nervous at these words. She couldn't stand it any longer and began to gather energy in her hand and swung her fist towards Ye Xuan. The girl said that he was making too much noise. When the boy saw this, he was frightened. With dazed eyes, he asked Toba Yan what she was going to do and reminded her that they were in the palace. But quickly realizing that his acquaintance was not going to stop, Ye Xuan also attacked her. At this moment, two opposing energies collided. Their subordinates who were standing on both sides scattered. The old man asked Ye Xuan to help him. However, our hero and Toba Yan looked at each other with burning eyes as they continued to radiate energy from themselves. Then there was an explosion. The young man was thrown several meters back from the girl. Looking at his acquaintance, Ye Xuan thought that although he had become stronger since their last meeting, he was still far away from her. And looking at the old man lying and yelping next to him, our hero decided that he had better things to do. He realized he couldn't waste his time fighting with the girl. Then the guy took the old man under his arm and said they would wait for the ruler inside. Then the old man started yelling loudly and talking about how it couldn't be done that way. Ye Xuan suspected something wrong and said that if they didn't leave, Toba Yang would destroy them. At the same second, a girl's voice was heard. She turned to the elderly man and said that he could go home. And then she added that she would not send troops against them, let alone make an alliance with the Chu and Yue kingdom. After saying that, Ye Xuan's mouth opened so wide that any fly could fly into it. And the old man standing next to him explained that by the coincidence of all the circumstances, Toba Yan was the ruler of Nina. That statement really shocked the guy. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Also, the young man blushed as he remembered and realized that he had intimacy with the ruler Nina. And while Ye Xuan was in shock and processing the information he had received, Toba Yan told him not to do anything stupid. The girl reiterated that her kingdom would not take part in the battle, and she was not going to make an alliance with the Jin kingdom. At first, our hero was surprised at such words, but after a couple of seconds, he smiled and thanked the ruler. However, Toba Yan made it clear that gratitude was unnecessary. She said she wasn't helping the young man. The girl said she was doing it for the good of her kingdom and people. In addition, the kingdom of Jian and Ning share a common border. She added that there was a reason why they said that if you were left without clothes, you would inevitably freeze. At this moment, Ye Xuan looked at her and remained silent. Then Toba Yan said that she could not let the trapper get away with it. When she reached the palace gate, she had something else to say to our hero. She said that this morning, the Chu and Yue kingdoms had united and their 180,000 troops had reached the Jian border. When he heard that, the young man's face stretched. It was obvious from his eyes that he was very surprised. Tobayan also said that the Great Clouds and Dark World experts were helping them. She expressed her fears that the Jian kingdom would probably not be able to resist them. In that case, Ye Xuan turned to Ning's ruler and asked what she could advise him. Then, Toba Yan said that she knew that a group of mercenaries consisting of only 12 people had set up camp somewhere in the vicinity. She said that they were rumored to be incredibly strong. Walking into the palace, the girl said that if the guy had money, he could ask this group for help. Seeing Toba Yan off with a glance, our hero put his hand on his chin and thought about her words. A short while later, Ye Xuan was already racing through the trees near the Forged Blade Mountain on the Ning border. Jumping from one tree to another, the young man thus reached a certain area where many small houses stood. There he saw a pumped-up man deftly butchering the carcass of a young deer. After going downstairs, Ye Xuan turned to the stranger and asked if he was from the Forged Blade Mountain's group of mercenaries. But without answering that question, the man asked the guy what he needed from him. And at that very second, the young man threw the VIP card at him. As the man's hands were full, he intercepted it with his teeth. And while the stranger was looking at the map, our hero said that he wanted to talk to him about a case. The man realized that Ye Xuan was related to the Cloud Immortal House, judging from what he threw at him. In that case, the man put aside his business. Stabbing the knife into the ground, he asked the young man to follow him. And silently, Ye Xuan followed him. At this pace, they reached a well. As the man approached him, he turned to his sister and said they had an order. There stood a beautiful, long-haired girl. She drew water and asked what was the matter. Then our hero briefly and clearly explained that it was necessary to protect people. Then the guy smiled and waved the fingers of his hand behind his back and decided to see if these mercenaries were worth their money. At this moment, yellow rays appeared around Ye Xuan, and a sword swung towards him. Grabbing it and smiling at the mercenaries, the young man thus decided to test their strength. He said that one blow determines death, and directed his attack towards the girl. When the stranger saw this, she sharply kicked the bucket of water. This way she blocked the blow. After that, the girl looked at Ye Xuan with a smile and called him a sword master and asked if he thought he was that good. Our hero didn't stop there. He continued to attack his opponent and break through her water barrier. And at some point, the girl stopped defending herself and decided to act. She swung her arm and threw the boy a decent distance away. Thus, Ye Xuan landed near a tree that his sword flew into a little later. Then, rising to his feet, the guy praised the girl and said it was a good job. He also added that he was paying 100 million to hire their group for a month. The young man then asked the guys if they would agree to such conditions. This made the man furious. He asked our hero how he dared to check on his older sister and said that he would destroy him. However, the girl calmed her brother with a gesture and asked Ye Xuan who they would have to fight. And then the guy replied that those would have to fight the Great Cloud's Dark World and the Sanmu Academy. In that case, the girl said the guy would have to pay twice as much. To this, Ye Xuan complimented that it would give the guys an Earth-rank martial arts skill. Then he asked again if they were satisfied with the proposal. The girl smiled and said yes, and then the bushes near them began to move. The mercenaries jumped out. The girl said that their group was assembled and asked when they were moving out. Our hero noticed that they were all above the phenomenon stage, and so he asked the guys to take their time. He suggested that they work big. At this moment, the girl reached under her top and asked what the young man was talking about. Ye Xuan noticed these movements and became embarrassed. He didn't understand why she was doing this in public. In fact, the girl had just gotten some food out of there because she was hungry. After that, the guy breathed a sigh of relief. Then our hero said that several kingdoms were going to attack the Jian kingdom. The young man thought it was both a crisis and a good situation. At this point, the girl asked him to stop pouring water and finally get down to business. In that case, Ye Xuan said that they would rob the kingdoms and take away their ammunition money and treasures. When the group of mercenaries heard about it, they were scared. They knew it was dangerous, and they had never done anything like this before. Then our hero reminded them that they lick blood off their knife, but they are afraid of danger. The boy said that they would divide the spoils in half, and if they were brave enough, they could set out now. In that case, the girl said with a smile on her face that Ye Xuan would be in charge now. After a while, the mercenary group had already completed the task. The girl's brother's name was Li Han, and he asked his sister to do her own thing because if he let anyone pass, they would lose. So the girl ran into the building while her team fought the enemies. Inside, she found many chests, and when she opened one of them, she saw treasure. The girl had a ring on her hand, and with a wave of her hand, she collected all the gold in the chests. Li Han had already started to hurry his sister. Then the girl got out and told the group to stay close to her to get out. She then drew her weapon and began clearing a path for herself and her allies. And settling on the wolves, the girl said they needed to hurry up and help the guy. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan fought with the warriors who surrounded him and wanted to destroy him. Our hero noticed that there were more and more soldiers. He didn't even realize how much longer he could hold out. And at that moment, the young man heard a familiar female voice that told someone to destroy everyone. Turning his head, he saw a group of mercenaries. They were all riding fierce wolves and rushing past him. As the bodies of the soldiers flew in different directions, Ye Xuan noticed that something was wrong. One of the wolves on which the girl was sitting decided for some reason to attack our hero, but she quickly stopped him. She held out her hand to the young man and beckoned him to come with her. The boy smiled in response and said that the girl was just in time. Lastly, Ye Xuan attacked those enemies who were standing beside him with his sword. Sitting down on the wolf, the guy thanked the girl again for saving him. She smiled and asked him a rhetorical question. She wondered if he died, who would pay them then? But after a second, their elated mood vanished as more soldiers appeared in front of them. Ye Xuan asked the girl what they should do now since there were so many enemies. In that case, off to the side, the guy spotted some terrain and suggested they get out of there. However, the girl thought it was not a good idea since there were residential areas of Thane. But the young man reminded her in a raised tone of voice that they were now under attack from all sides. He said they had no choice. The guy asked the girl to move forward. Then, gritting her teeth, she thought for a while and agreed to it. And as soon as the group of mercenaries ran towards the residential areas of Tang, one of the commanders ordered his subordinates to stop. His name was Pei Xiaohu. He ordered to immediately send someone to find out the identities of these people and said to report it to the ruler. The man also said to request the help of the Black Sword Guard. In addition, Pei Xiaohu ordered the immediate recall of 30,000 iron horsemen and the closure of all borders. He realized that they could not be allowed to leave the Tang Kingdom. 2 hours later, a group of mercenaries led by our hero was in the dense forest of the Tang Kingdom. The girl said that they had stolen a total of 70 million gold coins. She said that in the golden chest, there were 8 spiritual instruments of extremely high quality, and each of them could be valued at 5 million. Digging into the treasures, Li Han asked if they had more than 100 million in their hand. The other guys said it wasn't much, but at least for the first time, they should have had enough. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan was watching, and a long-haired girl was standing next to him. She told the guy that he would take half, and the rest would be theirs. Then the young man smiled back at her and told her that they had all put in the same amount of effort. He felt that he could not take away such a large amount of money. Looking at the group of mercenary, Ye Xuan suggested that she divide the amount equally to everyone. Upon hearing this, the girl was surprised and asked if the guy was serious about doing this. Then our hero turned to her and said with a smile that he never jokes in such matters. The mercenary group was certainly pleased by this decision, and the girl said that the young man had a sense of justice. It was already getting dark. Sitting by the fire, the girl offered Ye Xuan a loaf of bread. The boy didn't refuse the snack. Then he rejoed to ask the guys how they got here. The Middle Kingdom was a long way from Qingzhou. The girl answered without details and said that they just had such circumstances. After that, she smiled at the guy and said that she still didn't know his name. In response, Ye Xuan introduced himself and also asked her name. The girl recognized the new dean of Conlin Academy. She then introduced herself. Her name was Lu Banzhuang from the Lu family in the Middle Kingdom. But for some reason, the guy wasn't thrilled that Lu already knew him. He asked if anyone had tried to hire her to destroy him. In response, the girl smiled and asked the young man not to worry. Lu Banzhuang said that the price they offered was too small, and she had to refuse. After that, the girl asked the guy if he had thought about visiting the Middle Kingdom. She said that their Quanlin Academy had a lot of power there. However, Ye Xuan said that he had nothing to do with the main academy. However, he would like to visit the Middle Realm, but there was no time for that now. The young man said he still had a lot of work to do, and when everything was done, he could open his eyes. At this moment, birds flew out of the trees. Ye Xuan immediately turned around and realized that someone was approaching them. The group of mercenaries and our hero immediately hid in the branches, waiting for the uninvited guests. And a little while later, men from the Great Cloud Empire approached their camp. They were determined to find the boys. Seeing them, Li Han noticed that the young man did indeed have many enemies. All the people from the Great Cloud Empire below were now at the Tongyu stage. Ye Xuan then sighed heavily and said that he didn't even understand where all these ill-wishers were coming from. One of the men from the Great Empire warned his men that friendly troops were coming. It was important not to be mistaken. To be more precise, these were the Black Sword Guards of the Tang Royal Palace's Guards of Doom. Continuing to hide in the tree branches, Lu Banzhuang asked our hero what they would do in such a difficult situation. In that case, the guy thought for a while and declared that they would destroy them all. And to begin with, the guy decided that they should grab the crossbows of the enemies. Then Lu jumped down from the tree and told Ye Xuan to destroy everyone in a quarter of an hour. In the meantime, she would lead the men to hold back the cavalry. After that, the young man and the rest of the mercenaries jumped down. The battle began. Noticing that they were about to be attacked, the guy ordered his allies to hide behind his back. At this moment, arrows flew at them. Then Ye Xuan stomped his foot and activated the earth armor. A golden armor appeared on his body. Therefore, he easily overcame the enemy attack and continued to fight the Tang Royal Palace's guards of doom. People were screaming for our hero to go to the other side, but the guy wasn't going to give up. One by one, the young man was defeated. Realizing that things were not going according to plan, his enemies began to scatter. Ye Xuan continued to attack his enemies. One of the men almost ran away, but Lu intercepted it. The girl said that the guy really had a lot of enemies. She also noticed that all of these people have exceptional skills. At this time, our hero fought off the arrows flying at him and asked the girl if she regretted accepting his order. And fighting on, Lu Banzhuang said that mercenaries never regret anything. At that moment, Li Han ran up to them. He turned to his sister and said that reinforcements were coming from the other side. The girl asked how many enemies were approaching. And then, in an agitated voice, the man replied that there were many of them. Lu Banzhuang thought that she could fight against 10 people, however, against 100 she had no chance. Then the girl made an immediate decision. She said they should retreat toward the hills. When the guards noticed this, they wanted to rush after them. However, Pei Xiaohu stopped them. The man said the further terrain was too difficult for them, and if they went that way, they would only be wasting their time. In that case, one of his subordinates asked what they should do. After all, the mercenary group and Ye Xuan had killed many of their people. They couldn't just let the people go. The other recalled that His Majesty had ordered them to follow the guy since reinforcements were on their way. Pei Xiaohu was very surprised and asked what kind of reinforcements were coming. The subordinate couldn't answer that question, but he was sure they would deal with them. The commander then asked his subordinate if he had been able to identify the attackers, and the man said that the leading young man and sword cultivator was Ye Xuan, a warrior of the Jian Kingdom. And about the others, he said that they were from the Middle Kingdom. When Pei Xiaohu heard our hero's name, he was furious. The man said that the young man had better stay out of his sight or he would skin him. The next morning, Ye Xuan and a group of mercenary were at some fountain. One of their men was badly wounded. The man was missing half his leg. With his leg bandaged, he was telling Lu to leave him alone. He also said that he would send himself to the next world because he did not want to be a burden to anyone. But the girl heard this and ordered him to stop talking like that. At that moment, Ye Xuan held out a small pill to the man. When he saw it, he asked him not to waste the medicine because it would not make a new leg grow. Hearing the refusal, our hero forcibly shoved the pill into the man's mouth and said that at least it could save his life. Then he looked at the group of mercenaries and asked if they were scared. As there was no answer, the boy was convinced of his words. However, Lu Banzhuang said that they had long lost their sense of fear. She said that the guy doesn't need to provoke them, and if he has any thoughts on the matter, he should say them. Ye Xuan then said that they were at an impasse and they only had two options. The first option was to cross the vast swamp ahead. However, our hero doubted that this was possible. And the second option was to destroy all the enemies and break out of the ambush. The young man thought that was the only workable way out. Lu shook her head in response. She said that they would not be able to defeat all of them, because their enemies were those who were trained from the beginning to stand to the last man. Especially since the girl said they're badly wounded. If they attacked, their losses would increase dramatically. Ye Xuan thought about these words. At that moment, a male voice sounded behind their backs and addressed our hero. At the sight of the stranger, the group of mercenaries prepared to fight. However, Ye Xuan calmed them down and said that it was someone from the Cloud Immortal House. There was a smiling old man standing opposite them, and he said that he had received orders from the 9th floor master and had come to help. Then the guy consoled his allies again and said that he knew people from the Cloud Immortal's house. Then, turning to the man, he said that they were in an emergency situation now. He wondered how the elder could help them, and the man said that his men would block the way of the soldiers who were chasing them. According to him, the boy and his friends only needed to get to Guinan City where they would be met. Ye Xuan turned to Lu and asked her opinion. The girl said that Guinan City was about 3 miles away. She thought they could evade the chase if they moved quickly. After that, Lu Banzhuang lifted up from her knees and joyfully said that they were setting off. Then she whistled and told someone to come out. At that moment, a pack of wolves ran out of the forest. The group of mercenaries and our heroes settled on the animals. The elder sat on Ye Xuan's wolf, so they rushed off to fulfill their plan. As they ran, Lu shouted for everyone to be careful and dodge the crossbow arrows, and the man advised the boys to move forward. He said the Cloud Immortal's house would take care of the rest, and it was indeed true. With the help of their powers, the people from the Cloud Immortal's house created a barrier through which the arrows could not penetrate. Seeing this, Ye Xuan was surprised as it was a very strong formation. The old man smiled and thanked the guy for the peculiar praise. He said that this was only a small part of his formation. Suddenly, the wolf they were sitting on slowed down sharply. The man asked what was wrong, and the boy said that someone seemed to be in their way. There was indeed a young man standing in front. He told Lu that this road belonged to him. If she wanted to go through, she would have to pay a price. Looking at the stranger, the girl noticed that he was only a sword master at the Divine Harmony stage. She didn't understand what there was to be afraid of. Lu then pulled out her whip and decided to demonstrate her skills to the young man. The girl attacked him. However, the stranger dodged her blow very skillfully, and then he swung his spear and flew over Lu. The guy said he'd love to see what the girl could do. But Lu Banzhuang was no slouch either. She wielded her whip and fought off the spear with great agility. Eventually, she managed to attack the stranger so that he flew back a few meters. After landing, the guy said that he didn't see the girl on the ranking list of martial arts warriors. And Lu said she didn't even know what it was. That's because she only recognized the ranking of demons. After that, the girl jumped up from the wolf to attack the guy. At that moment, he realized that he was in a bad way. Lu swung her whip at him, and he barely managed to block the blow. However, he managed to hold on for a couple of seconds. After that, he flew back again, but defeated. Lu then turned to the rest of the enemies and asked if there was anyone else who wanted to get in her way. And without waiting for an answer, the girl declared that anyone willing would end up just like this guy. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan stood behind in a dumbfounded state. He didn't understand why he had never heard of demon rankings before. Then Li Han made sure that the guy hadn't heard of him and said that his sister was the representative of the demon ranking. The elder behind the young man said that he didn't know anything since Qingzhou has a martial arts warrior ranking and the middle realm has a demon ranking. He said that those who fall into it were considered the strongest demonic people at the Qingchang stage. At this moment, Ye Xuan looked at Lu and thought about how he hadn't even allowed himself to think about how good she was before. After a while, a group of mercenaries with our hero stood near the main gate of Gunan City. Ye Xuan didn't understand what was going on here and why no one was here. The old man noticed that something was going wrong. After all, they should have been met. Then Lu Banzhuang asked everyone to be on the lookout. A second later, the gates of Gunan City opened. A man dressed in black stood in them. He turned to our hero and asked him to follow him. An elder from the Cloud Immortal House smiled and told the guy that it couldn't be any other way. He said the young man could go in there with confidence. After that, all the boys followed the man. It was evening. The group of mercenaries, together with our hero at Cloud Immortal Tangguo's house, were eagerly eating dinner. Li Han couldn't even believe that the Cloud Immortal House would be so generous with treats. He asked Ye Xuan if he was familiar with the house's representatives. The young man answered yes. This pleased Li Han, and he said that the Cloud Immortal's home has a good reputation in the Middle Realm as well. It was also not inferior to the one in Song. The man then put his hand on Ye Xuan's shoulder and said that he must not have been so easy. In response, the guy smiled and said that Li Han was too kind. After that, the man approached the young man and asked in a flirtatious tone if he had a sister. Our hero was shocked by such a question. However, Li Han didn't get an answer as Lu suddenly came up to them and shoved a loaf of bread into her brother's mouth. She said indignantly that his mouth was always busy talking. Their conversation was interrupted by a man's voice. Standing behind them was the 8th floor master of the Cloud Immortal Tang House. He told the guys that he had an urgent matter to discuss. After that, Ye Xuan stood up from the table and asked the elder to speak. He said that the Kanmu Academy and the Dark One were offering a high price for the guy's head, and 3 of the bidders were already coming here. The man added that the Great Cloud Empire and the Tang Kingdom's Black Sword Guards were also on their way to Guinan. Then Lu Banzhuang shared that they had already encountered the guards 3 hours ago. In response, the elder bowed his head and said that the Qianmu Academy and the Dark World had sent their people from the Middle Realm. At this moment, Li Han turned to his sister and said that in that case, they would most likely have to call someone too. And aggressively pushed back the chair, the girl told her brother to call the men. When the man heard that, he was surprised and asked if they would call all 13 of them. Still aggressively eating the chicken leg, Lu Banzhuang replied yes, and about the family, Lu also replied positively. Li Han then asked, what about the demon ranking representative? The girl asked Bart in a raised tone to call. She added that the only person she was afraid of was her master. Ye Xuan told Lu that it was a private matter for him, and she didn't need to get involved, and the girl asked the guy to stop talking nonsense about it being only about him. The young man didn't say anything in response. It was clear from his satisfied face. At this moment, Li Han turned to his sister and said that they were in touch. He was holding a golden stone with hieroglyphics on it. Putting her feet up on the table, the girl asked whoever was on the other end of the connection to speak. A man's voice came from the stone and asked Lu if she had no one to spend the night with since she was calling so late. In response, the girl aggressively asked her interlocutor if he had had enough of life. Then she said that she needed a man's help in the battle in Qingzhou. When she heard that, she asked what Lu had forgotten in the middle of nowhere. Putting her hand on her forehead, the girl exhaled heavily and asked if this man would help her or not. And the male voice replied that of course he would help. Lu's interlocutor also said that it was out of the question for him not to come to her aid. At this moment, Ye Xuan approached Li Han and asked in a whisper who the person his sister was talking to was and why he was talking to the girl in such a manner. At that time, Li Han blushed a little and reluctantly said that it was Lu's friend from the demon rank. After that, a chicken leg suddenly flew into his mouth. Lu Banzhuang noticed that her brother was talking out of turn again and said that he better contact his side soon. Then she turned her head toward our hero and asked if he wanted to call someone for help too. In response, the guy smiled and said that he had already summoned people from his side, and it was very good. Lu Banzhuang said that they couldn't lose this battle. At this moment, the elder turned to the 8th floor master and said that the Cloud Immortal's house was already surrounded by about 10,000 Tang soldiers. He asked the man what they should do. Turning to the old man, the master asked him in a worried voice what the composition of the army was, and the elder replied that it was not only soldiers. There were people who looked like mercenaries from the Dark World. Moreover, the old man said that they had received a secret message that the ruler of Tang had gone to the imperial capital. The master was furious and asked the elder to tell those people that if they did not retreat from the Jin kingdom, there would be no more negotiations, and the old man went to carry out the order. The master of the 8th floor then approached the boys and asked them to spend the night here. He thought that they were very tired from the road and needed a rest. Just like that, the man with a smile on his face stated that he would make sure they were safe that night. For such help, our hero thanked the master, but he said it was not worth it, as it was nothing. The man asked the guy to dispense with the formalities and then offered the guys a rest. After that, as the master left the room, Lu Banzhuang turned to Ye Xuan and asked what their plan was. Then our hero said that it wasn't just the tens of thousands of soldiers who wanted to destroy them. In addition to them, there were also people from the Manhwa Academy and the Dark World. So he said they had no choice but to fight hard, and Lu supported that plan. The next morning, there were many soldiers standing outside Cloud Immortal Tang's house. The 8th floor master was watching through the window. He said that the Cloud Immortal Does had already sent 30 people at the Divine Harmony stage from all over the world. The man added that they would accompany the guys so that they could leave quietly. The master also urged our hero and the group of mercenaries not to fight. Yishin said that they would fulfill this request. The 8th floor master then explained that after they escaped, it would be up to them. He said that he wished he could help them, but there was nothing else the Cloud Immortal's house could do at the moment. For this, the boy thanked the elder again. However, he was afraid of what might happen to the Cloud Immortal's home if they gave them such help. But the master didn't think it was important. The man said that the possessions in Thane were only small areas that he would give up. Then he asked the young man to get ready to leave. After that, Lu Banzhuang turned to his group and said that if they had any questions, it was better to ask them right now. Otherwise, they would move out. Everyone agreed to go on their way. But suddenly the voice of a man from the group who had no leg was heard. He turned to the girl and said he would stay here. When Li Han heard this, he was indignant and asked what he was talking about. He said that they would all go together. However, the man insisted on his own way. Taking the ring off his hand, he asked Li Han to take it to his brother. He thought it would be enough for him for a long time. First, there was silence in the room, and a little later, a shadow fell on the legless man. Lu came up to him and grabbed him in her arms and asked him what he meant when he said he would stay here. She said that even if the man died, she would take his lifeless body with her. The words brought tears to the man's eyes. Then the girl turned to her group and said that they were going into battle. The door to the Cloud Immortal's house was open, and so the enemies who were waiting for the guys prepared to attack. A few seconds later, the group of mercenary with Ye Xuan ran outside the house grounds on Wolfback. At this moment, the commander from the side of the Manhwa Academy ordered his subordinates to release arrows. Lu shouted to the guys to be careful, and the people from the Cloud Immortal's house channeled their power to reflect those arrows. All the soldiers ran at our hero with the desire to destroy him. The guy saw this and decided to act. He jumped up from his seat and swung his sword at the enemy, looming over them. Then the guy said he was going to send each of them to hell and threw his first punch. The soldiers on the opposing side flew off in different directions. After clearing the way with this action, Ye Xuan ordered his allies to run after him. And just when their enemies wanted to rush towards them to destroy them, the people from the House of Cloud Immortal channeled their magic towards them, creating a shield. The soldiers shouted that they couldn't miss the group of mercenaries and ran after them. But at that moment, a man's voice was heard. It was the master of the 8th floor, and he wanted to see which one of them had the courage. When the soldiers from the opposing side saw him, they were frightened. They realized that he was a high-level martial artist. Meanwhile, Li Han noticed that there was a tail following them. However, Ye Xuan told him not to worry, because they had to run away now. The commander ordered his men to pursue the boys, but suddenly he was asked to wait because of an urgent order. A soldier was approaching the man. Seeing him, the commander said that if he didn't have an urgent order, he would split him into pieces. Then the subordinate said that the 9th princess of Jian had launched a surprise attack. He said that Two World City needed people, and that Marshal Pei had ordered the Black Sword Guards and the Battalion of Doom to return to Two World City to defend it, and anyone who disobeys will be executed. When the commander heard this, he was furious because the princess had given such an order at a very bad time. He then told the entire army to go to Two World City to support Marshal Pei. Meanwhile, the group of mercenaries with Ye Xuan were already far away and were resting near the river. Lu told the young man that his friend from the Cloud Immortal's house was reliable enough because he was able to block the path of those elite soldiers. Suddenly, a sobbing sound was heard from outside. It was Li Han, who had a legless man in his arms. He said he was dead. With tears in her eyes, Lu couldn't believe it. The girl thought that their ally just couldn't send to the other world. In that case, Ye Xuan approached her and asked her to stay put. The guy said he would take care of everything else. Lu Banzhuang didn't argue with the young man and continued to eat her grief with even more gusto. When he approached Ye Xuan's lifeless body, he first thought that the man had died due to heavy blood loss. However, he later realized that he had destroyed his meridian. This made Li Han furious. He assumed that the man had done it because he thought he was a burden. However, with tears in his eyes, he didn't understand how they could think badly of their brothers. Then the guy came up to Li Han and patted him on the shoulder and said that they would give him a decent burial. The man calmed down a bit and said that they would be brothers again in the next life. After a while, the boys were standing by the grave. Lu told the deceased that she would give the ring that belonged to him to his brother safely. After that, the entire group of mercenaries, along with our hero, bowed to their fallen ally. Li Han then walked over to his distraught sister and asked what they would do now. At that moment, Ye Xuan pointed toward the river and said that 800 miles away from the Tang Empire was the place they needed. He asked Lu if she would be willing to make a fortune there. Then the girl turned to him and frowned at him and asked him what he was talking about. The girl turned to him and asked him with a frown what he was talking about. Meanwhile, the young man Lu forthwith reported to his master that the people who had joined Ye Xuanyu had come from the Middle Realm, and he said that the girl was a ranking demon from the Lu family. When the master heard this, he was furious. He couldn't believe that his subordinate had gotten involved with these lunatics. Then the boy admitted that it was a mistake and that he had made enemies for the master by opposing them. The young man asked his leader to punish him, but he asked his subordinate to get up from his knees. The guy then asked the master what they should do now. He said that he had found out that Ye Xuan and the others were heading to the imperial capital. Then the master explained that not only the Sanmu Academy, but also the Dark World was at enmity with our hero. So the man suggested just waiting for someone else to deal with the young man. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan and his allies arrived at the Chanmu Tangyoku Academy. While they were meditating, he ran towards them and shouted that they were really hardworking and diligent. At that moment, all the people from the academy turned towards him. The elder looked at the boy and wondered who dared to invade his academy. Getting close enough to his enemies, our hero stopped and proudly called his name. Upon hearing the name, the people from the Chanmu Academy became wary. They realized that a big devil was standing in front of them. Of course, their first thought was to destroy the guy. The elder ordered them to stop. However, at this moment, a dark energy had already appeared above him, and as it approached him, it enveloped his neck. Yishan then turned to Lu and asked if she was in no hurry to attack. And the girl, continuing to point her whip towards the man and wrapping it around his neck, stated that those were talking too much. She also said that there were many Shuno around. After saying that, Lu Banzhuang squeezed the elder's neck even harder. He asked his men to help him with his last strength. A few seconds later, his body flew upwards. The people from the Chanmu Academy shouted in horror that the elder was dead and the dean should be called immediately. At this moment, a man appeared behind them and turned to Ye Xuan and asked if he thought that there was no one else in the Chanmu Tangyoku Academy. It was the dean of the academy. He also asked the young man indignantly how he could be so insolent. Then, pointing his sword in his direction, our hero said that if he didn't like it, he could come out and fight him. The dean didn't say anything in response. He just seemed to frown even more. The man thought the boy was a daring thief, and if he didn't have an immortal sword behind him, he'd tear him to pieces. Yeshin then turned to Lu and asked her to take their men to the treasury of the Chanmu Tangyoku Academy. He also told her to take whatever they could carry. In the meantime, the young man would make sure no one interfered. In that case, the mercenary group headed for the treasury. Then the dean turned to Ye Xuan and advised him not to go too far. The man reminded him that the guy had been insulted by the Kanmu Academy in Jiang, and they had nothing to do with it. At this point, the dean's subordinates began to resent him. They didn't understand why they should be afraid of the young man and insisted on destroying him. This reaction of the people made the dean angry. He asked what they knew and asked them to shut up. And Yeshuan said that if they wanted him to let them go, they had to do something. The guy offered to rename their academy Quanlin and volunteer to work for him as laborers. Otherwise, there would be no forgiveness from the young man. Gritting his teeth, the dean said that Yeshuan was insulting an elderly person with such actions. In response, our hero first remained silent and then said that his offer was still on the table. If their opinion changed, he would be waiting for them in Sanlan. After that, Yeshuan and his group of mercenary bid farewell to the Kanmu Academy and left. And the dean was seething with anger. He realized that Li Xuanzang had ruined his academy, Chanmu Tangyoku. Meanwhile, our hero was already at the Conlin Academy. They had managed to accumulate 270 million gold coins and about 8 million top-quality spirit stone. Likewise, Li Han said that they had managed to pick up 3 scrolls of lower Earth rank martial arts skills, 1 scroll of middle Earth rank, and a scroll of higher Earth rank. Looking at the treasures, Yeshuan said that he had heard that the Tang Dynasty's Kanmu Academy was very rich. In the end, the rumors turned out to be true. And Lu Banzhuang added that in addition to the above, they also had a few other things that were valued at 20 million. Li Han rejoiced at their loot since cultivation was expensive nowadays. With such riches, he could reach the Divine Harmony stage. After that, the man turned to Yeshuan and asked if he knew where to get more treasures in Tan. In response, the guy asked if they still depended on robberies. Li Han then walked over to the young man and placing his hand on his shoulder asked, "Who in the world doesn't like money?" Then Yeshuan hesitated and said that he knew a place that was definitely the richest in the entire Tang Kingdom. The guys asked what kind of place the guy was talking about. In response, our hero smiled and said that he meant the Royal Tang Palace. Then he asked if they were interested in such a proposal. Lu said that they couldn't rob the palace now as their location was revealed, and all areas of the imperial capital were heavily guarded. And this girl hadn't mentioned that the royal palace had even more guards. Yeshuan folded his arms and said that he didn't care. Then Li Han said that in that case, they would not rob the palace but the nobles and generals at the palace. The man's hands were already itching because he wanted to do it quickly. Looking at him, our hero smiled and said that Brother Li was still as sharp as ever. Lu Banzhuang then took out her whip and said that since they had made a deal, it was time to go on their way. After a while, the boys were already there, and having defeated all the opponents, went to take the treasure. When they saw the chests of gold, they couldn't believe their eyes. At this rate, they could make a fortune. However, at that moment, his soldiers came running into King Tangzhou's house. They decided to hold the defense, and when Lu heard about it, she said that anyone who dares to stand in the way of her wealth will be sent to the next world. The boys then headed to the mansion of the Tang Dynasty general. In this place, they also defeated all the enemies. Once inside, Yeshuan was once again convinced that the general's residence lived up to its name. All the weapons here were of the highest quality. The next day, in the royal palace of the Tang Dynasty sat its ruler, Tan Nan. He was angry that Yeshuan had robbed his army and stolen the wealth of important nobles. And turning to the great elder who stood near his table, Tang Nan asked what he thought about it. The man said that our hero and the 12 people at the Dharma stage were practically invincible, so they only had to hold on until the people from the Middle Kingdom arrived. The ruler then asked the old man to relay the order to close the city gates and keep the feathered arrow guards and imperial troops on standby. He said that when the help from the Kanmu Academy and Middle Kingdom arrived, Yeshuan should be destroyed. The elder bowed, and he obliged to carry out the order. At this point, our hero and his band of mercenaries continued to enjoy the riches. Lu told him that since they had joined him, her brother had become a real bandit. The young man smiled back and asked the girl if it was a compliment. Then Lu rolled her eyes and said that the boy had too good an opinion of himself. Suddenly, the rattling of the message stone that hung on Yeshuan's belt interrupted the conversation. It was the master of the 8th floor, and he said that a gold vein had been discovered near Wansui Mountain, which was only 100 miles away from the imperial capital of the Tang Dynasty. The man said that if the guys were interested, they could check it out. This conversation was overheard by Li Han. Then Yeshuan turned to Lu and asked if they wanted to get rich by a couple million more. And the girl asked if she understood correctly that the guy's main goal was to destroy all the gold mines in Tang. In response, our hero smiled and said that was partially true. And to clarify, he asked Lu if they were coming with him. At the same second, the girl turned to her team and said that Yeshuan was offering to rob them of a gold mine. She asked the group if they would go there. And of course, those agreed. In that case, our hero suggested that the allies do it as soon as possible. After a while, all of them were already in place. When they came downstairs, they were spotted by the people from the Tang Tang Kingdom. They immediately decided to form a formation to prevent their enemies from entering. Yixuan pulled out his sword and told the soldiers if they didn't want to die, they had better get out of his way. The soldiers, however, were not in favor of this. One of the men said that the only one who deserved to die was the boy. In that case, our hero waved his gun and said he'd send them all to hell. Then one of the men rushed towards the young man. He shouted that the people of Tang would never bow down to Jian's people. And lunging at his enemy in response, Ye Xuan declared that the arrogant one here was only him. After wounding the man badly, our hero said that when Tang attacked Jian the moment of massacre of their people, he was not going to ask them to obey. And after destroying the man, Ye Xuan added that those who try to invade their kingdom Jian awaits only death. Seeing that they had lost one of their own, another from the kingdom of Tang ordered everyone to go on the attack and destroy the guy. But suddenly an elder appeared at that moment. He stopped the soldiers and said that the Lord had ordered that those who would fight with our hero's team would be punished. These words greatly angered the soldiers. One of the men asked the elder if he could not see that the young man was insulting their army. In response, the old man asked them to leave, explaining that there was no need for more sacrifices. He added that Ye Xuan and the others would be dealt with by others. And our hero at that moment smirked and said that the elder was very smart. Then he asked him if he could still ask his men to get out of the way. Then the elder actually ordered the men to go back. Even though the soldiers were outraged, they carried out the order. After that, Ye Xuan and a group of mercenaries headed forward. As they entered the gold mine, Li Han was happy that they were going to get rich. There were golden stones lying everywhere in the cave, and the man continued to exult in the fact that they were now truly rich. Lu Banzhuang asked his allies to take everything and not leave a single piece of gold for those. So the guys activated their magic rings and started collecting all the gold in the cave. At the same time, Li Han said that if they returned alive, this money would be enough for him to not only pass to the stage of divine harmony, but also to marry a beautiful woman. At that moment, Lu came up to him and asked him which silly girl would want to marry him. The man smiled and said that now they were rich and there would be no shortage of girls. He wanted to say something else, but noticed a flaming arrow flying at his sister from behind. Very deftly, Li Han picked up the girl and bounced aside with her. A burning arrow stabbed into the wooden cart next to them. Our hero was horrified by this. Then Lu Banzhuang pointed to the side and said that there were still arrows there. Dodging the attacks, Li Han said that it was clear why they had let them in so easily. He assumed that their enemies wanted to burn them alive in the cave. Yixuan then decided not to waste any time and ordered everyone to quickly run towards the exit. Meanwhile, at the entrance stood the young man fighting earlier with Lu next to the elder. He marveled at the plan to lure the mouse into the mousetrap. And the old man said that battle always involved both strength and intelligence. He also added that unfortunately the boy had neither brains nor strength. The young man continued to marvel at the old man's wisdom and resourcefulness, but the elder said that now was not the time to talk about it. Although the door to the cave was forged from high-grade Zhuan iron, it didn't mean that it couldn't be destroyed. The old man said that if they broke out, they would still have to rely on their Sanmu Academy and the Dark World to resist the guy. In response, the young man gritted his teeth and said that even if Ye Xuan got out, he still wouldn't escape from him. Eventually, after a few minutes, the cave doors collapsed and the boys came out of there. Lu was outraged and asked who had started the fire. And the young man from Sanmu Academy said with a smile that he wished those people had been burned alive there. At these words, the girl became furious. She swung her whip at him and said that the boy had asked for it. With trembling hands, the young man decided to block the blow with his weapon. However, at that moment, the master jumped up and ordered him to retreat. He said that the boy was no match for the mercenary group. After that, the dean approached our hero and introduced himself. His name was Mu Xuanqing. He said that he remembered the day when the young man's master took the lives of several elders of his academy. In response, Ye Xuan smiled and said that if a man wanted to avenge them, then we should see if he could do it. Our hero then ordered his allies to destroy the enemies. Without wasting time, they rushed towards the people from the Sanmu Academy. Those were not going to retreat either, and rushing with an attack on the guy asked him to prepare to go to the other world. As soon as one of the men collided with Ye Xuan, an explosion occurred. After the dust from the explosion settled, it was clear that the guy had flown to the side. Stabbing his sword into the ground to slow down our hero noticed that his opponent had great strength. And of course, he expected nothing less from a warrior in the Divine Harmony stage. At this moment, one of the warriors shouted to his subordinates to concentrate all their strength on destroying Ye Xuan. Then Lu Banzhuang came to the boy's defense. Covering the boy with herself, she asked him to let her do it. The girl slammed her fist sharply on the ground. Everything began to crumble under the feet of the people from the Sanmu Academy. After that, Lu smiled and asked what was the point of the enemies having Divine Harmony Stadium. She wasn't afraid of them anyway. The girl then turned to Ye Xuan and asked how he was feeling. Wiping the blood from his face, The guy replied that everything was fine and he would live. They turned around and saw the enemies approaching and surrounding them again. Defending himself with his swords, the young man asked Lu when her men would be here, and she said soon. The dean of the academy stood behind the soldiers. He asked if the boys were waiting for reinforcements and believed they could hold out until they arrived. Without waiting for Ye Xuan and Lu to answer, the man directed his power at them. At that moment, a kind of energy formed above the boys' heads. Looking up, the guy realized it was someone who could destroy them from the dark world. He asked the girl what they would do. However, Lu didn't have time to reply as the ground began to rattle beneath their feet. And looking ahead, they noticed some silhouettes in the distance that were getting closer by the second. It was Mo Yun and Bai Zi. They were riding tiger-like animals and were in a great hurry to help their friend. Seeing them, Ye Xuan was very happy, and Lu realized that help had arrived. Also at this moment, men riding eagles appeared upstairs. It was the 9th Mercenary Regiment of the Middle Kingdom. Noticing them, Bai Zi turned to our hero and asked what he was going to do. And then the young man menacingly declared that it was necessary to destroy every enemy without sparing. Then Bai Zi ordered the demonic beasts of Mang Mountain, who were like tigers, to listen to the order and destroy everyone without a second thought. At the same second, those ran after their victims. The soldiers from the academy were running away from them with their heels blazing. And the men from the 9th Regiment of Middle Kingdom mercenaries jumped down from the birds and headed out to do their duty as well. The battle began. Not only humans, but also birds took part. They rushed at the soldiers and grabbed their heads with their beaks. On both sides, men were dying every second. One of the men decided to lunge at our hero, but was defeated. Watching what was happening, Mu Shuangqing was terrified by the strength of the Middle Realm mercenary. More specifically, he was terrified of the Lu family of the Middle Realm. At that moment, the Dark Lord came up to him and told him that their battle was over. Of course, the dean was not happy about it, and the Dark Lord added that if they didn't go now, it would be too late later. Even though Mu Shuangqing was unwilling to do so, they had to leave. Seeing the beam of light through which their enemies were fleeing, Lu noticed that they were doing so very quickly, and Ye Xuan said that it was good that they were gone. This signaled that the great Kuraki cloud and the Dark Realm were retreating. Then the boy looked back and saw the battle was over. The birds began to fly away and the soldiers left. At that moment, a petty officer approached the boys. He thought our hero was going to destroy them all. However, Ye Xuan said that there was no need for that. The most important thing for him right now was to force the Tangchu and Yue kingdoms to retreat and return peace to the Jian people. After that, the guy pointed his sword at the old man and asked if their Tang kingdom really couldn't dream of such a result. And then the elder said that the kingdom would withdraw its troops, and this matter ends here. The young man smiled in response. He thought that retreat was a good thing, but the matter was not over yet. The old man reminded the boy that he was a martial artist, and those were mere soldiers. Then he asked if the young man was proud of destroying soldiers like a master. Ye Xuan said that the old man should return to his master and tell him that he would meet him in 3 hours. The boy also asked the man to prepare the best tea. At the same time, our hero continued to point his sword at the elder. Under this pressure, he ordered his men to retreat. At this moment, the old man thought that he would see how long the youth could rampage when the people from the Middle Realm Divine Kingdom arrived. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan walked over to his good friends and thanked them. Mo Yun smiled and said that without them, they wouldn't be able to do such a fight. Bai Shai wasn't so cheerful. He said that he had returned to Mang Mountain, so he was late. However, our hero convinced his friend that it was not too late. He then asked Bai Zi how these demonic beasts had gotten into Tang, and the guy explained that there are borders between kingdoms, but not for demonic beasts. They just cross the mountains to get here. Ye Xuan listened to this with a surprised look. Then he said that he would also like to visit Mang Mountain. After that, Mo Yun and Bai Zi were already standing there with round eyes. They asked the guy why he had such a desire, but our hero said it's not the time, and they'll go there when they're done with Thane. Then Mo Yun smiled and said that even though he didn't know what the young man wanted to do, he would support him. Bai Zi was of the same opinion. At that moment, they all heard a man's voice behind them. Someone was telling Lu Banzhuang to go home. Turning around, they saw a man from the 9th Mercenary Regiment telling the girl that after all these years, the anger should go away. Lu, however, told him she wasn't going anywhere. In response, the man said that the father had been sitting alone and silent in the yard lately. He assumed that he regretted what he had done and that the girl needed to return home. Lu then told the man that he knew her character too, and there was no need to make her repeat herself a second time. Then, with a smile on her face, she said that she now had a reliable group of mercenaries. Lu stated that she could not leave her teammates behind, and the man said that her allies were just a group of hairy boys from the Long Night family. Such a statement made Li Han angry, and he asked which hairy boys he was talking about. Labanzhuang then pointed her finger at Ye Xuan and said that he was also her ally. And turning in his direction, the girl asked the guy if he was talking about wanting to be the big brother of the mercenary group. Awkwardly rubbing the back of his head, the young man replied that he remembered that and said that they were bandits mercenaries for the bandit army. Then, folding his arms, our hero declared that he had just formed a mercenary group and was its big brother. Mo Yun and Bai Zi and the others were shocked. Then the man from the 9th Regiment turned to Lu and said that she was used to being a big sister, and was she really willing to let a guy be a big brother? In response, the girl said that Ye Xuan had the strength to be her big brother. This made the man furious. He couldn't believe his ears. With a satisfied look on her face, Lu said that he might or might not believe it. Then she grabbed the boy under his arm and motioned for him to go to Tan and do their thing. That is exactly what they did. In a little while, they were riding the beasts to Tana. After disarming all the enemies, Ye Xuan approached the Tang ruler and asked if he had really ordered to cross their border. Without waiting for the man's answer, the young man said that he would give him two options. The first was to go with them to negotiate with their lord. The second was that Ye Xuan was about to destroy the Tang ruler. The man then asked if the negotiation would consist of him being a prisoner. Then the ruler smiled and reminded him who he was. The man couldn't believe that the guy wanted him to be a prisoner. He said that it would only be in the young man's dreams. At this moment, Ye Xuan jumped up from his seat and rushed towards the ruler, destroying the kingdom's soldiers along the way. Our hero asked Lu and the others to search the palace. He also asked them to take whatever they could. The guy told the girl that no one would dare stop her since he had destroyed the ruler. After what happened, all the soldiers of the kingdom rushed at him with spears to avenge their leader. Ye Xuan continued to stand still. Looking at his enemies, he told them to look into the eyes of doom. After saying that, their heads flew off their shoulders. The girls of the kingdom who were near the dead ruler begged the guy not to destroy them. At this point, our hero turned to them and said that the new man would now be the ruler of the kingdom. And pointing his sword towards one of the men, he added that after that, there would be negotiations. The man replied that the first prince was dead, and only the 6th and 9th prince remained. Suddenly, a hand rose from the crowd of people. When Ye Xuan noticed it, he turned to him and asked him his name. It was Tang's 6th princeson, named Tang Mu. Smiling back at him, our hero said that he would now be the ruler of the kingdom. Taking the 6th prince under his arm, Ye Xuan advised him to go to the Jin kingdom, and if anyone dared to make a move against him in the middle of the journey, he would destroy him. And Tang Mu said he would do whatever the young man wanted. But suddenly, the first grand marshal of the Tang kingdom, Pei Xiaohu, appeared in the hall. He ordered his men to catch our hero. Marger then shifted his gaze to the 6th prince and indignantly asked what he was doing. In response, Tang Mu ordered Pei Xiaohu to withdraw his troops as he had no choice but to negotiate with Jiang. He didn't want to see their soldiers and civilians die. This made the marshal furious. The man said that His Highness didn't realize that if he went to Jian, there would be no negotiation. With tears in his eyes, Tang Mu said that their kingdom had lost, and if it lost, then a price must be paid. Then Pei Xiaohu removed the grin from his face and said that the kingdom was destroyed. Families died. This was a price a man couldn't accept. Then Tang Mu shouted that if the marshal didn't touch the green hill, they wouldn't have to worry about burning the tree. He also said that as long as everyone was alive, there was hope for everything. In that case, the marshal asked His Majesty to allow him to accompany him to the Jian kingdom. Ye Xuan said that the man can accompany Tang Mu to the kingdom, but he has one condition. Pei Xiaohu was shocked by this. He was indignant that the guy was still giving him conditions, and our hero said that the marshal should take his soldiers and use them for his kingdom until Chu and Yue retreated. The young man couldn't leave him alive otherwise. Pei Xiaohu was furious at this. He felt that this was Ye Xuan's way of openly insulting him. Then our hero drew his sword and asked in a threatening tone whether the man agreed to it or not. Only Pei Xiaohu was about to reply when he was interrupted by Tang Mu and said that they had agreed to all the terms. The marshal was surprised to hear this and asked what His Highness was doing. The prince replied that as long as the heart of men did not die, the kingdom would not be destroyed. He asserted that there was still hope for everything. Smiling back, Ye Xuan said that His Highness was still aware of the current situation. Tang Mu didn't quite understand what the young man was talking about, but nevertheless, they all decided to return to the Jin kingdom. After a while, the doors to the Jian kingdom opened. Seeing our hero, his subordinates were overjoyed. Also among them was the 9th princess of Jian. She greeted the young man and said that he had had a long adventure. Then the guy came up to her and asked her what all the fuss was about. He was embarrassed, and the girl explained that he was now the most popular person in their kingdom. She also said that everyone loved him, and her father's prestige was not as high as his. After that, Ye Xuan smiled at the princess and hugged her, saying that for Jian's sake, everything was worth it. It was evening. Our hero sat in his tent and thought that the next opponent he would meet would be in the realm of divine harmony or even in the realm of Dharma. And looking at the sword, the guy thought how he could resist it. Suddenly, a silhouette began to appear in front of him. The boy was nervous at first, but later the master of the 5th floor appeared in front of him. The man smiled and asked the young man not to worry. At the sight of him, our hero was very surprised. Sitting down at the table, the master said that he had good news, namely Chu and Yue had decided to retreat to Tang. Pouring a drunken Yeshuan said that even if those retreated, they would have to pay dearly for their stupidity. In response, the man said the guy had a surprising amount of courage, but even so, he had to be careful. The master said he had heard that the people from the Middle Kingdom had already arrived. He asked if Yeshuan had a plan, and our hero said that he wanted to work with his team to achieve the realm of divine harmony in the near future. As soon as the master heard that it was about divine harmony, he was surprised. Then the man said that if the young man wanted to quickly achieve his goal, he could do so with the Divine Harmony medicine, which contained the 5 elements of spiritual energy. And if the guy accepted him, he'd have a much better chance of breaking through into the realm of divine harmony. However, there was one thing. After hearing about this option, Yeshuan wanted to know what the catch was. Then the master explained that it was very expensive, and one pill would cost at least 100 million gold coins. This made our hero terrified. He could not believe that this medicine cost so much, and the master smiled and said that if the young man would hurry up, he could transfer a dozen or so to the headquarters apartment and give them to him for free. This encouraged the boy. However, he did not understand how he could accept so much from a man. The man replied that these were all minor problems for his immortal house. But if his house got into trouble in the future, the man said that he would rely on Yeshuan's help. Of course, the young man said that in such a situation he would come to help, but the medicine was expensive. The master asked him not to think about it too much, because he was doing it because he had something to gain. These words reassured our hero, and smiling back at the man, he thanked him. After a while, Yeshuan along with Baize were at the border of Mang Mountain. The boy asked his friend how long it would take to reach Mang Mountain. Beiji replied 3 hours and added that he would try to arrive at night. However, his father was not very pleasant to talk to, and so the young man had better be careful. Then our hero asked the guy if his father was really in the Dharma stage. In response, Baize Ska became indignant and asked how this could not be true. He said that in any case, we should be careful talking about demonic beasts that would serve the army. After that, Yeshuan smiled at his friend and asked him not to worry. He said that he wouldn't make his father angry. After a while, they were already at Baize's father's house. As soon as he learned that his son wanted to enslave the demonic beasts of Mang Mountain, he broke the mug with anger. It seemed to him that the young man no longer wanted to live. However, Baize explained that he wanted to accept a group of demonic beasts into his Canlin Academy. He added that they would be students and equals in terms of training and learning resources. In that case, the man asked what about the demonic beasts that they said served in the army. Yeshuan replied that demonic beasts could be paid to serve in the army at the same time. This would increase their combat ability, but would never allow them to be used as weapons of battle. After listening to our hero, the man turned to Baize and asked what he thought about it. Then the guy said that entering the Academy for systematic training would be good for the demonic beasts of Mang Mountain. After all, the people there are very strong, so they must be stronger. After that, the man thought about how getting equal resources with humans sounded really good. He said that he was willing to accept such conditions. In response, Yeshuan and Baize thanked the righteous father. Returning home, Baize said that this time, the guy had earned a really great deal, and the beasts they were allowed to take were all of the psionic realm. He also said that because they were friends, his father was willing to give him face. When Yeshuan heard this, he asked the boy since when he had become so kind. At that moment, our hero's stone rattled. The master said that their business was bad because the Great Cloud Empire had sent a messenger to take the 9th princess hostage. The boy broke the stone in his hands in anger. He didn't understand who they thought they were. A short time later, the young man was near the 2 barracks of the city of Vorlos. He ran with all his legs to the girl. When Yeshuan saw her, he called her Xiaojiu. The princess was very surprised to see our hero, as she thought he would return tomorrow. There were more men standing next to the girl at this time, and one of them asked her who the guy was. Yichen noticed a flask in the stranger's hand. He realized that he couldn't let these people get what they wanted. The young man decided to talk them out of it, and as soon as Xiaozhou wanted to introduce our hero, he shouted that he was her fiancé. So he also ordered the man to go back to his lord and tell him that if he wanted to fight, he would agree. This made the man furious. He asked the guy who he thought he was to discuss them. The man then ordered his man to destroy the young man, but Yeshuan beat him to it. With one swing, the guy blew the leader's head off. The soldier standing next to him trembled when he saw it. Yeshuan then told him that since his master had died, he would have to take the words to the Lord. He also asked him to memorize his name. After these words, the man vaporized into thin air, leaving behind him a light glow. And our hero turned to the princess and apologized to her for the damage it might have done to her reputation. However, he couldn't think of a better way. The boy also said that she herself knew that the attacks would not stop if they made peace. Moreover, the boy didn't want the girl to go to the Great Cloud Empire to suffer. Hearing this, Xiaozhou couldn't find the right words. She felt like she was thinking too much. After that, the girl took out some kind of box. The princess said she had prepared it for him. Holding out his hand in the thing, the guy asked what it was, to which the girl replied that the master of the 5th floor asked him to give it to her. It was a medicine of divine harmony. At this moment, Ye Xuan was overjoyed. After all, he couldn't even think that the man would actually find him. Xiaozhou replied that there was nothing in this world that could not be found in the house of an immortal. The girl was confused that there was a lot of medicine and asked the young man what he was going to do with it. Suddenly, Li Han and Lu Banzhuang entered the tent. The man asked our hero why he hadn't told them he was back, since all the brothers were waiting for him. This surprised the guy. Lu smiled in response and said she was waiting to discuss the bandit army. She had already thought of a field of activity. Just as the girl was about to voice it, Ye Xuan jumped up and asked them to wait to discuss it. He said that they had more important things to do. The guys did not understand what it was about, but then the young man took to them palms with the medicine. With a smile on his face, he said that they were divine harmony pills that could quickly raise their cultivation level. He also said that he had paid a lot of money for them. These words were enough for the guys to immediately put the medicine into their mouths. Seeing this, Ye Xuan asked if they were in too much of a hurry. But this question was not answered as a strange noise was heard from some tent. Li Han immediately turned around at the sound and asked what had happened. He said that the source of the sound was in the northwest, a mile away. At the same moment, they ran out of their tent as they realized it was an enemy attack. When the guys saw what was happening, they were horrified. Ye Xuan turned to the despicable man and asked him how he dared to attack stealthily. There was an army at the gate of the kingdom. The 9th princess said that it was the alliance of Chu and Yue. She also noticed Dark Cloud and Karaki's Black Flame army among them. Looking at the masked people who were sitting on the dark energy emitting from themselves, Xiaozhou asked her friends to be careful. Lu was of a different opinion. She didn't care who was standing in front of her because she thought that these people should die. At the same moment, the girl swung her whip at the enemies. This blow shattered the ground beneath the opposing army and some soldiers were defeated. In such a case, Ye Xuan decided not to sit on the sidelines either and rushed into battle. The battle began. Then the guy yelled to his friends that he would stop the enemies, and he told them to run away. Throwing the medicine box, the young man declared that they should move into the realm of divine harmony. The pills flew right above Mo Yunbaizi and Li Han. The guys looked at the medicine balloons with round eyes. After that, Lu turned to Ye Xuan and said that he was really crazy, and the guy replied that the girl was also crazy or desperate to make everyone stronger. At this moment, Xiaozhou noticed some kind of explosion. It was the city gate. Then she told Ye Xuan that she was leaving the matter to him. The princess herself was needed by her people. In that case, the guy pointed in which direction the demonic beasts were. Meanwhile, the leader of the Black Flame army was pointing his hand towards the guys ordering his men to destroy everyone and strip Ye Xuan of his head. And the entire army immediately turned in their direction to carry out the orders of their chief. Watching what was happening, our hero smiled. He really wanted to know if his enemies would have such an opportunity. At that very second, the young man pointed his sword at the enemies. In one move, he managed to incinerate all the soldiers. Bouncing aside, the Black Flame leader didn't realize what had just happened. Ye Xuan was already standing beside him. Pointing his weapon at the man, he said that their equipment was good and the name of the army sounded beautiful. However, the guy stated that those were not on the right side. After saying that, our hero stabbed the Black Flame leader's neck. And while the young man was looking at his lifeless opponent with a smile on his face, behind his back, Lu flew at him. Turning around, Ye Xuan was dumbfounded, and the girl continued to fight and shouted for him and the others to leave. Swinging her whip and attacking the enemies, Lu Banzhuang looked very tired already, but she still didn't give up. When she landed, she turned to the man in front of her and asked, how dare he kick her? A man dressed in beautiful clothes stood in front of her face. He turned to the girl and said that they had not seen each other for a long time and that she had grown a lot. Recognizing the man, Lu Banzhuang was furious, and Ye Xuan entertained their conversation by deciding to attack the enemy. However, he was unable to do so as a red-haired stranger suddenly appeared behind his back and deftly attacked him. At this point, our hero realized he had been careless and asked who the girl was. Sprinting towards the young man again, the girl introduced herself with the name Zhang Zhiguo. Then Ye Xuan ran towards her. And of course, when their forces collided, an explosion occurred. In the meantime, Lu turned to a man in beautiful clothes and called him by name and said she would destroy him. The man's name was Li Lanren. Attacking him with her whip, the girl destroyed the ground beneath his feet, but the man easily dodged. Then, with a calm look, Li Lanren asked her if that really wasn't all she could do. However, Lu Banzhuang could no longer answer this question as she was very exhausted. Suddenly, the smile from Li Lanren's face disappeared. Turning around, he noticed the danger. A man flew up to him with incredible speed and punched him in the stomach with all his might. The blow was so strong that the man was thrown several meters away. It was a red-haired girl. She asked him with a nonchalant look how he dared to touch her girl. Lu then got up from her knees and, turning to her friend, asked why she didn't wait until she was dead. In response, the girl said that she had been delayed on her way. For some reason, Lu was angry and assumed that her acquaintance had come to pick up the girl. After that, the red-haired maiden approached the demon-ranking representative and declared that she was the one in her heart. Lu, still angry, asked if she should believe it. Then the girl grabbed her cheeks and said that since she didn't believe her, she wouldn't be polite. Those words melted Lu. At this moment, Yeshuan was angered that his opponent ran away after failing to overpower him. He also nagged her not to let him see him again. Otherwise, the guy threatened to destroy the girl. Then our hero shifted his gaze to Lu Banzhuang, who was standing in the red-haired lady's embrace. At the sight of them, the young man was confused and just with a goofy face told the guys to go ahead. That was when Yeshuan realized that Miss Lu liked girls. He was distracted from these thoughts by an arrow flying towards him. The boy was able to deftly dodge the attack. Then our hero looked up and saw a man on the building. The man with a bow in his hands shouted that if the young man didn't want Jiangju to die, he should follow him alone. At these words, our hero was horrified. He wondered if it was possible that Jiangju had been captured by them. After that, the stranger ran away. Stopping Lu and her friend with his hand, Yishuan said he would follow them. He asked them to stay behind to protect the others. The red-haired girl then turned to Lu and gently asked if she wanted her to help him. However, the demon-ranking representative said there was no need for that. Looking at their friends, she said that the guy would prefer that they stay here. After a short while, Yishuan was already on the spot. After landing, he indignantly asked the man how dare he use Jiangju to deceive him. In front of the guy at this moment was an army of soldiers, and among them was Li Lanren. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind the young man. Placing her hand on his shoulder, she asked if Yeshuan was all right. This voice sounded very familiar to the boy. When he turned around, he saw Miss An. The girl said they would talk about it later, but now she had to deal with those maggots. Our hero was very grateful to Miss An for the help she was now giving him. Meanwhile, their enemies were running towards them. Li Lanren ordered his soldiers to destroy both of them. However, An didn't understand how she could be destroyed. She told her enemies that it would depend on their skills. The girl flew up and attacked the man closest to her with her spear. He was amazed at the speed of the attack. Then, flying off from the impact into the stone, the man realized that he couldn't even withstand one attack from the stranger. After that, the rest of the crowd of soldiers ran at Miss An. They all wanted to send her to the other world. In that case, the girl swung her weapon in a circle and overpowered her opponents with a shockwave. Seeing this, Li Lanren was horrified to realize that Miss An had actually reached Spearmaster. And once all the enemies were defeated, the girl asked who else wanted to try to destroy her. Li Lanren then turned to the stranger and asked who she was. He also wondered why she wanted to be involved in the affairs of Kuraki Academy and the Dark Realm. In that case, the girl was surprised and asked if the man didn't understand the reason. This put Li Lanren on edge. He asked the stranger if she knew the consequences of associating with Kuraki in the Dark World. Then Miss An pointed her spear at the man and asked if he was going to fight in a group or alone. Li Lanren was surprised as the group his opponents had only consisted of 2 people. In response, the girl smiled and said that it would really just be them. But suddenly a bright light appeared behind her back. People in black hooded cloaks appeared from there. When Li Lanren saw them, he was horrified as they were all above the peak of the Dharma realm. The man asked them what power they possessed, but the black-hooded stranger didn't answer the question and immediately asked Li Lanren and his men to get out of here. The man realized that they could not fight the Dharma realm, otherwise he would suffer. Therefore, without thinking long, Li Lanren ordered his subordinates to retreat. After that, Miss An approached Yeshuan and asked if he was maimed while he was fighting, and the guy said he had a superficial wound. Then he asked the girl what brought her here. Looking at Miss our hero seemed very concerned about it. So the young man grinned and said that he really had minor wounds and would be perfectly fine once he took the 2 golden pills. However, the girl did not have the same satisfied expression on her face. Walking past him, she suggested that Yeshuan take a walk. After a while, the 2 of them were already walking away from everyone. At this moment, the girl Miss An said that the incident between Kuraki Academy and the Dark Kingdom against them had made a lot of noise. The guy wanted to know the exact reason why the girl was here, and then she said abruptly that she didn't want to be in this place at all. Then An said that as soon as she came, she brought them justice and trouble. The girl said that the problems were not less, but more. She also said that many troubles would come to the boy and his allies after their meeting. These words did not please the boy at all. And afterwards, Miss Anne added that she didn't want Ye Xuan to get involved in all this, but he did. At that moment, our hero decided to ask about those people who came to their aid. He asked if it was the girl's family. In response, Miss An said that there were other families there besides her family. Then the girl said that once she left him, she would try to keep her family from bothering him. However, she could not answer for others, and also added that if the guy continues to be her friend, he will be in big trouble. Ye Xuan replied that he understands everything and is not afraid of trouble. And the girl claimed the young man didn't know what he was talking about. She said that some of the biggest families in the world had strong backgrounds and pedigrees of talent, and wanted to say something else. But at that moment, our hero interrupted her and asked if she wanted to break up with him. The girl did not expect such harsh words, judging by her reaction. An was silent at first, and then said that if she promised her family that she would never see him again, Karaku Academy and the Dark Kingdom would disappear from the world in the future. And if she decides to continue to be friends with him, the guy's enemies will not only be the Kuraki Academy and the Dark World, but also those who are stronger than them. In response to this, Ye Xuan didn't know what to say. It was obvious how much he didn't like all of them, and after a short silence, An said he would go first. She also advised the young man to take a cloak. As soon as the girl turned around to leave, the guy shouted after her that he was choosing the second option. It made An's face blush. Looking at his girlfriend's back, Ye Xuan said that he knew that he would have to face big problems. Even the fact that he might die if he chose the second option didn't stop him. With the same blush as the girl, our hero said he might not know what love was. However, he realized that meeting An in this life was the best thing that had ever happened to him. Ye Xuan added that he was willing to give his life for her sake for their friendship, and the boy was not afraid of the Kuraki Academy or death in that case. And taking his eyes away, the young man said that he was only afraid of becoming a stranger to the girl. After saying that, Anne walked over to him and gently placed her hand on his cheek and said that he was stupid. There was a rosy blush on the faces of the young ones. At that moment, the girl began to slowly approach the boy with her lips. Suddenly, a man in a black hooded cloak from the Dharma realm appeared behind them. Catching the boys in such an awkward moment, the man told Ms. Anne that it was almost time. Then the girl turned to Ye Xuan and said she was leaving. She asked him to take care of himself and not let her see him suffer next time. At first, our hero didn't answer anything to his girlfriend, but after a second, he shouted that she should wait for him too. Hearing this, the man from the Dharma realm told the guy that if he wanted An to wait for him, he should realize that it depended on what qualifications he possessed. At this moment, Ye Xuan turned to the man and said with a smile on his face that he was actually not bad either, and was already a sword master and martial arts master. And despite this mysterious realm, the young man said he would continue to develop. The man didn't say anything in response, but his face didn't look happy at all. Ye Xuan then asked him with a smile not to be against him. The guy said he would show how good he really was. And then the man said that he wasn't from the An family. This surprised our hero very much. The man from the Dharma realm again confirmed that he was not from the girl's family, and added that therefore they would definitely meet him. And before leaving, the man gave a strange hum. It was by this action that Ye Xuan thought that the man was his enemy. It was late at night. As he walked by the pond, the young man thought that he didn't know what had happened to Miss Lu and Xiaozhou, so he decided that he should hurry to the barracks. There were empty houses all around. Ye Xuan remembered the first time he came to Hare, and it was quite lively here, but now there was a different situation everywhere. Suddenly, someone tugged on his sleeve. He turned around and saw a girl in a pink kimono beside him. She smiled at him and thanked him for saving her. However, our hero was very surprised. He did not understand what her words meant. At that moment, another man appeared from the side. He warned him to be careful not to get his clothes dirty. The man explained that they were the ones being pursued by Chu's army outside the city, and if his soldiers hadn't appeared, they would have been wiped out. Other people from the city appeared next to him. They all thanked Ye Xuan for saving them. They even started bowing at his feet. Our hero was shocked and said that it was his duty to protect them as a Zhang soldier. Then, taking the pink-clad girl in his arms, the guy smiled and asked the townsfolk to get off their knees. The girl was embarrassed and told Ye Xuan that she was dirty, but Ye Xuan refuted this and said that they were not all dirty. In response, the little girl smiled and said that she liked the young man. The other people also added that our hero was actually a good person. After that, Ye Xuan asked them if they had a place where they could all go. Then one of the men said he didn't know where to go, but now he wanted to go to the imperial capital, as it was safer there. These words caused the guy to be surprised. He said that it was a long way from here to the imperial capital, so it would be too dangerous to go. He then asked why they should not all stay in the city. In response, the man bowed his head and said in an unfortunate voice that the army outside the city would soon come to them. Onyak Ye Xuan reassuringly grabbed the man's shoulders and said that the battle would be over soon. He also asked if they could stay in the city without feeling afraid. At this moment, the residents looked at each other and bowed, and said that they believed Ye Xuan. After that, our hero said goodbye to the people of the small town on a good note and went on his way. After a while, the guy stood near the river flowing through the city. Radiating energy from himself, the young man thought that from one of his decisions may depend on the life and death of one person. Suddenly, Ya Huan noticed that the water in the river had started to behave strangely. Then our hero smiled and wondered if it could be that his sword intent was that of a good sword and an evil sword. Then the young man stretched his hand over the water, and scattering fire over it tested his abilities. At this moment, he realized that this power that was now in his hands had recently appeared. And spreading light across the area now, Ye Xuan was confident that he could do whatever he wanted with his sword intent. With a confident look and a wide smile on his face, the young man declared that he was now a true sword master. After some more time, the boy finally reached the place he wanted. He went into the tent and asked the princess if she was all right. Lu was sitting next to her, bandaging her arm. Xiaozhou replied that everything was fine. Even though they managed to fight off Li Lanren, the girl said that they still wouldn't give up. The guy understood that very well. Yixuan then turned to Lu Banzhuang and asked how Li Han was doing. In response, the girl said that her brother was doing well. This made our hero very happy. After that, Lu told the young man that she was about to put the medicine on Ms. Jian's thigh and asked if he would watch it. The boy had not expected such an offer. He was so confused that he couldn't answer. Lying on the bed, the princess in a flirtatious voice asked Lu to be the bottom. In response, the girl smiled and said to give everything to her. As soon as the representative of the ranking demons touched the thighs of Xiaozhou, Ye Xuan became very uncomfortable and turned around to leave. He said that it would be better to go and do not interfere. When he came out of the tent, he heard a man's voice behind it. It frightened him very much. Turning around, he saw the fifth master. The man holding a box said that this time the Immortal House had decided not to participate in this masterclass. In response, Ye Xuan said that the Immortal House and had done so much to help him. Therefore, the guy said that if the house needed him next time, he would immediately come to the rescue. Then the master of the fifth floor smiled at our hero and said that he was right about it. The man said that the boy was indeed a friend of love and righteousness. Then he handed Ye Xuan a box and said that these two swords were a gift from the Immortal House. Our hero was surprised by such a gift and asked what the purpose of the gift was. In response, the master said that this was his apology on behalf of the Immortal House. The man really hoped that the young man would accept them, and with a smile on Ye Xuan's face, he wouldn't be able to refuse the fifth floor master. Accepting the gift, the guy thanked the man. Then they opened the box, and the master told them that these two flying swords were called Rapid Shadow. They are specially designed for those who know how to wield a sword. The man also said that if the guy controlled them well, the power of the weapons would be doubled. After that, Ye Xuan wanted to try them out. Showing an upward movement with his fingers, the young man deftly pulled the swords out of the box in this manner. With the same action, our hero thrust his swords forward and they slammed into the wall in front of them. Watching this, the fifth floor master was surprised by Ye Xuan's speed. He realized that this was not the speed that a person of the psionic realm could achieve. Taking the swords out of the wall, the boy went back to the master and thanked him for such a good gift. Then the man said he had one more thing for him. He said that his exo from the Conlin Academy asked him to give something to the guy. Ye Xuan was confused when he heard that, and at that moment, the master of the fifth floor handed the young man a box with golden figures. Our hero didn't quite understand what it was and asked the man about it. He said that they were 12 golden figures, forged by an amazing and talented emperor who had collected red gold from all over the world, and each of the figures contains an education. He added that those are activated by the infusion of energy and can be used to suppress the entire world. However, these figures were damaged. Now, when 100,000 spirit weapons are infused with energy, they require 100,000 spirit weapons. Ye Xuan asked how powerful this thing was. In response, the master advised him to try it to find out. And as soon as the man touched one of the figures, it immediately shone and jumped out of the box. A few seconds later, a golden man like the other 11, but many times larger, appeared in front of our hero. The young man couldn't believe his eyes and wondered how the figure had managed to become such a size. In that case, the guy decided to test the figure's abilities and pointed his sword in her direction. Striking a little later, Ye Xuan noticed that his sword did not harm the golden man in the slightest. The master of the fifth floor said that with this the boy's safety would be somewhat assured. Then he said he had important things to do and had to go, but the young man asked the man to wait. Our hero held a bag in his hands and said that it was the money from the Divine Harmony pills. Ye Xuan felt that he couldn't use a man's help all the time, so he decided to thank him with a small amount of money. At first the foreman was confused, but in the end he took the bag of money. After a while, near Jian City, Li Lanren's army stood on one of the mountains. He said that if we wait another half hour, the Black Flame support army will arrive. In the meantime, with 100,000 troops and their Dark World soldiers, it would be easy to take this city. The Dark Lord, standing beside Li Lanren, then asked if he was talking about Ye Xuan being surrounded by peak Dharma realm experts. Then the man replied that according to his sources, the man was the last to leave. In that case, the Dark Lord asked what if the young man had also escaped. Li Lanren said that even though our hero was a great enemy of Kuraki Academy, he was not afraid of death. He noted that the young man was very affectionate and could not run away. At this moment, the Dark Lord said that from the looks of it, Li Lanren had forgotten about another very important person. This surprised the man, and he asked who exactly the head of the Dark World was referring to. Then he explained that it was about Ye Xuan's master. Namely, the Tight Lord had an immortal sword that had destroyed several of Li Lanren's elders in Kuraki. When the man heard this, he was furious. He clenched his fists and said that they would send the guy to the other side and it was just a matter of playing the game for a price. After saying that, one of Li Lanren's subordinates announced to everyone that the Black Flame army had arrived. And now that the man had everything he needed, he ordered everyone to attack. He ordered the destruction of all. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan and Xiaoji were standing at the top of the fortress. The girl said that they should win this battle. Our hero was in full agreement with this. Then the princess ordered her men to let the arrows go up. From all sides, people from the Jian kingdom started firing arrows. Their opponents fell stunned to the ground. At the same moment, Li Lanren's army also started releasing arrows at their enemies. With deft movements, the ninth princess and Ye Xuan fought off these attacks. However, looking at how people from the kingdom are dying, the guy realized that if this continues, there will be too many victims. At this moment, the voice of one of the soldiers was heard from outside who warned Her Highness and the young man to be careful. After that, they immediately turned around. There was some man flying at Ye Xuan with an attack. When Xiaoji saw him, she said that it was a Dao Dark Realm soldier. Then the guy said that he would deal with them, and the girl should just lead the troops into battle. With a swing of his sword, Ye Xuan overpowered the opponents very quickly. As he fought back, people were shouting from all sides that orders had come from above to destroy him. These words caused a smile to appear on our hero's face. Then, angry, he attacked the Dao Dark Realm soldiers again. Meanwhile, the princess was monitoring the situation, and one of her men said that the enemy was attacking from below. This threw the girl off balance as she hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Xiaoji then saw a young guy below with a satisfied smile on his face who was running towards them, and later she realized that he wasn't aiming at them, but at the city gates. And when the enemy had already pointed his spear at the gate, Xiaoji ordered her brave warriors to prepare to attack. And suddenly at this moment, a small dagger flew past the young man at Li Lanren's side. Looking forward, he noticed Mo Yun there who was already jumping at him with an attack and ordering him to get out of the way. The guy quickly dodged the attack. Mo Yun landed on the place where his enemy was, destroying everything under him with his punch. Mo Yun then said that if his men wanted to cross their path, then their heads should be left behind. In response, the young man smiled and told his own that he was overestimating himself. After that, he swung his spear at the red-haired youth. Mo Yun was surprised by the speed of his enemy, but despite that, he managed to block the blow. When he saw the spears spinning in the air above him, the young man said that he had a couple of skills after all. And then, pointing her weapon at Mo Yun, she said that the latter could only be the king of the infernal people. After saying that, the young man rushed at his enemy with a new attack. Mo Yun apparently didn't expect this, and this time he was hit. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Li Lanren's human attack was so strong that Mo Yun was thrown far away. The only reason his flight was stopped was because he hit the wall. Then, approaching Mo Yun, his enemy said that hell is empty and little ghosts are calling a little kid like him. At this moment, the young fellow at Li Lanren's side started pointing his sharp spear at Mo Yun, but something distracted him. He saw a light behind him, and then a sword thrust into his neck. Ye Xuan came to the aid of his ally. Wiping the blood from his face, Mo Yun told the young man that if he came later, they would have to become brothers in another life. Looking around, Mo Yun noticed that their team was at full strength and had defeated all the enemies. Baizhe walked over to his friend and asked if he could put on his cloak. Mo Yun grimaced in pain and asked if he could provide one. In response, Bazi smiled and said that the red-haired guy is like a child and dreams until dark. This made Mo Yun slightly angry. Ye Xuan then asked the guy to rest and said that he would take care of the rest. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord and Li Lanren were watching. They were very happy that our hero had appeared on the battlefield. So without thinking long, the Dark Lord ordered his men to go on the attack and destroy all of them. Li Lanren had been standing all this while with a satisfied smirk. He realized that no one could compete with the elite Black Flame army, and Yeshuan should just wait for his doom. Standing on the fortress, the soldiers of the Jiang Kingdom were frightened at the sight of the Black Flame army, but our hero was already rushing to the attack and thanking the enemies for coming. He attacked a closer standing soldier of the Dark Lord's army, and at first, the swords clashed against each other. However, a couple seconds later, Yeshuan's enemy was defeated and fell to the ground from his horse. The other soldier from the Black Flame army who saw what had just happened was shocked. He didn't understand how the guy managed to destroy his ally with just a sword, and Yeshuan at this moment thought that his enemies had a very strong item. He wondered how it could resist his sword. At that moment, a delighted smile appeared on the boy's face. He thought about what would happen if they got this thing. Suddenly, Lu Banzhuang appeared beside him. As she approached the dead enemy, she said that this military armor was very good. So she ordered her allies to go ahead and capture them all. Watching this, Yeshuan smiled and said that Sister Lu was a smart girl. A female voice sounded behind him. It was a girl representative of the ranking demon. She was proud of her little girl and asked the young man if she was really good. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Jian Kingdom were stunned that Yeshuan had just annihilated one of the elite Black Flame army. Then the guy asked the soldiers to see that their enemies weren't really that strong. He said that even if they faced them, they could still win. Such a speech caused the Jian Kingdom's army to be wildly excited. They were all cheering at the top of the fortress. At this moment, the ninth princess was not hiding her smile. She realized that this was exactly what Yeshuan had expected. Suddenly there was music on the grounds. He turned around and saw a man playing a harp. He said that he didn't expect to see another genius besides Langshu and Qingzhou. Then the young man said that he remembered a woman with a lute in that place and asked if they were together. At these words, the man became furious. Directing an attack towards Yeshuan, he indignantly said not to compare the person who is number 12 on the demon list with the person who is number 11. With one such attack, the man with the harp was able to destroy several soldiers from the Jian realm on the spot. Seeing this, Yeshuan was horrified. Then he noticed that the man's attack was aimed at him. He jumped up, avoiding the blow, and landed, noticing that his opponent had powerful strength. At that moment, the man with the harp said that those paid him 10 million spirit stones to destroy the young man. Once again, directing his energy towards Yeshuan, the latter said that the guy wasn't even worth the money. A shiver ran through our hero's body at those words. He rushed towards his enemy and pointed his sword at him, saying that he shouldn't have said that. In one move, he defeated the number 11 person on the demon list. Seeing this, Li Lanren was shocked. The guy really was a master. And he realized that because Yeshuan was already a sword master for the sake of the Kurak Academy, he couldn't let him stay alive. After saying that, the man attacked the young man. Dodging the energy buildup, our hero noticed that Li Lanren was about to attack the city gates. As soon as the man's attack reached the gate, there was an explosion. The soldiers of the Jian Kingdom flew in different directions. Then Yeshuan warned all his allies that this person was a practitioner in the Dharma realm. In response, Li Lanren only smirked contentedly and sent the soldiers of the Black Flame elite army back into battle. Looking at his enemy, our hero clearly decided that he must be stopped now. At that moment, his friends appeared behind him. He wanted to say something to them, but they said it was too risky to fight alone. And then, pulling out his sword, the young man promised his allies to give them a lot of money when they returned. After that, Yeshuan touched his sword, and some sort of energy began to appear around it. Seeing this, Li Lanren was shocked. He realized that this was the essence of the sword intent and was astonished. After all, the man had thought that only an emperor could achieve the materialization of sword intent. And while Li Lanren was puzzled, the guy directed the energy of his weapon towards it. On the way, all the soldiers of the elite army facing the young man's attack flew upward. The two soldiers who had managed to dodge this blow were wondering if the chief had told them that Yeshuan was in the psionic realm. The other said that it couldn't be done in that realm. Meanwhile, our hero looked at his sword and wondered if this was the sword's intentions, inspired by his determination to protect the city of two worlds. Even he found the power scary, and without a second thought, the boy decided to do it again. Running towards the enemies, Yeshuan once again made all the soldiers of the elite army fly in the air. An excited Baize at this moment asked Li Han if this was something that the young man could do, and no one could stop him. With dumbfounded eyes, Li suggested that this was the case. Meanwhile, the fortress of the Jian Kingdom began to collapse. Our hero's men were flying down, but even in such a situation, they realized that they had to keep the enemy out. When Bai Zelihan and the girl Lu Banzhuang saw this, they immediately rushed to help. They realized that they had to protect the city. Yeshuan then turned to Li Lanren and clenched his teeth and asked how dare he play such dirty tricks. In response, the man smiled and remarked that it was easy to blame others for everything. He then suggested that they continue. Directing his hand towards the young man with an attack, Li Lanren was excited to see if he could block this strike. The man's strength was very powerful, and Ye Xuan hid from her behind the still unbreakable wall. Then, jumping out of hiding, he said that even if he died today, he would not let his enemies destroy his kingdoms. At this second, our hero remembered those people to whom he had told that the battle would soon end and they could stay in the city on the spot. Then, the guy took out the two swords that the fifth floor master had given him and pointed them forward. Although he managed to defeat some of the enemy soldiers, Li Lanren felt that it was not enough. The man ordered his men to concentrate their firepower and destroy Ye Xuan. The soldiers of the elite army immediately rushed to carry out the order, and the young man watching this made a promise to himself that he would not miss a single person. Then Lu, standing behind him, said that the boy had done all he could. The girl asked him not to lose his temper. The ninth princess named Xiaoji also turned to Ye Xuan and asked him to leave. She said she would delay the enemies. In that case, our hero turned to her and asked her if she would regret it if they died today. In response, the princess asked the young man a similar question. She asked if the boys would regret dying, even though they had a chance to leave and refused. Ye Xuan then proudly declared that he would never regret it. But Lu Banzhuang's girlfriend had already attacked. She said that she wasn't going to die because she wanted to marry her little girl. Everyone was puzzled by that statement. Lu thought that now was not the best time to talk about it. Then, smiling, our hero said that they couldn't let the girl be the only one in the spotlight. He suggested that the guys help her. And then, emitting from themselves various energies, all of them ran at their enemies with the purpose of destroying them. However, Li Lanren didn't believe that the guys could defeat a 100,000-man army. He said he would send them to the next world when they were tired. The man said this with a smile, but as soon as a soldier of the elite army appeared behind him and said that the enemies were attacking from behind, his face changed. Li Lanren was terrified that the reinforcements from Jiang had arrived. He was convinced that they could not have more troops. There was indeed an army standing on one of the mountains. Li Lanren looked closely and saw the flag of the Ning Kingdom, led by Toba Yang. The man was indignant and didn't understand why the girl decided to save Ye Xuan. He knew that she had said she would stay neutral in the battle. Then the Dark Lord said that according to his spies, the boy and Toba Yan maintain a good friendship with each other. And judging from the fact that the girl was leading the troops herself, the Lord assumed that Ye Xuan was very important to her. Li Lanren was seething with anger and decided that they would destroy her as well. At this moment, the ruler of the Ning Kingdom was already running into battle herself. She deftly defeated every enemy along the way. So, she managed to get close to our hero. Looking at the guy swinging his sword and destroying soldiers, the girl thought it was crazy. As he continued to fight, the young man sent everyone to hell, and finally his gaze fell on Toba Yan, and he was distracted for a couple of seconds as behind him appeared several soldiers from the elite army who were shouting that they would take his life, and were already flying at him with weapons. Ye Xuan wanted to fend off the enemy's attacks, but someone was ahead of him. The blue energy blocked the strike of the Black Flame soldiers. Turning his head back, he saw that it was Toba Yan. With surprise in his voice, he asked what the girl was doing here. Then the ruler of the Ning realm asked which battle she had not participated in, and without waiting for an answer to that question, she proposed to end it all. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Ye Xuan's face, and he quickly sat on her horse ready to finish the battle. Moving forward, Toba Yang warned from flying at them attacks, and our hero deftly fought them off. And since the young man was, you could say, Toba Yang's passengers, he said that her horsemanship was impressive. In response, the girl did not say anything to our hero. She only looked at her stomach with a thoughtful face and put her hand on it. A couple minutes later, the guys were already approaching Li Lanren. When the man noticed this, he ordered his men to shoot his enemies. In that case, the army commander asked his subordinates to get ready and release arrows. Seeing the arrows flying at them, Toba Yan shouted that there were too many of them and they couldn't just run away. However, Ye Xuan asked the girl not to stop the horse and gallop on. Meanwhile, he used his energy to create a shield that the arrows couldn't penetrate. As they continued to move forward, the ruler of the Ning realm noticed the Black Flame army in front of them. Then our hero asked Toba Yan to duck while he dealt with their opponents. And as soon as the girl tilted her head, the young man started swinging his sword and destroying the soldiers of the elite army. Then the guy heard his girlfriend mooing and asked if everything was okay. Ye Xuan held Toba Yang by the stomach. Our hero said that he didn't want to hurt the girl and added that if he had fallen off the horse, he would have been trampled to death. After that, the ruler of the Ning realm turned at the guy and asked if he really thought she would believe it. And at that moment, her eyes opened wide. Toba Yan saw a spearhead appear above Ye Xuan's head. Grabbing the young man sharply by the arm, she shouted to be careful and pulled him off the horse. As soon as they landed, our hero thanked the girl and she mumbled again. The guy was surprised that his girlfriend had such a reaction again. But they didn't discuss it because there was a soldier standing next to them who had been hit by a purple arrow. They turned their heads to the side and saw many more of these arrows coming at them. Yi Xuan noticed that this time the rain of arrows was different from the previous time. So, covering Toba Yang's body with his own, the guy drew his swords and pointed them upwards. He again created a shield that the arrows wouldn't pass through and asked the girl to run away while he held off the enemies. However, somehow the arrows seemed to sink into the shield, and the guy started to lose his strength. Blood started gushing out of his mouth. Toba Yan began to worry about our hero. When he heard her voice, he turned to her and asked if she was still here. He once again asked the ruler of the Ning realm to leave. After all, if the girl didn't leave now, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. A blush appeared on Toba Yang's face at these words. Li Lanren then appeared in the air. Turning to Ye Xuan, he asked if he still wanted to escape. The man said that today, the boy and the entire Ning kingdom would be buried. After that, he ordered the Black Flame elite army to attack the guys again and destroy them. At this moment, Ye Xuan turned to Toba Yan and said with a smile on his face that he never thought that they would die together. In response, the girl said that the young man was crazy and abruptly threw herself at him with a kiss. And while they were kissing, they were approached by soldiers who shouted for our hero to go to hell. Still breaking away from the lips of the ruler, Ning Yixuan swung his sword and attacked the soldier. And since there were too many opponents, the guy folded his arms and said with a smile that he would let them try something new. Then he took out a box of 12 golden man figures that the 5th floor master had given him. A bright light erupted throughout the area. The Black Flame army didn't realize what was happening. 12 golden men appeared around Ye Xuan and Toba Yan. The girl asked what they were. In response, the guy said that they were his attendants. He then ordered the golden soldiers to destroy all the enemies. The eyes of the figures glowed, and there was an explosion that sent the Black Flame army flying upward. Li Lanren didn't understand what these 12 golden figures were. He also wondered how they could be so powerful. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan pointed his hand at his opponents, and the golden soldiers simply burned everything in front of them. After that, our hero grabbed the ruler of the Ning kingdom by the hand and suggested that we run away from here. Hearing this, Li Lanren was indignant as he really wanted the guys to go to the other world. The man became enraged and began to emit dark energy from himself. When Ye Xuan saw this, he asked the girl to be careful. With his hand pointing towards our hero and his companion, Li Lanren shouted at them not to even try to escape. The powerful attack made the boys fly into the air. After such a failure, the guy got up and immediately started to help Toba Yan up. He asked if she was okay. In response to this, the girl replied that everything was fine. Then our hero said that she should leave first as she had nothing to do with the fight. This angered the ruler of the Ning kingdom. Toba Yang asked if the young man thought she was doing it for him. Ye Xuan replied that when she kissed him, she didn't think about it. And pulling her hand out of his arm, the girl said, slightly embarrassed, the guy thought too much of himself. At this moment, Ye Xuan noticed a glow from the side. Turning his head, he saw something flying at them. Then the young man covered Toba Yang's body and shouted for her to be careful. Then he sharply grabbed his friend's arm to dodge the attack. After that, there was an explosion. Observing what was happening, Toba Yang said that Li Lingren was definitely not a normal Dharma realm. She said that they should be more careful from now on. Continuing to hold Ruler Ning's hand, Ye Xuan asked again if she was all right. Bowing her head down, the girl answered yes. Suddenly, their tranquility was disturbed by Li Lanren's voice. He shouted that the two boys should both die today. Looking up, they saw their enemy. Again, directing his hand with accumulated energy at Ye Xuan and Toba Yang, the man said that he would see who would come to save him this time. And as soon as the purple beam hit the guy, he shouted that there was no telling who was about to go to the other side. At that very second, he swung his sword. Two forces collided in the sky, and again there was an explosion. From that, rocks from the ground flew in different directions and hit our hero. Li Lanren said with a maddened smile that he appreciated his talent, but wouldn't be able to enjoy peace if he didn't destroy the guy. At that moment, Toba Yang couldn't take it anymore. Directing her attack toward the man, she said that if he wanted to destroy the young man, he would have to go through her first. Seeing this, Toba Yan praised Ruler Ning with a satisfied face and said that she would also die today. Somehow, he managed to repel the girl's attack, and she flew backwards. Ye Xuan immediately ran up to his friend. Rising from the ground, Toba Yan said that the man urgently needed to be destroyed. However, the man smiled that they wanted to do it together. Then our hero asked his enemy not to be so arrogant. He then suddenly decided to attack Li Lanren, but the latter blocked the blow in time. He said that the young man couldn't beat him. After that, Ye Xuan asked his opponent if this was the strength of the Dharma realm. But there was no answer to this question. As the man suddenly approached the boy and said that he was too slow, he started swinging his fist. At the same moment, Ye Xuan flew backwards as Li Lanren hit him with all his might. The man said that the guy was not strong enough to fight him, and as soon as our hero fell to the ground, Li Lanren approached him. Preparing to attack again, he told the young man to go to hell. Yishen was about to be killed, but suddenly Toba Yang stood in front of him, so she protected the guy. Then, creating a kind of shield, the ruler of the Ning realm stated that the young man was indeed weak. With a smile, Li Lanren didn't stop and attacked the guys. There was a powerful explosion and they flew backwards. Despite the heavy blow, Ye Xuan was able to rise to his knees. He felt like his whole body was broken. Then he turned his head to the side and was horrified. Toba Yang was lying next to him and didn't move. The guy's whole body started shaking. The girl barely turned her head to the side and said in a weak voice that everything was fine. Then he ran up to her and, lifting her in his arms, asked why she was so foolish and decided to save him from the power in the Dharma realm. Toba Yan said from the last slush that it was very noisy. After that, her hand abruptly fell to the ground. Her eyes closed. The boy immediately started to order her to wake up and told her that he forbade her to sleep, but she did not react in any way. Li Lanren laughed uncontrollably as he watched this scene. He also laughed at the fact that the boy's master didn't seem like he was going to show up. He assumed that the young man had been pretending all this time. In response, our hero answered nothing to his enemy. The guy put Toba Yan gently on the ground and asked her to hold on. He wanted to save her. Yishin then put his hand on his heart and ordered the Great Spirit on the second floor to destroy the man. He said that the man could receive the Tao and let himself out of the tower. This guy's action made Li Lianren wary. He didn't understand who he was addressing. Therefore, with a sly smile, the man asked Ye Xuan if he wanted to attract some help. And without waiting for an answer, Li Lanren jumped towards the guy and asked if he really thought he would give him such an opportunity. The moment the man was about to approach the young man's face, something happened. Ye Xuan's face changed, and he sharply intercepted his enemy's hand. Li Lanren realized that the guy in the incantation had advanced into the Dharma realm. He was puzzled as to how this could have happened. And our hero started laughing loudly and continued to squeeze the man's hand until he screamed. With a look of horror, Li Lanren broke free from the young man's grip and said that he was not Ye Xuan. However, the man still didn't understand who was standing in front of him. As he continued to laugh, the young man attacked his enemy, but the man told himself that he didn't want to die and tried to dodge the guy's blows. At that time, Ye Xuan covered Li Lanren's mouth with his hand, and the man continued to beg our hero for mercy silently. However, the young man could no longer be stopped. With a mad smile, he clenched his hand and destroyed his opponent. After that, Ye Xuan covered his eyes in pleasure and said that he felt freedom. It was actually the beast the young man had summoned. At that moment, he turned his head to the side and saw Toba Yan lying on the ground. The monster in the form of a guy pointed his hand at the girl. A red beam formed from her chest to our hero. The beast said it was a gift from him for his release. And as soon as everything was done, Ye Xuan found himself in some kind of stream that rushed upwards. Thus, the monster came out of his body. The young man remained lying on the ground and thought that this creature was really not very good. At that moment, our hero was lifted off the ground by a cough that came from the side. It was Toba Yan. Ye Xuan immediately jumped up to her and started hugging her. The girl didn't understand what had happened and why she wasn't killed. In response, the guy said that he didn't mean it. Gently placing his hands on Toba Yan's face, the young man asked why she had blocked that attack after all. Then the ruler of the Ning Kingdom said that if she knew she would die, she wouldn't have done it. The girl was embarrassed by this question and asked the guy not to be arrogant. After that, Ye Xuan approached Toba Yan and said that even though she knew about Li Mu's cultivation, she still thought about it. The guy assumed that the girl liked him. With a slight blush on her cheeks, Toba Yan said that our hero can think about whatever he wants. In response to this, the young man did not argue. He simply thanked the ruler of the Ning Kingdom sincerely. Then the girl said that if a young man thanks people when he tries something, sooner or later he will pay dearly for it. After that, Toba Yang started to leave. The guy asked her if they would meet again. Ye Xuan also asked if he could buy the girl a drink. However, Toba Yang said it was better for him not to appear in front of her. After a while, the Jian Kingdom became calm. As for the Middle Kingdom, Chu and Yue surrendered. The princess didn't think that the enemies would dare to send someone else. Xiaoji believed that it was all thanks to Ye Xuan and his friends. If it wasn't for them, the battle wouldn't have ended. She then said that the Black Flame Army had over 100 sets of first-class equipment and advised the young man to take them. Our hero was excited as he wanted to talk to the girl about it. Xiaoji asked him if he wanted to join the Black Flame Army. Ye Xuan smiled with all his teeth and replied that of course he wanted to do so. Xiaoji said that she would help him choose the people to create the Black Flame Army. Also, the ninth princess promised the guy to reap the best. In response, our hero thanked her and said that that the girl was very kind. At that moment, the guys came up to them, and Mo Yun said that they were done. The guy wondered when they were leaving. Then Ye Xuan said that they would leave right away. However, the red-haired girl asked the young man to wait. This surprised our hero, and he asked if she had anything to say. After that, the girl began to resent him. She asked how dare a guy trick her baby Lu into sweating her way into his Canlin Academy. The girl was convinced that Ye Xuan wanted to do something to Lu Banzhuang because she was pretty and cute. Then the representative of the demon ranking herself could not stand it and approached her friend and covered her mouth with her hand. After that, Li Han turned to Ye Xuan and said that they would be the first to leave. Smiling sweetly, the man added that they would see each other in the Middle Kingdom in the future. Then, walking through the clearing, Mo Yun said that Sister Anji's sister had prepared a delicious meal. But Bai Jie and our hero said they wouldn't dare to eat what their friend had prepared. In response, Mo Yun said that it wasn't nice since the sister wasn't idling during that period of time. He added that the girl was running the academy and learning to cook. However, our hero didn't want to believe it in any way. At this moment, a beautiful girl appeared in front of them and asked which of the guys was Ye Xuan. At the sight of the stranger, the boys tensed up. A young man asked who the girl was. At this question, the girl realized which one of them was Ye Xuan, and without thinking long, she threw her umbrella at him. The guy wasn't expecting it, but he blocked the blow nonetheless. He also realized it was a kendo master. The girl bounced back from the young man's reflected attack and smiled as she said that he was indeed a master swordsman. Frowning his eyebrows and clenching his fists, Ye Xuan asked if the stranger was from Kuraki Academy. However, she replied that that was not the case. The girl gave her name as Jian Chuchu and said she wanted to challenge him to a sparring match. And immediately jumping up to him, Jian Chuchu complimented that the young man was too good and she couldn't defeat him. With a sly smile on her face, the girl asked Ye Xuan how he had reached such a level of sword mastery and if he could share his experience. The boy was surprised at how openly the stranger asked him the question. Jian Chuchu smiled and asked him if he was okay since he didn't answer. Ye Xuan then asked the girl why she should not join him in the Canlin Academy, and in the future, they could already exchange experiences. And the girl immediately agreed. This again caused our hero to be surprised. After that, Jian Chuchu already went with the guys. On the way, she asked if the academy had catering accommodations and if the food there was delicious. Mo Yun answered yes in a satisfied voice. After a while, they were already at the academy. Angie was waiting for them there. She said with a smile on her face that she had prepared a feast for her friends and asked if they liked it. Looking at this, Jian Chuchu asked if this was what they called the best food, and Mo Yun said with a strained smile that he meant it was the best food Anju could make. In the evening of the same day, many people gathered at the Canlin Academy. They were the students of the academy. Our hero and the others stood on the stage, and Mo Yun asked the guy why he called everyone. At the same moment, Ye Xuan took out a glowing sword. Showing it to his disciples, he asked if they wanted it. The guys realized that it was a Ming rank sword, and of course, everyone wanted it. The disciples thought that if they received the Ming sword, their cultivation would definitely increase. However, the catch was that there were a lot of students. They realized that Dini probably didn't want to be robbed. Then Ye Xuan said that whoever first reaches the Divine Harmony Ricum would receive this sword. Such a statement shocked the guys. After all, some of them had only reached the realm of heaven, and it was really difficult since there are 2 more steps between the heaven realm and the Divine Harmony realm. Ye Jia was also among the guys. She thought that if she got this sword, her cousin would praise her. And our hero added that there was one more thing. He said that in the future, the exam would be held once a month, and the 3 winners would be rewarded with an Earth-class martial art technique. And the first-place winner will receive an additional weapon of the highest quality. The students were thrilled with the news. They said their dean was the best. Ye Xuan then said that whoever ranked last would be expelled from the academy. Such news had already caused negative emotions in the crowd. No one said anything, but there was obvious fear on the faces of the students. Ye Ji thought about the fact that being expelled from the academy meant that all her fame would be gone, and she would no longer be able to see her cousin. At this moment, Mo Yun turned to our hero and asked if it was too cruel. Angie was also indignant and asked the guy why he didn't consult with them beforehand. She asked him what if the disciples were to think of something and destroy each other in pursuit of the sword. In response, Ye Xuan turned to his friends and said that this was the world of the weak and the strong, and the guy thought it was better for him to be cruel to his students than for them to be someone else's food. Then Angie became furious. She said that the boy was dehumanizing the boys. The girl disagreed. Our hero said that they encountered the soldiers of Kuraki Academy, the 9th Mercenary Regiment of the Middle Kingdom, and the Black Flame Army of the Great Cloud Empire. Compared to all of the above, their boys were like fish on a chopping board. Angie asked with horror if the young man wanted to repeat the tragic deaths of the students. Yi Yexuan said that if he was cruel to them today, the enemy would be more cruel to them in the future. So he asked Angie to trust him. However, the girl said she didn't believe the guy. She was worried that people who craved fame and fortune by any means would become vicious. In this case, our hero approached his friend and said that if they have such a student in the academy, he does not belong here. Now, he had a goal to make the boys stronger. After saying that, Andrew blushed slightly and still agreed to do as Yexuan says. The guy then said that Baize Mo Yun and Angier were not strong enough compared to true Middle Realm demons. There was still a big gap between them, and they should have worked harder. To this, Baize said that he would do his best to find the necessary resources, and Yexuan added that they should improve themselves to resist the enemies. Jian Chuchu was listening to all of this. She said that the Great Cloud Empire was awesome and could crush a guy. The girl also said that if their Canlin Academy were to fight the Great Clouds head-on, they had no chance of winning. And Jian Chuchu added that if one were to add the two forces of Kuraki and the Dark Realm, Yexuan Academy would have no chance at all. Then an indignant Mo Yun said that they had beaten all the bad things out of the disciples and the girl didn't see it. In response, Jian Chuchu said that if Yexuan reached the Divine Harmony Realm, it would mean that the Middle Realm would produce a strong person in the Dharma Realm. Then the young man said that as far as he knew, there was not a single person in the Dharma Realm at Canlin Academy. And looking at his friends, Yexuan thought that they shouldn't let the disciples lose their confidence. So the guy went up to Baize and Mo Yun and told them that they had nothing to worry about. He also said that they should practice, practice, practice. Night had fallen. Our hero was in the spirit hall of Canlin Academy. The young man turned to Elder Ji and said that he had come here to tell him that Canlin Academy had become better. Smiling, Yexuan complimented that the students would also become stronger each time. Opening his dead Dean's flask, the guy said that he had recently created a Taoist army. He promised to make them the most powerful Taoist warriors in the Middle Kingdom. And pouring out the liquid from the bottle, Yexuan said that he would let everyone in the Middle Kingdom know that the Canlin Academy was inferior to no one. Then our hero went to the golden frame and said that he would help Elder Ji take Angie's cloak. He should just rest in the other world. And so the night passed. The morning came. Yexuan slept well and didn't even feel like getting up. But suddenly he heard a woman's voice. She said that the guy had slept really well and she had to wait for him all night. He turned around and saw Xiaoji standing in the doorway. He was surprised to see Xiaoji standing in the doorway. The princess said that in the afternoon she saw the young man sleeping soundly and did not wake him up. She also said that she had brought him a present and asked him if he wanted to see it. And of course, Yexuan said that since Xiaoji's gift is excellent, he wants to see it. When they left the building, the girl said that in front of them was a regiment of boys, the oldest 30 years old and the youngest 20. She added that all of them were experienced warriors. From this, Yexuan was delighted. He said that this time, the princess had done him a big favor. The boy was very happy. Xiaoji then turned to the regiment and said that from today, they were our hero's men. She asked them to pay their respects to the guy. After that, the entire regiment of experienced warriors bowed to Yexuan and saluted their leader. The guy asked the men to stand up and said that as of today, they were all human members of Canlin Academy. He promised to give the regiment the best resources and the best equipment. The young man wanted to make them the most elite soldiers in Qingzhou. For this, the regiment thanked Yexuan. However, the training that the men will have to go through will be very brutal. The guy said there would be a monthly evaluation, and the 3 worst would be eliminated. At these words, the smile disappeared from the soldiers' faces. It was obvious how frightened they were by such a statement. Then our hero turned to the princess and said that he needed 3 more soldiers every month to replace those who were kicked out. Xiaoji replied that the young man was not so easy to please, and Yexuan complimented that in the future, soldiers will be removed from military service and will no longer be subject to the royal family. The guy says they will only follow his orders. Xiaoji is shocked that the guys will be suspended from the army. The young man then asked if such a thing would even be possible. In response, the girl asked her own question. The princess thought that Yexuan didn't trust her and was afraid that she would deprive him of the fruit. But our hero changed Xiaoji's mind and said he trusted her. However, this Tao army was the foundation of his future life at Canlin Academy. He just wanted to keep it in his hand, and the girl was not at all reassured by this. The princess pulled her hands away from the boy and said that he still didn't trust her. After that, she turned around to leave. Yexuan shouted after her to say something, but Xiaoji didn't stop and said that the guy made her very angry. In this case, our hero quickly reacted and ran up to his friend while grabbing her hand and asked if she was really angry. Then the princess could not stand it and reminded the young man that she was not one of those people who steal the fruits of other people's labor. Xiaoji also said that she would never touch this army in the future. Yexuan said that even though the soldiers are separate from the army, he wants her to lead them. When the girl heard that, she was very surprised. Then she told the guy that he could continue talking but not touch her with his hands. However, this request was ignored. The young man touched the princess's face with his fingers and asked if she was shy. Frowning her eyebrows, Xiaoji was indignant and said that our hero had better hurry up and get busy. In that case, Ye Xuan revealed that he had created the Dao army to protect and strengthen the Canlin Academy, and instead of making a war machine of the country, he doesn't want to go against his original intentions. In response, the girl smiled and asked if the guy was telling the truth. Ye Xuan said that the princess was good at conquering battles and had a good understanding of the art of war. Therefore, the young man thought that the Dao army would become very strong if Xiaoji led it. The smile on the girl's face did not fall off, as the guy had simultaneously separated the army from her royal family and wanted her to lead it. The princess said that he was clever in his calculations. Awkwardly rubbing the back of his head, our hero asked if the girl was ready to do this. And she asked Ye Xuan not to worry, since the Dao army only belonged to the Canlin Academy and her royal army would never be involved. Xiaoji hoped that in the future they would be able to contribute if the Jian country was in trouble. Our hero replied that it was natural, and when there was civil unrest, the army would not intervene. After that, the girl turned her head and assumed that there was someone else training the army besides her. Ye Xuan confirmed it. After a while, he and the princess were sitting in Haod Hall. In front of them was Mrs. Lu, accompanied by scholars Mo Yuan and Feng Lan. They were surprised that the young man wanted them to train the Dao army for him outside the gate. Ye Xuan explained that the three of them were the only ones in the Canlin Academy who could train the boys, to which Feng Lan replied that training an army was difficult enough, let alone a Dao army capable of rivaling the Great Cloud Karaki in the Dark Realm. And Mo Yuan added that the guy knows that there is a lot of money going to the military unit training. Ye Xuan replied that he would take care of this aspect. The scholars then decided to contact the state master and get her opinion on the matter. Yi Lu said he would let them practice the Ji annihilation technique since it was suitable for soldiers. However, there was one thing. After hearing this, Ye Xuan was eager to know what the girl wanted to talk about. Lu said that this technique is extremely expensive, and the cost of training one soldier is at least 50 million gold coins. That's not counting other expenses. These words struck our hero like an electric shock. He couldn't believe that such a sum of money was only going to one person. Master added that if those practiced this technique, they would be able to achieve the best results, and in the future, these soldiers would become the most important people in the Qingzhou area. Lu then vaporized and said that it would be one of the most terrifying Dao armies in the Celestial Empire. But that was only possible if Ye Xuan had money. Our hero said that Canlin Academy doesn't have time to develop slowly, because Karaki Academy and Dark World won't give them the opportunity to do so. Yi Xiaoji added that Canlin can only develop quickly, and if the financial resources are not enough, she can help. Then Lu said that the royal family had just crossed the battle and the treasury wasn't full. That was why the girl thought that Canlin Academy should make a profit to be able to support itself. These words surprised Ye Xuan and the princess. And smiling, the state master said that it wasn't practical to maintain the academy alone. After all, Canlin Academy was now a major power in the Jian kingdom. The girl thought it could be profitable, and Ye Xuan replied that they didn't charge students because they didn't want to be profit-oriented like Karaki Academy. In that case, the guy was interested in how they were making a profit. Suddenly, another female voice sounded out. It was Jian Chuchu, and she asked if it was not easy to make a profit. After that, everyone turned towards the girl. Mo Yuan wondered what she had to say about it. However, the girl said she didn't have any advice but had experience to speak of. First of all, Jian Chuchu said that they collect tuition fees from trainees, including daily living expenses. But for those who are particularly poor, there may be appropriate exemptions or complete exemption from taxation, and those whose families have money cannot be exempted. In the second place, the girl said that if one has money, one can visit Canlin Academy and even observe the training of the students. And thirdly, she suggested to explore the mountain behind their academy to find gold. If there is no gold in the back mountain, that Jian Chuchu said they should search the old mountain. Such a plan made the ninth princess and Ye Xuan's mouths drop open. They thought of a gold mine, and Jian Chuchu confirmed it. She was talking about her own gold mine. All excited, the guy asked the girl to keep talking. She said that the trainees should go down to the mountains to study and perform tasks. That way they could earn money for training. And in addition, it will improve the reputation of Canlin Academy. In that case, our hero said that it was a good idea. Xiaoji also approved of this plan of action. Jian Chuchu then asked the guys if they knew what was most beneficial to the family and the major powers. Scholar Feng Lan didn't know the answer to this question, and neither did Mo Yun. They all waited for the girl to tell it herself. Jian Chuchu then stated with a satisfied smile that she was talking about defense fees. When Feng Lan heard about this, he was indignant. He thought that this was a bad idea, as it could ruin the reputation of the academy. After that, the ninth princess decided to ask Ye Xuan what he thought about it. Rubbing his chin, the young man said that the method was good. However, there were suspicions that it was bullying the weak. It didn't fit Senior Ji's philosophy. Then Jian Chuchu decided to do something different. She said that the kids cooperate with them, and every year they pay a certain amount of money. They can also allow their children to come to the academy as non-students, and if they work hard and succeed, they can be transferred. In the girl's experience, if the guys do this, families and big powers willing to have a sponsor will be ready. Our hero then turned to the state master and asked what she thought of it. Lu responded by saying that they were only responsible for tuition. They would have to take care of the money themselves. At this moment, Angie expressed her opinion. She said that they should have a good degree of fairness, otherwise it would ruin their reputation in Ganglan. Genchuchu agreed that one had to have a good degree of fairness and not be greedy. It was also necessary to control the number of places each year to look decent. In that case, Ye Xuan said that he was going to appoint the girl as the chief financial officer of Canlan Academy. When Jianchuchu heard this, she was shocked, and the guy added that she would leave the money she earned when the time came. And he said that if Canlan Academy needed funds, the girl would have to bring them out. Then Jianchuchu said that it was a very responsible job and asked what she would get for it. Our hero stated that he would spar with the girl and share his knowledge of swordsmanship with her. In addition, he promised her 10% of what the academy earns each year. Jianchuchu was delighted by this. She felt like she had just seen a bunch of money waving at her. So, without thinking long, the girl agreed. The guy was pleased and said that the income of Canlan Academy would be guaranteed. Xiaoji stood and watched from the side. She had a slight smile on her face as the stone from her heart had just been dropped, and State Master Lu added that as soon as the money was available, she would start training the Dao army. In response, Ye Xuan smiled and said that they would soon have an indestructible Dao army. After that, the guy turned to Angie and said that she would be in charge of the internal affairs of Canlan Academy. He also added that she should not forget about her own training. The girl gave the young man a smile in return. Then Mo Yun asked the boy what about him and Baizi. He asked if Ye Xuan was going to give them a serious job as well. These words made our hero think. But suddenly, Jian Chuchu came up to them with a sly smile and said that she knew what the two guys should do. After a while, the girl told them about the mission. Mo Yun was not happy about it and said that they had not done anything harmful to God before. However, Jianchuchu didn't understand what the young man was talking about. She said that Mo Yun and Baize could make a great team. They just need to travel around Qingzhou in search of talents for admission to the Canlan Academy. Mo Yun then asked if this was such a way to recruit people. Baize recalled that he was not the best at socializing and asked if Ye Xuan really wanted them to do it. In that case, our hero made a very important face and asked to be given a couple of seconds to think. Then he put his hands on the guy's shoulders and said that for Canlan's sake, we should do as Choo-Choo says. Andy Guy added that if the guys have any problems, they should call him. At that time, Mo Yun and Bai Zi slightly calmed down and said with a smile on his face that he would do. It was evening. Yi Xuan went to the fifth floor master and said that he wanted to ask him something. In response, the man said hello to the young man and congratulated him. This surprised our hero, and he asked why the master said so. Then the master approached the boy and asked him to sit down at the table where 2 teacups were already prepared. The man said congratulations to him because he defeated the Great Cloud Empire, Kurama Academy, and the Dark World. Then Ye Shun explained to the elder that those didn't lose but the Canlan Academy and Jian Kingdoms didn't win. But despite what the guy said, the 5th floor foreman said she was relieved. Reaching out his hand to the teacup, the man said that right now the young man should not rush into the realm of divine harmony. Ye Zhuan knew this himself. He said that if he reached the realm of divine harmony, his enemies would send strong men from the Dharma realm or even from the Dharma realm to attack him. Enraged by this, our hero said he would never let his abusers get away with it. Sipping tea, the master of the 5th floor approved the lad's thoughts and asked what his future plans were. Yixuan then said that he wanted to take this opportunity to stabilize his own kingdom and develop the Canlan Academy. In response, the man smiled and said that he had to remind the young man of one thing. He asked the boy to be careful of the main academy of the Canlan Middle Kingdom of Qingzhou. With surprise, our hero asked if the elder meant that those could target the Canlan Academy in Jiang. And the man said that in the past, Canlan Academy was so weak that the main Canlan Academy didn't care about it. But today, things are different. He said that the Canlan Academy in Jian was very strong, and if it continued to grow, it would become a superpower. That's why the guy had to be careful. After saying that, Ye Xuan became angry. However, he thought it was a good thing that those didn't mind the appearance of another enemy. The young man then turned to the fifth-floor foreman and said that he had another question for him. And holding out the map to him, Ye Xuan said that there were 500 million gold coins on it. The guy needed 5 special flying swords. Taking the card, the man said he would take care of it. In return, our hero thanked him. After a while, Ye Xuan headed towards his academy. On the way, he heard a man's voice. The man said that the young man's entire life was unusual. Ye Xuan turned around and saw an elder from the Dharma realm around the corner. When the young man saw him, he was very surprised. He asked him not to think that if he had an immortal sword behind him, he was invincible. The man said that the An family is a family with 10,000 years of history, and Miss Anne's body has the bloodline of a martial arts god. In that case, the insignificant immortal sword wouldn't even be in their sight. And the elder said that if the boy dared to approach Miss Anne, he would bring death upon himself. With a smile on his face, Ye Xuan said that Anne was not the kind of person who was interested in such things, and she was just lucky to be born into such a family. He also said that he was not going to break up with her. Then the man jumped up to the young man and asked him if he thought he couldn't touch him. This frightened the young man a little, and he asked what the older man was going to do. Swinging his fist at our hero, the man again told him not to even think of using Miss Anne's name to pressure him. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a stranger. A gray-haired man asked what was going on here. When the man in the black cloak from the Dharma realm saw him, he left the boy alone. He said that if the boy did not do as he was told, he would get what he deserved sooner or later. After that, the man vaporized into thin air. Ye Xuan immediately turned to the elder and thanked him for his help. Our hero then turned to the stranger and asked if he could find out who the stranger was. Then the man said that he was from the An family. When Ye Xuan heard this, he was embarrassed and asked if he was being checked now. He also asked to put in a good word for him when he returned home. The elder remarked that the young man was very brave, and he said that the boy probably knew that his family valued not only individual talent, but also pedigree and ancestry. In response, Ye Xuan smiled and said that it was their family's business, and she did not represent Ms. An's interests. The man stated that the young man was not bad for his family, but for Miss An, he was still far away. The elder hoped that Ye Xuan would not make things difficult for the lady. After that, he asked the guy to take care of himself, and just like that, he vanished into thin air as a man from the Dharma realm. As our hero looked at him, he realized that he had no family or lineage, but he did have a sword. Looking at the weapon, Ye Xuan thought that with 3 meters of Qingfeng in his hand, he would be able to pass through the heavens and the world. He realized that he was no worse than anyone else. The guy asked the girl to wait for a while. At that moment, Miss An appeared behind him. He didn't see her, but the girl said she would wait for him. After a while, our hero was meditating in the Great Hall of Canlan Academy. His loyal allies and students were beside him. While those were doing the deed, Jian Chuchu told the guests that this was where their dean and students were studying. She said that if people wanted to join them in the future, they would also have the opportunity to train with the dean. The little visitors and their parents were delighted. Then one of the men told his child that no matter how much money they needed, he wanted his son to enter this academy and train with Ye Guoxi. For this, the son was grateful to his dad. Then the man went to Mr. Chen standing next to him and said that this place was supported by their financial resources. His family was also richer than his. At these words, the other man became furious. He said that the Zhang family was just an empty shell, and there was no need to put themselves on display. Their heated dialogue was interrupted by another man. He said that men should not be arrogant, and added that no one dared to compete with him in terms of financial power. And while they were arguing, Jian Chuchu was laughing. After all, the stronger the competition, the more advantages Canlan Academy would gain. The girl then said they had some more unused land on this side of Canlan, and she wanted to show them to the guests. This pleased the men. Some of them thought of building a house near the academy, so they immediately ran to explore the new territory. In the evening, all the boys gathered in the big hall of the academy. Jian Chuchu said that a total of 5 plots of land had been sold today, and each plot was sold for 30 million gold coin. After deducting the girl's share of today's income from the sale of the land, amounted to 120 million. When the boys heard about it, they said it was a great income. At this moment, Mo Yun ran up to Chuchu and, massaging her shoulders, said that she was amazing. And the girl added that this was only the income from the lands and did not include the cost of attending the academy. Yishuan then decided to ask Jian Chuchu how things were with the gold mine. In response, she smiled and said that a gold mine had been found that was expected to yield hundreds of millions of gold coin. With such news, all the members of Canlan Academy were ecstatic. They couldn't believe their ears. Mo Yun even said that they would be rich now. Bowing her head and smiling, Jianchuchu confirmed it. After that, the girl said she would make more and more money in the future. She asked the guys to just wait. In that case, Ye Xuan said to leave this matter to Jianchuchu and made an appropriate gesture with his hands. After a while, our hero was in his room and was taking off his outer clothing. Suddenly, he saw a movement in his side vision. He turned around and saw a shadow in the window. The young man became alert. Then he heard a familiar voice. It was the master of the 5th floor. A man came into the room, and in his hands was a big box. He said he had a surprise for Ye Xuan. The boy was eagerly waiting to see what was inside. As soon as the master opened the box, the young man saw 5 Ming rank swords. He immediately noticed the excellent quality of the weapons and assumed that they were not inferior to the shadow sword. The man then held out his hand to Ye Xuan with some kind of magic cube in it and asked him to take a look at it. The young man didn't understand what it was. Then the elder explained that with its help, the strength and speed of the sword could be increased by at least 30%, and the value of it was 25 million units of extremely high-quality spirit stone. The master asked if the guy wanted it. He said yes, but he didn't have that much money. The master understood this and offered him an installment plan. Every month, our hero would have to pay the elder at least 25 high-quality spiritual stones for 3 years. As soon as the 5th floor master held out the cube to Ye Xuan, a bright light appeared from somewhere. Neither of them realized what was happening, but the man felt a powerful force. The man felt that this was not a good thing and suggested that the boy leave the house. When he ran outside, he asked his friends if everything was okay. Lightning flashed outside the academy grounds. Mo Yun asked Ye Xuan to pay attention to the strange light in the distance. Looking at the bright lightning bolts, our hero was puzzled. He said it looked like a lightsaber. The master of the 5th floor said that judging from the direction, it should be the far south of Qingzhou. And the young man had guessed it was indeed a lightsaber. Mo Yun remarked that this sword light could really shake heaven and earth. Then he asked if it was possible that there was a sword master that was led by a high-level person like Ye Xuan. And the man replied that it wasn't quite like that. He said that in order to shake heaven and earth, power had to be extraordinary. The master also added that only a heavenly ranked spiritual weapon could possess such power. He was talking about the sword. Ye Xuan was very surprised, and looking up, he asked if this was a heavenly ranked sword. Master confirmed this. He said that above the true rank is the heavenly rank, and a true rank spiritual weapon is already an extremely rare thing in the Qingzhou region. Also, the elder stated that this weapon was extremely rare in the Middle Realm divine state. Then Angie asked if this sword was so rare, then why it was appearing in such large numbers, especially after the battle. At this moment, Mo Yun began to mysteriously rub his chin and said that something suspicious was going on. Our hero asked the guy what's wrong, but Mo Yun couldn't answer and said that he just always thought that everything was not so simple. Anji supported her ally and said she thought the same thing. Suddenly, the state master joined their conversation. She said that it was just a conspiracy against Ye Xuan by the Kuraki Academy of the Great Cloned Empire and the Dark World. When our hero heard this, he was shocked, and Lu added that it's impossible to find a heavenly grade spiritual weapon of heavenly rank. And even if it is, the girl said the sword wouldn't appear in such a form to inform the world, so she figured someone did it on purpose. With a sly face, the guy asked if they really wanted to lure him there alone. The state administrator hesitated a bit and said that it would be a trap they had specially built for him. Ye Xuan didn't understand why his enemies thought he would be there. Then he assumed that they thought he would want the sword. In response, Lu smiled and said that those people were willing to pull out a heavenly sword to tempt the guy. It means that they are of great value to them. And if that's the case, the girl asked why our hero shouldn't do a favor and take a good sword. Angie was indignant and said it was a trap. She said that no matter how good a sword was, it wasn't worth being destroyed for. Mo Yun and Baize were of the same opinion, and Lu said it was both a trap and an opportunity. She added that if the guys don't make a move, the enemies will make another. The state master said that now they have a big family and a lot of people to take care of. With astonishment, our hero asked if the girl really wanted him to go there. Lu nodded in response. She said that now that the young man has a strong grudge against the enemies, those will not rest. The girl suggested that the boys should make a surprise attack since they can't defeat them. Angie said that the battle had taken a lot of energy out of them, and she was afraid that it was all for a reason. Then the state master asked why they should be afraid. She reminded them that their enemies had set a trap, and why they could not do the same in return. Our hero was surprised at such a suggestion, and Lu complimented that after Li Lanren's death, They wouldn't dare to send the Dharma Realm and the Dharma Realm Kingdom to deal with the guy. The girl said that there were only 3 situations in which the heavenly sword would be used to lure the guys. First, Lu stated that the enemies wanted to use the sword to destroy the young man with the help of the people on the Middle Kingdom demon list. And secondly, there is a formation or boundary set up to suppress Yeshuan. This caused our hero to be surprised again, and Mo Yun turned to the State Master and asked what the third option was. At that time, Miss Lu smiled caustically and said that the opponents would let this sword destroy the young man. Everyone was shocked by this. Yeshuan asked if the sword could destroy him, and the 5th floor master explained that the heavenly sword was created from the energy of heaven and earth. It also has spirit and intelligence, so it's also called a spiritual sword. And if the sword pretends to let you be its master and then attacks at a critical moment, it is impossible to survive. At this moment, the young man thought that right now the Lingyu sword was unable to absorb the heaven-ranked sword, and if the celestial-ranked sword retreated, the boy would have no way to fight it. Clenching his fists, Yeshuan realized that a single heavenly sword was worth billions, and if he could obtain it, he would definitely solve his urgent needs. After such reflections, our hero asked Lu why he should follow their path and why he should not choose another. When Mo Yun and Bai Zhe heard this, they were surprised. They asked if the young man really wanted to go. And with enthusiasm, the guy said yes. He said he'd not only go in there, he'd destroy them. After a while, our hero was ready to hit the road. Yeshuan wished his friends to be careful about everything. Mo Yun then smiled and asked the boy if he wanted to wish him success in advance. Mo Yun smiled and asked the boy if he wanted to wish him success in advance. However, Anzi suddenly told the guys that there were still many failures ahead and added that she was happy for the fact that they could laugh like that. After that, she asked them not to waste any time and suggested that they move out on the road. As soon as the girl jumped up, Mo Yun said that Sister Ji was very strict, and Bai Zhe said that she was just looking out for their safety. Yishuan didn't comment on it in any way. He simply suggested that the guys act. Meanwhile, at Devon Karaki Academy, the dean looked at the sword stuck into the building. At this moment, one of his subordinates came up to him and said that our hero had already left the Canlin Academy, and judging from where the guy had gone, he said that it must have been the far south of Qingzhou. The man also said that for some reason the young man suddenly disappeared after traveling to the far south of the country. He said that they too had lost their men. Bowing his head, the dean said that Yeshuan was already a swordmaster, and it was no wonder those lost. He then said that the guy should have gone in search of the heavenly sword. The dean asked a subordinate to notify the assistant kings of the Great Cloud Empire and the Dark Realm that it was time to begin. In that case, the subordinate asked if the royal aid could stop this heartless Yeshuan, to which the dean replied that the Great Cloud Empire was the most powerful empire in Qingzhou, but it was in decline, and when the empire was about to collapse, it was the royal aid who saved it. The man smiled and asked his subordinate how such a strong man could fail to deal with the young man. And so the dean assumed that this time the young man would definitely go to the other side. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Great Cloud Empire, there was a boy sitting on the throne. He was the king of the Great Cloud Empire named Da Yun, and standing beside him was his sister. She was a high-ranking executive named Lian Wanli. Turning to her, the boy said that the Jian kingdom was far away from their empire and had no conflict of interest with them. Da Yun didn't understand why he had to be his enemy. In response, Li Wanli said that their Great Cloud Empire was not afraid of the Jian royal family, and they never even show their faces to them. Then, pointing her finger at the map, she asked the king who he thought was the biggest threat to the Great Cloud Empire. The girl was referring to the 2 countries of Chu and Yue. When the boy heard this, he was very surprised and asked what kind of countries they were. Li Wanli added that they were simply unworthy. She said that it was the Kuraki Dark World Academy and the country's many ancient families. With a surprised face, Da Yun asked why Lian Qing had promised Kuraki and the Dark Realm to destroy Yeshuan. After all, it was obvious to the boy that the empire had lost hundreds of Black Flame cavalry. And going up to the boy, the girl said that the Black Flame cavalry was a good army, but it had been corrupted by the Kuraki Academy Dark Kingdom and other forces. She added that the army would not be loyal to their empire. After that, Li Wanli asked her brother what he thought of Yeshuan of the Jian Kingdom. Then Da Yun said that a man who is willing to live and die with his country is a first-class talent. He said that if they became friends, the guy could be trusted, and if they made an enemy out of him, they would have to do their best to destroy the young boy. In that case, Li Wanli smiled and asked what the boy wanted Yeshuan Wu to be. And not thinking long, The king of the Great Cloud Empire said he wanted to be friends with our hero. After that, it seemed the girl smiled even wider. She asked her brother why he wanted to do just that. Dayan laughed softly and said that he had no enmity or conflict of interest with the boy. He added that by befriending the young man from the Empire would gain a reliable friend. And in addition, they would be able to meet the immortal sword that is behind Yeshuan. Stroking her brother's head and smiling, the girl said that it was a good idea. The young king then asked his subordinates to pass on the order, namely to address the core families and travel together to the far south. And at that moment, everything changed. It was as if Li Wanli had been replaced and told her subordinates to surround and destroy Yeshuan. Little Dayun did not resist his older sister's words and silently agreed with her word. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord and the Dean of Karaki Academy were in the wilderness of the far south. The Dark Lord asked him if he was sure of his actions this time. The man replied that the formation of a forbidden spirit could constrict the boy's energy and prevent him from using his sword. And without the sword, the boy's strength would be reduced by 50%. The Dark Lord rejoiced and said that if they could destroy Yeshuan, then they hadn't wasted 500 million gold coins and 10 million spirit stones to create the formation. The Lord also said that they could borrow the heavenly sword from the middle realm. Then the Dean of the Academy asked where he was now. Proudly raising his nose, the Dark Lord said that he should be on his way to them by now. And suddenly the men's faces changed. The smile was gone, and they looked wary. At first, the men didn't realize what was going on, but as they turned around, they noticed our masked hero in a dark cloak. The Dark Lord vanished into thin air at the sight of the boy. The Dean continued to stand still and ordered his men to prepare. Yeshuan stood near the magic portal while all of his enemies hid behind a rock nearby. Smiling slightly, the young man began to take steps towards the open formation. Then, coming close enough to the circle, the guy knelt down. The Dean watched and didn't understand what Yeshuan was going to do. At this moment, the Dark Lord appeared behind the man's back and said that something was wrong here. Then the Dean of Kwaki Academy ordered his men to bring someone to test our hero. Continuing to watch the young man, the Dark Lord asked the Dean to wait and see what he would do next. And after a few seconds, the boy began to take off his mask. Red hair began to show underneath. It was Mo Yun. With a smile, he turned to his enemies and said that he was probably not the one they were waiting for. Getting up from his knees, the guy asked the men if they were surprised. While the Dean was shocked by this stunt, the Dark Lord said that it was one of Yeshuan's followers. The man asked the Dean what they should do now. He ordered them to withdraw immediately and return to Karaki Academy. Meanwhile, there was complete chaos going on in Karaki Academy. Yeshuan was there and eliminated one by one. Holding a glowing sword, the guy was telling people that if they didn't want to die, they should get out of his way. But the soldiers did not hear him. They said that if the young man came here to die, they would fulfill his wish. And one of the men of Karaki Academy ordered all the others to destroy our hero. In response, Yeshuan said that he didn't want to take their lives, but they had asked for it. With deft movements, the guy swung his sword and moved his enemies out of the way. At that moment, he noticed someone's presence. The Dean and the Dark Lord had arrived at the academy. They were glad that the young man had no time to do any. The men immediately turned to Yeshuan. Then, a young man reached for his mask, and long hair began to emerge from underneath it. It was Anji. From this turn of events, the Dean of Karaki Academy and the Dark Lord were once again in a stupor. They asked where the boy was and ordered him to be released. In response, the girl smiled and said in a flirtatious tone that she was Yeshuan today. After saying that, the Dean was paralyzed. He remembered the heaven-ranked sword and ordered the Dark Lord to go there. In the same second, they disappeared. Angie continued to stand there and said with the same satisfied face that they probably understood everything. And 2/4 of an hour ago in the wilderness of the far south, one of the men shouted to his other men that some needed to follow him out of formation. He offered to go back to Kuraki for support, but suddenly one guy noticed a dark silhouette in the distance. When he looked closer, he realized that it was Yeshuan in front of them. The appearance of our hero shocked everyone. They thought the young man was in Kuraki. The soldiers didn't know what to do, since the large formation had been taken out and they no longer had a chance to suppress the guy. And one of the men gritted his teeth and said that they were all in the psionic realm. He didn't understand why they should be afraid of Yeshuan and suggested that they destroy him. After saying that, all the people of Karaki Academy swarmed towards our hero with an attack. As they did so, they also shouted to each other to guard the heaven-ranked sword and not let the guy get close. As soon as the enemies approached Yeshuan, he opened the box of golden figures. One of the men pointing his sword at the guy ran into the golden box man, and his weapon bent. The soldier was puzzled. He realized that he couldn't harm the young man with his cultivation in the psionic realm. And while the man was in shock, the golden figure wasted no time and attacked him. Watching the golden man destroy one of them, everyone was amazed. After all, it was a strong fighter from the psionic realm, and he had crushed him to death. In such a case, with a smile on his face, Yeshuan suggested that the others get out of the way. Otherwise, the guy said that they would be next. At that second, all the people from Kuraki Academy ran away from there. As they ran away, they shouted that those golden figures were real monsters. Watching the opponents run away, our hero said that Mu Qingxuan's tactics were not good enough. Thus, the guy stood beside the heavenly sword with his golden protectors. Without wasting time, he moved towards the weapon. But as soon as he stepped into the circle where the sword was, lightning flashed around him. The young man immediately realized that he was in a bad way because several lightning bolts were flying at him. Ye Xuan drew his weapon and began to block the natural phenomenon's blows. As soon as everything subsided, our hero realized that he had encountered an incredible power. So he ordered the golden figures to bring a sword of heavenly rank to him. The golden men were not afraid of the lightning that attacked them. Watching these, Ye Xuan was glad that his plan had worked. And the moment one golden man stretched out his hand toward the sword abruptly flew upward. Noticing this, the guy yelled to his deputies to catch him and keep him from getting away. In that case, a single golden figure jumped up behind the sword and hung in the air. The young man asked the helper to hold on and immediately began to move his hands in the air in a certain way. After a couple of seconds, the tower of the border prison appeared above the sword. Ye Xuan knew that there was no way the weapon could escape even if he wanted to. After that, the heaven-ranked sword abruptly swept upwards, and the guy asked the golden figures to be careful. Lightning bolts appeared in the air again. Our hero fought them off, and noticed that even the border prison tower couldn't suppress this heaven-ranked sword. Suddenly, swords began to poke into the top of the tower. Ye Xuan, along with the golden figures, was inside and didn't understand what was happening. And a few seconds later, everything became clear. The sword slammed into the wall of the border prison tower. The boy rejoiced because he believed that the tower could suppress the sword. After that, the guy came out of the tower and told Mo Yun that he had the sword. He asked his friend how he was doing. Mo Yun said that the field had been cleared, and they had obtained over 40 extremely high-quality spiritual weapons. They also had 300 million gold coins, 300,000 top-quality spiritual stones, and many other items. In response, Ye Xuan smiled and said that it was a good harvest, and Mo Yun, just as happy, said that they had a great plan and were able to outwit their enemies with ease. Then our hero said that he had something even more interesting. This made Mo Yun a little worried, and they decided that it was time to leave the place. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxuan and the Dark Lord arrived here. The man from the Dark Realm noticed that the sword had disappeared and assumed that the boy had taken it. He asked the dean what they should do now. The man replied that he had borrowed the word heavenly rank from the divine state of the Middle Kingdom. The dean said that even if he sold his big academy to Devon Karaki, he wouldn't be able to pay for it all. Then the Dark Lord asked the man if the word held another secret and why he should try to do something about it. After that, Mu Qingxuan covered his eyes and said that there was only one way. He pointed two fingers of both hands upwards, and energy began to appear around him. Watching this, the Dark Lord didn't understand what was wrong and asked his ally about it. And the dean of the academy, Kuraki, said he couldn't feel the guy. He felt like he disappeared from the continent. And the Dark Lord said that if a man couldn't sense Ye Xuan, then it meant that he couldn't subdue a heaven-ranked sword. And once that one was collected and used, the dean would be able to destroy it with the sword skill. In response, Mu Qingxuan said that they had underestimated the young man. He complimented that the fact that the guy was able to pick up a heaven-ranked sword was already enough to prove that in the Qingzhou country, Ye Xuan was no longer defeated. Meanwhile, our hero and his ally raced the beasts down the snowy road. But suddenly, Ye Xuan stopped, and Mo Yun asked him why this happened. Then the young man asked his friend to take the spoils of war and return to the imperial capital first. He also asked to give everything to Mrs. Liu, and she would distribute them. In that case, Mo Yun asked what about the guy himself, and our hero replied that he would go to the Great Cloud Kingdom. Hearing this, Mo Yun was furious. He said that Ye Xuan shouldn't be so reckless, and the most important thing he should do was to develop his strength. And the young man replied that his enemies attacked him again and again. He thought that he could be easily bullied. Therefore, Ye Xuan decided that he had to end it. Mo Yun didn't argue with this, but said that his decision was indeed risky. Then our hero told us that he didn't want to move before because he was worried about Canlin Academy. And now, Canlin Academy is on the right track. Even if the young man isn't there, the academy will be moving in the right direction. Mo Yun wanted to refute this and couldn't find the words. In that case, Ye Xuan asked his friend not to worry and said that he would return as soon as he could. After a while, there was a meeting at the academy. Mrs. Liu asked the guys what they thought about Dean Yi wanting to go to the Great Cloud Empire alone, to which Mo Yuan replied that the guy was quite impulsive, and the most important thing for him right now should be to develop the Conlin Empire and improve his abilities. The man also added that if the young man went to the Great Cloud Realm, he would get into trouble there. When Mo Yun heard this, Bai Jie and Anju were very surprised. Lu asked, "Are they all thinking that if Ye Xuan leaves, there will be no problem?" She explained that their academy and Karaki Academy as well as the Dark Realm were currently in a survival situation, and if Dingji hadn't fallen, the situation could have been mitigated. And sipping her tea, the girl stated that with the temperament of their current dean, there was no way to settle these matters. Addressing the academics, Lu said that they must not have a heart for reconciliation, otherwise Confucians will have no future, and academician Karaki and the Dark World know this. In response, Mo Yuan asked Madam not to worry, and said that they wouldn't be as pedantic as before. He believed that the mind should be told, but also the struggle should go on. Then, placing the cup on the table, the girl said that all the guys except Jian Chuchu were not strong enough, and Ding Ye had already made a small gap in strength. So Lu said that if they can't bridge the gap, some of them will grow further and further apart. At that time, Mo Yun smiled and said that that guy's strength was growing so fast that there was nothing they could do about it. Yilu announced that starting today, Bai Zhe and Mo Yun would join the Taoist warriors of her Conlin Academy and train with them. When the boys heard this, they jumped up from their seats. They could not believe that they would be trained with soldiers. In response, the girl said that it wasn't enough for the entire academy to rely only on the dean for the battle. She also told me something else. The state master said that their academy would soon join the Great Cloud Empire. Angie asked if the girl wanted to develop in the Great Cloud territory, and Lu explained that the Cloud territory was not their goal. The reason they wanted to go in there was because their dean had entered Great Cloud territory. She said the empire was about to change, and they needed to support the guy. Meanwhile, Yeshuan was on the first floor of the prison tower and was looking at the heaven-ranked sword. He was amazed that the tower was able to suppress it. Then, turning to the weapon, the young man said he wouldn't devour it now because he didn't have that kind of power yet. However, when the guy finds a way to break the backlash, then the sword will definitely fall into his hand. Until that happened, Yeshuan said that the heaven-ranked sword could stay in the tower. After that, the guy walked out of there. After a while, our hero was on the ship and admiring the scenery around him. At this moment, a stranger approached him and asked if he was going to the Great Cloud Empire. With wariness, the young man turned to her and said that the target of this cloud ship must be this particular empire. And the girl said that the Great Cloud Empire is the most prosperous place in Qingzhou and worth seeing. She especially advised a young man like Ye Xuan to do so. In response to this, our hero smiled and said that maybe it was so. After that, the guy continued to look around. He thought that he had not enjoyed such peace and comfort for a long time. Meanwhile, there were several other boats with black sails in the cloud. The people from the ship looked at them and marveled at the beauty. Everyone wondered where such boats were going, and someone even suggested that when they returned from the Great Cloud Empire, they should find such a boat to ride on. But suddenly, one of the old men shouted that these were mercenaries called Blood Wolves, and we should be careful. And there was panic on the cloud ship as these mercenaries were very vicious. A few seconds later, the mercenaries crashed into a ship bound for the Great Empire. Waving their swords, they thought that this time they were sure to succeed. While everyone was trying to escape, Ye Xuan stood in the middle of this chaos and thought he was going to rob Devon Karaki Academy, but met the mercenaries first. And at that moment, one of the group of mercenaries appeared in front of him. The young man was very surprised because he had no idea that he could look rich and become the first target. Then the mercenary smiled and, crunching his fingers, shouted loudly to his older sister. It was the stranger who spoke to Ye Xuan the other day. The girl ordered all the men to be exterminated and the women to live. The young man assumed that she was the leader of their gang, and so turned to her and asked why the girl was doing this. She didn't seem like a bad person to him. With a flirtatious wink, the stranger said that people who looked particularly good were not always good, and the same rule applied in the opposite direction. In that case, Yeshuan frowned and thanked the girl for the peculiar lesson. The stranger noticed that the guy was very calm even in this situation. It even seemed extraordinary. However, she still said that the young man must die. Such a statement mocked our hero, and he asked the stranger whether she thought she had the power to destroy him. That was when that man intervened in the conversation. He rudely turned to Ye Xuan and asked how dare he talk to their elder sister. The man ran towards our hero and stopped abruptly as the guy pointed his sword at him. And then there was screaming on the ship. Everyone started yelling that the mercenary had been destroyed. At this moment, the stranger tensed up and asked Ye Xuan who he was. She realized that just now the young man had destroyed a strong man in the divine harmony realm with a single blow. But the guy didn't bother to answer that question. He asked the girl his own and asked why she was not a good person and wanted to become a thief. And the stranger didn't realize how much it mattered to him. And Ye Xuan said he would give her a chance to improve. Then the guy asked her if she wanted it. In response, the girl smiled wryly. and said that our hero needed to alone confront the 20 experts of the Divine Harmony realm first. Without reacting to these words in any way, Ye Xuan thought about why there were people from the dark world here. But this question was never answered. The girl ordered her men to destroy the boy. And as soon as one of the mercenaries approached Ye Xuan, he threw the man overboard with a single swing. Then the dazed girl asked again who the young man was. She had already assumed that he was our hero. Then Ye Xuan said that who he was none of her business and asked again if she wanted a chance at another life. Still smiling, the stranger said that even though the guy was a Dharma realm expert, he still often looked down on people. The mercenaries moved towards our hero again. However, they had no time to do anything to him, because the young man quickly approached the girl and attacked her. The Big Sister's people were shocked by what had happened. In front of their eyes, Ye Xuan had just sent their leader to the other world. And of course, the mercenaries decided to avenge the girl. All of them again swarmed on our hero with the desire to destroy. But that was foolish. With a deft movement of his sword, the boy defeated all the enemies. The people on the cloud ship cheered at what they saw. They rejoiced that all the experts of the realm of divine harmony had been destroyed by a single sword. Then a man named Steward Wu approached Ye Xuan and asked what the young man planned to do with the 3 ships. Then our hero asked what the value of one such ship would be. The man replied that one ship cost about 100 million mapur, offered to buy them for 300 million if that's what the guy wanted. Ye Xuan's jaw dropped and his eyes shone like never before, and the young man agreed. He asked the man Steward Wu to give the 300 million gold coins turned into a high-grade spiritual stone and give it to the 5th floor master of the Jian realm. The guy also asked me to tell him that he was paying back the debt. Steward Wu agreed to those terms. Then Manager Wu was approached by his men and told that they had entered the territory of the Great Cloud, and the man asked everyone to get ready to get off the ship. After a while, Ye Xuan was already walking through the streets of Ming City of the Great Cloud Empire. Although the city was small, it seemed very lively to him. Suddenly, his calmness was disturbed by a girl running at him. She screamed and asked the young man for help. Our hero was confused at first and asked the stranger what she was doing. In response, she fell into his lap and asked for help again. Then, male voices were heard from outside. 3 strangers stopped next to Ye Xuan, and one of them asked how he looked at stealing a woman from him. Without answering that question, the guy turned to the girl and asked what they had done to her, to which the stranger replied that the men wanted to take her to a brothel. Therefore, having addressed to her offenders, the girl declared that she would not go anywhere even if she had to die. Then the head of the trio told Ye Xuan to mind his own business, as this place was not suitable for his wild antic. They also said that the girl who was standing near the young man was not a nice person. After that, our hero immediately turned to the stranger and saw her smiling eagerly, and from the girl's sleeve he could see a knife. After a second, she had already attacked the guy. Dodging the blow, Ye Xuan said that if she wanted to destroy him, then there was no need to accuse him of being impolite. He then swung his fingers and attacked the stranger back. As a result, the girl fell to the ground lifeless. The young man decided to continue on his way and stepped forward and noticed a brightly colored circle with patterns beneath him. He assumed it was a formation. At that moment, a familiar voice was heard behind him. It was Steward Wu. The man said he had prepared this place for the boy. He asked him to use his spiritual energy to save himself, but while still in the circle, Ye Xuan realized that he couldn't move. Then the ship's manager stated that the young man was too underestimating their Dark Kingdom and Kuraki Academy. Looking at the man with surprised eyes, our hero said it was really so. And Steward Wu noticed at that moment that the boy was not at all afraid of danger. He assumed he still had a hidden map. Then the people on the man's side decided to attack Ye Xuan, but they didn't succeed because our hero released his energy and attacked the enemies. Seeing this, Steward Wu was dumbfounded. In front of him stood several golden figures from the guy's box. The man wondered if it was possible that the formation within them was even higher than the Forbidden Spirit formation. Then he realized that the young man was going to destroy the formation. In that case, our hero would become invincible to them. Therefore, the ship's manager thought of nothing better than to escape with his men. A couple seconds later, an explosion erupted behind his back. It engulfed most of the people from the academy. And after that, Ye Xuan decided that it was time for the golden figures to go back into the box. As soon as the guy returned his helpers to their home, he rubbed his hands together and with a snide smile decided to see if his enemies had anything good with them. In the end, after searching Steward Wu's belongings, our hero was disappointed. He didn't even have 50 million gold coins, let alone an extremely high-grade spirit stone. The guy said if Miss Lu was here, she wouldn't even look at the man. At this moment, the Dean of Kuraki Academy and the Dark Lord approached Ye Xuan. Mu Qingshuan said that he had some business with the young man. The Dean said it was about his academy. He wanted to check with the boy to see if there was still a chance of reconciliation. In response, our hero smiled as Mu Qingxuan said that he would not stop fighting until he died. The boy asked the man if he had changed his mind. Then the dean of Kuraki Academy asked if Ye Xuan really thought he would win. He said that if the young man continued to fight, both sides would suffer. However, our hero asked Mu Qingxuan not to say too much and said that from now on, one of them would die before it's over. At those words, a shiver ran through the body of the dean of Kuraki Academy, but he didn't show it. Ye Xuan then turned to him and asked if he would be able to enter his academy now. The Dark Lord and Mu Qingxuan were surprised and asked what the guy meant by those words. In response, our hero smiled and said that men knew what he was talking about. The young man did not understand why he should ask unnecessary questions. After that, Ye Xuan walked forward. The dean of the academy shouted after the guy for being arrogant. Hitting the wall beside him, the man continued his outrage and said that if it wasn't for the fact that the Dharma realm couldn't make a move, he would have torn the young man to pieces long ago. The Dark Lord restrained himself and asked Mu Qingxuan why he was trying to make up with the guy. He assumed that the man just wanted to stall for time. Then the dean said that if Ye Xuan went to the imperial capital Kuraki Academy or the Dark World, they wouldn't be able to stop him. And the only way to defeat the guy is to go to the main academy of the Middle Kingdom. Mu Qingxuan said that they asked him to stall for time. However, our hero was not stupid and most likely figured out his enemy's plan. And the Dark Lord asked the dean what he was going to do now. The dean replied that Ye Xuan must not enter the Great Cloud capital, otherwise it would be a disaster for the Dark Realm and his Kuraki Academy. Therefore, without wasting any time, Mu Qingxuan suggested that the Dark Lord should go to the king's assistant. Meanwhile, our hero was already on the spot. He noticed that the people from Kuraki Academy were fleeing quite fast, so the trip was a waste, and the guy really wanted to collect some valuable stuff, so he moved on. At this time, there was a beautiful girl sitting near a body of water in the big cloud palace. Her calmness was disturbed by one of her subordinates. He said that Mu Qingxuan and the Dark Lord were requesting an audience, and the woman motioned for the men to enter. A couple of seconds later, the dean of Kuraki Academy and the Dark Lord were in place. The girl's name was Lian. The men bowed and greeted her. Without turning to them, Lian asked if they had come to her because of Ye Xuan. Mu Qingxuan confirmed this and said that the two of them had come to ask for her help. Standing up from her seat, the girl said that their academies and the Dark Kingdom were originally united, and she thought that helping each other was the right thing to do. In that case, Lian asked how the dean looked at the fact that she would send another 50 men of the Black Flame Cavalry. In response, the men smiled and Mu Qingxuan said that it would be really great. However, to know the explanation to the old stubborn at the Imperial Palace, she said that the king hoped that both men would show sincerity. The girl complimented that it wouldn't cost much. Lian asked her guests how about 10 million very good spirit stone. At these words, the smile disappeared from the men's faces. With round eyes, they asked if it was too much. Then the girl asked another question. She wondered if the men thought it was worth it. After that, Mu Qingxuan and the Dark Lord looked at each other and said that of course it was worth it. Lian then said that Ye Xuan was not so simple, and she was afraid that 50 Black Flame cavalrymen were not enough. And the girl asked what the men thought about her gathering all the major families and asking for their input. Lian thought that if all the strong people in the Great Cloud joined forces, it wouldn't be difficult to destroy the guy. The dean of Kuraki Academy agreed and said that this would be the best way. He also added that as long as they were all united in the Great Cloud, they were not afraid of Ye Xuan. With a slight smile on her face, the girl said that our hero would not be able to escape this time. In that case, Mu Qingxuan said that they wouldn't bother Lian anymore, and the girl asked the men to go back and wait for her good news. After eating a berry, Lian said that Kuraki Academy and the Dark World were too vicious. After all, so many people are bullying one person. At that moment, the girl abruptly stood up from her throne and declared that she couldn't take it anymore. She asked her subordinate to bring her heavy blue dragon sword. Then, grabbing a fruit from her plate, Lian said indignantly that she wanted a pure pear. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan was on the ship, and a man approached him. The man said he'd learned something about Stuart Wu. The man said he was a spy for the Kuraki Academy, embedded in his immortal home. He apologized to the guy. As well, the man said that his immortal house had sent secret spies to the Great Cloud Empire, and the immortal house would inform the young man how it would happen. In response, Ye Xuan smiled and thanked the man. As soon as he left, he thought about the fact that he already knew that those people were from Kuraki Academy. However, our hero did not even suspect that his enemies could find out about his whereabouts. He wondered if they had surrounded him with spies. At that moment, two girls approached Ye Xuan. They were very smiling, and said that they had heard that the young man had saved many people. And one of them said that some Dan wants to marry him, and only our hero wants to tell the strangers that he is not so good as to the ship began to approach something. A red light appeared above them. The girls noticed that something was flying towards them. After that, Yeshuan shouted loudly for the strangers to run away. A few seconds later, there was an explosion. The guy managed to grab one of the girls by the arm and throw her out in front of him. After leaving the ship, Yeshuan asked the girl if she was okay. She said yes, and then turned towards the ship and called out, "Tong Tong." That was her friend's name. Tong Tong was lying next to her on the grass. The girl ran up to her and tearfully begged her to wake up. Meanwhile, our hero realized that it was not an accident, and those people were clearly aiming at him. Bowing his head and regretting what had happened, the young man thought about the fact that he was the one who had dragged them down. At this moment, a man's voice shouted the guy's name behind him. Yeshuan didn't understand anything and turned around to see an old man with a horse. The man repeated the name again and said that he was the master of the 6th floor of the immortal house. He also said the same thing about the girl lying next to them. Even though 5 of her organs were damaged, the heart protection pills could save her life for a while. Yeshuan was happy about this and asked the master not to refuse the stranger's help. But the man said that this pill was worth 60,000 gold coins, and besides, the girl was seriously injured. He was afraid that he would have to rely on heart protection pills to nourish the meridian organs for a long time. However, our hero asked the man not to worry and said he would pay for it. Then the master of the 6th agreed and said that he would listen to Yeshuan in everything. He then said that the incident that had just happened had been identified. The attacker of the cloud ship was from the Dark Kingdom's Kuraki Academy. The elder assumed that they made this move to prevent the boy from entering the capital. These words caused a look of surprise to appear on Yeshuan's face. And after that, he asked the man to take care of the girls for him, and he would definitely thank him again in the future. Then the master asked the boy not to worry and said that he would definitely live up to his expectations. So our hero got on the old man's horse and set off. Meanwhile, at the Kuraki Academy, the dean said that Yeshuan was able to reach the imperial capital in just half a month. And if the Dharma Realm experts don't do something now, there's no stopping the young man. And if the boy arrives in Kuraki, they'll just watch him destroy the student. After saying that, the crowd started talking. People wanted to do something, but behind the guy was an immortal sword. Therefore, everyone started talking about reconciliation again. But unfortunately for them, Yeshuan was not willing to do so. One of the men said that they only needed to fight to the death. He also said that the main academy had promised to give them support, and with reinforcements, they would be able to destroy the guy. Then Mu Qingshuan said that this time, our hero would definitely die. He asked him to pass on the order to do everything to prevent Yeshuan from entering the imperial capital until reinforcements arrived. At that time, the young man had already reached the town of Pingyang. The soldiers spotted him from the fortress and decided to shoot arrows at him. And without wasting any time, they did. The arrows simply flew into our hero in a wall. Then the guy reached for his sword and asked his enemies if they were going to stop him. After that, he rushed in with an attack. With deft movements, Yeshuan fought off the arrows and thus reached the entrance of the building. The guy burst inside and scared everyone by showing up, and he warned them to get out of the way if they didn't want to die. Suddenly, our hero's gaze was caught by a purple stone. After that, he was attacked again. Outside, Yeshuan already had an army of enemies waiting for him, and they all wanted to destroy him. But the young man was not frightened at all. He said that they were now looking into the eyes of doom. At this moment, the guy jumped off his horse and flew into the air. There were 8 swords flying around him. After that, our hero's opponents began to fall to the ground lifeless. And one of the men in armor, watching what was going on, said that today either he or the guy would die. Looking at him, Yeshuan noticed that he was an energetic person, so it was unclear why he had decided to become the chain dog of the Kuraki Academy. Running towards our hero, the man said he would defend the territory of the Great Cloud Empire until the very end. As they collided, they ran past each other. A few seconds later, the soldier from Kuraki Academy fell. Yeshuan destroyed him in a move. While in the circle of lifeless bodies, the boy heard a familiar voice. Mu Qingshuan stood beside him and said that the young man was good at fighting. However, the dean didn't realize that, so what if Yeshuan could destroy? After all, he had hundreds of thousands of people in this Qingzhou area. With a mad laugh, he asked our hero if he could destroy everyone, including the Dark Kingdom and many other families. Getting on the horse again, Yeshuan said that if a man is here to throw harsh words, then he suggested that he should spend effort to think about it. Namely, the young man meant that Mu Qingshuan needed to consider how to preserve his Big Cloud Kuraki Academy, since it would soon disappear from the continent. At these words, the dean became furious. He shouted at Yeshuan that he would never let him set foot in his Kuraki Academy. After a while, a man was examining the bodies of the dead. He said that our hero had great swordsmanship, and each of the soldiers had been destroyed with a single blow. The guy said that this time he had lost 1,000 cavalry and several thousand generals in a big cloud, and then he asked the man standing next to him who gave him the order to fight against Ye Xuan. The one trembled at such an onslaught from His Highness, and said that the Kuraki Academy had asked him to do so. According to him, they said that the guy had authorized the action. This made the young man furious. He said that the man was receiving a salary in his Great Cloud Empire but was working as a dog at Kuraki Academy. The guy thought that such a sin was unforgivable and destroyed his subordinate with a single sword thrust. Meanwhile, our hero decided to take a bath near a body of water, but suddenly a stranger attacked him from behind. Ye Xuan deftly dodged. Eventually, night fell. The guy was lying on his horse who was sleeping sweetly. At this moment, Mu Xuan King and the Dark Lord were watching them. The dean was saying that even Dao warriors from the Middle Realm Divine Pack wouldn't be able to stop him. And the Dark Lord added that at this rate, the young man would reach the Great Empire in a month and a half. In that case, the dean suggested targeting the people around Ye Xuan. The man didn't believe that there was an immortal sword behind all these people. When the Dark Lord heard this, he was surprised and asked Mu Qingxuan what he meant. Mu Qingxuan explained that it was necessary for a person from the Dark Realm and the elites of the Kuraki Academy to travel on the cloud ship to Jianguo. And if the guy steps forward, they'll destroy one of his academy. He also asked me to find out the whereabouts of our hero's sister and try to lure her to Kuraki's academy. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan was looking at his horse and talking to someone on the magic stone. He talked to Lu and said that the Dark World and Kuraki's methods had always been repugnant, so he warned the girl that they should be careful. But in response, Lu asked the young man not to worry, because if they came, she would make them run away. The next day, outside the imperial capital of the Zhang Kingdom, the discussion was raging that they needed to act quickly, and any student of the Kuraki Academy would be eliminated. Such talk was because the Black Flame people had appeared at the Jian Academy. The commanders were shouting about facing the enemy. However, the soldiers were dying. The Black Flame cavalry was determined to annihilate the people from Jian Academy. The scholars and the State Master watched from the fortress. Mo Yuan noticed that the Dao warriors had outstanding abilities, and Lu said that there was an untold amount of gold coins piled up there. At this moment, one of the soldiers began to remove his helmet. Underneath was Jian Chuchu. She ordered the others to clear the battlefield and send someone to occupy the 3 cloud ships. After all, as of today, they were the property of her Canlin Academy. This caused Mu Qingxuan to become furious. He didn't understand how a Taoist soldier ended up from the Canlin Academy, and one of the elders remarked that these soldiers were strong and destroyed 100 of their men. The Dark Lord then said that the 10 experts sent by his Dark World had also been destroyed. He added that at this rate, they would definitely not be able to stop Ye Xuan. Clenching his fists, Mu Qingxuan declared that he would not allow the kid to take a single step into his Kuraki Academy. Meanwhile, in Jinyuan City, our hero was sitting at the master of the 6th floor. The man asked if the young man wanted to get rid of Kuraki Academy's surveillance. He immediately said that it wouldn't be easy to do so. Ye Xuan asked what the reason was. Then the master said that those who spy on the boy must be the strongest people in the Dark World. Moreover, they are the best fighters and know how to hide. And our hero proposed his own option and said that the elder does not need to get rid of them, but just stop. And then the guy would change his appearance and return to the Great Cloud Empire. Only the master wanted to comment on this as a man rushed in and told them that they were surrounded from the outside by Kuraki Academy. He added that those who came were the Black Flame cavalry of the Great Cloud Empire. In addition, there were several vague auras that must be people from the Dark Realm. The man said that they were all asking Ye Xuan to appear. At that moment, our hero grabbed his sword and with a smile on his face said he was tired of fighting. The guy wanted to run away.